Hello everybody and welcome to the Teamfight Tactics Macao Open. We are back for another installment of the biggest TFT LAN in the world to kick off Into the Arcane in style. So excited to be back here. My name is Nekra and I am joined by Mort, Azael, and Clement. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Excited to be here. Already did a dev panel, seeing everyone come in here. The environment's amazing. It's a new set, new stuff. I'm just excited to get going. So, you know, can't really contain myself right now. We'll see. We'll see.
I just love the events that are at the start of a set, right? Because you get to see all the pros, what they are figuring out for this event, the Anomaly combos they're going to play, the new comps that we're going to see, and we just get to copy the homework, steal it all, do none of the work, and then gain all the LP.
I'm just here for the celebration of the community. There's so many players here I've seen on stream, but I haven't interacted in person, and now I get to backline them at a LAN tournament and hopefully impact them.
But listen, you guys are in luck because you've got 12 games of TFT today and 3 days of competition. There's so much more in store as well, so if you're tuning in, here's what you can expect to watch the TFT Macao Open.
Welcome back, Tacticians. The biggest Teamfight Tactics event of the year is right around the corner. 512 players, an undiscovered meta, competition, community, and of course, celebration await. This is everything you need to know about the TFT Macao Open. The TFT Macao Open is all about braving the uncharted and learning and adapting to a brand new set. Now, let's break down the main event. The Macao Open will feature 65 Tacticians Crown players, over 400 Challenger players, and representatives from more than 30 countries, all competing for a share of the $300,000 prize pool and a one-of-a-kind, highly fashionable Tactician's belt. The event will take place over 3 days. On the first day, 512 players will be broken up into 32 lobbies of 8, based on their Magic and Mayhem ranking. Each lobby will play 3 games, earning points for their placement. First place wins 8 points, and 8th place wins 1 point. At the end of the 3 games, the top 4 from each lobby, totaling 256 players, will advance to round 2. Rounds 2 and 3 follow the same elimination format. Players who have made it to round 3 should do a little dance. Reaching this stage guarantees them a cut of the prize pool. On day 2, the top 64 Tacticians keep playing in the same elimination format until we're down to our top 16 in round 6. These 16 players will be split into 2 lobbies and play 4 games each. The top 4 point earners from each lobby, totaling 8 players, will move on to the finals. On day 3, the top 8 players will compete in a checkmate format. When a player earns 20 points, they will put the rest of the finalists in check. At the same time, other players will be gunning hard to keep champs in the making from winning. So buckle in for as few as 4 and as long as 8 games to see who ascends to the top. Once a player in check earns a first place finish, they will be named the TFT Macao Open Champion. From the finals to dev panels and show matches, and maybe even a sneak peek at what we've got planned next year, we've got so much to share with you.
So that's what you can expect if you are watching the TFT Macao Open broadcast and what our competitors will be playing through over the course of the weekend. But for all of our spectators that are here, we also have a ton for them to explore. We've got a couple of our correspondents to be able to check all of that out and give you a sneak peek of what to expect. And so, Panda, what do you have for us?
Hi everyone, I'm here at the giant Undercity Chonk, this absolute unit behind me. I invite you, I implore you to come on over, take a photo, and immortalize this weekend in the right way. But this is not the only cool thing on the venue. What's going on over on your side, Gangly?
Thank you, Panda. I'm here at the Golden Spatula Experience Zone, where all these players behind me are competing in Fight for the Golden Spatula to win a myriad of prizes all weekend long. Listen, if you like this, you're going to love what's to come. There's so much more. For now, Nekra and crew, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Panda and Gangly. We have so many more activations all around our arena as well as around Macau that we cannot wait to show you all a little bit. But let's get into the meat and potatoes of today because we get a chance to celebrate some of the absolute best players that TFT has to offer. And this field is stacked. Like, I know we say this every single event, but it genuinely gets more and more stacked every single competition that we have because that high level skill cap is getting higher and higher. So who do we have here that we get a chance to highlight?
Yeah, I mean, you saw it in the video. They talked about how we have, 65 people who've competed in the Tactician's Crowns, like 400 challengers. But I think the real big story here is the fact that we have every previous champion from all the tournaments here, all competing today all at once, all the way back from Galaxies, our original winner, Double 61, China's big streak where we had Wanmei, Lilu, and Zhenghe. And then, we have Tidal, our first two-time winner. And then all the way with our NA crew, Replay, Dish Soap, and then Malala, last year's Vegas Winter Open. So, it's pretty crazy. And like I said, stacked competition. We'll see if any of them can come out on top.
For Malala as well, what a story for him. After winning the Vegas Open, he ended up having the most legendary set run out of any TFT player to date. Ended up winning a couple of the regional tournaments in North America, and then ended up end capping that season by winning the Tactician's Crown for Remix Rumble. And so can any player actually top that success? Can they have their miracle run start here?
I mean, it's pretty hard to top, honestly. He won basically everything that set, it felt like. So, you kind of have to do that and then find some other way to one-up him. But he's also going to have a chance to defend his title. He hasn't been dominating in the last couple sets like he did, in that Remix Rumble set. So it's going to be exciting to see how he performs. But we also have some of the most popular streamers and influencers from all around the world. Some of the best players here as well, of course. We have people from NA like Soju, like Disguised Tosu's come in, the Offline TV crew. Boxbox is here, who obviously does the Boxbox Bootcamp, which is super fun. One of the coolest TFT community activities that there is out there. And we also have players from around the world like Sean's, like Solo Gasong, as well as Godlike, who you may know from League of Legends.
If we have to talk about a hometown hero, it's going to be Godlike. He's the biggest streamer for TFT and the most important figure for bringing new players into the game because he played with Uzi in Season 3 as a runner-up against Faker. So he's really a huge influential figure, and we have the pleasure of watching him for our first 3 games on the main stage.
I love how many players have been able to continue their love of Riot Games in so many different titles, and now we get a chance to see so many different players across multiple different esports come here and have such a unique tournament experience. Very few people can say that they've been able to play TFT in a LAN environment, and this venue is wild.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Like I said, the fact that normally when you're playing TFT, you're playing at home, you're comfortable, you're sitting in your chair, you're having a good time. But here, we saw this last year at the Vegas Open, like, all of a sudden, you're in an environment you're not used to. You've got people behind you who might be yelling at you, like, oh, go, or yelling for the other person near you. That can really distract you. And so we're going to have to see if players who maybe struggled with this last year have adapted this time. And then the other big thing is the different region. Last year, we were at Vegas. So anyone from China, for example, had to travel. This time, China's got the home field advantage, whereas a lot of our NA and EU players, they're the ones that had to travel. So we'll see if that makes a difference.
Absolutely. And I mean, you said it. Some players were really distracted by people talking behind them, but other players were able to feed off the energy of the crowd, get really excited. I felt like Ashamu did that so well at TiVo last year. He was getting so pumped up during his games, loving the excitement. And we had some of these players who were virtual unknowns, like Ashamu, like Humbug, coming up. They weren't expected finalists. They made it all the way to that final lobby. And I think we're going to have more of that this year, too.
I just want to see the zero ping environment here. There's going to be so many speed demons like Ice and YBY1 that just won the Boxbox tournament, coming in and showing their legendary roll downs for all of us to learn.
So much to look forward to for the weekend. We've got the spectators, all of the players getting ready to go. And so let's get ready for our first couple of games on the stage at the TFT Macao Open.
And
let's count it down. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
Welcome to the TFT Open, hosted here in the beautiful city of Macau.
中国与葡萄牙的文化碰撞，让澳门变得活力四射。现代的奢华和传统的经典水乳交融，孕育出了令人惊叹的建筑和饕餮美食。
512 competitors, pro and amateur, have gathered from across the globe in hopes of lifting the tactician's belt, ranging all the way from content creators to established global champions.
在活动开始之前，就让我们来认识几位种子选手。
And we figured what better way to do so than over some delicious local cuisine. Let's go.
Go.
I headed to Henry's Galley to join two of the world's best players, Malala and Double 61.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Welcome to my restaurant. The restaurant is Portuguese food.
Hailing from North America, Malala is the reigning grand champion, having claimed victory at the inaugural TFT Open last year in Vegas. Double 61 is the GOAT of EMEA, with 2 European championships, a global championship, and the record for the most EU finals appearances to his name.
Look good?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to be back on land. We don't get too many of those in NA. So definitely excited to be back and to defend my title. Honestly, on the last day, I wasn't actually performing too well. Even at the last moments, I didn't think I was gonna win until I saw my Annie kill Humbug's entire board. It was sort of always a dream of mine to be able to win an esports tournament, and to be able to do that at the first TFT LAN ever was just a completely surreal experience and a dream come true.
Double. General feeling about coming all the way here and being able to play in a destination like this one?
Yeah, it's my first time in Asia as well. I love Macau. I'm really excited to play with all the crowd. I think Chinese players are really scary. And, I'm really excited to compete against them. Of course, I'm looking to take my revenge from Milala.
You guys want to order some dessert?
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right. Thank you. Looks delicious.
Is that all for you?
Do you want to split?
Nice flex, buddy. Okay, we got the message.
澳门公开赛创造了一个可以让所有玩家挑战世界顶尖选手的机会。你这拿的是什么？
招财猫。
今年的第6届金铲铲之战公开赛中斩获亚军的潜力新星小天，也加入了其中。那像金铲铲社群的选手们是怎么样互相帮助提高战力的呢？
我们平时也有组个自己的群，然后在里面交流心得。
因为之前你在金铲铲的公开赛当中，距离冠军也是只有一步之遥了，所以在这一次的澳门公开赛，自己会有怎样的一个期待吗？
就做好每一步吧，尽量不犯输，能走到哪里就走到哪里。我是希望认识更多的高手，然后我们共同进步。
就祝你好运啦
！OK， 谢谢。
全球云顶高手都汇聚澳门。哎，你平时吃这个吗？
吃挺多的蛋挞。
我们可以要一份蛋挞吗？幻灭作为本土云顶传奇选手，2021年为中国赛区拿到了首座全球总决赛冠军奖杯。
看着比较有实力啊。
他当然也会剑指冠军。而且上一次我们在拉斯维加斯的公开赛其实没有取得一个很好的成绩的。那这一次我们的云顶之弈的澳门公开赛是在家门口举办嘛，所以你自己会有怎样的一个预期呢？
首先期望就是先打进最后一天的决赛圈嘛。这一次我们澳门公开赛毕竟是本土作战，中国选手非常多嘛，还是比较有希望成功本土夺冠的，所以希望把冠军留在中国。
祝你们好运！你可以开心一点。顶尖高手齐聚澳门，赛果瞬息万变。
And that's what makes an open an open. Now let's get it started.
欢迎来到英雄联盟云顶之弈澳门公开赛。Welcome to TFT Macao Open. Welcome everyone. 512位选手远道而来，但最终只有1人能捧起属于他的意式金腰带。512 players travel all the way here, but only one can walk away with the champion. 虽然来时路各不相同，但是你们每一个人都在追逐属于自己的梦。You have all walked from different paths, but you are all pushing for your own dream. 现在聚光灯属于你们，请把握这一刻。Now the spotlight is yours. Please claim the moment. 医师们准备好了吗 ？Tacticians, are you ready? 现在澳门公开赛正式开始 ，and now let the battle for Macao Open begin.
What an epic way to be able to kick off the TFT Macao Open. And Julian, welcome. So excited to have you back, one of the game designers for TFT. And we got a chance to talk to you at the end of the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown to talk us through the set. So how have you been enjoying the reception of people playing your set?
I think it's been fantastic. I think players have loved it. I've been so happy with how the Anomaly landed. I think the traits turned out really well. I think the first patch, great balance for our first patch. Really excited for the patch the players are going to be playing on this time around, especially the 6 cost. It's going to be great. Super excited.
Yeah, I feel like that's the big thing to talk about, right? Is we have the 6 cost. We know players' initial read. We know Viktor's going to be really, really preferred. Warwick a little less so, but like have people figured out the right items for Warwick or the right situations. That's going to be really fun to see. And I think a lot of people at home are sort of waiting to see how the best of the best are going to utilize those 6 costs today. And that's going to be the big thing that like they've had, what, a day to play with? So.
I can't wait to see a 2-star 6 cost. Who's going to be the first person to be able to get that on our stage?
And it's going to be a major win condition for that late game situation. And a lot of players, at least in scrims, everyone was testing things out. They were pushing to level 10 where you get that stacked 6 cost reroll rate and you see the Mel 2s and the Viktor 2s just end the game single-handedly.
Yeah, playing 3 of them on one board can just completely cap you out.
Yeah, that being said, though, like you said, I think scrims, people are being a little greedier. It's going to be a lot tougher this time here, where people, typically in these tournaments, we just see the aggression be much higher than even ladder. And so I think that's going to tend to see a lot more player damage early. And so we'll have to see if we even see a lot of those. Like you said, I'm kind of curious when our first 2-star 6 cost will be.
I'm also curious to know how many reroll lines are now open. We had a huge shift in the meta because of the patch that came out on Wednesday. And so I'm curious to know, like, do you think there's going to be any 2-cost rerolls, or what champions do you think there'll be?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot more that have been open. Things like Tristana seem a lot more viable. We've seen some Renata builds start to be explored. And then the other big thing is artifacts. Artifacts tend to enable things a lot more than we've seen before. Nocturne in particular, if you can get him like a Fishbones and a Sniper's Focus, he shoots from like B tier to S tier. So I definitely think there are a lot of reroll lines that are options.
My favorite one is going to be like the Ziggs reroll that is popping up. 6 Dominator with 3 Black Rose. You know, Vienna, Stillness, climb the ladder with that one. And there's a lot of debate of how good Black Rose still is in that system.
Violet reroll is still competitive. That has been a dominant force in the meta, and players can just take a ton of damage because of Violet reroll early.
Yeah, Violet reroll stats are so interesting because it's such an insane top 4 rate, not an impressive win rate. But when you're looking at this tournament format and you only have 3 games, a second and a third can be insanely valuable. So definitely if you're in that spot where you can get like an early Violet 2, use that to preserve some health to find you that time for that Violet 3, that I think is a great way to maybe move on to the next heat. The other aspect here is, like, we've seen in scrims, for example, if somebody's playing Violet, you're like, okay, they test Violet, I'll test this thing. But in this tournament, how are people going to be, you know, staking their claim, like, I'm the Violet player, get out of my line? And so we'll have to see how some of that interaction takes place.
Well, we see a lot of players sometimes actually type in the lobby chat, like,
is that allowed?
Me Violet, and then mute and deafen, and then you just keep going.
Can we do that in Macau? I'm not sure. I'm actually super curious
Well,
to
I was
know.
joking around that you could just actually just tell your opponents, go around the table and just like wave the Violet flag in their face, and then you've claimed it. That's yours.
I like that strategy, actually. Just get like a piece of paper that says me Violet and wave it, and like there's nothing against the rules on that, so that would be a pretty fun strategy.
You can take no scout, no pivot.
True.
There you go, the augment.
Message.
Yeah, that's true. That augment definitely, if you've got that going and a Violet on your board, it's like, look, man, I can't pivot. It's not my fault.
Couldn't do anything about it. But we've talked about the high caps, being able to hit level 9, level 10. Got a couple of great reroll options at 1 and 2. But what about our 3-cost rerolls? I feel like I've been seeing a lot of Kog'Maw. Automata has been a very, very popular vertical trait to try to chase now.
Yeah, certainly Kog'Maw is very popular. Kog'Maw is a champion where he has a really interesting curve where in stage 2 and 3, probably one of the best champions you can get if you have items, actually kind of falls off a little later unless you've got the Automata build right now, and so that's going to be tough to play. The other one that's interesting is I think Camille and Smeech. That's a big story that last patch, those were like kind of the big S tier. Camille got a big nerf, Smeech got a little bit of a buff, but it's the kind of thing where now, because it won't be as contested, you might actually still see it succeed. And we've seen even in scrims, people have made that comp work pretty well. So will we even see that continue to dominate? So
and I just want to throw in before we go into games so I can make my predictions, but Rebels and also Emissary Corki are going to be your most seen 4-cost lines in this tournament. Players are absolutely raving about these compositions. For Corki Emissary, basically every carry has been buffed there. Vi's been buffed, Corki's been buffed, and Bessa's been buffed. It's a lot more flexible and a lot more played in CN. And with Rebel composition, well, you can just slot in any of the 5 costs. It feels great. The Rebel emblem for Viktor actually gives you 150 AP if you just slam it on that champion, because it converts the AS, the AD, all towards AP. So it's a massive win condition that we've seen from players.
Yeah, Rebel in particular, I mentioned Vi reroll kind of being like that good top 4. Rebel's another example where like it's pretty safe to play. If you have that opener with like the Vex and the Aurelia, you can get that going and just kind of cruise. And then that's the other thing, is that the emblems, right? The +1s definitely enable a lot of traits that might be on the line and might not necessarily be that strong, but all of a sudden you've got that emblem, and whether it be like a Rebel Viktor or a Rebel Warwick or even just like a Rebel Nami to give you that extra slot until you get there, definitely ups the power of that trait a little bit.
Julian, yeah, what's been your favorite comps?
If we're putting stakes in the ground, I think Twisted Fate is a sleeper champion.
Oh!
I think Twisted Fate reroll is really good right now, and I think no one is playing it.
I haven't seen it.
I think it's going to show up sometime, and it's going to dominate in a way that people are not expecting.
Can you tell us the tech?
See, I'm not as big a believer in the pure Twisted Fate. Like, I don't think we're going to see like reroll Enforcer Twisted Fate, but I do think there are parts where if you're going the Quick Striker build, and you happen to get the 3-star Twisted Fate along the way, he's a great secondary carry, actually does a surprising amount of burst, and especially if we're in one of the lobbies, like for example the Vi encounter where you've got the extra items, all of a sudden you can equip another carry. He's a great backup carry and provides that healing to keep like your Nocturne alive or your Akali alive. So definitely, I can definitely see it being played. I'm just not sure we'll see it be the star of the show.
You used to just slam the Morellos and the Shiv on the Twisted Fate. I hope we get to slam some damage items on him these days.
Yeah.
I feel like I've actually seen a couple of Twisted Fates. Maybe it's just my elo. But I do feel like I've seen a lot of Vertical Enforcer actually being picked.
Yeah, that's a comp that I was really surprised in the stats. Like, people are playing it even without the Enforcer emblem. If you have the good 4 Enforcer start, it actually seems like a legitimate path to go into these days.
Yeah, Enforcer in particular feels a lot like Conqueror, where if you have the 2-star Seb, the 2-star Maddie, and then maybe find the Loris along the way and get it early, then I think it does very well, specifically because the trait requires you to get those wanted kills, so you kind of have to be ahead. Once you get your first wanted kill, that bonus attack speed it provides allows you to kind of snowball the rest of the fight, and so that's definitely one of those traits that can get like a Mr. 100 if you've got that lead, but it's definitely not a trait you want to play from behind. Yeah. And I think that's the thing, is we'll have to see those situations. And with the skill level of the players we have here, it can be a little harder than on ladder, where you can just kind of bully everyone a little bit. So
there also is the martial law variant where you throw in the Mbessa. I don't think you need the emblem. Of course, the emblem makes it better, but I think Caitlyn carry with Mbessa cleaning up all the shots is very valuable.
The team-ups have been so much fun, and I actually want to ask you about the new team-up that you brought to Evolutions here. I think there's a Betrayal that works with the Enforcer one as well, right?
Yes, it's Maddie and Mbessa. We didn't want to change Maddie's traits. That would have been maybe a bit too weird for
too on the
patch.
nose, maybe.
But having Mbessa tell Maddie who to kill just felt so flavorful and so fun. Yeah.
It's also pretty fun because if you execute it right, it's another opportunity to hit a 4-star Maddie. So it's possible to play a comp, for example, where you use that to 4-star Maddie and then get Ultimate Hero to 4-star a different champion. And you can actually have multiple 4-stars, which is pretty rare, but kind of fun if you can pull it off.
Well, because I was going to say, there are a couple of anomalies that you can't see with picking the augment that gives you that
Another
item
anomaly.
that gives you another anomaly,
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
So what are the ones that our players will not be able to see if they pick that augment?
Yeah, so if you take other anomaly, you can't get Ultimate Hero because having an item that just makes you 4 stars a little too much.
Yep.
You can't get Calling Card. That's the one that gives you an emblem. Because it can't, an item that gives you an emblem gets really confusing. That doesn't make sense. And then the other one is, I forget the name of it, forgive me, but the one that gives you 2 items?
Dual wielding.
Dual wielding, thank you. That's the other one that, like, again, like getting an item that gives you 2 items doesn't really make sense. So those don't work there.
If you can't guess how it works, it probably doesn't exist.
That's a good point. But there are some really creative ways that people have been able to use the anomaly, and I'm so excited to see what combinations people can come up with, because even taking a look at some of our players just preparing for the tournament, they've come up with some pretty spicy things on this patch.
I think that's where the biggest edge players can find are going to come from. Those reroll plus anomaly combos I think are so spicy. A lot of times you just don't have enough reps in these situations, and when you're playing a reroll with so much gold concentrated on one unit, you have to be super picky about your anomalies. And I think Mordok and Julian, you can talk to us more about the design intent of the anomaly changes this patch that really should change the way you think about them.
Yeah, generally the thing is, a lot of people before in the last patch were looking at the anomaly as, I'm playing this comp, I want exactly this anomaly, and it's going to cost me somewhere between 10 to 30 gold on average, right? This time now, because the anomaly can repeat, you can't guarantee one specific.
No
so
forcing?
You can't force it.
130 gold.
So you need to at least have a couple in mind, right? So for example, if you're playing Violet Reroll, yeah, you still want Ultimate Hero, but maybe you think of a couple others that you're willing to get, right? Maybe you're like, oh, but I'd also take Calling Card for that family +1, or maybe I'll take Dual Wielding for some extra items.
Bully.
Take Bully for the extra damage amp. That's a great choice, right? And then when you see one of those, you have to be willing to go, okay, this is going to be, you know, the thing I need to take so that I don't end up in a situation where I'm rolling too deep and blowing my entire gold.
Yeah, everyone knows the best anomaly, but do you know the second best, the third best, and the fourth best? That is what's going to take you to the final table.
And with the 6 cost available, you need gold in Stage 5 and Stage 6. If you're burning 30 gold on the anomaly, that's a way lower chance of hitting that Viktor.
Yeah, for sure. I think the other thing to talk about, though, is the fact that we know some of the anomalies got explored, right? Sort of the obvious ones that were really good. But it's a lot of the more niche ones that people haven't really fully explored. Even before we came on the air, the 4 of us were talking about Center of the Universe and how that works in Automata.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's another example where, like, how many people are aware of that interaction, how many people are aware that works, and that is an adorable cat.
That's so cute.
Love it.
Just to talk about the Center of the Universe Automata tech, I've seen in scrims people put it on the Malzahar, and it actually extends the range to the target. And those hits with those Spirit Balls, they actually count towards your Automata activation. So it's a lot of damage instantly, and most players are just not going to know about it. I think for most compositions, what players are playing for are just those safe comps that you can slot in a lot of anomalies. But for anomaly-specific comps, that way around, not a lot of players have explored those lanes.
I don't think we'll see Hungry Crab this time around. I just don't think it's going to show up.
See, I half agree with you, because, like, forcing Hungry Crab too risky, but that anomaly in particular still has really good uses, where getting that 60% health and attack damage is actually really good on even someone like Ambessa or just an Urgot and by itself. Like, there are lines where that works really well. And again, how many people are familiar with that? That's going to be the question, I think, today.
I think we're going to see a lot of cooking.
Talking about cooking, I wanted to talk about the hunger. I think Hwanmie, he topped the ladder for CN, and he really honed in on how you want to play with anomalies. A lot of it's about stats transferring. You want to get base stats in, and then you want to use things like long distance pals. You want to do things for like Hungry Crab, or you can sacrifice a unit, or even the miniaturize that was at the start of the set, where you could take all these base stats and give it to units that have damage amp or true damage, like the Pit Fighter line that really enables you to make use of that. And Hwanmie, I want to see him cook today. He is a big Pit Fighter player, very rare in today's top ladder environment.
Yeah, for sure. Pit Fighter is definitely one of those traits that a lot of people don't realize, like just the 2-piece bonus gives you that Omni Vamp, which is really powerful to get that in. We don't see a lot of 4 and 6, but if you've got those emblems to get up to 8, that's going to be a big win condition. 8 Pit Fighter has been really, really powerful. It's definitely interesting, by the way, looking around the arena, seeing everyone's kind of like mindset as they get ready for their games. I saw some people in Team Planner setting up their comps, getting ready to go. You see some people just kind of like sleeping it off a little bit, trying to get in that mindset of like, and again, we talked about this before the show, right? This is that LAN situation that this isn't how a lot of people normally play TFT.
No. Usually I'm like at my desk, gremlin position, you know, eating some snacks and rolling it down, and now you have people that could judge you for that.
I think in this environment, teams are so important because they can actually give you immediate feedback directly after game. Of course, not in-game, but directly after they can come up to you. And a couple big teams that we've seen at the event so far, T1. You can see them with their shirts walking around. Bintam, Bobe, SCSC, a lot of high-level players. T1 has sent their entire squad. Team Liquid, of course, is here as well with the NA players, the squad they just picked up. Eagle Illusions, and I believe Greya,
Pokygom. That squad is very big, but you're absolutely right. We've had a lot of teams that got a chance to form after our first foray into the 4v4 format, and they've stuck together to be able to play the Open together.
Talking about the LAN environment, anytime a team shows up with matching uniforms, I think there's an intimidation factor to it.
Yes, for sure. The T1 logo, ooh, man, that scares me.
Yeah, last year it was the lab. I feel like the lab, all wearing their lab coats and stuff like that, was pretty cool to see. And, you know, that led to Humbug being kind of exciting with that Devil Teemo finisher that he would play. And every time we saw that, he'd make that big comeback. So that was really a lot of fun. So I kind of agree.
Yeah, the crowd was going wild for that. Every time we saw the Teemo finisher, you could hear the crowd just like cheering and being so excited we were going to get another game. That checkmate format's going to be so fun on that final day.
I'm so excited for it.
Oh, and we're just panning in on, that was Candace's husband actually playing. She asked us to root for him as long as he's not 8. She's happy.
It's a little bit of a more forgiving format. We talked about this a little bit, but being able to get top 4 is going to help you be able to move forward. So that comes with its own sort of territory of like, ooh, maybe I can take a little bit of a reprieve. Like, it's okay, I got 3rd in this game, and now just kind of sit back and relax a little bit.
That's such an improvement from the last time we had Vegas Open, because I had friends that they were like 3-3-5 and they missed the cut. This time around, it's only top 4. It's much easier to advance, much fairer for the players. It feels like your ladder experience. But I also think it means that players will play a bit safer. You don't really have to go for the Ken Baron, even though it's really strong. But, you know, it's more of a 1st or 8th thing.
Yeah, Ken Baron in particular is an interesting one because generally if you looked at it like for the wider player base on the ladder, it hasn't been performing that well. But in particular, if you have the Ken Baron augment, that seems to just give you that free entry into it, that leg up that you're always a little bit stronger. That one in particular, I think, is an opportunity where if I had to guess, anytime that augment appears, someone's going to look at that and go, this is my shot. But there's such that risk factor because there is incentive here where, like, if I grief them and they go 8th one game, like, that could knock them out because, you know, they only have 3 games of points. A single 8th is really hard to come back from.
I don't expect anyone to play Ken Baron and lose streak stage 2. At this type of event, like, someone's going to grief you on that. I think you have to go more the tournament route where you play like Fortune and actually try to win streak on stage 2 and then start your lose streak on stage 3.
I don't know. With the emblem, like, if you can pull it off, it's good enough. And especially if it's on like a game 2 or 3 where you already had a solid performance in the first game, I think that might be worth the risk to just like nail it home. So
if you get any of the Titans augments, then definitely 100%.
Well, yeah, for sure, for sure.
I've seen some players will just tech in a Rennie or a Singe to get Ken Baron 3 while they're playing Ambusher reroll and just take some free copies of Smeech along the way. You're not playing it for the deep Ken Baron. You're not going for big cash outs. Just, oh, 1-star Smeech? Great, I'll have that.
There's a very big debate in the CN forums right now. There's a tech where you actually don't even go for the full cash out. You just cash out on 200 repeatedly, and then you re-roll the Renata. Was that something you guys had in mind when you designed this trade for that to be available?
We wanted...
Oh, go ahead. No.
We wanted every cash out to have a reason to take yes. If the answer was always no. Why even give you the choice?
Yeah, obviously.
And so with the 200s, even the 100, there's one that gives you a Rennie and a Smeech. And so you could go, well, I'm at Chem Baron 3. This gets me to Chem Baron 5. Maybe I actually should take the 100 right now. And so with the 200s especially, yeah, if you're playing Renata reroll, getting that 2-star it's pretty valuable.
There's so much unexplored about this set. This is what I love about the Chem Baron. I honestly think it's the best econ trait you guys have done. It's very clear how much shimmer you're getting. Like, Fortune was a bit hard to calculate because it wasn't that obvious. So I think Chem Baron is just like, it's much more, there's a lot of micromanaging going on. If you're win streaking, you can take out the 5 and just play the 4. It's the same cash out. You can roll really hard for the Savika to go to 7. There's so many things you can do. You guys really nailed this one.
Thank you.
I'm still too scared to take it. I'm just not a lose streak player, so I'm like, I don't think that I can actually take this trait. I don't think it's going to do very well for me. But one of the, I guess, econ traits, I guess I would say, that I love to explore is Academy.
Ooh.
And that was actually a trait, I think, that got buffed a little bit in this patch, right?
Yeah, Academy, a lot of its early power is the fact that you're getting the extra item, right? You put in 3 Academy, you're up an item. You put in 4 Academy, you're up 2 items. That's a decent amount of power. The 5 and the 6 did get a buff this patch, so they'll be a bit more playable. Heimer a little weaker than before, and currently if you talk to the pros, a lot of them are saying Heimer's kind of the weakest 4 cost, but Academy is one of the places where he can be played. The other thing about Academy is that it's what items are there, right? Like, there's 3 sponsored items per game, and there's certain combinations that are a lot more favorable. For example, if you get the sponsored item Ionic Spark, and then get the augment that empowers Ionic Spark, you can make some pretty wacky builds that can counter and do a lot of damage. But if you're looking at like an IE Jeweled Gauntlet version and you don't have any gloves, all of a sudden you're a lot less excited to play the trait. So that's a really interesting trait because it forces you to not use those items that you're used to and instead play around these awkward items.
I had a game where it was the Ionic Spark augment, Ionic was sponsored, and I got Sponging. So there was just 9 Ionic Sparks on the board. Enemy backliner cast, instantly dead. Fights ended 4 seconds. Oh, that was a fun one.
That sounds so I'm a huge Sentinel and Academy player as well. I love the line so much. It's very flexible. And with the items, a huge one I'm playing a lot is Trist reroll. Sometimes you get Leona with the Warmogs item, Belt Overflow. You put 3 Warmogs on her. And right now with Academy, you get 59% extra HP and damage add for that unit. It's absolutely busted. So much fun. Don't forget also academic research is now enabled back on this patch. So you can actually handpick your items.
It's true. That augment is pretty good.
I'm excited to play a little bit more with the trait and see what other people can cook up. I think Ezreal also feels so strong to me. Maybe didn't feel as great to play around as a carry in the first patch, but I feel like he has a lot of playability now.
Rebel's good. Academy is good. Artillerist is so easy to flex with the Tristana giving attack speed. I think there's a lot of different ways to play Ezreal, but also I feel like he's going to be kind of contested in just that, well, you want to activate Rebel 7, you want to activate Academy 3. So I'm curious how much success Ezreal will get this weekend.
It's pretty cool seeing all the different people here, kind of the anticipation of waiting for the match to start. Everyone, like I said, just getting ready, pretty excited. So hoping we're starting soon, but it'll be pretty fun to see here.
I just want to throw out my biggest dark horse for the tournament is Li Tuchuan. He's been rank 1 global for most of this set, and because he plays on the CN servers, most people don't even know about him. He just won the Huya Cup. He's the cleanest player I have ever seen recently, and I think he's going to be the one to like reinvigorate the CN scene. It's been a while since they've been able to claim a title at the Tactician's Crown, and honestly, for the past set, it's the first time they hadn't had 3 players in the final lobby for a while. So I think if you're thinking about the home crowd and who they're rooting for, Li Tuchuan, big dark horse to look out for.
The Anomaly tech we've seen over the past few weeks has all come out of China too. That region really likes to explore and find the new things to make to get the edge in the Anomaly round, and so I'm really excited to see what they come up with.
What's the favorite Anomaly combination? Can you leak the tech for us?
No, not on a hot mic.
Okay.
I think you're right, though. I think we've seen a lot of incredible techs come out from China. Maybe we get a chance to see even more of that as we get ready for our first game. We see the countdown finally going to launch in, and you can see the 8 players that we will see take the stage for our very first game of the TFT Macao Open, and we've got Jinx as our encounter.
Yeah, so Jinx is going to mean we're going to get those Scuttle Crabs. That's going to be extra economy, extra resources. And so it does look like it's going to be the base Scuttle Puddle. It's not going to be Crab Rave.
But they look so fun now.
I know,
they got reskinned.
They do have their costume. But so that means that people don't have to worry about the late game. They don't have to worry about the damage. But this does mean extra items are available. So comps like Emissary, for example, where you have multiple carries in the comp, all of a sudden become a little bit better on an encounter like this because you've got those extra resources.
The biggest high roll we've seen in Scuttle Puddle is actually getting level up early on the first augment. It is so strong, and especially in this patch, when you get to level 10, you can cap out easier with 6 costs. That's been tearing things up in scrims.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at the choices here, and this is, again, right now, generally here you're trying to hit 10 gold pretty early or lots of pairs to kind of figure out what direction you're going to take as we head into the first augment. If the first augment is Prismatic, you know, a Scuttle Puddle combined with Prismatic is going to lead to some pretty crazy games. But if it's something like Silver, that actually kind of counteracts it and can make it feel more like just a normal game with a little better control of your economy.
I do want to hero build a little bit. I think Lilo is probably the highest profile player in this lobby. He's already won a Tactician's Crown, and he did it in a Pilt over Zwan set back in set 6. So I think he's going to be the one to deliver the Dynasty back to CN.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Again, looking at everyone's starts here, you're looking at the pairs they're drop, what type of orbs they're dropping. Are they getting any interesting champions here? You know, Godlike, for example, here has the Conqueror start, but Conqueror in particular, you really want that Swain so that you can hit 4 Conqueror early and start getting that loot. With the 2-piece, this might be something more like the Vi reroll, right? You might be sticking with these. You're trying to find those other family members. And again, we want to see everyone hit probably 10 gold here. Is going to hit 10. There we go. Has us pairs of Aurelias, pairs of Luxes, as we go into the augment round to see what we're going to be dealing with, and it's going to be a gold augment.
Ooh, that does mean a lot of emblems coming out here.
Oh.
And Wandering Trainer, one of the favorite ones from our CN players, insta-click.
No, I think the big thing I want to talk about here is Lilu picked the family emblem. He slammed that like instantaneously. So again, we talked about that Violet reroll. Being able to go into 4 family early is such an extra advantage.
Yeah, Uncle Draven coming in. But we have Bossa Skills also taking the Wandering Trainer. We also have Michael that actually got the Chem Baron augment.
So the Chem Baron augment in particular is really interesting here because this is not a +1 emblem, but he does have it. He hit the Rennie early. This is big. So this one, every time you pass an armory, you're going to get some health back. You know, you made the joke about like the Titan ones, but this is another alternative option where you're going to get the health back from this. And so I think the big story here will be watch stage 2. Does he get grief like you were talking about, or is he able to convert this into a streak? And it still leaves the option for the Chemtech emblem or the Chem Baron emblem later, which to spike him up even more.
And that's really fun because there are 2 Wandering Trainer players out there, which means you cannot open Fort to grief the Chem Baron player.
Lilio, by the way, doesn't actually have the 3rd family member. He's just playing the emblem here. So I'm really surprised by that snap pick without a bench ready to go for it.
I think the thing is, the jump from 3 to 4 is such a big boost that even just saying, hey, I'm signaling that this is my lane. We talked about how the dynamic here is going to be telling people to get out of your lane here. Snapping that emblem is his way of saying, the Vi's mine, stay out of the way.
SDA getting a really nice Rebel start as well, being able to have the set, and
Wow.
an Akali too.
So in particular, this augment, I really love this augment for win streaking. This is the one that gives you 2 2-star 1 costs and a 2-star 2 cost.
2-trick.
Yeah, 2-trick. Was able to get the Akali. And so the Akali with the Rebel here, you look at this board here, powers to 5 with the extra gold he has from Scuttle Puddle. Level 5 on 2-2 with this many 2-stars and Ginsu's early, which is going to be very good early. This is going to be strong here.
I love this Maddie positioning too, having all the tanks in the far left and far right so she can try to shoot the Draven. Not that it's going to matter. They're just going for that so quick.
Yeah, but you look at Lilu's board, we talked about, again, he's got the Violet, he's got the items. Again, very clearly, like, that's the direction he's going. We'll just have to see how long it takes him to get that. But the nice thing is, with Scuttle Puddle, he's got all the extra resources, so it should be pretty easy to hit.
We do have a Dominator emblem coming out on the other side, I believe for SZA as well. So that Ziggs reroll line potentially open for everyone. That's been a big debate amongst the pro community.
Yeah, we get a look here. We have Enforcer and Dominator here. Kind of an awkward combination. Those don't really work together.
Gotta pick one.
Yeah, so pick one. And this is a 4 Enforcer start, which is, we talked about, you know, during that, was decent. But without the 2-star Steb, you're kind of not really doing great here. And we've seen some other stronger boards. So I don't know that it's going to be enough to win streak. Thankfully, he gets a pretty easy fight here. Interestingly enough, on the other side, Audition, I think maybe trying to grief the Chem Baron here because it has the Hurricane augment, but isn't playing it right now.
He's category 0. Doesn't even have it on the board.
Yeah, and we're starting to see the stories here, right? We've got a couple of our win streakers playing, by the way, LTP versus SCA. They're going to fight, and sure enough, the 2 trick is going to be enough to get that win streak going up against the Academy player. So now we just down to 2 win streakers, Bosso skills, as we head into the carousel. This pretty standard carousel here. There is another Rennie.
There's also a Loris for our Enforcer player, so that's another big unit you can put in the board.
3 costs for Ezreal there. I know someone's already itemizing double Infinity Edge Ezreal, so that's probably in the sponsored items already.
For sure. I think poor Mikhail, I think, was really hoping that was a Smeech as opposed to a Rennie, because now he's going to have to hold these 2 Rennies. It's not going to, you don't get to sell it for that +3 economy, but you're also not getting that +1 Chem Baron. And so that's, I think, the board that we're really going to want to see kind of how that's going so far, because Audition is the other person that could maybe stop that loss streak.
Absolutely here. Let's take a look at... I wonder what the Lost Streaker boards are like, because if you can tell their boards, you can see if they're actually going to try and grief, or are they just like positioning for it?
Yeah, so here's our 2 win streakers here, SCA versus Bosso skills. If you look at the board strength right now, you tend to lean a little bit more towards SCA. Has the Ginsus, which is really good in the early game, has that 2-star Akali. On the other side, mostly 1-star champions, not a ton here. They're not going to end up facing, though, so SCA is going to get kind of a free win here. On the other side, the Family Draven, it is still a Violet 1. That Maddie just takes down the Draven with that sniper bonus here. So both of them continuing their win streak. And as we head into 2-6, the question will be, will they face each other, and who will keep that win streak to keep that extra gold?
And also, if Audition playing no category 5, is he going to face up against Michael? That's going to be the big one here. I think Michael already on the 4 lose streak. If he meets him, that could paint the story.
Look at how rich Audition is, though.
Yes.
50 gold. That's a lot of econ for the first stage.
Already aiming for the Twitch angle. You see 3 of the best items coming up here. The question is, do you sell if you run into Michael? These 3 units could be enough to lose to him also.
I think these 3 units lose. I don't think there's any damage on this board.
Yeah, you can even see him kind of positioning here as we head in.
Oh, he sells the Rennie.
Yeah, he did sell the Rennie, but they're not going to face each other, so it doesn't breathe.
Michael dodges. That's a huge one.
I want to point out here, it looks like Michael actually removed a Chem Baron. He's only playing 2 units here. So he didn't want to remove the grief himself. Oh, no, he's got it in, I think. It's hard to tell from this view.
Yeah, it is a little.
I think he...
But either way.
The trait's still active because he has the UI.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It looked like it. It's pretty last minute. But either way, definitely we have our win streakers and our loss streakers. Both SCA and Bosso skills didn't face each other either. So this is definitely a top-heavy and bottom-heavy lobby.
And I think it's really interesting because we have 3 players that have already slammed their Gwinsus. So usually when you think about Gwinsus Rageblade, it's automatically going to be Twitch. They might have to find some other avenues.
Kog'Maw.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
Kog'Maw's
a spicy
good.
one.
Yeah, Kog'Maw's definitely an option here. By the way, we look at this board here, and we do see that he found the Smeech. So this is for Chem Baron. The dream here is that you find an early Silco or you find that emblem to get up to 5. At that point, you're going to have a chance at maybe getting one of those big 500 cash outs. Gets a gold orb. Unfortunately, it's just gold, which is not really what he was hoping for. He's already incredibly rich here. If you look on the right side, by the way, every single player now is above 50 gold. So this is going to be a lot of resources. And now 3-1, big turn for like Lilu, who's going to be rolling down for that Violet 3. That's going to be a big turn here.
Audition actually did spend some gold as well. I saw he had like 70 in the bank and now actually has an opportunity to roll a little bit, but Lilo hits the Draven 3.
By the way, you were talking about the 0 ping roll downs. Like, that was a
so
very fast
fast
roll down. Hits the Draven, has 6 Violets, stops at 40 here, which I like. I think this is good. And so, not a bad spot here.
Does he have a second emblem?
I was going to ask the same thing.
Okay, no, never mind, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there was a gold orb, so there was a possibility that it was the case, but doesn't end up happening here. And so is going to go up against Michael, who should be an easy loss here. He is level 6, and so definitely going to get a bunch of Shimmer here, up to 180, and has that augment. So right now, as far as Chem Baron games goes, this is a really good one here as we head into the next augment.
A Godlike 5% chance Zoe. Already found it on his board.
Ooh.
Whoa, we got some spicy things going on here.
Basso Skills also did lose his win streak here, so SCA is going to be the only one win streaking as we go into our augment round. It's going to be a prismatic. This is a big deal.
Oh man, wow. Audition like insta-pick the Bruiser crest.
Yeah, so Audition we talked about definitely playing that Bruiser Twitch line. The Bruiser emblem is going to allow him to put it on Mundo. That's going to be big.
Good find here for Lilo. Radiant, you only get 5 picks, but he does get the Radiant Bloodthirster.
It's really big for Violet.
Yeah, definitely going to pump that up here. Godlike only getting the Lotus here for the extra crit. That's not going to be too big. LTP, though, does find Academy emblem. So he's got 2 Academy augments here. That's going to be really good. Mikhail, unfortunately, not getting a great augment for him, just that extra crit. It'll help later, but doesn't really help now. Jinshi going to get that Belt Overflow. I love this augment. Just 2 Warmogs that become extra powerful, really hard to deal with in the early game. And Basso Skills was the last one to lock it in here with an Enforcer emblem. Of note here, that's +2 Enforcer for him, I believe. If he can somehow get one more, that is an option to 10 Enforcer, which is the most powerful trait in the game, but he does have to find one more.
Only find one more, you can play that on 9, and that would be unbeatable.
Yes. Yeah, the fact that one of them is one on the trainer, being able to play that at 9 makes that a lot more viable of an option here. And SCA with that Zoe here, we see the Ginsu's tech. This has been something that's been debated, that Ginsu's combined with the Rebel attack speed, not a bad item on Zoe.
Oh, I love it.
That attack speed burst moving forward, so it makes it really nice coming into it. Another roll down coming in from Lilo. See if he can hit on this one.
Yeah, staying above 50 here. This is, I think, one of the tough situations here. He passed on Prismatic Ticket. Prismatic Ticket would have been a nice, like, I'm guaranteed to hit, but I wouldn't have capped out as high with being down that Radiant item. But, you know, if things don't go his way here, could, you know, end up not hitting that 3-star Violet. The nice thing is here does seem mostly uncontested, but since not a lot of other people are re-rolling, the bags are still pretty full of units, and so, you know, there is a little bit of a risk there.
Yeah, in a top 4 format especially, where he doesn't need to cap out super, super high. He just needs to survive and create tempo. I'm a little surprised by the choice.
I do think, though, a lot of other people, since they picked the like more of an offensive augment for the Prismatic, you have to do something to be able to keep up.
Yeah, for sure. And again, we're looking at these health totals here. SCA now on an 8-win streak here, so definitely very comfortable with the gold situation. Meanwhile, Mikhail now at 50 health is still going to be able. Is there a Silco on the board? There is not. So isn't going to be able to find that Silco to up him a little bit more. So we'll have to get a look to see what the Shimmer is. My guess is he's at around 250, 270 or so. But again, you've got to get to that 500 to really secure it into a first place.
I just want to point out for Godlike, he does have a duplication orb, and it is going to be Scuttle Puddle. So there's a chance we get that, you know, 2-star 6 cost.
6 cost. It's a win
like
condition.
you asked for Necra.
I'm so excited. Maybe we get 10 Enforcer. Maybe we get a 2-star 6 cost. We're going to get it all for this first game.
High roller lobby.
All right, so yeah, 270. I was pretty close here about where he's at. And again, every armory he passes is going to give him some health
there's
back.
a Silco.
He does roll for the Silco. I believe that puts him at 5 Chem Baron.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's going to help a bit. He's level 8 also, so he's got comfortable here. Just needs to make sure to not lose by too much here. But 5 Chem Baron, I believe, is 70 per loss.
Yep, 7 is 100, so yeah.
7
70,
is 100,
6 is 70. Oh, 5 is probably lower.
Yeah, it might be a little lower than that. So does have to lose about 4 more rounds before he's going to get to 500. So, okay, we look at Lilu here, by the way, did hit the 3-star Violet, rolled down, level 5, 25 gold, so probably had to go a little deeper than he'd want. But again, the fact that he has the Radiant Bloodthirster here, there are not many things that can deal with that this early in the game. And so if anything's going to snap SCA's loss streak, or win streak, it's going to be something like this, and sure enough, that's going to be the end of the win streak.
Now you see him with the Pit Fighters already in the wings. It's always really fun to see how people choose to cap out that family line. The typical thing is Pit Fighters, but now that you have Viktor, you kind of just throw Viktor in.
I think Vi also got much more powerful for this patch as well, so she's definitely an option to put in for more Pit Fighter.
You definitely don't family the Draven till the end. You kind of cut him off at some point.
Uncle Draven's gotta go.
All right, LTP now on a win streak here. SCA did lose that first round. Macao did lose a bit of health here, but then again, passed an armory, so that gave him 4 health back, put him back to 45. So right now, I'm really looking at Macao going, this is a great situation to be here. Level 8, it's just a question of will it, you know, get one of those items. Right now, of the perfected items, there's one that's like a little weaker than the others. As long as he doesn't get that one, I think he'll be in a good spot.
I do like him prepping the pair of Mundos on the bench, just so as soon as he cashes out, he can immediately pivot to a really strong board afterwards. I don't think he needs to stay at like Chem Baron 6. I think the Silco should be plenty fine with Chem Baron 4.
Yeah, I think that's an option. You do have all that bonus health from the vertical Chem Baron, and we do still have one more augment here. Macao did lose here, so 10 loss streak here, but 37 health is actually pretty healthy here.
Still 3 lives. And
yeah.
You have cash outs too to boost it.
And I'm guessing, I think he's at like 395 here, so he needs like 2 more, yeah, 380. So he needs 2 more losses here, I believe. 2 more losses to hit the 500. He's in a good spot.
And we should talk about the cash outs that everyone is going to be looking for here. The one you don't want is Unstable Chem Tank.
Correct.
That one definitely is the most iffy one. But if you're running a Silco, honestly, Voltic Saber is great. A Virulent Virus is one of the best ones that can transform the enemy units. And Shimmer Bloom is quite nice as well.
I want to comment that I think we saw another gold orb drop here. So there's a lot of gold orbs in play. As we get a look at people's items, did anybody get a spatula to make another emblem? We talk about the Enforcer player. If one of those gold orbs was a spatula, that could be really big.
I was just laughing because he skipped the Malzahar. I'm sorry, Malzahar, but this patch, you're not the king anymore.
Well, ended up actually taking one for bench, but there was an opportunity for a pair. You got the Rebel, though, in now. 7 Rebel.
By the way, Jinshi has the Belt Overflow, Garen with triple Warmogs. That is so much extra effective health for his team, which is really fun.
I'm so glad you nerfed Garen this patch. I can actually play the unit now.
And the tank items are slammed on the Vi, so he knows that even that percent health is still super valuable on just any frontliner.
Yep, for sure here. Still stuck on Zoe 1, but level 850 gold here. And again, we talk about the resources. There's just so much gold on the board here. The Silco 2 on the other side from Godlike is going to be a big win here. Macao did lose again here, 25. So 1 more loss as we go into our final augment here. It's going to be a silver. And the one thing to call out here is with how many resources in level 8 there is, there's a tiny chance of recombobulators here.
Ooh.
Oh, true. I don't think you can recombobulate into 6 costs,
No, you can't.
No. Oh.
Well, what about Pandora's Bench? Pandora's Bench as a silver is always very nice to have. You can
transform Warwick to Viktor.
More, yeah.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
Pandora's Bench is very good for that.
Okay, we really want to stay on Macao's board here for a while. He's at 435. The health is at 29. I actually think a loss doesn't get him here, and you can see he's actually starting to build his board, right? He's got the Mundo, he's got the Silco 2 here. So this is going to make him in a decent spot here.
I think you really want to roll for the Savika, because if the Savika, he finds it, it's 1 loss.
Correct. He also has a frying pan, so that could be, you know, something he could build around here. Is going to have, I love these Silco items, by the way. He understands that Dominator is going to be that much power here. Up against, hilariously enough, on the other side, a 6 Dominator board who has the jeweled gauntlet on the Silco, which I don't think is quite as optimal as the triple mana generation here. Macao is going to win here, so that puts him at 455. Now it's 20 per win, so 475. He's going to need 3 more wins to hit that 500.
He can crawl. He can get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually one of the interesting thing about Chem Baron is sometimes if you win, it actually puts you further away from your target, and you need to keep winning to kind of keep that going.
But he definitely understood that because of how many losses. Oh, and Mordekaiser too?
That's huge. Does he have the items, though?
Ooh.
Quicksilver's okay. Yeah, Quicksilver's not bad.
If you want a win streak, you can actually take a Chem Baron out. It's the same payout.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, either way, he's not getting that loss streak back up to 3 before 5.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to play that Mordekaiser. I think this is fine. Gets in 4 Dominator here. That's going to give the Silco a lot of extra power. I don't like the Shojin here, but it's fine, I guess, for now. You can move it around later.
Would you prefer it on Cassiopeia?
Probably, to be honest. But we have 8 Enforcer on the other side. Basso Skills has that 8 Enforcer. Was able to find that Caitlyn. That Caitlyn doing a lot of damage here. And Macao does take a loss here. So again, 475 now. On the other side, that is a lot of gold dropping here. It looks like procs the Omnivamp augment. So.
The gold collector as well on the Corki.
Yeah.
Able to get those really big assassinations.
All right, so here we get a good look at everyone's team comp here. Jinchi, for example, has the Corki 2, the Garen, the Ambessa. That's looking good. Godlike with his Dominator comp and the Silco. Lilu has that sort of capped Draven, that family we've talked about before. Bossa skills we know has that 8 Enforcer. SZA has that Rebel comp that we've talked about before. Did finally hit the Zoe 2. LTP with that Academy. Look how many Infinity Edges there are, by the way. What is that, like 6? 6?
Definitely sponsored.
I love the choice to put the IE on Heimer. I think that's a very intelligent play that a lot of players miss out on is, hey, well, Heimer's AP, so I can never slam Infinity Edge on him. But when it's sponsored, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think the sponsored items ask you to play in a weird situation here. Is going to roll for a bit here, finds the 2-star Aurelia, not going to change a lot.
It doesn't leave it with very much gold either for the Anomaly that's coming up in the next round.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is he's just trying to hit that Corki, trying to apply a little bit of extra pressure here.
But also did get the Heimer too, so that's also a big upgrade.
He was rolling for Jace. If you got the Jace into Anomaly, that would have been a big cash out. I think he's too far behind in tempo to actually play the reroll line, so he's like, okay, Jace is my win out.
Yeah, and here we get to see, we talked about that Violet and how hard that is to deal with. But there is a lot of damage on this Ezreal, and it's not a Violet 4 yet. So that Ezreal with that triple IE is going to crank through here. And this is kind of that power of the Academy. And every Ezreal cast is just so much damage. Lilu ends up losing this.
Big change in the patch as well for the 4s for 4-star. It is delayed, right? 3 turns to actually get the 4-star. So still might be a while for him to be able to 4-star that Violet.
It would have always been the BIS if it wasn't nerfed in some fashion, because it was a free giant size.
All right, by the way, Macao, we have to talk about Macao. 495 out of 500, 9 health. He has to win this.
I think that win against Godlike was actually suboptimal.
Yeah, so this is going to be a big risk here. Macao rolling down for hopefully something to help him here.
Ooh,
we can see them all rolling
wasted.
pretty deep. Nothing Wasted is great. This is a good one here. One of the big things about Nothing Wasted is anytime you gain that mana, it is banked. So your Silco might cast 3, 4, 5 times. Interestingly enough, he moved the Nashers from the Mordekaiser. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of it. Nashers is so good on Mordekaiser,
Silco
though.
is not in the right hex right now.
Yeah, he needs to. He'll swap back, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think this is just positioning for now. He has to win this fight, though. Macao here, if he loses this fight, will go 8th. If he wins, this is going to be a 500 Chem Baron cash out. Going to get that perfected item. And hopefully it's one for Silco. Kind of needs something like that. Here we go into a fight that will probably decide his fate here.
Ooh, you can see him.
Oh, the Violet positioning. Violet could just walk straight down.
This is kind of worst case scenario here.
You can see the reaction.
Yeah, Rennie does get a stun here, is on the Mundo. Decent amount of damage here from the Mordekaiser.
Little Mundo coming out. Can they body block enough time?
Turns around.
Oh, gets some more.
Nope, this might kill him. Nope, that's enough. He's alive. He's alive.
Ooh, the Draven.
He's alive.
No.
Look at him. He's high. He's popping off. He's popping off. I love it. I love the pop off.
What a roller coaster, though. You saw him like, oh my gosh, I can't believe the positioning might screw me.
Yep, so what's the cash out? Let's see what the item is.
And now the big cash out.
All right. No unstable chem take. No unstable.
Yeah, we'll see. He's got to press the button here.
Well, he picked it up. I think we're just waiting for our UI to update.
Yep. But once we see what that item is, should be decent here.
He's definitely not going for more Shimmer. Okay, so it's the
Piltover Hex Armor.
Yep.
Chain Blade, Saber.
Okay, yeah, that's not ideal for him, but it is still a very powerful item. It's the kind of thing where you definitely would want a stronger Rennie here. But yeah, the blade, he does put it on Silco, though. That's not bad on Silco. So it's not the best, but it is going to allow some extra damage here. And so now he's going to hopefully take these items, use them to power up here. He's got the Savika now. If he can hit the Savika 2 and move the item over, that is definitely a game ender here. So this is Chem Baron. You've hit that 500. You've got 5 Chem Baron, 4 Dominator. He's got the Mordekaiser 2 in a really good spot here. So while he hopefully is able to stabilize here, the other thing to note here is his augment, every time he hits 100 again, he can still get some health back. So
It's about who has the monster board outside.
This is a hard matchup, though. We've seen the Academy board be pretty strong here. So we'll have to see if the Chem Baron items are going to keep him alive. It would be really disappointing to lose here.
So Vika rolls Flamethrower on the Alawi. That's pretty huge.
That front line's mostly gone, but no, the damage from the Silco here is just so big.
We still haven't seen the Jace come out for LTP, so he's missing that extra damage amp. And I just want to say for Michael, how smart was that experiment emblem being built right there? Because that gave him the extra copies to body block the Violet and keep the Silco alive.
That's a 98 gold, by the way, on Basso skills he just had there. So now that we've seen the Chem Baron stabilize, it's sort of a question of we're reaching that end game point where everyone's starting to hit their board, hit their thing they've aligned on. Which one has just that small edge? And now, will we see the 6 cost? This is where the 6 cost can start to make a difference here. Looking at Basso skills board here, he's in first place, 67 health, has level 9, has all the enforcers here, is going to be really strong here. As we go back to Mikhail to see how this fight plays out. Mikhail versus Godlike, Silco versus Silco. You'd think the Chem Baron has the edge, but we'll see how it plays out.
Definitely give Michael the edge here in this one. But there's a really nice Jace positioning. You can see the Hex Core kind of keeping his units alive. And is that nothing wasted? Takes him out?
Oh no. Unfortunately, didn't hit the Chem Baron item he needed. Goes up against a 6th Dominator comp, and that's going to put him in 8th place. That is not what he was looking for. So unfortunately, Chem Baron just not really working out for him there. That's just a little unfortunate here.
I want to check the Anomaly for Godlike because that front line disappeared so quickly. It was just poof.
Yeah, 6th Dominator did a lot of work here, and you can see the frustration. He had the high of getting the cash out, only to immediately end up losing the fight, unfortunately, here. And so, yeah, Jinchi we see here with the Corki with Dragon Soul. Pretty solid augment's going to give you that magic damage here. But unfortunately, the Garen just not really providing the front line he's hoping for.
There's a chance even if he loses, he might still be in the game because of that Mel there.
Yeah, he has the Mel, but my guess is it hasn't cast the 12 times yet. So I don't know that he has the protection quite yet here. We're going to watch how this fight goes. Looking decent here. The Garen's still at full health. Corki's going to be able to provide the damage. So, oh, that Jinx spell was good. But yeah, is going to be able to win. And that's going to mean he's got more time for that Mel. Once that Mel hits 12 casts, that's going to give him that protection, that last stand that's going to allow him to live.
Oh, the Jace is finally here. Let's see if LTP can pick that one up. Still hasn't found his.
Yeah, SCA, by the way, has to not really be thrilled with where he's at right now. Had that like 8 win streak start that we talked about and is now on the edge of getting knocked out here with that Rebel comp. We talked about how Rebel's really strong, but he doesn't have like a +1 emblem. There's not really a lot of combat power in his augments. He took You're the Carry now, which isn't really doing a lot of work for him.
Yeah, I'm not a big believer in I'm the carry now and playing Rebels. I just don't really think it provides what you're looking for.
It's a full tempo option, so you can kind of have leeway when you don't find the Alawi or the Zoe. That's the big thing about the Rebel comp. You're only rolling for 2/4 costs.
By the way, you look at Audition's board, and I think the thing that's kind of gone wrong here is he took that Bruiser emblem looking for that Bruiser Mundo, but unfortunately is still on Mundo 1, so the Bruiser emblem is on the Garen right now, which is putting him in a situation where it's just not quite what he's looking for because both Michael and the other Dominator player, I believe, Lilu, took the Mundos. So
yeah, Godlike and Michael took all of them.
Yeah. Speaking of Godlike, here we saw him take out Michael. Here we go again. Just a lot of damage on the other side here. That's a Jace 2, by the way, as well. So a lot of backline damage being provided there.
What a good roll on that Jace. That's an all-natural, no lucky gloves roll.
Ooh, for sure. And yeah, the Twitch isn't able to, and that's going to be the end of Audition and SCA both getting knocked out here. So 7th and 6th there.
2 or possibly 1, depends on how it's viewed, but 1 Mel did just get popped.
Yep, we see a Mel save. Yeah, so you can see here now with Jinshi here at 1 health, the Mel has been procced. Mel now in that empowered state, going to provide 10% more damage amp. So pretty good here. Oh, Sag. Good spirits though, I like the attitude.
Still smiling here. This is one of the best setups you can play with the Corki Emissary with overflowing belts and of course with the Mbessa getting Enforcer as well. So I have a lot of high hopes for this one. I think the Anomaly is a bit on the weaker side, though.
Yeah, the Anomaly is not necessarily ideal here. Gonna be thinking about this as we see how that fight plays out. All right, Jinchi, like I said, the Mel's already been procced up against that ultimate hero Violet.
Ooh.
So
and she's 4-star now.
Yeah, the time has passed. The Corki ult is just not going to be enough, and so ultimate hero Violet with the Radiant Bloodthirster is just so hard to take down here. One more ult, maybe.
Mel
is going to get through it.
Nice.
And so Lilu does take a loss here with that Violet. And again, we talked about how even this Violet setup, very high top 4 rate, not that high of a win rate, so might be able to get outcapped here. And right now, Godlike looking like to be the favorite.
Yeah, without an artifact, you really think it more as like a top 3 composition. That would be the high roll situation for it. And Jingse is so happy. You know, he's a big JOC player, has been at LAN finals 3 times already. His entire team are named after different snakes. He's the highest class snake. He's the golden snake.
Huh, interesting. Yeah, you see the Mel, though. The Mel saved his life, made the difference, and got him that top 4. So kind of the first game we're seeing, that's the 6 cost that's going to make a big difference here.
Ooh, was that 2 item anvils that just got
Yeah,
dropped?
so since it's Scuttle Puddle, everyone's getting +2 items here. So
no Enforcer. Chill.
Yeah, by the way, Boss of Skills level 9, 75 gold here. If he can get to level 10, that's going to improve the odds of finding a 6 cost. He has the Enforcer Ambessa. That's a very large Ambessa doing a lot of damage. Caitlyn, too, going to be a very large upgrade here, but the fact he's just comfortable at 41 health here, I think next turn he goes to 10 and tries to roll down for something like a Viktor.
Does have the giant size Ambessa, and I just love Ambessa with Enforcer because you get the extra attack speed stacks, and then you double that attack speed when you go into your melee mode. So,
speaking of Viktor, it looked like Godlike had the Viktor there. Stuns for a long time here. There is a lot of damage on this Violet, but I think she's going to heal through it, and I think this is going to be a win for Lilu. Caitlyn's just not quite. Oh, it's close.
Oh. The uppercut, the infinite range uppercut.
Yeah, and Jinchi's still alive now. So we're looking at the gold, by the way. Boss of Skills is leveling to 10, just leveled to 10 here. Is going to roll, finds a Warwick.
Doesn't take it.
A Warwick should be pretty good with Enforcers, no?
Yeah,
like
but you have to move the emblem, which is going to be tough. So it takes the Rumble instead. So is in a good spot here. Level 10, that Rumble is going to provide at least Sentinel, which at the very least is that 12 armor and MR for the team, which can make a lot of difference with the effective health pools we're talking about. And so we're in our top 4 here, and a lot of this is going to come down to the matchups here. Jinchi now up against 10 Enforcer here. It's going to come down to, can Ambessa get on that Corki quickly, or is the Corki left alone? And we talk about how items, the Mel now is at 3 items here. So this Mel has the 10% damage amp, plus all these items, and there's just so much health to go through. Caitlyn ult here does get on the Mel, but doesn't finish it off here. Just not enough damage to get through so much health on the other side. Oh, with the Ambessa, okay.
Wow. I did want to point out this was actually very good positioning from Jingse because he knew that if he got the Ambessa stuck on the Garen, that would keep her in place for a very long time. She doesn't actually switch targets, but wasn't enough to work out.
Yep, so now we've got Godlike with that Dominator board, and then we've got our Enforcer board with Boss of Skills, and then finally Lilu with that family board. Yep, so we'll have to see. Oh, a little disappointment there. Goes out in 4th. Honestly, I don't think you have to be sad with that 4th, though. That was a good 4th place as we head into the fight here. 10 Enforcer. Do we get the Ghost Army?
Oh, it's only 8, by the way.
Or yeah, sorry, level 10, 8 Enforcer.
Yeah, 10 would be bonkers. I would love to see 10.
What is he missing for 10?
You'd need one more emblem, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's so many emblems.
Ambessa right into the back line?
Ambessa on the Silco.
She flies away.
Yep, she's going to dash away. But I think it's enough here. The Ambessa's just doing so much work. It's close.
I love it when that happens. The Hex Core just saves the game for you. It counts as an extra unit.
All right, and then there were 2. There is a Warwick and a Viktor on the carousel. I think Boss of Skills goes straight for that Viktor. Yeah, he's eyeing it, and no way does he give that up. So comes with a Sunfire here, but that stun's going to be nice. So now there's a Viktor on both sides. I imagine the Rumble comes out for the Viktor here. Rolls a little bit deeper here. And one thing to note here is if we somehow, gets a Caitlyn too, that's a big upgrade as well. That's huge. If we somehow go to 7-1, 7 is when a lot more 6 costs can appear. So there's an argument for, like, if you win this round, hold your gold until that 7-1.
does the rate, I believe you said it doubles, right?
It goes up pretty significantly. I don't remember if it's exactly double, but all right, 10 Enforcer versus this family reroll, Ultimate Hero, Violet with that Radiant Bloodthirster. Again, the big thing to watch here. Also, that's a Vika tune. It's not something to be underestimated.
Can we get some punch-outs? The punch-out onto Mbessa would be huge here.
Not this time.
Mbessa is like...
All right, Viktor into Viktor ult. Watching the Violet here. And that's going to be an Enforcer win. And that's going to be it, I think. I think Basso Kills takes it with a first place with Enforcer Vertical right away. Not something that we consider S tier, but takes the win and plays it really well.
He had such a good tempo start for it. 4 Enforcer at the start of Stage 2. Massive win streak to go along with it. So, you know, maybe give Enforcer a try. It's a tree that not a lot of people actually played the last patch.
Very cool to see Basso Skills back as well. Did play at the TFT Vegas Open last year. One of the top players in North America, and being able to find a big win here is a great way to kick off your day.
Absolutely, and you know, CN, a little bit sad for them. They had 5 players coming into this lobby, a former Tactician's Crown champion, but it is Basso Kills from America that does take it to the end.
All right.
Julian, what'd you think? What'd you think of your first game of the Macao Open?
The play was so good. I'm so sad about the Cambaran loss at the end. That was really tragic, but so many good close fights. I thought the positioning especially, I thought the players were so good about those micro movements and getting especially trying to target the Violet. I thought that was just the best part of the play overall from everyone.
I think we have a lot more surprises in store when we get a chance to see more games, and I really hope we get a chance to have you back on the casting desk. Is it playing out the way that you feel like it would for the patch?
I think so. I think every comp we saw was at least something we expected players to play into. No one was coming up with some weird, you know, family Vex build or anything like that.
Leak tech right there. No, I was just kidding.
We'll get some more insider knowledge at some point. But yeah, this is great. We're going to keep following this lobby, I believe, for the next couple of games. So maybe get a chance to see Michael have some redemption after that Chem Baron start.
I mean, that's the big thing here is they only have 3 games, and it is top 4 move on. So, you know, when you have that 8th place, you have to turn it around pretty quick. And the awkward thing here is, like, the fact that you have to turn it around makes you want to play something risky. Well, you just got off of a Chem Baron game. Would you ever double down on that? That'd be a pretty bold play. So
that would be the only way out, I think. I think that shows the risk of Chem Baron and why a lot of the players are not touching it, even though it's strong in ladder. But in a top 4 format, a lot of people are like, if I get a bad roll on my perfected items, like he did right there, didn't really make use of his Silco 2 all that much. It can spell a bit of disaster. It is a very high risk option.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was part of it. I think it was also just the fact that he had to roll down so deep to stabilize, and it was Scuttle Puddle, so everyone else was capped really high as well. Chem Baron in particular is one of those things I don't like seeing played in like the prismatic lobbies or the Scuttle Puddle lobbies. I think that also hurt him pretty bad.
All right, well, Julian, thank you so much for joining us. I hope we get a chance to see you a little bit later on in the tournament as well. It's been a blast to be able to see what Into the Arcane has to offer at the highest level of competition. But that's actually not the only game that you can check out here. We've got Project K and Panda standing by to talk to some of the devs.
Hey everyone, I'm in the Project K trial space with 2 very, very important people. Chengrin, executive producer for the game, and Dave Guskin, game director for the game. Right away, open question, how have the first few hours of the playtest been? What's the energy like here?
It's been awesome. We've had a ton of people come through. They're having a blast. You know, the sweaty folks are playing their 1v1s, but the social people, they're having a fantastic time, sabotaging each other, winning the games. The vibe's been great.
Yeah, I would say, especially when the content creators and press were here, they were having a ton of huge moments in social play. It was exciting to see. People are like, ooh, can I get the Volibear deck? Can I get the Viktor deck? I hear those are strong, but honestly, any deck can win, and it's really cool to see everyone so excited about it.
The meta's already developing in just a few hours. Second question is not a question, it's a request. Can you please unveil for us the Arcane limited edition box set?
You can see it's got Jinx and Vi, and boom, look at that. We got some pretty awesome cards. We have 6 of the champions from the first set. They are Arcane champions with special art from the show. And they're pretty, I don't know if you can tell exactly, they're pretty sweet foil treatments with holographic kind of treatment on it. So, yeah.
All I can say is absolutely beautiful. Chef's kiss. Thanks so much for taking the time, guys. Best of luck today.
We got a chance to actually play test Project K yesterday. What a fun experience.
Yeah, it was sick. It seems really fun. Mordog, Clement, and myself and Panda were all playing together, so it was definitely really cool to get to check it out.
Yeah, I asked the designers about it, and their preferred playstyle is actually the 2v2 competitive format, and that just adds so much to it. There's hero combinations, there's social factors into it. It
gives you someone to blame when you lose. Exactly. That's the real important part about it.
That's why I like the free-for-all as well. It's like, well, it's not my fault that I lost. I got ganged up on. It was very awesome, though. We got a chance to check out some really cool decks. Like, I played a Jinx deck. That was really fun. Had an interesting discard engine that you could play around. What'd you guys play?
I had the Glorious Evolution Viktor deck. That's kind of like a white control deck. You get a lot of weenies on the board, and then you buff them all at the same time.
Yeah, I was playing the Yasuo deck, which interestingly enough could play like Yasuo and Kayn and jump around and kind of control the bases in that way and give Kayn invulnerability, which was pretty neat.
I played Volibear. It's basically like a ramping, kind of like just like big minions, big monsters. You play a lot of dragons and stuff. It was definitely fun.
Well, if you're here as a spectator, make sure you go check out Project K and also keep an eye out for the more Project K news that could potentially be coming out in the future. We're getting a good look around in the venue hall, and all of our players getting ready for that game too.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because everyone just finished their first game. So right now you're probably seeing a lot of like the reactions, a lot of, you know, people talking to their friends and sort of like how'd that game go? And if I went 8th, how do I react to that? If I went first, am I feeling good? A lot of audiences watching each other. You can see all the uniforms there. So some of the games still going on even, so some stuff to watch here. And that's part of the fun is there's so many different games going on. It was like 32 stations, I think it is.
Yep.
So pretty fun.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I always find it interesting when people come into a tournament and they have a plan. Okay, I'm going to play this way, right? Like talking to a lot of the pros over the last couple days, a lot of the kind of favorites, so to speak, were saying because top 4 advances, they're going to play more conservative. They're going to play for this top 4 style. Maybe they're going to really focus on reroll on day 1 and these types of things. We saw, Chem Baron 500 cash out not work. That is a more like risky style. So it's going to be interesting to see for the players who didn't luck out in game number 1, who didn't have those good results, what their adjustments would be going into game number 2. Because now you have to think, if you got 8th in game number 1, is playing for 4th even enough to get you into that top 4 at that point? Now you are kind of almost locked into continually playing for a more aggressive style.
Yeah, going 8-4-4 is not going to be enough to get you through, and so yeah, you do have to play something a little more aggressive. That being said, our game was just won by Enforcer, right? Now, granted, it was +2 emblems, which will certainly up the power of that Enforcer. But I think that shows that like Boss of Skills was comfortable enough to understand that like this is a line that can still work. And right now there are a lot of options. Like if we talk, like we know the S tiers and things like that, but there's a lot of things in that A tier that can do really well.
I actually agree, and I think that for a lot of these comps that are considered, as you say, A tier, they have outs to make them like into an S tier, like hitting multiple emblems, or with some of the rerolls, like hitting the correct artifacts for certain comps can really buff it up. I've seen like Quick-Striker Nocturne reroll quickly turn into something that is unstoppable with like rapid fire, glass cannon, combos like that can be incredibly strong. So there are some interesting combos that if you know a reroll comp really, really well, it can be relatively stable, but has ways to kind of turn it into that, first place finishing beast if you know all the outs.
I think artifact combos are a huge one here. There's so many good combos that can be played there. My favorite one actually was with the Lilul composition on the Violet. If you get the Cutlass and the Trench Coat, then when Violet dies, she stays there. She does not teleport back. So you have 3 in the back line directly. That was so much fun.
I like Mordekaiser with artifacts. Maybe I'm a little out there, but put a sniper's focus on him, Azanya's. He is just farming.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's actually 2 ways to play Mordecai. Azanya's is just like, this guy's beating on you and there's nothing you can do about it. Or there's the ranged one, right? The Sniper's Focus RFC,
you can go more glass cannon,
long Mordekaiser, and he's just cranking it out because he scales so well with that attack speed.
I actually put a Fishbones on him the other day as well.
That's really good too.
He was sniping the back line. It was really fun.
And that's what I wanted to talk about is like, we have so many +1 range artifacts that you can pick from. There's 3 in the pool already between Sniper Focus, the Fishbones, and of course the rapid fire cannon that you're talking about. So whenever you have that sort of an early Nocturne on stage 1, a lot of times people will be going for that artifact choice.
It's interesting as we see, all the different players, trying to get the look on their face to see how they're going, right? Like, for example, I saw Dish Soap there smile on his face.
Yeah.
So it's like, I assume he did really well with his first game, but
I'm sure he did. I don't think Dish Soap would be smiling and walking around.
I look nonchalant.
I went 8th. It was great. I didn't hit anything.
Yeah, that was great. But we're here, so.
Dish Soap is locked in for sure. He's someone who derives his happiness from how many first place he gets.
I would agree. So.
Everybody here wants to win. Like, even though it's a fun environment to be in, you get a chance to be here with your friends, there's still the glory of being able to win the belt, being able to play on stage and just have those first place moments everyone's looking for.
Midfeed here, on the co-caster desk. I think it's really fun that they have their own setups and a lot of people watching with them as well. It's really fun for them because if they get knocked out the first round, they're still here the entire day. They will be casting the other lobbies.
Yeah, I think a big part of it also here is like, you're playing the games, but you play like 300, 500 games while you're at home. Coming here to the event is a chance to meet up with all the other players, talk to people and see things. And we saw like Pressivend and Casey Double there kind of saying hi to each other earlier or watching people play. So a lot of it is just kind of this moment for the TFT community to come together and share this sort of love of the same video game. So
Iron Bog and Gear on your screen just a little while. The Hong Kong crew, I think they're the most well-rested group of players that we've seen at the event, so I expect them to do well.
Just a quick little 30-minute bus ride over.
Nice. Yeah, so again, looks like we're just waiting for game 2 to start here, but definitely fun to see that first game. And like I said, it played out kind of how we expected at first, but the Scuttle Puddle kind of elevated everyone up and had them have a lot of itemized carries. I think that's the other thing that really helped the Enforcer comp is that you had enough items for Ambessa and Caitlyn, and I think even Maddie still had a couple items left over. There's a lot of power. It's
so important to adjust the kind of comp you're playing based on the galaxy, right? Like based on the encounter, I guess it is called now. Because like you say, like if you're playing something like Scuttle Puddle where you have all these extra items, you need to have good units to actually put those items on, right? Like you need to have multiple powerful units to be able to itemize, to be able to really kind of get a lot out of that. I think some of the emissary comps can work really well with that, where you can itemize like a Vi and a Bessa, a Corki. You have 3 carries that you can be looking towards, and it is definitely something that can pay dividends.
Another comp I haven't seen just yet, but I'm really looking for is the Form Swapper composition. It's been blowing so many different comps away, and you can play with the emissaries. If you hit a Jace on level 8, you just tech it in, and this power level on that is crazy. 4 Form Swappers, it's 40 damage amp, and also 30% damage reduction. So it's like 3 Warden combined into like 5 Rebel. It's crazy.
I've seen some really strong versions of it too with Why Not Both, right? Where people are playing, double GP, double Swain with Elise Jace, and you can have some really, really strong boards with that. So it is interesting, right? Like there's so many different lines in this set that you can play, and because I think artifacts and emblems are so strong, and sometimes for kind of like more niche comps can really kind of slingshot them into S tier, I do think it's one of the more difficult sets to know like all the different lines you should know, right? Like I just think that there's so many outs and so many different ways you can play out these games.
I think a lot of ways the players are thinking about the game is they're really putting mastery into certain platforms. For instance, they want to put all of their skill points into the emissary tree. They know the Rumble line, the Mundo line, they know like the 4 Form Swapper line, and that's what's so cool about this set. There really are those regional masteries where you can just say, I want to be the Black Rose expert. I want to be like the experiment expert. And you can just hyper-focus on those and do well.
That was me. My poor Black Rose. What happened?
It's still playable.
No, it is. But it was really fun at the beginning of the set where you could play Twitch, you could play Silco, you could play Dominators. Like there were so many opportunities for you to flex around with the Black Rose. And so I love knowing like I see a carry, I'm going to take that. And these are the Black Rose units I want to put with it.
Just everything goes to Black Rose.
Everything, yeah. Black Rose
it's so
5.
wonderful. You get a Twitch, you play Black Rose. You get a Heimerdinger, you play Black Rose. You get a Silco, Black Rose, early Malzahar.
We don't talk about that phase of TFT.
No?
This, I mean, in the current patch, though, Black Rose is still played, and we've been hearing whispers of these sort of Black Rose reroll compositions and kind of scaling down your Black Rose.
Yeah, Morgana got buffed in this patch.
Yeah, I actually lost a level 10 game to a Morgana 3 reroller with 7 Black Rose. It was like kind of shocking how much damage it was doing. Like I had 4 Emissary, a bunch of Conquerors, and like Mbessa and Vi and stuff all itemized. And the Morgana 3 was out-damaging all of my melee carries, and I was kind of just dying to the Scion afterwards. So it definitely can still work. I think a lot of these units that have been buffed aren't fully explored. I'm not saying that you should commit to a Morgana reroll, but like, hey, if you find a lot of Morganas, then maybe, these units can be kind of underrated.
Yeah, like Kog'Maw, like a couple sets ago when it was the little 1-star unit. Yeah.
We do have to talk about the Kog'Maw comp as well, because that's another one that we haven't seen yet. The Automata buffs are so huge. It's 60 resistances now, and a lot of times you're not running the Warden front line, you're just running 4 Automata, and you can tech in like even really interesting with the Quick Striker line as well, with the Nocturne and the Twisted Fate as your back line.
Yeah, it's just interesting. While you guys are talking, I'm just kind of looking at all the interesting interactions with players. Like earlier, we just saw Solo Gasong giving Dish Soap a sticker, so, which is just cool to see.
Oh my gosh, I actually got a chance to talk to Solo Gasong yesterday. He's so funny. Like, he's just a funny guy, and I would have never known that had I not been able to interact with him in person.
Yeah, he's definitely a lot of fun to interact with. I actually got to meet him for the first time all the way back, and maybe you'll remember this, in 2019 All-Stars.
Oh, nice.
Which was the event where we had like League and TFT together. Yeah. So that was where I first got to meet Solo Gasong, and then ever since then, he and I will like rib each other online, and just whatever. So.
And there's Teddy, if you guys don't know him, he's a very famous LPL caster. He also casts Premier League soccer. He's cast the NBA Finals for the Chinese broadcast as well. So he's like a superstar caster extraordinaire. Also, I think a very good League of Legends player, and obviously he's competing here, so must be pretty damn good at TFT as well.
I was gonna say.
So he does a bit of it all.
That's pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, very, very cool. Because I that's one of the things I also really like about TFT is it's such a melting pot of all these different games communities. And so, I come here, and like yesterday I was talking to Kurum, right, who plays for TL, and that's someone that I know from WoW, right? And I'm talking to, Skara and Cutie Pie, who I know from League, and I'm talking to, all these people I know from different backgrounds. I ran into Disguised Toast, who I know from Hearthstone, right? Like, and I think that's kind of one of the fun things about it is that, all these people are coming from different gaming backgrounds, and they're all kind of finding this shared joy in TFT. So as someone like me who's been around in the esports scene for a long time, it's just fun meeting all these people. Like, oh, you're here, you're here, you're here.
I also heard we have an Olympian that's
I heard
playing.
that too.
Yeah,
that
Olympic gold medalist.
Won a medal. I don't know who it is though. I'm curious.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who it is, but that's pretty good. Okay, there's a game starting there, so some people are starting to get into their games here.
Ooh.
Again, time to get that game face on, get going here. But yeah, it's
Locked
pretty cool.
in.
I love also, by the way, sometimes we see like the merch from previous events or things like that, or we see those Macau player jackets that they have that are really cool.
I'm so jealous. They look so good. They're all custom as well. So every player got one that has their name on it on the sleeve.
That's really, really cool.
That's the thing. It's like you come out here, you enter this event, you get like the custom jacket. Everyone gets the Chibi Aurelia.
Yes.
So everyone gets that for free. You get to participate in the event. Like, it's just such a cool thing to be a part of. There's a part of me that's like, I can't because, but it would be really fun to do.
Get your emotes as well,
Just gotta put on a, fake mustache, some glasses, go undercover.
Put on the Pengu costume.
Yep, there you go. Play
it's
as
Dortmog, an unknown player.
There's a challenger player today named Marat Dog.
Oh, yes, I've seen him.
Yeah. Oh, all right. I think we might be going into our second game.
Let's go.
Let's get into it.
All right. So immediately the thing to look out for is what encounter are we going to be a part of here. Bosso Skills with that 8 points here, and then Mikhail looking to make that comeback here.
Oh, it's empty.
The Piltover streets are
it's
empty.
the no encounter.
Yeah.
All right, so that means we have a nice stable game. As a player, this is like the least fun one, but in a competitive environment, this is going to be your there's no excuses here. This is a fair game of TFT.
Well, it depends on the augments, actually. What if it's a triple prismatic?
Yeah, I was about to say, you can still throw some curveballs here, but...
I actually love prismatic. I just think it's the most fun by far.
Me
Especially
too.
first prismatic. First augment prismatic is so fun. But, yeah, I mean, usually when you talk to the competitive players, they want, like, all gold augments. They want no encounter. They want it to be stable and secure.
I wonder if Michael locked his shop.
He did not, it looks like.
Okay,
Buys
but
the
still
powder.
gets the powders.
Yeah, so he's got a family start here, and he has a sword, so he could be the one trying to play that Violet reroll. We'll have to see some of the other boards here, but this is definitely one of those, like, it's an okay start. Normally you want the Draven and the Darius as well to kind of have you that extra power. Otherwise, 3 family's not going to do a lot early.
And I don't know how you feel, but like coming from his spot where he went 8th last game, I'm not going family unless I have like a giga high roll family start. Like if I hit like 3 2-stars, if I hit family +1 and those type of things, then maybe from there I would do it. But otherwise, I think it's so risky because family very often peters out in like a 4th, 5th unless you really kind of high roll it.
Yeah, I think that can be kind of one of the weaknesses here, is especially if you're nervous and you just got an 8th. You might, find yourself going
of items,
indexing too early because you found that early Violet. So.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, you have to really think about like, okay, how am I going to get, because he's probably going to need like top 2, maybe 3rd at worst. You have to think about like what comps are going to win that without over-indexing too much into playing away from just what you're given.
Yeah, for the averages is like 13, like you need to get a 4.5 ADP, so it's 2
Singed.
3s. Oh. I'll give him a Singed 2 already.
I'm surprised he didn't take the Singed here, actually. He had the Bloodthirster and half an Archangel.
2 Singed in shop.
Yeah, I don't... I mean, he can't see the shop, but the Singed definitely felt like it would have been a really good pick there. We're going to see some of the silver augments here. Lilu getting branching out here. We'll have to see which emblem he got. That's going to be one of the powerful ones here. Godlike getting Silver Spoon. That's going to allow him to quickly go to level 5.
LTP got Caretaker's Ally, I think,
yeah,
right?
so we'll have to see which champion he got out of that as well. So a couple of silvers here that do establish some early direction here.
So Sentinel spat.
Okay. It's definitely not an amazing one here, but like Sentinel's not going to be bad. It's going to allow your front line to be pretty good early.
You know what I have been seeing a lot of people play with Sentinel spat recently is the Renata reroll. Because you can kind of more easily go like 4 Visionary, 6 Sentinel and stuff when you have the spat. And that can actually be pretty powerful. So it'd be interesting to see if he's even interested in that line, but that is something I've been seeing more people play. If they either hit Visionary or Sentinel spat, then they can go towards that.
I think you can still play Sentinel Heimer too. Like, maybe not as strong of like the 4 cost, but I think you could still do it with the vertical, right?
I love the Sentinel line. Sentinel units are typically uncontested. You can really mix and match with any of the Academy or like the Legendary units. So
I think the big thing with the Sentinel emblem is it just really can be played in so many different things. Like Rebel's another example where it's just like going to allow you to hit 4 Sentinel, which is so for a silver augment to just sort of be like, hey, 15 armor and MR for your team. That's not the worst.
And for whoever you're slapping it on, you're getting that more, right?
Yep.
So, it definitely can beef up some of the frontliners, help you out early on. But it's not one of those ones that is like, oh, I hit this, I feel like I'm guaranteed towards the top or feel like I'm in an incredible position, at least for me.
Yep. So SZA here, by the way, we know playing the Violet, has locked in the Titans, has the Draven. So we know there's at least one player. We still have to go back and look at Mikhail's board here, but could be more contested than it was last game.
I think Michael sold everything. Like, I actually think he took out the family pieces.
Yeah, he took
and
7 damage round
to
1, so likely.
Play something else.
I think that's actually the correct choice, especially if it's going to be contested. Like, again, he needs top 2s or he's screwed. So, playing a contested family, it's a low chance that you're going to get top 2.
Yeah, would agree with that here.
Ouch. He must have played 2 level 5 players or something because he took a lot of damage in 2 rounds. He's already down 13 HP in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, pretty rough here. On the other side of the coin, Bosso skills, coming off that first place here, already on a bit of a win streak here, so that's going to feel pretty good. If he can turn it into, 100 health at 2-7, that'll be a nice start coming off that first.
Michael definitely ran into Godlike. He took 9 damage from units, so it's probably the Silver Spoon player.
Yeah,
contributing to that.
Speaking of which, this is going to be a matchup that's going to hurt a little bit here. Has the Maddie 2, so and the Even Shroud here, so has the Shred. This Maddie's ults are going to do a lot of damage here. Violet 1, not really going to stay alive very long here. And sure enough, there's that Maddie ult doing some big damage. And Godlike going to be doing pretty well there.
Already going for the Corki Emissary line. We see the Tristanas being lined up there. Also has the Econ Augment to start off, so should expect him to land there.
All right, so it looks like Bosso Skills actually has the same sort of start, that Draven start. So again, definitely a contested line right now.
Could go vertical Conquerors, though.
Yeah, so we get a look at our boards, by the way, here. LTP has that Automata going. Audition has the Quick Strikers.
So does Audition, though.
Yeah, well, I think he's more Quick Strikers because he's got the Akali, whereas LTP's got that Tristana. The thing to note, though, is LTP, we see the Nocturne 2. I'm wondering if the Nocturne was the thing from his Caretakers.
I think so.
So that might give him a Nocturne 3, which means be on the lookout for a possible artifact later if you can get that to really elevate that. Because Nocturne without an artifact, kind of mid.
Yeah, well, and his items were not good at all. He had like a cloak rod and a tier.
Yeah.
And then he has a Sunfire Slammed on his Nocturne just to have something. You know, it's obviously a strong early item, but you know, it can be weird. Like, you know, if you hit Caretakers and then you don't have the correct items for it, you're not getting that much power from it early on. So I wonder if he just tries to use the early Nocturne to try to push levels and move into more something else, because his items were much more for AP line.
I think Audition was the one with the AP lines. So Audition's the one that's definitely going to get forced off, and then the Nocturne Caretakers actually had the had the Hodge.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking of the other one then.
Yeah, you can actually see on like the left side has the IE and the Hodge, and the right side has a Spark and a Sunfire.
So Audition's like, oh no, I didn't get to use my Nocturne 2 on stage 2. That kind of feels bad.
That's like the meme of you know, the Nocturne versus the Nocturne you're afraid of.
The Nocturne everyone tells you
not to worry about.
Yeah. I'm really interested about the Patience is a Virtue player. That's not an augment that I personally have played around a lot, but I really want to see, like, ask Mortdog, like, how you see that. What's the optimal way to play around that?
Yeah, so generally if you can get a strong enough board like this, you know, or you just want to play Lost Streak, gather up a bunch of extra rerolls, and if you think about it as like gold value, it's giving you essentially 2 gold or 4 gold value a turn.
Yeah.
That if you can do that, which is really good for a silver, and then spike on a turn that you're looking to spike for, because as long as you do all your roll downs on one turn, you're still getting a ton of value, so that can work out pretty well.
And Jingse is known as a reroll player, as a lot of JOC pros are. So I'm really curious on what reroll line he's going for, because he has the Guinsoo Slam, but if you look outside, you know, Tristana 2 right in your face.
Kog'Maw.
Oh, that's the... I keep forgetting Kog'Maw. I'm sorry. I just thought about the 2 Nocturne players, and I just like... I'm not sure about the Kog'Maw, but we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, so Bossa Skills, by the way, has 3 Conqueror in and is at 100 health. If he can find a Swain, he's got the Swain. He just needs the Rel. This is, like I said, a bunch of people have been asking, what's my favorite line?
Yeah.
If you can get 4 Conqueror early in this spot, this is how Conqueror can succeed. Not many people can deal with the Draven this early, or excuse me, the Darius. And so you can just kind of snowball that. You can use the Gangplank.
I mean, it's like we were talking. I was asking you this question yesterday, and then I went home and played a bunch of Conqueror, and it's like you get triple the stacks for 4 versus 2, right? Like, that's actually so important to be able to get towards some of those really powerful later rewards that you were talking about as well. You know, you can get up to like Artifact Imbuls and all these really big ones later on into the game.
Yeah, I think if I'm Bossa Skills in this position, I level to 6 immediately, try to find that Rel, and then just use the extra gold to like coast off of. So we'll have to see here. He did just get a gold orb as well from his augment, so he's going to spike up pretty hard here. SCA doing the roll for the Violet here. Finds the Violet 2 at least. I don't imagine we're going to get much deeper than that. Already at 30 gold here. So
he found quite a lot, to be honest. It's not that bad, but...
yeah, if you didn't hit the Violet, I don't...
Yeah,
it's kind of iffy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But at least he has 6 Darius, 6 Dravens, only has the 3 Powders, but... You're not looking that bad. Still does need 6 more Violets, though.
Well, you need to put the Powder in a 7 point to get like the true family bonus.
Yeah. Well, next round,
yeah.
he'll pop it in because he's going to be able to naturally level up to 5. But just obviously wanted to roll most of the gold at 4 for the better level 1 odds.
yeah, and see here you can see kind of the weakness of that melee Nocturne, right? Just doesn't quite output the damage to get through this, gets targeted, dies, and does end up losing that fight, which is a little rough. So... But again, Bossa Skills right now, 100 health. That's going to be big. Can he
66.
Oh, yeah.
Michael's just not having a great start to the day.
I mean, he's playing Lost Streak, but it's just, when you lose this much health, it is really tough.
Okay, LTP was able to get the Automata Emblem.
Oh,
that's going to be big for
really
Nocturne.
big.
That's going to allow for 4 early plus 6, you know. Yeah, otherwise, nothing else jumping out too much. Skill's just playing power with the item collector. I really hope he can find the rel that's going to allow him to spike up pretty hard here. But yeah, LTP now has the emblem, finds the Kog'Maw, so that's going to be 4. 4 is such a big spike because the armor value goes from 25 to 60. And that's 60 armor early is really hard for a lot of things to get through. So that can buy a lot of time.
And I do wonder if he's going to play Tempo Automata, as you can when you do have the emblem. You can go 6 and then just tech in legendaries or 6 costs and stuff like that. Or if he's just going, because he's going to get the Nocturne 3 for free anyway. So you could probably just do that and like hard level.
On the other side, by the way, I love the Sentinel Maddie positioning, where it puts it in just such a way that it gets through. But unfortunately, Kog'Maw moved and actually dodged some of the Maddie shots here. So Maddie being a 1 cost, unfortunately, can miss shots. And we see here again, we talk about that extra armor and MR. It's just so hard for a Maddie to get through without that even Shroud, without that Last Whisper.
And that's such a strong early board that he has. It's going to be really hard for, I think, most people to be able to take down.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say she did miss Caitlyn, so yeah, she can definitely miss.
Nice, nice. I understood that.
She actually hit that shot just on the wrong person.
True. The betrayal.
Yeah. Sheesh. Has a Zephyr here. Zephyr, you know, it's one of those items that doesn't show up much anymore, but when it does, it's like, uh-oh, I got to pay attention to it.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say, is the experiment. Yeah. I play a lot of Twitch. It is so annoying because you can't actually go on the Hex. But yeah, it does become an item that can catch a lot of people off guard because people are not really used to playing around it. Didn't have his Akali all the way back in the corner, so actually got the Urgot instead of the Triss, which is pretty unfortunate because Urgot was kind of in that mid-range.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at Audition's board because I feel like what we saw last game is he's really edging towards that the Twitch Twitch again, but has this Quick Striker to the point where it's like maybe you consider a Quick Striker, but it's such a rough spot here.
And he has a Spark Slam, no? Right? Like he has the Spark Sunfire, and he has a Spark Sunfire Rage Blade.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a pretty weird set of items, to be honest. And I do feel like when you slam the Sunfire early for tempo and then you're just kind of not doing that well, it always feels so bad to me.
Big hits here. The Corki is there for Godlike if he wants to go into that Artillery's line. He already has 5 Tristanas overall. But Lilo comes in and takes it away.
Yeah, when we talk about long-term things, by the way, Boss of Skills did not find a rel. So is still stuck. Like, he's still winning, so he's doing well, but that is going to slow down the potential cap of a Conqueror board.
Yeah.
So to the point where I don't know that he's going to stick with Conqueror when I look at these items now. Maybe we're actually looking at something like an Emissary or a Form Swapper version rather than the pure like Conqueror line.
Michael might actually be playing the reroll line that I was talking about. Might be playing the Renata reroll with the Sentinel +1. Or was he the one with that Sentinel +1?
He wasn't.
No, someone else. But it looks like he is maybe going to play that. He's level 5 and he was rolling on 5.
Yeah.
So I think he is trying to play that Renata reroll.
Or Morgana. Look at 5 copies of Morgana.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. It's like Visionary Sentinel, but I do think this is a comp that can win out, but it's like you kind of have to hit everything and then be able to...
I don't think you win out from this position.
No, not from this position.
I hate to say it, but this might be...
It's looking rough.
It's looking really bad
really
here.
Rough.
There is tech on this comp, but you do want to get Shimmer as well to kind of buff yourself up as you move along, and I don't think he actually hit any of the Chem Baron units either.
Yeah,
Has the Singed, but you need another one.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Yeah, this does not look like the situation you want to be in, unfortunately. We might be seeing back-to-back 8s. Boss of Skills does finally lose, by the way, so 8-win streak gets broken. And now LTP and Godlike kind of on the hot streaks right now.
Oh, wow. Jinsha has the Maddie 3.
So that's what Patience was for Maddie 3? Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, he rolled so low, too. He rolled a 10 gold to actually hit that, and he's 55 health, so it's kind of rough as well. Draven has been hit, but SCA feels like he's in a much better position. Nocturne 3 now grabbed, of course, and some pretty solid items on it as well.
I do want to point out he did roll, so I was wrong. He, did commit for the Nocturne early, and, he's going to level up from here.
Yeah, and we talked about this at the beginning of the show, right? Like, during scrims, how people were playing a little more greedy. Like, this is the opposite of greed, right? This is,
aggressive.
I'm playing aggressive, I'm hitting the Nocturne 3 early, I'm going to deal a bunch of player damage. So this is kind of what we'd normally expect from our tournament players, so...
And that is something that I think is such a difficult skill sometimes, is evaluating the pace of the lobby and adjusting your play for it, right? Because a lot of players, I think, well, I'll speak for myself, you know, you kind of have a sense of this is a good enough board for stage 3, this is a good enough board for stage 4, but you really have to be able to evaluate on the fly, especially in an aggressive lobby like this where people are rolling so low and realize, you know what, I actually maybe need to spend more gold or I'm going to bleed out. I need to, you know, kind of choose my moment a little bit earlier than perhaps I otherwise would.
Yeah, so we see the 4 Conqueror, by the way, starting to build up those rewards, about to hit 65 here.
That's
so.
a LeBlanc, by the way.
Level 7 LeBlanc. It happens.
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't know that it really helps this board in particular that much.
But it is a 5 cost.
It is a 5 cost. Can't argue that.
Sometimes they can be a bit of a bait though, right? Like if it's not that synergistic, if you're not going to move items over, it can be a little bit tough. There's still only 6 pilots.
Oof.
Oh,
wow,
ouch.
rough.
The good news is, though, is a lot of health to work with.
Yeah, and he is on a 5 win streak, so, I mean, he hit the Darius. If he can maintain his win streak, he's only 2 off Powder, he's 4 off of the Vander, and, you know, he still does need the 3 more pilots.
Michael did hit Vex 3.
Okay.
So itemized Vex 3, still needs 1 more item for it, and
So he's
1 off of
Renata, he's
and
1 off Singed.
The wild thing is level 5, 1 off Renata. So
Yeah, it is.
It is kind of going well for him, but a 10 loss streak, I don't believe in this from this spot.
It is interesting. I mean, I've talked to some players who were playing this line a fair bit, and they were saying that they liked rolling more on 5 because they felt that the Singed was a more valuable 3-star than that of a Leona, which some people play around, you know, more kind of like Leona and Renata, because they felt like it was really important to have the Singed to buff up your Visionary backline to kind of do that extra damage. So it is interesting, and we'll see if it does work out for him.
Well, the Maddie 3 does work out for Jingse right here. But I'm really interested in how he caps out the Maddie 3 composition. It's not something we see that much.
Let's find out if maybe there's like a emblem or something.
Another Anomaly is always such an interesting choice to me.
Yeah, I feel like Little Buddies is actually an option here. Passes it, though, and is probably going to go with another Anomaly. I don't imagine him taking the other 2.
I like it a lot and when you're in a good position like that and you can kind of wait it out.
So he does have bruiser items, and I think that Bad Luck Protection actually works really well with sort of the Pit Fighter lines.
Yeah, I was going to say, taking Bad Luck Protection here, I think that's an augment that a lot of people right now are pretty afraid to take. Yeah. Because it's like, it's got that drawback. You're like, is this good? Is this bad? But instead, it looks like it does hit all the emissaries. So he's going to be playing around the emissary line
and
here.
He itemized the LeBlanc and has a pair of LeBlancs now. He found another.
On level 8 LeBlanc too.
Yeah.
That'd be fun. That'd be fun.
So I want to talk about this LeBlanc itemization, by the way. You'll notice the Ginsu's here. One of the things that LeBlanc is weak with, and I use weak in quotations, is she's mono-locked for her next 3 autos after she casts her spell. And so by putting the Ginsu's on her, you get back to that state where you can cast again quicker.
Faster.
So it's been one of those itemization innovations that's taken a while to take off, but
that's cool.
Actually works out pretty well. And so if he can hit that LeBlanc too, might be an uncontested 5 cost that can pump out a lot of damage.
SEA found the powder upgrade, so everything is 3-star now. Still so much gold as well.
Yeah, this is a lot of gold here. So definitely a good spot to be in for this comp on a 7 win streak. Kind of like last game, this feels like another at least top 2 kind of situation. We'll have to see which Anomaly, but has plenty of gold to roll for the Anomaly. And so I think, like I said, we're definitely going to see a lot of these kind of comps in the top 4.
Did have to pay an augment for it. He took the heroic grab back. But it's still on tempo before Anomaly. That's good enough.
Yep, agreed here. So we get a view of the Renata comp on the other side, by the way.
LDP as well. So he took LDP. His LDP on the Singed and the Vex, which are both 3-star now. So we'll see how he's going to be able to do. It is a lot of melee units stacked up, which Vex can do quite well against, but we'll see if he's able to tuck down the Nocturne. It is going to be another win, so not too bad. And Michael is starting to string together some wins now. Maybe making his way up a little bit.
Lilu, by the way, we haven't talked about this much, but Lilu in Audition, 8 health and 14 health on 4-3. There's a chance we're down 2 players on the Anomaly? I don't think Audition dies in one fight, but...
Audition had the really weird kind of itemization setup, and he is playing now Quick Strikers.
There's 3 frying pans.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the 3 frying pans here.
You could get Visionary off of this.
Yeah.
Oh, Audition took the Caitlyn, so it's going to be able to grab that. Yeah, there are 3.
Does Michael have an open tier for it?
So it looks like Audition was going to use the Ginsus to try to play Rebel. That's the Ionic Spark was for Rebel more than anything else. Unfortunately, just is still stuck on, you know, Zoe 1 with no items. The items are still on a Nocturne and Twisted Fate here. So this might just be a pretty bad crash out, unfortunately, for Audition.
Yeah, he spent a lot of his early interest gold securing that Nocturne 2, and then just like caretaker. So unfortunately, you know, bullied out of his own line.
Not the best support item here for Jinsha.
Yeah, rough support item.
That's actually really rough.
And 6 Sentinel Maddie, not really a comp I'm a big believer in.
Yeah, I feel like you need to have some sort of secondary damage threat, right?
Yeah.
And there's just none. Like, I think Maddie 3 can work if you can tech into a secondary damage threat. You have another sniper, you have something else that is going on, or those full enforcer lines. But without anything else dealing damage, it is really tough. Well, Lilu did hit the Zoe 2 at least.
Oh, okay.
Trait
I was
Tracker.
like, yeah, I was about to say, I'm like, where did all these episodes? Lilu played Trait Tracker, struggled to get it online. Trait Tracker is such an interesting augment in that, you know, it has really bad stats if you like look at, you know, how it performs, but really good win rates. So if you can pull it off, it does well.
He's dead.
But unfortunately, this is not going to be one of those time and goes 8.
Yeah, he got it online. He hit the Zoe 2, but then he just goes right into this Tristana reroll player and dies before Anomaly, which is always so frustrating. And we'll see how heavily these players want to dig. Of course, on this patch now, you can reroll into the same anomalies. So it is a lot higher risk to dig heavily because you're not always guaranteed to hit.
I don't think Legacy of Shurima is all that great because you spend so much time casting. Oh, but he
I
still
disagree.
goes for it.
I disagree. I think this is a really good one. It's really hard to burst down the Violet in the first 10 seconds. And so then after that, the value you get from this is really good. I think this is a great heads-up play and a non-conventional pick that can work really well.
And something he had to spend no money to get, right? Like, I don't think he rolled at all. So now you're still on 54 gold. You know, you can dig, and that's one of the really interesting inflection points is when is enough, right, for an Anomaly? Because if you can spend 0 gold to get something that is pretty powerful, there is also power to be gained by not spending gold, right? By getting levels, by getting more champions in. And sometimes people dig and spend 40 gold or even more to dig for the perfect one. And it's like, well, now you're down 40 gold. That's like a prismatic.
Yep.
And he's the most, he's the richest person in the lobby too, to your point, Azael.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, look at how much gold he got to save.
You can
now
just
he
push
can level.
levels.
Yeah.
You can just push levels at that point because you already have all of your 3 stars. You can push levels, you know, maybe get to one of those really high level spots where you can try to cap out.
All right, we talked about Rebel being really good here, but Audition is in a position where if this Maddie ult goes right in the right spot, that is the end of the Zoe. So that positioning with the Maddie doing its job here.
But does he even win?
I think so. I think there's now not enough damage on the Rebel board.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that probably might be the end of Audition. So we're going to have 2 players dead before we get to the final BBE round here. And that's pretty top-heavy lobby, but the heads-up positioning here just killing that Zoe.
Yeah, felt really bad for Noah Lowy too.
Oh,
he's in good spirits at least.
yes, I like the good spirits.
This is 2 bottom 4s in a row, though.
Yeah.
So that's very unfortunate. Definitely need a first place in the next lobby to have a chance.
He is an APAC player, but is one of our challenger players. We don't really have a record for him in the Tacticians Cup, so I think expectations weren't really as high.
Where did Lelia finish in first game?
Top 2.
Okay, that's what I thought. So, but now he's a little bit in the danger zone,
Wide
right?
open.
Like, you go 8th, that does make it really, really tough. We can see SCA now at level 8, rolling here, looking to kind of upgrade the board a little bit. Does
The
find
best
an
thing is just Viktor here.
Yeah, but I mean it's 0.2% chance.
Yeah, I think
rolling for Viktor is troll. Like if that's what you're looking for,
exactly.
you're wasting your gold.
I'm just saying the best thing is.
Yeah, of course, but I mean, to me, it's like if your only upgrade that you're looking for is Viktor, then you should stay above 50 and push levels,
you should.
right? So I think he was probably just looking for like Vi 2 or Ambessa 2 or something like that, just kind of beef up the board.
Yep. On the other side, we have that Tristana reroll comp. Yeah, the Tristana reroll looking like in a really good spot. So
the artillerist emblem as well.
Was buffed this patch, 45%, and this is a very high stacking Tristana. I'm really curious about the anomalies and how many stacks that Trist has.
Yeah, I mean, Trist 3, when you get it online, that ult just executes units like every single time. You know, so it can be difficult, especially if you aren't really high level and don't have just kind of these junk units just gonna like eat ults from the Trist, because it eats through tanks super fast even.
Yeah, and the big thing is he's got 4 artillerists, so that's a lot of extra power. That got a small buff this patch. Has the even shroud.
Guarantee is huge.
Yeah, has the even shroud, so that's going to do a lot of damage here. Is going to change his items around. Takes off the Ginsu's here. I like this play. Ginsu's is really, really good early game to build at the stacks, but late game you kind of need as much damage as possible here. So getting the extra crit and the AD from the Last Whisper here, I like the itemization.
Wow, and it's ultimate hero on the Singed. Okay, I'm not really familiar with that line, but it's very interesting to see.
You can see that Morgana is at least in position to potentially block Maddie ults, you know, if they do go through to try to keep that Vex alive. So Maddie ult won't necessarily just get an insta-kill on the Vex. We'll see. And is going to be able to stay alive. Michael has hit a lot of these 3 stars, you know, does have the 3-star Renata, does have the 3-star Vex, has the 4-star Singed, and is climbing the table, you know, doing pretty well. I do think that comp is low-key quite strong. Like, I have lost to that comp with boards that I thought would stomp it. Like, the amount of shielding coming out from the Renata can be so surprising.
It's interesting you mentioned that comp, but like, there's actually a bunch of different variations of it too, right? Like we've seen like the Sentinel Renata line, but this seems to be a little less that and more just like Renata and Vex and Singed reroll, which is another version. So it's pretty interesting to see.
Yeah.
And that's going to allow Michael to stay alive. You know, getting the 8th place in that first game actually has a chance to claw back into a top 4, and things are much more open now.
I mean, Bosso Skills has a pretty strong board, but he did go to 0 on 8, so, you know, going to be hard for him if he starts losing, but we'll see if Mbessa can get in the back line. As looking like they're running out of steam and is going to be able to take him down. And if he can start building up that economy again, you know, there's not really much more to roll for at 8, so Bosso Skills just needs to try to push levels now, rebuild the economy.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting here. Definitely the Violet player looking like the strongest, but the Automata player in a really good spot here. If they can find a Malzahar, not a lot of emblems that help these boards in particular. Our Rebel player already got knocked out. Not much Black Rose. We haven't. This lobby in particular has not been leaning Black Rose, which has been another interesting development. So Bosso Skills unfortunately kind of stuck with a second even shroud, which is not ideal.
Last Whisper as well, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah,
so he's got a lot of
the armor is very shredded. It's the most shredded.
Exactly.
Michael actually picking up the Rebel spat though gets 3 Rebel.
Yeah, 3 Rebel's a nice little boost. Not gonna, you know, change too much here, but goes level 9, finds the Cog. Really looking for the Malzahar here. If you can find the Malzahar, that's gonna be a big boost. Finds a Blitzcrank, that's a little extra. But unfortunately here with the Nocturne, this is about the time where Nocturne's gonna really fall off without being backlined, so
yeah, Michael actually has 5 Rebel now with that Rebel spat, and it is a Vex carry, so, you know, definitely not useless. Is playing that LDP and getting some pretty good value from that. You can see it's difficult so far, I feel like, for the Mbessa to get through, but I think Mbessa probably has enough to finish this off. Yeah, you have so many threats.
Yeah, the damage was way too fast coming out from Bosso kills right there, so I don't even think the Singe got the durability on himself, so.
How do you guys feel about solo frontline in this set?
So it works really well in the early game. You can get through it with like stage 2, you know, 3 and 2 through 4. But by late game, you look at a board like Bosso Skills where there's just so much damage and so many carries, or even like this board, right, where you have the Renata and the Vex. That's just a lot of damage. Not many of the solo tanks can really hold up at that point.
I mean, positioning just gets a little bit weird for him, though, because he's trying to play LDP with his Singe. You don't want to have the Singe, like, way far on the side, and he does it. So I think that is kind of partially why he has it solo frontline. You can get the mana, like, instantaneously to buff up one of your carries. So I think it kind of makes sense here, but it's pretty awkward positioning.
He also wants to maximize his value on the Renata, so he's keeping everyone in the trajectory of that projectile. But this time the Singe at least is doing much better against Trist.
Yeah, the Trist unfortunately has to go 1 at a time, and the shields can block a lot of the damage here. Does get through there, but again, not quite enough. And so that's going to be a loss here. Everyone's still alive, though, as we head into the Dragon round. And we're starting to see those 6 cost odds get to the point where someone might hit one soon.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can hit just something like a Viktor that's super easy to tech in, it really makes the difference in these late game situations. I mean, a board-wide stun is just insanely powerful.
Yeah, there it is.
There's LeBlanc too on 8.
All right, LeBlanc 2 here, really big here. And again, already talked
and he
about
got
the
Viktor.
itemization.
Oh my god, he got Viktor and LeBlanc too, yeah.
Woo.
Basso Skills now is in a really good spot. I mean, he was already on win streak. He doesn't need to roll at all. You just push levels, I feel like.
Another first for Basso Skills incoming?
I think it's looking that way, yeah.
It's looking very promising here.
Wow, he's just on a roll then.
LTP really needs this Malzahar. Does finally find it here. That's going to be 6. That's going to be a lot of extra armor and MR.
Goes up to 130. Lets his backline tank a lot. Should be looking for Kog'Maw items.
Probably goes, goes the Warmogs. That makes sense. You need to buy some time. Your front line is a little weak, and the effective health from the armor and MR from Automata is really good. So, all right, here we go. Singed and Renata versus 6 Automata.
I mean, this is so important for Michael, like getting that that 8th in the first game. He really needs every placement he can possibly get
already.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Nocturne is just shredding the back line.
Woo!
That's a problem about solo tanks against these melee compositions. Yeah.
Yep. And that's going to be Michael going down. So likely going to be finishing in 5th, I believe.
Yeah.
And that is, I think, pretty much guaranteeing he's going to be out in the first round.
8th and 5th is pretty hard to come back from.
The average is like 13 or 14, so if he goes first place next one.
Maybe, yeah.
He still has a chance, but
rough.
very, very slim.
On the other side of the coin, Basso Skills did lose his fight, by the way.
Wow, okay.
So SCA, you know, kind of looking like the favorite right now. And again, that Violet comp kind of being the big thing to beat right now.
But Basso Skills is on 50 gold, right? You know, everyone else kind of has spent. I mean, SCA is down to 2, so Basso Skills still has room to grow, you know, can push towards 9 here in a round or 2, and we'll see if he can win this round.
This is Shimi Nami, just, you know, tanking for a second, keeping Violet from walking down.
I think a big thing, by the way, is you look at Basso Skills' Anomaly buff, Titanic Strikes, not really that great, especially against something like this, because you have to, you know, you're trying to get that AoE damage. You don't necessarily have it. Does win the fight, though, thankfully, so...
I kind of liked his positioning there. Like, you know, you talked about the Nami. He just needs to buy time for these carries and for the Viktor stun to go off, right? So he had kind of all his carries back in the corner. He's just putting something up there to delay any sort of wrap, to buy time for that Viktor stun to go off. When the Viktor stun goes off, you have 3 fully itemized carries all hitting these units, and you know Violet's not life-stealing at all during that time, so it becomes very difficult for her to be able to sustain, even with the additional HP and attack speed that would have procced from the Anomaly at that point.
What's really cool about this is you can actually float his Corki away as well. We saw the Violet kind of wrap the back line and, you know, like Viktor stopping him.
Yeah, this is such a fun comp, by the way. It's like LeBlanc is not something you would expect to see in this comp, but he kind of played around what he hit, itemized it really well, and like this is kind of that like flexible play we talk about, right? Where it's like, this is just the carry I hit. So.
Oh, is that a Warwick? I think I saw a Warwick there on the other side for
I definitely
LTP.
see. Is that? I think that's.
Wait, Boston?
I have no idea.
Wait. Someone has a Warwick. I swear I saw a Warwick.
Okay, we'll get a look when we see these boards.
There's a Warwick now. There's a Warwick there.
And there's another one.
Oh, and there's a Mel. So there's a
Mel
Warwick
and
a
Warwick
Mel.
on LTP. Okay, so LTP, by the way, has Automata Mel. So
that is such a game winner.
That's a really big, powerful combo. Basso Skills has the Viktor.
LTP has Warwick too.
He also has a Warwick. You're right. He's managed to hit 2 of them. But in particular, the Mel, the interaction with the bullets, procs that really, really well. Also
so
finds a
silly.
Viktor. So he's found all 3 here now.
Oh my god.
Legendary Automata.
Must be nice.
Yeah. This is the big boogeyman of the PBE patch that we were talking about. Too much armor, great synergy with your 6 costs, and honestly that front line's tankier than Sentinel front line.
Yeah, he sold the Warwick, which I actually agree with here. I think the big thing is the Mel here. The Mel with the Automata is really good here. And at this point, Nocturne is basically just a tank.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's not actually a carry despite these items. You're using the armor and MR here. I want to watch that Mel fight in particular on the left side.
I really like the Mel positioning. A lot of people are putting her in the 2nd row so she can shield nearby enemies, which is typically your front line, your allies.
Yeah, you can see like every time she casts, it's proccing Automata twice.
Wow.
Which is decent damage here. Unfortunately, gets stunned, is able to dash out and does some extra damage, and that is going to be the end here. So Mel definitely buying some placements here with that use of the Automata emblem.
Now we've got 2. Basso Skills and LTP.
Basso Skills went 9 and spent all his gold, so we'll have to see, you know, what he was able to get with that. But Bossos is guaranteeing himself another top 2 at the very least. So in an incredible spot, all pretty much guaranteeing that he's going to be moving on.
Yeah, for sure here. That's going to feel really good. The last game, you can kind of just relax, do whatever you need to do here. LTP on the win streak here. The Corki, unfortunately, really struggling against that Automata, that extra power here, and that Mel. Like I said, every time, watch the Mel cast and watch the little discs around her and how much power she gets from that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so many hits, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, already getting all stacked up, but he's getting through the backline. The counter Viktor stun actually coming out at the perfect moment, but Bosso Skills punching through back-to-back first.
No, Mel saved him.
Of course, yeah.
Mel saved.
I always forget about that.
But the thing about LTP's comp is it doesn't have concentrated damage to actually get through that Garen and Abessa front line right now, so it's allowing Basso Skills to just push through.
I mean, he has so many powerful carries. It's that I do think is the strength of this style of comp, is that there's so many units to itemize. When you get to the really late game and you're just overflowing with items, there's always more people to put them on.
Yep.
Azael, I think you just saw into the future. You're like, it's inevitable.
I mean, the big thing here, too, by the way...
I just never put Mel on my board, I'm going to be honest.
I never see her, so...
Mel does get the plus 10% damage now that that's procced, but I don't think that's going to make a big difference here since a lot of the damage is from Automata here, so... And like you said, yeah, it just generally didn't look close. This is an example where it's like you have the Viktor and the Mel, but you kind of need more frontline. I'm not actually sure that Viktor would be the play here as opposed to something else that just buys you some extra time.
He needs a backline sneak. He's trying to aim for it on the weak side. If you get 4 Quick Striker and you kill a unit, you get the shield again, you get to run towards the opponent. I think that's the only way he gets out of it.
I mean, he picked the right side here, so he did the best he could.
Is it enough?
Oh, everything just looks like it's exploding.
No way.
Viktor stun into a dead Mel, and that is going to do it back-to-back first for Bosso Skills. This time for real.
You guys were just on stream delay. I was watching you.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah.
Cool story from him. Bosso Skills is someone that Froden and Bryce was hyping up as top 20 in North America all time. Never went to a Tactician's Crown, but now he finally proves why he deserves that ranking here.
I don't think he has had a big major tournament win either, just not being able to have those chances at the Tactician's Crown, but already opening himself up to being able to move forward to that next heat.
So this is way too presumptuous, but listening to the way you guys are describing Bosso Skills sounds a lot like how we talked about Malala a year ago. It was like, didn't really have any big tournament wins, kind of being hyped up by NA.
Yeah.
So, maybe, but again, it's like, it's been 2 games. I'm not trying to say he's going to win the whole thing.
Bosso Skills the greatest TFT player of all time.
Could be.
To be fair, there's a very long list of players I like from Gangly, so.
Yeah, true.
Pokegom, gotta add Pokegom into the mix, but no,
all the Tri-State players.
Yeah, I was going to say, literally anyone who plays TFT in the Tri-State is on Gangly's top 20 list.
I do think that Bosso Skills actually played one of Gangly's coveted Tactician's Crowns. So, hey, maybe there's something to be said there.
Yeah, that was a fun game, and like I said, we start to see the impact of 6 costs, right? It's not like they're winning the game, but it's like they can buy you an extra placement or 2, right? Like LTP probably was looking like maybe 3rd or 4th, found the Mel, was able to move the items over and turn that into a 2nd, right? And like that feels about what the 6 costs do, is they can nudge your end game a bit. They don't really save you from an 8th place or anything like that. And then even the Victors, it's like, yeah, you throw in the Viktor, but it's not really changing the core of the fight. The core of the game was like Corki, LeBlanc, the 4 Emissary. That's really the thing that was dominating Bosso Skills board.
No, I mean, I definitely agree, but I do think, if you hit some of those 6 costs and your opponents don't, then I think it can swing things more, right? Because in this case, they both had them.
Yep.
So it's like, it's not really going to change the course of it enough. Because I do think, Viktor in the late game, there's just so much value in the AoE stun.
Oh, for sure.
If you are playing even similarly, kind of powerful boards, one has Viktor, one does not, the Viktor player is almost always going to win, it feels like. Because in late game, CC is just king.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the power here. We saw the Maddie reroll, by the way. That's a line, again, I don't really believe in. That's kind of an interesting choice here to bring out, but definitely poor Michael tried to, turn it around here with the Renata. Was in a really good spot here, but just kind of crashed and burned at 5th.
Yeah.
So little disappointing here. That Nocturne, though, that's the thing that really hurt. When that Nocturne got around and just messed around with the Vex and the Renata, skipping the Singed completely, that is exactly what you don't want, and that's kind of a disappointing end. And you can even see the reaction, like it's just, definitely the despair to, know that you're basically out at that point, and like,
oh no,
like that's kind of it.
I mean, that's kind of the tough part about competition, right? You spend so much time preparing for these moments, and you have a bad game or two, and that can be that, right? It can be you looking forward to an event all year long, and that is why it can be so heartbreaking, but it's also why it can be so exciting when it is going well, right? It's kind of two sides of the same coin.
Michael is one of the best players in Latin America, though. Very cool to be able to see him take the big stage here. Somebody that we've been watching for a very long time in the Americas region, just continuing to get better and better. So I'm excited to see where he can go. This is certainly not the last of Michael we're going to be able to see in TFT competitive.
And I mean, I don't know if he's mathematically eliminated, because if he gets a first,
I think he has a chance.
Right?
Yeah, it's technically possible, but very unlikely.
It's very unlikely.
Even if he gets the first, it's very unlikely.
We got 5th, so we got 4 points and then 1 point, right?
Yeah,
so
it'd be
5,
13.
so he'd get 13.
It'd be really tough.
So really unlikely.
Only first,
and then hoping some other things happen.
Yeah.
You kind of want Bosso Skills to go second at that point to make sure there's less points for everybody else.
Yeah, exactly.
Or first again.
Well, no,
I guess because he needs it first. Oh, you're right. Never mind.
No, 2 people get first. We're just going to share. It's fine.
What if you tie? That's not
Ooh.
possible, but.
Wonder how his games have been going.
Yeah, he was telling me
calm.
he's going dead last yesterday. So his level of confidence, not that high. But, he definitely plays a lot of TFT. There's Dish Soap. This is one of my favorite streamers to learn from. When I want to learn a new set, especially if I've been busy with League or something else and I haven't played for a bit, I come back, I watch Dish Soap if I want to learn. Because I just think he is such a flexible player, and especially for the style that I like to play, which is often pushing levels and being able to play around flex, around level 8, play around 4-cost flex. I think he's one of, if not the best players in the world at playing that 4-cost flex style. He plays so many different creative lines and is really good at scrapping together boards that I just wouldn't think of. And to me, that's one of the most fun styles to watch in TFT, is when it's when you're rolling down, for me, I have a couple different boards that I might be looking for, but sometimes I'll watch him do a roll down. He doesn't hit any of the boards I was thinking of, and he still manages to have a good board. And I was like, how did you do that?
That's a cool thing about Dissoap, is that he is so mechanically focused. There's a lot of small things he looks to optimize that a lot of times, even when his roll downs are bad, you can still float on that and get into a better placement. I just want to check out which comps are not on TFT Academy from him.
Yeah.
The ones that
I
totally
use that website all the time. But yeah, we've got Wei-Jin Iverson here, another one of our top players from the Americas. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, he's also been beasting it this set. When I was looking on ladder, he was super high. He was rank 1 at one point, I believe, when I looked, and has been doing really, really well. One of the people that was picking up this set incredibly fast. Another super flexible player.
And he is one of the players that we look at in North America as one of the big 4, alongside Dish Soap, one of the players that has the highest AVP across his tournament runs and maintains that consistently throughout a competitive set.
What's scary to me is that he's not doing this full time just yet, which is makes me think that NA has a star in the future banked up.
He's still at school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, get your priorities straight. Drop out. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I was going to say, do not do that.
Stay in school.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, because again, we have 32 games going on, so all we've seen really so far is R1 lobby. We're going to have to get a good look of all the stories of who did well.
Mark's going to go home and watch every game that was played today.
All 500.
Just like a command center. You're going to have 100 monitors up at once.
Sleep? Yeah.
Constantly spinning in a circle, absorbing all information.
Oh, yeah, you should have seen it, Station 18 on 4-2, Game 2.
Woo! Too much information. Oh, game's going on here.
It will. I imagine, though, unironically, it would be interesting for you after the tournament to go and at least see all the data for the comp data and everything. Do you kind of ever do a little bit of even if just informally predictions on what you think a tournament meta would be like, and kind of compare where you think it's going to be to where it ends up?
Yeah, for sure. So one of the ways you're going to actually, learn about your understanding of the game and the craft and things like that is to do exactly what you're describing, right? It's sort of hey, here's how we predict this is going to play out. and then here's how it actually played out. For example, I'll call ourselves out. We thought, for example, before the set launched, that Camille, we knew Camille was going to be strong at 2-star.
Yeah.
We're like, Camille's going to be an amazing opener. People are going to play her well. But we actually thought she might struggle a bit at 3-star. We were very wrong, right? It was like we underestimated the impact of
Other
5
players
ambusher.
struggled against her at 3-star.
Correct.
There was a struggle, though.
Yes. And so, you know, we kind of underestimated the impact of ambusher. And so it's like, cool, that's a learning we can take away is like, don't forget that when you give, you know, somebody with a low mana cost, a high amount of DR, that they can just spam that spell repeatedly, that high amount of healing. It effectively becomes an effective health battery, and you've got to monitor that and pay attention to that. That's something we need to be much more cognitive of in the future. You know?
I did want to ask you about the adaptive damage because I feel like that was such a cool new addition to TFT. First time we've seen it, and it means you only have to have Ionic Spark on Echo. You don't even need to build for the armor penetration anymore. So have you guys thought about that? Is there more adaptive damage coming?
So it was less about actually like trying to bring the adaptive mechanic into the game, and it was more about that's just Camille, the way she works in League. That's kind of like thematic to her. So
Q3 is Cho'Gath ult, as we say in League of Legends.
Well, we have more gameplay coming, and we got a chance to preview some of our top North American players that are playing around the arena, but we also have some of our big content creators, and Panda has an interview with Disguised Toast.
Hello everyone, I'm here with the one and only Disguised Toast, card game super fan. You had your chance to try out Project K. How was your first playtest?
It was a lot of fun. It was very chaotic. We played free-for-all with 4 players, so a lot of banter, insults were hurled, and unfortunately, I was not able to take the win.
Did you already solve the meta? What was your favorite deck? What are your ideas around maybe what to play in the future?
I played Volibear, which is a ramp deck, which I feel like in all card games, anytime you can ramp, people will hate you because you're cheating. Like you're breaking the system. So I think Volibear is going to be the deck to watch out for.
You want to try out anything new in the future? Any different decks?
The Yasuo deck seemed the most complicated. Scar was playing it, and let me tell you, he did not know what he was doing. But it seemed cool because you jump around the battlefield, and I would like to see someone experienced play it.
I wonder if that's a Scar issue or a Yasuo deck issue, but
it's a little bit. I think just like Yasuo in League of Legends, it's a very feast or famine kind of card.
Thanks so much, Toast. Best of luck in your games.
Thank you very much.
Very cool to see Disguised Toast checking out Project K. Again, one of the activations that we have here around, and really fun game. Really, really fun game.
Free-for-all was so messy. You know, we were telling players to do our own biddings, but I think it's the competitive format is what I'm really excited to see when like game play's a lot tighter.
Yeah. See, you're just saying chaotic, but what he's not telling you is that he attacked my base when it was one of the stronger ones. He could have attacked too weak.
I attacked because your battlefield gave synergy to my Viktor.
Yeah,
that's
see,
true. That's true.
See, and this is sort of the fun, though. It's that social, like, why are you attacking me, bro? What are you doing?
That's what everyone was asking.
I had Roger, Riot Prism, actually making shady dealings behind my back.
Nice.
And so all of my bases also got destroyed.
That sounds like Roger.
No, it's cool seeing Toast here because he's involved in so many esports scenes now. Like, you know, I first started watching Toast as a big-time Hearthstone fan when he was a Hearthstone streamer. You know, came into the scene. I think a lot of the modern Toast fans maybe don't even know the origins of him coming on with like the Toast mask that he used to wear at tournaments and stuff. He was like this masked competitor. Very, very entertaining streamer, and of course he's involved in League now as well. His team is going to be in LCS, now LTA coming up for next year. He's heavily involved in Hearthstone. He's sponsoring other games. It's really cool.
It would be interesting to know how many people know where his name comes from.
Yeah.
You know, like, because he's gotten so much bigger than those days, but like the fact that that name comes from, you know, the sound clip, like it'd be interesting to see.
Disguised Toast also sponsoring so many TFT players from the last Open to be able to come here.
They were picking up every time their players got knocked out, he'd go sponsor another one.
The sponsor Hunger Games. I remember Broccoli being up there as well. That was the one he was like, okay, you're the star here. So I guess he doesn't have a great relation with Kevin Parker.
Oh man, you can see the mindset. It's like game 3. Some of these players are like happy, like Boss of Skills just like, whatever, it's fine. Some of the players kind of struggling because they're down on those points. So, and we'll have to see which top 4 players emerge to move on to the next heat.
I mean, it's a lot of pressure, right? You know, all the preparation that you put into an event like this and trying to make all the correct decisions can be difficult enough in a tough situation when you're at home and you're just playing for fun. But when you are playing in a tournament and you have potentially one game to keep yourself alive in this tournament, it is very stressful. I think it's a lot more difficult to make the right choice, to kind of stay calm and play towards your win conditions can be that much more difficult.
Yeah.
And a brand new patch.
Yeah, at least if you're going to only get to play 3 games, getting to play them on the stage
That is very
pretty
cool.
cool. That's a pretty cool experience.
Alternatively, if you play off stage, you can really make the story whatever you want. You know? I mean, these guys, everyone hit a 6 cost on stage 4.
I
There was
can't
nothing
believe
I
it.
could do.
I got more dogs.
I got
Hello.
completely screwed. I played perfectly, by the way.
Yeah, of course. And it's the balance's fault. That's
Exactly,
why
yeah.
it didn't win that one.
But you can't get away with that if you're on main stage.
Everyone's
So
doing
really,
there's trade-offs. is what
There's
you're saying.
trade-offs, exactly.
Oh, Hoope Song in the corner here.
I see that. He's locked in.
Hoope Song actually is a very good competitor who actually was in the top 3rd last time at Vegas Open. And of course the highest elo caster we have on the desk for the most part.
Yeah, it's always just fun seeing these events, like everyone walking around and the competitors, you know, as people get knocked out, will go support their friends and their teammates. Something that was really fun about Vegas to me was all of the members of the lab that showed up, and they had that kind of like team uniform of the lab coats. Everyone was walking around with that, so very easily identifiable. And they would kind of just go around and cheer on whichever member of their team was still playing. So it's fun kind of seeing those old school like LAN vibes. It reminds me a lot of like MLGs and DreamHacks and all that kind of community feeling, which is so fun about esports.
At that event last year, they actually gave me one of those lab coats,
Oh, yeah?
and they'd all signed it. So I've got
That's
that
sick.
hanging up in my closet at home.
That's really
cool. It's pretty cool.
It's going to be worth a lot when Ashramu comes back from retirement. He's already came back like 2 times already.
True.
It's the thing with TFT players. Oh, Basso Skills looking so calm on this one. Like, he's pretty much locked in.
He can go 8 and he's still through.
Yeah, 17 points.
So he is definitely feeling good.
The ones that are more in the middle of the pack, I would say Godlike and Lee Luo, because we obviously saw Lee Luo just, you know, I think 7th and 8th.
2nd and 8th.
Yeah. So those two are the ones that are, you know, really fighting for the lives, but not all the way. They can get a top 3, and would be pretty much confirmed through.
Let's get into it. 3rd game of this lobby, going to decide which players get a chance to move on to our next round of competition. And once again, we get a chance to look at the encounter. It is Jace.
That's going to be everyone gets an artifact anvil. So this is going to open up a lot of new lines, right? We talked about Nocturne before being kind of one of the premier ones where if you can get an artifact for this. Camille's another one that jumps back. Violet in particular goes up in power even more if you can get like the trench coat, for example. So a lot of different angles here people can play for.
Dogma as well. Like there's so many different lines.
Yeah, I really think artifacts go well when you have concentrated power on the board. So I expect this lobby tempo to be very fast, lots of rerolls.
When do you like popping your anvil?
So there's been a pretty big debate on this as far as like, do you pop it early to give you direction, or do you wait for your augment to know your direction? Generally what I've seen is that most players tend to do it after the augment. They do the augment first, that gives them their core direction, then the artifact go from there. That can, you know, give them the most information possible, since that artifact can be almost more impactful than the augment itself.
This is always really interesting. Like, you get a Smeech out of an orb. Anytime I get a Smeech or a Rennie, I am looking immediately, like, can I play 2-1 Chem Baron?
Yep.
You know, it can be riskier playing that style when it is like an artifact anvil start, because people are going to have additional power and, you know, you're just playing for lose streak. But it is always something to keep open, and he decides, you know what, not going to actually go for it. This is pre-augment. So Mogul's Mail, Mana Stain Seekers, and Gold Collector. This is interesting. I mean, Mogul's Mail and Gold Collector, you can play, you know, kind of some of those like AD lines, and sometimes people, especially if you get Mogul's Mail and you get an early 2-star frontliner, you can print a lot of gold from that thing.
Yeah, I like the Mana Stain Morgana here. Could be good.
Yeah, Mana Stain for 2-star Morgana early is really, really strong.
Goes Gold Collector.
It definitely opens up the most compositions. You have the Twitch, you have the Corki, I think, Tristana as well.
Ooh, you get Mace's Will. as well.
Get
It's
some
just
extra
so
crit.
much crit.
Yeah.
That's really good with the Collector as well.
The big thing we'll be talking about with each player as we look at their board is where are their points, and if we assume 14 is what it takes to move on to these like safe. So for example, Jinchi here, kind of needs a third or higher.
Yep.
So third or higher, you're gonna have to be playing something strong. So in that regard, I probably don't take built different. you know.
Well, look, Michael actually I think took Starry Night.
Oh, that's a
Right?
good reroll one.
Yeah.
The more interesting one, so that one's actually really solid. It plays really good to reroll. What you can do is go to like level 7 and 8 and then reroll. That's a portable forge, by the way.
Or portable forge. Get another one.
The bigger one to me here is SCA took Warpath.
Oh, interesting.
That's a really interesting one where if you can, win streak early, you can do a lot of player damage and get a lot of bonuses.
That one I think is really strong if you already have like a bunch of 2-stars when it's given as option, but otherwise I'm too scared to take it.
Yeah.
Oh, Violet with Gold Collector and Trench Coat. But the Draven already just got 2 gold off the Gold Collector in the first round.
I was going to say, Trench Coat's just more chances to proc gold, so thank you for that. So that's going to be a nice boost.
3 collectors already across the board, so this is going to be very heavily AD contested.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I like this setup here. Is this Bossa Skills we're looking at, I believe, here? Has the... I
think it's LTP.
Hulk Crusher.
Okay. Yeah, LTP has the really strong front line here. That's going to be really hard for anyone to get through this early.
Yeah.
That's just so much health. The Bloodthirster.
This is Bosso.
So, yeah, we're looking at Bosso Skills board here. So I like this setup a lot. Recognizing the fact that you have the 2-star here, I feel like this might be another 100 at 2-6 kind of setup here.
He started both games with 8 win streaks. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, like he's just bullying the lobby with some really strong early game power.
And I do like that he's indexing a lot into these Enforcer lines, because a lot of times when you see Enforcer units, you don't necessarily even click them.
Sniper's Focus. Sniper's Focus and Visage is the option. So Sniper's Focus definitely opens a lot of opportunity for some really strong Nocturne builds. You can play it towards Nocturne. It does allow you to build kind of like more glass cannony too. Like, I'm not actually that big fan of Hodge on Nocturne, but obviously, trying to play for tempo, trying to slam items. But when I've played Rapid Fire and Sniper's Focus Nocturne lines, you can just go like IE and GS and like really just like items that light is slam the front line because you're not having to sustain through the damage.
Yeah, for sure. And I've talked about this before with a few people, is like range Nocturne is good. That is definitely true. But I feel like for him to really elevate to S tier, you need the fish bones, because otherwise even this Nocturne still kind of gets stuck on frontline. So that's kind of the big difference here. That being said, there could be another artifact later.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
And Hodge is great on Akali if he is doing like just like quick striker reroll anyway.
Could you also put the Sniper's Focus though on a Kog'Maw?
You can put it on Kog'Maw and it's okay. The problem is he already gets that damage amp from Sniper usually, so it ends up kind of being as wasted.
What? Silco here already. Wow.
One that does work well with it is actually Malzahar, because the dot will jump to the back line and then you're so far away that you're getting a big damage from that. That can be okay.
Cool.
But yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? This front line is just so hard to get through that I do think Bosso Skills is just going to win streak through the stage.
Yeah, I mean, he also even picked up a Silco.
Okay, we get a look at the Silvermere Dawn, by the way. That's been really good on, Violet, Camille.
Yep.
I think right now, though, the big thing is we're looking at all these different boards, and a lot of them could be good on Violets. How many people are leaning towards it, and how contested is it?
3. I see 3 right now.
Yeah.
Godlike, SCA, and Jinsha also all have the family and just pit fighter stuff.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they actually commit to full re-rolling for it, or if they're just going to use the 2-stars early on to try to push towards more like 4-cost carries and things like that. Because when it's this contested, it is so risky to actually be rolling for it.
I expect most of the collector players to move into the
That's
emissary Corki line.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the nice things about playing Emissary is you can play it from so many different angles. Like, you just slam basically any AD items. You can be slamming AD items that are going to work, on Ambessa or Vi or whatever. You can slam the AD items that are going to be working on Corki, and you just kind of play what you hit.
It's Smeeching time. I love that combo. I'm not sure that it's going to be super powerful, but it's the execute plus the gold. It's kind of fun.
He swapped over to Chemtech as well, so he is going to play at least some Chemtech here. It is 2-5, so it's, a little bit later, and he's on a win streak, but I guess he's thinking, hey, like, maybe I can just get, like, a small cash out or something like that.
The nice thing about Smeech with these items this early is even if you don't necessarily win the round, he's going to jump to somebody who's itemless and get you a kill or two. So he's very good at health preservation. That alone is at least decent. He was able to kill that. So yeah, lose by 1 here. So perfect loss if you wanted to go Chem Baron.
But it's a little bit interesting, right? Because, like, I don't know that his board actually even got weaker, but he did swap out on a win streak to Chem Baron. So,
yeah,
you know, is just on that 1 loss. I've heard that we were actually talking about this before, Clement, where you were saying you were seeing more people play to win on stage 2 with Chem Baron and then play to lose on stage 3, which maybe you want to talk a little bit about why you thought that was working.
Oh, just because you want to preserve your HP and lose streak when you have more Chem Barons in actually on your board. So we've been seeing Li Tuchuan do this a lot. It's the way you play in CN. But of course in this patch with augments and everything and with it easier to hit, a lot more loss streaks are coming out.
Yeah, so I like that approach of the thought here. If you want to math nerd a little bit, basically you're trading health for Shimmer.
Yeah.
And so if you're only running 3 Chem Baron, the health that you're trading math-wise is like, oh, 8 health for 30.
Yeah.
But then in stage 3, if you can get to like 5, well, you're actually getting, you know, 50 Shimmer for 12 health. And so like the health to Shimmer conversion rate actually goes in your favor, which is a really cool way to think about it.
It is. I think the risky part about, to me though, always feels like then you're kind of betting on hitting both those 3 costs, right?
Yes.
And so it's like if you have 3 early and you don't hit those 3 costs and you've won on stage 2, then all of a sudden it's very hard to actually get towards those high stack cash outs that you want. So
right, but then if you have that information, at least you already preserved your health, and
true.
then it's like, cool, I'll just pivot into something else, you know? So
another very big reason is in tournament settings, people grief you on stage 2. So it's much less efficient to do the full open.
Yeah, Bossa skills might, like, again, a little early to say 1-1-1, but like starting off on a win streak is just as comfortable as he is. Feels real good for him.
So Jincha is rolling very heavily, so he's fully committed to this family line. Did roll before Krugs even, so really trying to beat people to the punch, you know, rolling a little bit earlier. Instead of rolling, you know, after the Krugs on next round, which is more standard, he wanted to roll down before a lot of these things were taken out of the pool. So he is 3 off Violet. He is 4 off the Draven. Looks like he doesn't have a Darius on board yet, so he is still 6 off Darius. So has a way to go, but picked up quite a few 1 costs.
Yeah. Now to be clear on this patch, the 1 cost bag size is 30.
Yeah.
There's 30 copies, so you know there's still a lot of copies in there. You know,
he's rolling all the way down. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, yeah. Like you said, the fact he's rolling all the way to 0 here, I'm curious, what was his point total at before? Because if he needs to hit early, that could be part of it.
Top 3.
I feel like when you roll 0 and you don't hit, if you lose this round, you're cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you're absolutely cooked. You have no economy. You need your win streak. At least in the games I play. if I roll this heavy, it's FF if you lose this round. And I think he's probably going to lose this round.
It goes up against level 6 Bossa kills. Ooh.
The one thing he has going for him is he does have a lot of collectors. He could get economy back if, for example, like let's say his next augment is the 2 duplicators, right? He can just hit it right then, move on, and be okay.
Oh, it's so close. Oh, he's going to lose. Damn, that hurts.
Woo.
That really hurts. It's like, yeah, and I get your point. In theory, you can work your way back up, but like,
it's hard. It's
better
hard.
hit now.
I would certainly not bet on it.
No,
you know,
no.
like it's just,
I mean, usually people like the kind of more common thought process. I mean, you can make some money, but it's like invested doesn't really do much for you when you're already broke. And Tiniest Titan doesn't really help. I don't know. This is tough because it's like a prismatic ticket is no because you've already rolled all your gold.
Yeah.
So he's just going to go Tiniest Titan. But Tiniest Titan with this comp, now I don't even know how you play for a top 3. I feel like with no combat augment as a prismatic.
Yeah, it definitely took the risk to roll it down here. If anything, though, he's kind of messing everyone else up.
Ooh, Starry Night Akali.
Oh. I said it read 6 costs Akali. I was like, what? What is that?
It's Starry Night.
Starry Night into it, yep.
Got confused for a second.
Turns into a Victor. That's why the augment's so good.
It does finally find his Violet 3.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he hit it is, like, okay here, but this, I think this is going to be a great experience. I'm with Azael here. I think it's not happening, right? Like, this is not a good spot.
Also, I'm a negative Nancy. I always feel like I'm gonna, like, in a spot like this, I'm like, nah, I'm cooked.
But, I mean, I think we'll get a learning here, right?
Yeah,
we'll learn that, like, no, it's actually not bad, or no, he's just destroyed.
I'm also a little surprised he's not just, like, slamming items, right? Like, just, like, at this point, you know, you have no items on your Draven. Like, you could just slam a GS or something. Because it does feel like, I don't know, at least for me, I would be feeling like I'm in desperation hours.
When we get to the carousel, we can also see what the other Violet players did, because like clearly he committed to it and he stayed it. But like here's another player here, and we can see, looks like he has about 4 or 6 of them. Looks like 4.
4, that's horrible.
You know, so like, what's he gonna do with that?
Not much.
So.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because that Michael needs to play for a first, right? So who are all the other players? So Lilo on a 7 lost streak now.
Found an Mbessa? But like,
yeah, it's not
no
really
no
items.
You're just playing it for emissary at this point, really.
Yeah, I think he wants to go for the Heimer later on.
So,
yeah.
Okay, I have to poke it. We're playing it for emissary.
Oh, true.
We're on a 7 loss streak. We've killed no one.
Yeah,
It's giving nothing. I don't even think that's right yet.
I don't even know why he's playing it then. That's what I was immediately thinking.
Yeah. So we see Godlike on the other side with, like 4 Violets here. Went Artifactory here, and now has Ludens and Fishbones. Really interesting combination of items here. I think Artifactory has been one we've seen just have an enormous potential if you get like the right artifacts, but that's such a weird combination, and the units he's playing, I don't know that that's a great spot.
Artifactory is really tough. Like, it is so high risk, high reward. Sometimes you luck out and you get exactly what you want, but we were talking about this as well. Like, I've played that line a lot with Artifactory, and sometimes you also just get doubles or triples of the same item, and they can be unique, and you can't actually, fully itemize one of your units. So.
Okay. Bosso Skills, by the way, in first place, 100 health, took Prismatic Pipeline. He's down a Prismatic for another few rounds, but that means he's going to spike up really hard. This is definitely a really good spot for him to be in. Also, he managed to hit a Vi early, so he's got his artifact on the Vi. That Vi is going to be really good. Looking around, though, there's still too many, I think, Violet 2s out there. Godlike and SCA both playing that. That's looking really rough here. So, yeah.
7 Violets. There are 30 in the pool, so you can hit them a lot easier. The final copies, much easier to find.
Than they were before, for sure. But it still gets hard, right, when the pool gets thin.
Yep.
And especially as it's like, if you don't hit early, I don't know exactly what the math is, but it always feels much harder as people start selling off their 1 cost that they were holding early.
Yep.
There's more and more 1 cost in the pool that you don't want, and the ones that you do want are getting taken out. So
well, and not to mention the power of reroll comps is that like you're ahead of the tempo, right? So if you're hitting too late, then what tempo did you really buy?
I also want to mention he was playing Warpath with only 8 stacks of Conqueror. That doesn't sound very healthy.
Yeah, that's
a delayed Warpath.
Late game Warpath.
The path is very long. He's walking along it.
Big journey.
Maybe walking home on that Warpath.
Yeah, so you can see here, by the way, the Vi buffs playing out really well here in Bossa Skills. It's interesting, again, playing Enforcer. Just he's sort of going, hey, if no one else is going to play this, I'll take it and enjoy these free wins. So
we had 2 Coronation players as well, so there's going to be a lot of big comps.
Yeah, Coronation is such a fun augment because you get that +1 trait, which it always feels good. But then the fact that the crown gives so many good stats, it actually becomes like a really cool item. It's kind of fun.
I think that was Audition who's on the 6 loss streak. He's pretty healthy, and he has 5 Chembear. He found Silco as well as all the other ones at 7. So he's level 7, naturaled 5 Chembaron on a 6 streak. That was one of the player that I was talking about. Well, he got it in on 2-5, I think. And I was thinking, okay, I don't know if he's going to be able to get a big cash out. If you natural him that fast, you're definitely going to get a fat cash out.
Yeah.
And he's pretty healthy. He's still 60.
And he needs the points, too. So that was a great play from him. Instant transition into it.
Yeah, we'll have to peek at Audition's board here soon and see how many stacks he's at. How close
he
he
was
is.
at 250, I think, or so. And he has 5 Chembaron and 60 health.
Okay.
He just took a 10 HP loss. So at 5, you get what? Is it 70 stacks, I want to say?
Not that much. 6 is 70.
60?
7 is 100.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, SCA was another Violet player, so we do have 2 Violet 3s in the lobby already.
Okay. Who was the odd man out? Because there was 3, right?
Yeah, there was a 3rd player who didn't hit. Bossa Skills
Godlike is going for something else for sure.
Okay.
Artifactory.
Yeah.
Bossa Skills did finally lose the fight there, so does lose his win streak, but again, oh no.
Wow, look at the gold total he has. He has a very high chance of finding Savika.
That would be
265, level 7, 78 gold. I don't know about this Vika, but yeah, definitely not a bad spot here. Again, we talked about how Smeech with those items could at least get a couple kills.
Yeah.
So that's probably been able to preserve some health. That's been kind of the design of Smeech, is that he'll kill a few people, but...
So he needs 500, so he needs 240 stacks. He's getting 60 per round, right? So still needs quite a few losses. He's at 50 health, I believe it was.
Yeah, it's going to be another really close one here.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you like, often as you're getting closer to it, you actually have to start winning because you're going to die before you take the cash out, and you kind of have to slow down on how you're picking up those last couple.
He finds a LeBlanc. If that had LeBlanc had been a Savika,
that would have been hilarious.
But it was not.
No.
To your point, Azael, we did see that where it was really unoptimal. Someone actually, Michael rolled, and then won. And
you mentioned he's missing a unit. He actually was missing 2. He sold the LeBlanc last minute, I think, to try to not grief his own streak here.
Yeah.
But he did hit Smeech too, which will get a couple more kills here.
Yeah, it's always such a fine balance, right? Like, you want to kill as much as you can, but you cannot win, right? Like, it's way too early to win, or your game is pretty griefed. So, you know, he's not in a bad spot, though. Like, that's not that bad of a loss. 3-unit loss, and he's 50 gold, 320 stacks now. So, you know, he needs 180, so 3 more losses.
I think it's 4 more. I think it's 4 more, unfortunately.
Okay.
Do you want to gamble?
Why
it's a bit
not?
too much of a gamble. Oh, he goes for it.
Oh, Caitlyn.
The smiles didn't hit.
Well, I mean, it's basically just now he's playing it as like an eco augment,
Yeah.
right? Like,
yeah.
Fun times.
Which, honestly, I don't think is that bad when you're in this position anyway, because it's like you're going to get such an injection of power from your cash out that having the gold to be able to just roll down and hit your units, I don't think is that bad.
Yeah,
and if he
did
had
have the Pandoras right next to it, so I was like, yeah, maybe you could wait for that.
We'll see, though.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think it's going to be like one of those like 495s again. It's going to be really close.
I mean, I think what he'll have to do is he'll lose 2 or 3 more times, and then he's going to just spend all his gold and try to win or lose by nothing, right?
Yeah.
Like, and hope that you get the cash out there, because I don't think you can wait.
Wow.
Got it from Prismatic Pipeline.
That is crazy.
Yeah, that's a good spot to be in. So this Nocturne with the Sniper's Focus is doing a lot of damage. The one thing I'll call out, though, is he went for Automata, and then he also took the artifact that's going to give the armor and MR here. I don't like that combo. You've already got enough armor and MR from all the Automata that like having a little bunch more doesn't really help that much. So I'm a little worried that this comp kind of falls off and becomes like a 3rd or 4th. Does find a different player. I was going to say found a Malzahar, but different player.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, like, well, so the Randuin sort of makes up for you not hitting 6, though, right?
Yeah, it could certainly be a little bit of a difference there.
So maybe you can tech in something else instead of going 6?
Yeah, but having to use
Also
your
has
whole
a lot of
Prismatic
damage
for
and
that.
stuff too, yeah.
Fair enough.
Now, interestingly enough here, something we predicted before, you know, this patch is a lot of people were talking about Heimer being the worst forecast. So we're at least seeing a Heimer 1 on the board here for Lilu, but is on a 3-loss streak. So kind of backing that claim that Heimer kind of struggling here. So
I thought there was a happy ending
The
to
one
that.
game sample
Not
size.
yet. Not yet.
Definitive. If Heimer wins this game, Heimer is OP. If Heimer loses this game, Heimer is garbage, Mort.
I mean,
That's what you're telling
it
me.
sounds like a TFT player view, you know, so...
I do want to point out this is really fun coming out from the unconventional tank line that you have between the Trench Coat and the Radiant
Edge of Night.
Yeah, Edge of Night. That can proc 4 times in one round, so it just keeps your backline alive for so long.
Yep, for sure here. I do want to call out Bossa Skills is on a big losing streak, has already lost 38 health here, so kind of struggling a bit.
Oh, no way!
Uh-oh.
Oh, ouch.
That's less than ideal.
And that was so close to being a perfect loss.
Yeah.
If he gets that 1-unit loss, oh my god.
So that means he's probably going to have to cash out at 400. I don't think you can make it to 500 now.
Yeah, the question is if you, I mean, I guess the other option is you just try to roll to 0 and see if you can actually win your way to 500. But I think that's too many rounds.
That's
I think
so
he'll just
risky,
die.
yeah.
I don't think you can do that.
You would need 6 wins?
Yeah.
Or at least 6 rounds.
Well, 6 rounds, yeah. Because he's what, 395?
Yep.
So he's 395 and you get
20
per.
It's basically 20 per, so.
At 5 Chem-Bear and it's 20 per?
5 might be 25.
I thought it was 25. It's 25.
Okay, then it'd be 5 rounds if you can get to that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
He has 79 gold.
Good level.
That's the question is, like, you know, when do you just send it?
Takes off the Silco items.
He wants to lose, I guess. I don't know, or he's just rechanging them. Okay.
Okay, that makes sense, actually.
Yeah,
Puts him on the
Yeah,
Echo here. I like that. I do like that play here.
All right, well, he's obviously not going to spend his gold just yet. We'll see what his 400 cash out is and if that's going to be enough.
Lots of skills on the other side. Level 9 here, has that Enforcer Mbessa. We've seen him just play this line a few times. Is that?
Oh, Smeech is straight in the back line.
This was not close,
got
though.
blasted.
Wow.
I mean, he is sitting on like 90 gold, so
yeah,
it shouldn't be close. When Bosso Skills is level 9-0 and he's level 8 on 90 gold playing Chem Baron,
it just
right?
hurts that much more for winning the previous round.
Yeah, he's got to take the cash out 100%.
There's a lot of weird ones for 400. There's like the Singed 4-star and the Renata 3-star that you have to know how to play around.
Definitely not finding some great ones here. Rolling.
there we go.
Okay, nothing wasted. Silco's not bad for sure. Does take his cash out here, and we're gonna get to see what the item is.
It's not updating because these are the old items that he's already slammed. So
Right, it takes a second. Yeah.
Uh,
Okay, did get a Shimmer Vial at least.
Oh, that's the damage amp one, right? That makes the units take more damage when you hit them.
I believe so.
Yeah.
So at least he got an item that Silco can use this time. That's
And he
not
got a
gonna be
Silco
bad.
for Silco 2.
Yep.
He hit the Rennie too. He's level 9, or no, he didn't level up. So
Didn't
he's,
level
he's
yet.
50 gold, so he's just rolling.
He's rolling really deep. Finds the Echo 2. I like that. It feels like Mundo 2 would be the last big upgrade he really needs here.
If you have no items for it, though, do you really think it's worth continuing to roll for it? I guess
don't
that would be
think
my
so.
question.
I don't think so.
I don't think it is. I think you need to push levels because you don't have the 500 guaranteed win. You still need kind of a Giga board to be able to win out.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you have the Silco, the Smeech, the Rennie, and the Echo. At least he's got 4 carries
I
here.
think that's enough for now, I would hope.
And we'll get a view here of how this fight goes down.
It's such an important round for him.
Yep, but I do think this will be enough. It feels like the Silco's doing a lot of work and can be enough. That being said, the Nocturne's cranking it out here. Smeech died real quick. Echo died real quick. Nocturne, okay, does get the, there you go. So
that's a sweaty palms moment.
Yeah, a little bit, a little bit.
I feel like the Rennie came in clutch just a little bit to get the big stun.
Oh, it doesn't look good for Lilo. I wonder if he hit his Heimer too yet. That doesn't have the damage to even go through the 1-star Vi.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine, hitting the Heimer from the position he was in here. We look at LTP here. Has that Malzahar? Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it has the Malzahar here, but it is just a Malzahar 1. Has not been something that's really been dominating. We talked about the Vi. The Vi does have, the cloak and the Radiant Edge of Night, which buys some time. It may be Malzahar 2 can turn this around, but would need that.
And it is kind of interesting because he's on the pair of Malzes, and he did actually make his Malz the Anomaly, it looks like, right? So he had an early enough Malz that has the Anomaly. I'm curious which one he took. I've found the like Dragon Soul one that actually is really strong on Malz. So you can kind of bounce it around and proc it on a lot of different units, but I mean, he is pretty broke, so it's like you are kind of praying for a Malz 2 at 8. Like, I don't really think you can push levels.
This is a Malz bailout as opposed to like a skillful, planned around my comp and everything.
And he's also trying to find the Mbessa. Never found it as well.
Lila also went 9, so now he's rolling down. So Lila had 70 gold, went 9, rolled to 0. So curious to see what upgrades he hit as well, because his board should be, if he had a decent roll down, a lot stronger than it was.
There's such weird items. You have the Gangplank with an Even Shroud here. Goes up against Bosso Skills, who has that level 9 Enforcer board again.
Oh, he's actually going to go for the Twisted Fate 3, so Julian was right. But Vi into the back line.
Does get the Twisted Fate down, but unfortunately the Vi in particular. And so LTP might be looking to go 8th place here. SZA also. SZA was one of our Violet players, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So
that's rough because LTP actually had, I think it was like 11 points or something like that. So he was kind of in that mid-range where, a decent placement and you probably do advance. But now in a really, really tough spot. Addition here as well, trying to hang on. Did lose the last round. Has gotten a 9, hit the Mundo 2, got a Mordekaiser in. So has been able to upgrade the board, but now deciding where he wants to move these items around to.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. They moved the Shimmer Vial to... If it's a tier 1 Vial, that kind of makes sense, but also Addition only with 4 points, so even if he gets first, he's probably out. So kind of playing spoiler here, kind of knocking people out.
Ken Baron is fun to play. So, you know, you can also just play to have some fun.
I mean, the thing is, the more points that someone like Audition gets, the better it is for someone like, for example, Mikhail, who needs the, you know, the first. So, unfortunately, it looks like Audition is out.
Toast.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dies to Lilo.
Losing to Heimer 1.
I can't believe he didn't find Heimer 2. That's
there it is.
Oh, there he goes. Okay. It's like uncontested Heimer, 70 gold roll down on 9. Finally hits Heimer 2 now.
At least he smiles.
Good attitude about it.
At least he smiles.
Yeah. That's tough. It's definitely not the tournament that you'd be hoping for, but it's going to be out. Lila here at 8 points, so does need to finish quite in a good spot to be able to go on.
Third or
probably
higher?
Third or higher for sure. So needs to earn a couple more positions. You know, did hit that Heimer, has gotten to 9, so we'll see how he's going to be able to fare against Mikhail's board, who is level 8 right now, has all these 3 stars.
Akali 3, Nocturne 3.
I feel like if you're looking at this board for a Heimer board, you're sort of going, this feels like kind of the cap of what it can be. You have the 6 Sentinel, 5 Academy, great items on everything. So it's like, if this board couldn't perform, that would be sort of a sign that like Heimerdinger is pretty bad.
So you're not fired.
Oh, wow. I mean, you know.
Oh, wow.
That being said, it turned out fine. So,
like I said, not fired.
Yeah. We're good. He's only looking for the rumble at this point, so.
For those at home, you know, might be a little sweaty right now.
Where it's like, please God, win this Heimer.
Oh, look at that artifact Mel. That's going to be so fun to see. Triple non-unique item Mel right there from Godlike.
Let's see here. You're saying Godlike Mel with, RF. Okay, interesting. The Ludens, I don't like the Ludens here, but the other 2 I think are actually great. RFC is going to keep her safe.
Black
you get the shred. Yeah, that's really solid.
How does the burst work? That's 1 instance of damage, right?
Yeah, the third
unstable.
cast. The third cast can do some damage for sure here. So, the Corki, by the way, Fishbone's Corki is really fun to watch.
Broken.
Yeah, I don't know if it's broken, but it's fun to watch where it's just like the missiles might just go in a different direction. So
he has flat armor reduction, so when it goes into the backline, it's like true damage instantly.
Fishbones is just always such a flip, right? Because you could hit their carries and just kill it right off the bat, or you could do
nothing.
Very little.
Yeah, sprinkle it on the front.
Talisman of Ascension, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I have struggled to really get much value from Talisman of Ascension this set.
Yeah. It's really hard to make work this set. Unfortunately, the missiles don't go towards the Draven. We do get the Violet Cloak to pop here.
Want to see the Mel Blast?
Oh, it just dashed away. See if it makes a difference. Looks like he's going to be able to take him down. Mel barely surviving, but more importantly, it feels like the Corki was able to kind of strafe over to the other side.
The Corki getting away was big here. And then that's also more Mel casts, so Mel probably is going to make it to the 12 casts, getting that last stand. And so do have to call out poor Bosso Skills. You know, we had an Enforcer game where he did well. This one not really working out. He's possibly about to go 5th place here. Has that Twisted Fate 3, you know, we talked about before, but I don't know that Twisted Fate 3 is really carrying the vibe. Like, it looks like a solid board here.
Yeah, he was missing the Caitlyn, and also the Mbessa was very heavily contested, so his emblem didn't really pull that much power for him.
How do you guys feel about these items on TF as well? Because I've felt like when I play this kind of itemization on TF, if I don't get a really fast bounty kill, like for the Enforcer proc, I don't have enough attack speed to actually get much done.
The lack of mana generation here, I think, is really rough.
Like, you need to get an Enforcer proc, like, right off the bat, it feels like.
Yeah, agree. Because doesn't even have, he has at least 2 Quick Striker in, but so now Nocturne on the back line. Gets the stun here. The Rumble 2, though, just not going to be enough here. And this is probably going to be a 5th place for him. Not, Liz by 1.
Close.
Okay. That being said, I mean, he's already got first.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal either way. But yeah, no, I agree with you here. Without something, whether it be like a Nashor's or a Shojin or something to generate mana here, I think this Twisted Fate's just not going to cut it.
Yeah.
Maybe something pops out of the dragon, though.
Yeah, it's possible.
It's
and then
true.
you could move some of the AP over to the Rumble, and you could try to fix it that way. Because obviously you have another great AP itemization holder. But yeah, I've definitely struggled when I've played TF boards without a much attack speed.
Yeah. Speaking of which, by the way, Godlike now on a 9 win streak with Artifactory. Artifactory quickly becoming sort of like a challenger favorite. So
I also like, this is one of the mistakes I see people sometimes do on ladder with Artifactory is they just are turning everything into an artifact. Not every item has to be an artifact, right? Like if you have valuable items like the Edge of Night, like the IE, like the I can always forget the double MR item.
Dragon Claw.
Dragon Claw, exactly, right? Like when you have powerful itemization, you don't need to necessarily do that. Another one that I think can be good is like holding Shred or
Red
holding
buff. That's
red
huge.
buff, exactly. But obviously he doesn't need to hold Shred because he has it from the Black Cleaver. But I do often see people kind of overcommit into that, where they make too many artifacts.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. We're going to get this matchup here, Godlike versus Bossa Skills. Unfortunately, didn't really end up with a better item. We had the Thieves Gloves on Rumble, and not really a great roll here. TF is already almost dead. The Corki snipes it down with the Fishbones. And Bessa doing her best here, but Corki gets away. Corki and Mel just taking everything out, and so Bossa Skills does get 5th, but again, enough points to move on, so he's not going to be too
himself
upset.
with the 2 first.
Yeah, yeah.
He's locked in. You could see it in the stare at the camera there.
Yeah.
I like to see when players do that. That was a really fun fight to watch, though. All of the backline carries moving and trading positions away, so you really need some carries that can kind of chase them down with the damage. Rumble 2, that was the big level up that was left. His board is complete. Also,
Viktor.
Yeah, found the Viktor with the red buff. This is going to be Godlike and Lilu right now, both win streaking. 10 win streak, 6 win streak. When they fight, which is not yet, that would have been good. And so, yeah, unfortunately, this is probably it for Michael.
And Lilu is at 8 points, so you know he needs a high finish here. They are in the top 4. He should be able to take down Michael's board, I assume. There's the Viktor stun. That should be more than enough to get it done. So now it's going to be top 3. So he is guaranteed at least 6 points. That will put him at 14. So he's getting to that safe zone now.
Yeah, so he'll be able to move on, which is huge.
Yeah, very big. After, obviously, you'd be pretty nervous after he went 8th in game 2.
Yeah.
That was a big comeback, though, for Michael. It feels like actually giving himself a chance to claw back in.
I mean, the fact that you went 8th and then 5th and then 4th, at least you were improving, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to like 8-8-8 or anything like that.
That
so.
Chem Baron game is going to haunt him, though.
yeah, that first game, if he had better cash outs, I think he would have taken that easily.
Yeah, for sure here. All right,
that's
so
the risk of it.
This is the match, by the way. We're going to have Godlike versus Lilu here. 11 win streak, 7 win streak here. This is where I start getting messages about the matchmaking that people are not thrilled about. So let's see how this goes.
Ooh. Quirky damage is going to be huge here with the Fishbone. See where that actually targets.
Yeah, not really hitting much of backline. 1 or 2 of the rockets went to the Jace, but Jace has Gunblade, so Jace is kind of chilling in that backline, but the Corki's still alive. The Mel getting some damage done. Not going to be enough, though, as on the other side, Lila looking like he should be able to take this with 1 more rocket.
Woo!
Heimer's still alive.
Heimer's still
More, you're getting close to a promotion at this point.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so it feels like, we have this Artifactory Emissary board that's going to be really good. We've got the Academy Sentinel board that are looking really strong. And then, unfortunately, Jinchi hasn't found a 6 cost like everything else. Didn't really have the gold to roll down. And so it's kind of stuck with that Violet 3. So it feels like he's the one falling off here. Did lose his last round as well, which meant he lost to a Ghost. So kind of feels like the weakest in the lobby right now.
How many points does he have? So Lila's at 8, so guaranteed at least 6 points, so should be moving on. Godlike, I think, had enough points probably to move
11
on as well. So Godlike has 11, so he's through. So we have Bosso Skills through, so we're just looking for the last one. Jinsha, he should be through as well then. That's going to be 14
this might be
plus.
our top 4.
So our top 4 is these 3 plus Bosso Skills,
That might
unless
be it.
there's something I'm kind of missing.
Yeah. By the way, one thing to note is that the health totals right now, we're probably going to make it to 7-1. So this is where, again, what I would be doing is knowing that the 6 cost inflation happens at stage 7.
Save your gold.
Save your gold.
Yeah.
Like, do not roll down till 7-1. And then that's where you might actually hit a 2-star 6 cost if you roll it down the right way. So certainly if I was Lilu, that's what I'd be doing.
Waiting for that Viktor 2 to come out. I think Lilu does have the higher hand at this point. It seems he needs lucky Fishbones to get that back line. He can't take the Sentinel head on.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. You have the Jinx 2, but a no-item Jinx 2 just really isn't going to contribute that much.
Jinsha picked up a Viktor, though.
He's got a Viktor, but what do you take out for it? I think you take out the Echo, what I would do here.
Do you not think it's worth swapping the Draven items over to the Jinx at this point?
I do if you have a remover. I'm assuming he maybe doesn't have a remover, but I certainly would do that.
Because to me, I feel like it's definitely going to outpace it
Yeah,
in the game.
Certainly. I'm just assuming maybe he doesn't have a remover, but again, Godlike with this Artifactory build has just been doing amazing things. Oh, the Corki ult goes right for the Draven and the powder. Oh, Fishbones.
Oh, Look at how much gold he's getting, too.
Oh, my God.
Holy cow.
What is that?
So that was Jinshi hit a Savika jackpot, but unfortunately doesn't get to enjoy the spoils as he gets immediately
It can
knocked
be buried
out.
with the gold.
Yeah.
How much gold was that? That was
That's
like
like
50.
like 15 or
20
something, or 20.
It's a large amount of gold.
Wow.
That was crazy.
Okay, so like I said, now we're heading into 7-1, and so it's like, take a look at the gold here.
100 gold, by
This
the
is
way.
100 gold. Like, this might be a chance where you hit a 2-star 6 cost.
Yeah.
It's time.
Do you think it's worth going to 10, or do you just save all your gold to roll?
I think you
The odds
definitely
are good enough.
The thing is, you also get the bonus at 10.
That's what I was going to say.
So it might be worth it.
Because the bonus at 10 is pretty large.
It's big. And you can see
the updated
they
rates.
did it. They saved their gold
He's
here.
120 gold.
Oh, he's leveling.
Level 10.
Times 5.
Let's
yeah,
go.
it's massive.
So Lila went level 10, but he has like very little gold.
Victor?
They both went 10.
That's one Victor.
But there's 40 gold still for
got
Godlike.
40
Godlike's
gold.
got to roll.
Gotta
You
go
got 10
faster,
seconds,
Godlike.
brother.
He's been playing
Press
for
D.
10 sets.
There's a Warwick.
There's Warwick.
Oh, LeBlanc 2.
LeBlanc 2's big.
That was not
By the way,
fast,
this feels like a typical like China comfortable lobby. Like everyone's got a little bit of health. They're greeting for these really high cap boards here. We're gonna see a few rounds because we know Godlike's Mel has already procced the last stand. He's done the 12 casts. So this is gonna take a little bit.
I wonder if he will tech into Warwick at some point, or did he sell it already?
I think he sold it.
No.
Yeah,
Because
so
he has to get the backline somehow, and maybe that's an offhand win condition.
all right, so Lilu lost that one. Lilu is not the player with the
There's another
Mel.
Mel.
There's also a Corki 3 out, but not enough gold.
Yeah, unfortunately, probably not enough. They're
He's
still rolling a bunch.
Oh, Mel 2.
Mel 2.
See, like I said,
Wow.
he played to it and does hit the Mel 2 here. I have to imagine that seals the deal here. Godlike playing to that, and that's going to make him incredibly
Otherwise, you could be in
powerful.
danger again more. You know, we thought you were saying that.
I mean, look, if Mel 2 loses here,
what would you do?
I'll have some words.
Your fate is just shifting back and forth.
Watch
Stakes may
Mel
be high
2
for the players,
lose
but
to
they're higher for more
Heimer 2.
There's no way it loses to a Heimerdinger of all, you know. So
You got to root for the Mel.
I'm pretty comfortable.
It's absolutely stomping.
Luden.
Yeah, it's absolutely stomping. It's not-
Whoa, that's crazy. And there we go. Godlike wins it. Level 10, Mel 2 plays the Artifactory and takes it to a first place. And I think we have our top four.
Yeah, 19 points for Godlike then. Really well played from him. And yeah, it should be our top 3 from this game, plus Bosso skills. Should be the top 4 that are going to be moving on. So a lot of the big favorites, you know, are surviving in this lobby. But as we know from Vegas last year, that's not always the case. And sometimes the big players start dropping out fast and furious.
Did you see the big smile on his face, too?
Yes.
He's
Yes.
like, wow, 2-star 6 costs. Like, I'm thriving.
I mean, what a cool way to do it, right? You're getting to do it. You know, there's so much support, you know, from the crowd here in Macau for him. And, you know, really popular streamer.
I could hear the crowd cheer for it. Yeah.
He's always been one of those players that everyone knows is good, but hasn't done that much in the TOC. He's been out of it for 6 different sets, and now he finally comes back. If he can make a big name for himself here for CN, I think his stream numbers are going to go even higher.
I mean, being able to save that 120 gold, and that's why I said, knowing that end game moment is a chance where you can really lean into that played so well. That being said, I think he was already in a good spot without it anyway. The Fishbones Corki just pumping out so much damage there. So that's just a really good spot to be here. And then props to Lilu. Again, Heimerdinger, something that right now I think a lot of people think is very weak, taking that to a nice second place there. So that's going to feel pretty good.
I mean, it's kind of the power of some of the uncontested lines, right? We talked about that a little bit. You know, we had a bunch of players in this lobby at times playing family and contesting each other, and it becomes very, very difficult. If you just push levels and play an uncontested line, sometimes it's a lot safer of a way. You know, maybe you're not going to be able to actually cap out and get first, but hey, top couple placements are definitely within striking distance.
I also really like his augment choice because he knew he had to cap out with the 5 Academy as well, so he got the Tactician's Crown extra, full on his entire front line. The Rumble 2 coming in was really nice for him. So good to see that Sentinel comp, which is my favorite comp, still working.
I said it could still work.
True.
We were talking about it. I was like, Heimer Sentinels, I think it works. It just needs the right conditions for it.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is the Academy there. And by the way, we get a view of Toast here playing with some of the OTK people watching.
Yeah, Sakino and Ariasaki there, and you can see Scar over on the right side, all watching and seeing how Toast does do.
Toast is at Wei-Jin Iverson's table though, so that's gonna be a
That is
tough.
scary.
That is unlucky.
Yeah, that's a tough table. That's so cool to see though, and we're starting to, like I said. So. Yeah.
All right, well, we do have a winner interview on stage with Candace, so let's go ahead and hear what they have to say.
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。那我们今天呢是邀请到了2位选手来到我们的赛后采访，一位呢是神超 Godlike， 一位是 Boss Skill。We are joined by the 2 players. The one is Godlike and the one is Boss Skill. So please say hi and also introduce yourself to the audience. 那能不能跟大家先打声招呼呢？
大家好，我是神超。
Okay. Could you say hello to the audience too?
Hi, I'm Boss of Skills.
Okay, welcome me too. 那同样呢，现场的观众非常的热情，想问一问2位。其实刚刚我们的 Boss of Skill 也是在第1、第2局连续登顶，所以想问问他的感受如何。So how does it feel to win back to back at the very first and second game on stage?
Well, it feels very good. Obviously, to start off the event, you're not really sure how good you are, how prepared you are, whether your ideas are going to be correct. So to win kind of in front of everybody and prove to myself that I kind of have the right idea is a great way to do it.
我觉得能够在舞台上能够连拿2次登顶是非常棒的一种感受，因为在这个打比赛之前呢，你是不知道你自己是不是对于版本理解正确，准备的是不是很好。那同样的，能够在大家面前证明自己，连续拿到2次登顶是很好的一种信心的增加。那接下来想问问神超，同样的，刚刚在第3局也是登顶了，所以刚刚感受怎么样？在舞台上打比赛会不会紧张一点呢？
我觉得线下比赛还是有一点紧张的。然后登顶的话，我其实最后一把因为自己的分数有领先，所以我预计给自己前4就行了。不过没想到这么顺就成功登顶吧，也是玩得比较开心。
And also, I'm not very nervous play on the stage because I got some points in game 1 and game 2, so it's not very dangerous for me for the game 3. If I can secure the top 4, I'm also going to knock out for the next round. So it's okay for me to play on the stage. 那接下来下个问题，他们2个人其实都有使用到外交官阵容，一位是在第2局比赛当，一位是在第3局比赛当中使用到了外交官阵容，所以想问一下他们2位，他们觉得这个外交官阵容在目前的版本当中是强度如何 ？So both of you played the emissary board in the first round. How would you like to rate this emissary board in the current meta?
So I think the emissary board is very strong. In preparation for the tournament, my friends sort of asked the Chinese players what they kind of thought was strong, and a lot of them thought that Corki emissary was the best board in the game, and so I kind of trusted that and prepared. And I think it is very strong and will continue to do very well for the rest of the tournament.
他说：“我觉得其实外交官体系在整个系列赛的版本当中是非常强的。他有一个朋友跟中国的选手也是关系非常的亲密，同样的也问到了中国选手们对于外交官体系的意见。那他们很多的选手都同意说，外交官飞机现在在目前版本来说应该是强度非常高的，所以他之后也会比较确信像这样的一个外交官的体系的强度。那同样的想问超哥，你觉得外交官体系怎么样呢？”
我觉得这个版本首先是物理装适合打工，然后你在物理装打工的情况下，飞机应该就是首选了。所以外交飞机的话，我觉得是以后整个系列赛的一个主流阵容，以及本身在前面的话可能偏稳妥一点，就是打运营阵容嘛。运营阵容的话，外交确实就是一个非常好百搭的一个阵容。
I think the emissary board is very strong because the 80 item is really good for the openers, and also the emissary is very flexible for all the boards. So I think this emissary board is really good right now. The last question I want to ask both of them is like their personal goal for this tournament. 那接下来想问到他们是他们个人的目标在这一次的公开赛当中会是什么呢？personal goal.
Could you repeat the question?
Oh, so what's your personal goal for this tournament?
To win, of course.
我就是过来拿冠军的。那你呢？
我觉得先过了今天，希望明天还能看到我比赛。
Hopefully I can get out of first day and see you guys tomorrow. OK， 那我们再次感谢2位来到我们的赛后采访席。那同样的，我们赛后采访呢到此先告一段落了，拜拜。
So awesome to hear from both Basso Skills and Godlike in terms of how they view the meta right now. They both, of course, want to win the tournament, but it gave some really good insight on their games.
I just like what's your goal for this tournament? To win, obviously. Like, let's go. Let's do it.
Also, shout out to Candace. She's a beast. Like, being able to remember all of that and translate it perfectly, especially like the lingo that's used for games is not standard words. Like, it's always slang and everything, and she does it in leagues. She's doing it at TFT. It's really impressive.
She's bouncing it between so many different languages. And, listening to Basso Kills, he also said he got the same source of tech from his CN friends as well, and they all have the same read, is that Corki Emissary is kind of the most standard line that people are going to go for. Very easy to transfer when you have those 80 item opens. You can, trade units off the board more efficiently. So I think we're going to see more of it.
Got some beautiful transitions from that early game, so I love Basso Skills being able to call that out as well to be able to see where those boards can go. But that's going to do it here for our very first heat of the round of 5-12. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the second set of games.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hi everyone, I'm Panda, joined by my homie, Alan ZQ, EMEA fan favorite. Alan, you're playing in the next heat. What's going through your mind? Are you nervous? Do you have pressure?
Listen, I came in confident, but I'm looking at the players, I'm looking at the lines, and man, it's gonna be shaky.
What's your general meta read? Is there any secret comp, secret tech you're hoping to bring out?
Oh, I'm pressing a lot of D button today. I'll be bringing some special tech sauce called Zyro reroll.
And are there any players in your lobby you're scared of? Any players that you hope, you're sad to see them in your lobby?
I've one of the competitors I've seen at the EWC, which is Cass, and we have the Emily Wang. Who wouldn't be scared to get wanked?
Emily Wang, always a wild card, especially in a tournament like this where anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not someone you want to go easy on.
All right, thank you so much, Alan. Best of luck in your games.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back here at the TFT Macao Open. I can't believe we've already had 3 games, but you guys, you were right in the action. As we can see, Panda, a little bit of your homework. I'm here with, of course, Impatches, Panda, Azael, and Gangly. And Gangly, you were out on the field as well.
Oh yeah. I was out on the floor all morning long, kind of scouring. I loved how Azael talked about at the top of the show, how this weekend, we're the real winners because we get to see all the tech that people are bringing to the event, and we get to actually use it to win some LP.
They do the homework, we copy on the test.
That's right. That's
exactly.
right. So this morning I was able to talk to a bunch of players. I even got to talk to some of the players who made it out of their first pool to kind of see what that experience was like.
That's really awesome. I'm so glad to see all of the cool stuff, but Azael, you were here on the sofa. You were already getting a glimpse of some of the greatness of our players. America's looking mighty strong, maybe?
Basso Skills did really, really well. It went back-to-back firsts and was pretty much guaranteed to go through right off of that. We saw all kind of the big favorites did go through. Leela Godlike went through as well with him. And, it was a lot of kind of interesting lines. Basso Skills was playing heavily towards Enforcer and playing with Enforcer spats. Both the first 2 games able to get first playing this like Enforcer and Bessa line. We saw, Emissary Corky really popular as expected. We saw a game with a 2-star Mel just decided there, like level 10, stage 7. So we got a little bit of everything.
Basso Skills is a player from the Americas who, despite being so well respected by much of the high elo community, hasn't really seen that consistent tournament result. And so to see him here on the big stage, making it all the way, dominating those first 2 games, it is a great day for a Basso Skills fan.
Well, it's a great day to be a fan of many of our players. So let's have a look at yet another interview that you did out there, Gangly. I believe we have Wet Jungler.
Ooh. How's it going, everybody? Gangly here at the TFT Macao Open. I'm standing with Wet Jungler, who just finished up your first 3 games, your first wave of the day. Talk to me about how the games went.
The games went pretty good, I think. I haven't practiced much on this patch, but I think it's a very good patch for me, and the games are very good for me.
Yeah, really pretty good. I mean, good enough to make it through, right? You've advanced on to the next round. Talk to me a little bit. We're playing on a brand new patch. Most of the players traveling in haven't gotten to practice. You said yourself, haven't really gotten to prep too much. Do you feel like the fact that everybody has less practice gives you an advantage, or are you someone who really wants to study a patch before playing?
Usually I want to study the patch before playing, but right now I feel pretty good at this patch, so maybe it's an advantage for me right now, yes.
All right, so you have the next round coming up later on today. What are your expectations going into the event? How far do you actually want to make it?
I want to make it to day 3 for sure, but making it day 2 would be very fine for me as well.
All right, any last words before we let you go? Get ready for your second round of the day?
Thanks for cheering for me, and hope you can see me in day 3.
All right, good luck, Wet Jungler, and hope you guys enjoy the rest of TFT Macao Open.
Well, we of course also hope to see him in day 3, Panda. A
Fingers
little
crossed.
bit of EMEA bias coming through, but I think with as few players of EMEA being here, we will really need to punch above our weights, no?
I think the key word is quality over quantity. Yep. Everyone that made the journey all the way. Everyone who made it all the way to Macau.
Sorry?
I think if they're making the journey, it's for a reason.
Yeah,
I think
of
they
course,
know
of course.
they're coming in as favorites from EMEA. It's a very hard tournament. I think we've all seen and mentioned it already. Compared to Vegas, I think the level of play, the base level has increased even more. Even whoever finishes at the very, very bottom is still a really, really top-tier challenger player.
I mean, people meme on getting day 1, but there's 512 players, 64 make it to day 2. Right, so almost everyone is getting day 1, right? Like, of course, there's a difference between going out in round 1 and going out in round 3, but it is incredibly difficult to advance, like you say. Like, people who are going to go dead last in their lobby are going to be high challenger players.
Yep.
That's just the level of competition.
It's really unique because in many tournaments that you compete in, especially open bracket grassroots events like this, oftentimes you see the lower end of the spectrum of play is much lower. But to have every single tournament pass sold out during the challenger-only selling phase means that the worst players here are some of the best players in the world. And it's very rare to see something like that. I saw many players, I was watching a lot of the Americas players, and there were many of them that did go out in the first lobby. The reality is, though, that actually might be expected. You might be one of the best players from your region and still not be expected to make it out of your first wave of pools.
Yeah, I think it's just the nature of the Open, but that's also what makes it so great, right? Last year at the Vegas Open, we saw some players show up that hadn't really had that name to themselves. And even Malala, who took the win, a player that people knew but didn't think was going to have it all to take away a competition as competitive as the Open. So I think we're ready for some great surprises.
And that kick-started after that, a crazy run the entire set. So maybe something similar here in Macau, where whoever wins this, whoever does really well, can have that extra confidence and momentum and maybe dominate the entire rest of the set as well.
We talk about how in TFT, this mantra of it only takes one. It only takes one player to put your region on the map. But I think another one to look at is it only takes one tournament to change your reputation. Malala, before the Vegas Open, was known by many North Americans as the guy who makes it to the end but can never close it out. And with one tournament, Malala erased that narrative from history and is now, the most legendary run we've ever seen in TFT history. And we may never see a set as dominant as we saw in set 10 with Malala. It really, you have an opportunity at this event to completely change your narrative in the game.
Well, I think one of the really cool things about Malala's run and also title winning 2 championships is like, there is an inherent element of randomness in the game. Like, you're delusional if you won't admit that, but it clearly shows that you can hit a level of consistency and like a level of skill that you can kind of overcome that, right? And you can be so consistent to be able to win event after event after event, which I think is one of the things that can be so amazing about it.
I have a theory. I want to hear you guys respond to this real quick. I actually feel like there's an argument that playing on LAN is less random because there are so many factors that people oftentimes will get tripped up by, not being comfortable. If you can play more like yourself, I actually feel like that's a tangible edge on the field.
So I actually fully agree. Like, I played a lot of LANs myself back in the day and stuff, and I always felt like a lot of players who were incredible online were way worse in
online
live
warriors, right?
And people would always be like, "Oh, how do you play so much better on LAN?" And I'm like, I feel like I'm playing the same, and everyone else is playing worse. So it is definitely true that if you're someone who's not affected by the nerves and not bothered by your situation changing, then I agree. I think you can be kind of more consistent because some players are going to struggle.
Well, let's take a look at our highlights from the last game because we did have a bunch of great moments in there. So I personally always love to see how the players react to themselves, if they're comfortable or not. I think that's something you can often tell. Basel looked so calm and collected up there.
Yeah, and Michael, by comparison, obviously was looking devastated. I don't know if you guys got to watch these games or if you were mostly just kind of doing your interviews.
A little bit, yeah.
But like game 1, he did get to a 500 cash out and then went 8th, even with that. So it was like pretty devastating start. You have to have a really high finish after that. And he was able to get only a 5th in his second game. So like you could even see, like, he literally did the reaction. He's like, yeah, like, I'm out.
Because if you finish 8th and it just, you don't expect it, it's fine. But he was in a position where he thought in his mind already by the time he cashed out, I'm going first, maybe second if someone really high rolls. And the moment the 8th came through and he saw he lost, he almost couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating. And that's the risk you run when you do play these Chem Baron comps, right? Like, he didn't get the cash out that he would have wanted. He didn't get the exact items that he would have wanted. And then he ran into a super strong 6 Dominator board. But we also got some pretty interesting games because we got the Jace encounter with all these additional artifacts.
Yeah.
And we had triple contested Violet reroll with artifacts. People were somewhat trying to like bail out of it and stuff. But it's it's interesting seeing like how much the encounters really were warping these lobbies.
You know, I actually, when I was on the floor, I was watching Milk play, and I saw something pretty similar where there was a lot of contested family on stage 2. And what I've noticed is with this patch and Emissary becoming much more popular as that sort of flex play on level 8, there are a lot of these players who on stage 2 are scouting around and saying, hey, I have a good family opener, but is it good enough to force everybody off of it? Or am I just going to slam these bruiser items and then maybe play things like the Mbessa? You can play the Vi as well. There's a lot of different ways you can bail yourself out, but there are certain decisions you have to make that don't lock you into family reroll.
And yeah, family paths really well into Emissary, and Emissary is so nice now. Like over the last couple days since the patch, I've kind of just been spamming it to get comfortable with that line, and you can slam basically any AD line. Like it doesn't need to be. That was a jackpot, by the way.
I'm like, what am I looking at?
It doesn't need to be like just bruiser items, right? Like you can just like slam IE and GS and like, and that can work great on Mbessa or Corki. Like it's so flexible with the AD items now because you can really itemize like up to like 3-4 units in emissaries. Like if you hit like Vi 2, Mbessa 2, Corki 2, like you can have so many holders for it that you can basically slam anything.
I mean, even with the AP lines being all so similar and like using that Shojin, I think when I have the chance to build a Shojin, I just build it and then pick one. An Emissary, yet another one we saw out there with the 4 emissaries from Basso with LeBlanc as a final carry, which obviously did really well.
It's the flip, though. I think last patch was all about AP. You could slam any AP item stage 2 and know there's 5 different paths, most of them maybe in Black Rose, that you could find
There's
success
one
with.
through line.
They're different
the
paths.
illusion
They
of
all
choice.
into the same store.
But as you're saying, Izzo, I think the fact that now you can slam AD items and you don't have to commit to a reroll line, it makes the early game especially so much better. There's so many times last patch where I had a Darius 2, a Violet 2. I wanted to slam
anything.
You know, Titans, Sterax, BT, and then I was thinking, what do I play in stage 4? Can I play Mbessa? Not really, maybe. Can I play Vi? Whereas now you have those paths open and it makes flex play so much better.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many early units if you can get an early upgrade that you just slam AD items and you don't even have to commit to the reroll, right? Like that's what I love because I always am so pessimistic that I'm going to hit on rerolls. Like I just always have a strong belief that I will miss if I play reroll. So like
See, that's why you're missing.
I never want to play those lines. So like you know, you can just take an early Nocturne 2 and slam items or an early Violet 2 or whatever and just play that, you know, 4 tempo and push levels and stuff, and I think it can work really well too.
Can I just say, you and I are truly the opposite sides of the same exact coin because I play reroll because I know I will never hit on my level 8 roll down.
Yep.
So,
but you just need to hit something at level 8. That's what what I prefer about playing like level 8 comps and forecast flex is there's more outs, it feels like.
No, you just don't believe enough when you reroll.
Yeah, you need to believe in the heart of the cards, you know? I do that too.
I believe in the heart of my opponent's cards.
Doing it wrong. That's the issue. You have to manifest it for yourself.
That's right. That's right.
See, there is a part of TFT that is very much also a mental game.
course.
So if you go into a reroll comp and your approach is, oh, I'm going to miss. Yes.
I've been doing it for years.
cannot
It's
do
been
it
working
like
out
that.
great.
Too negative a framing, okay?
All right, but to be honest, though, actually, more I think what you're calling out here about TFT being a mental game, we're joking about it, but it calls back to Malala at TVO. I remember after this legendary run, I sat down with Malala, talked to him about the last couple of months of TFT, what's gone right, how everything has changed. I asked him, what do you attribute this success to?
Yeah.
And Malala said, I spent a lot of time not understanding what my edge was. And then after I won the Tactician's Crown for set 10, I realized the thing I did better than everybody else is that I was able to play like myself when everybody else was worried. And I think the mental, the being able to have this mental fortitude of being under pressure, being under nerves, and still playing the most like yourself is the edge that most will find this weekend.
I do want to add, there's a second part to the answer. I think it was something about playing a single song on repeat
Yes.
for the entirety of the tournament.
That's true.
I mean, I just think at the end of the day, TFT is essentially like a math problem, right? Like you're just trying to play whatever is going to give you the highest odds to win. And to your guys' point, it's like you need to have confidence in that no matter what line that is showing you, right? Like if reroll is the right line, you have to have confidence you're going to hit. If you don't hit, too bad, that sucks. But like if that was the highest percentage chance to win, that's what you need to do.
Well, there is someone that we interviewed that knows a lot about hitting and not hitting. Panda, I believe you did an interview with Soju.
I did. We'll see how that looked like. I'm not going to spoil anything just yet. Hey everyone, Panda here with the man, the myth, the legend, K3 Soju. Heat 1 is done. How'd it go?
Not good. I mean, I didn't top 4 a single game, so yeah.
Is there any regrets you have in terms of your game plan, your line selection, your prep?
I mean, one of the games I didn't really get to play the game because it was in Bessa encounter. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, after 2-4s, like you have to play for first. I think the last game, like if I just press D to 0 until I hit Zoe 2, I mean it's a top 4, but like I had to like just pray for a first and just yeah.
It's a cutthroat format. You know, it happened. We saw it at Vegas as well with a lot of top players being eliminated on day 1. For the rest of the event, though, is there anything you're looking forward to? What are your plans for this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I said I wasn't going to gamble anymore, so I'm not going to be gambling. I mean, the venue is great. I'm going to be co-streaming as well, so I mean, I'm still happy to be here. So yeah, I'm excited for the rest of the event still.
Thanks, Soju.
Oh, thank you.
Poor Soju. I respect doing the interview after getting knocked out. I think I heard he went 7-7-7.
Oh man!
So it's definitely not the event that you would want. You know, Soju obviously a really good player. You know, very high in challenger. So you know, definitely a disappointing result for him. But one of my favorite streamers, I will say, he's very entertaining.
You say you respect Soju for doing the interview after going 7-7-7. I respect Panda for asking someone for an interview after they go 7-7-7.
I am not the one in charge. I simply follow orders.
They sent him in there, you know? He wasn't really given much of a choice.
That's right. Secret Agent Panda.
Well, sometimes you also, you know, you have to just shrug it off. And that's something I think particularly TFT players will have to learn one way or another. Some are a bit resistant to that learning specifically, but it'll come.
I think Soju's someone who has proven he's very mature when it comes to looking at the big picture. He's eliminated. It happens. We talk about the format in this tournament, the level of play. It's, you know, he accepts that really quickly, and he knows there's still a lot of upside this weekend. Being here in Macau, so many of his friends are here, so many top players are here. You can still watch a lot of the best players. There's so much of the set left where you can still learn a lot in this, you know, watching this here and just learning from the experience as well. So I like the positive kind of upside that he still had there.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to have a pretty strong mental, honestly, if you're going to be a competitor in TFT, because, you know, regardless, like, there's a tremendous amount of skill in the game, but in a format like this, luck is going to come into play, you know, when half of the field is eliminated within the first couple hours of competition.
You mentioned Mbessa, Wandering Trainers. You know, there's some crazy combinations.
Wandering Trainer is like, that one is rough for competition, I think, because if you hit a combo that just has like no synergies and someone else is out there with like perfect synergy trainer, it is so hard to outplace.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is like you have to accept that sometimes you just don't have a good chance of top 4ing, but you have to make the most of the other games that you have.
Yeah, absolutely.
We see Zolo there. I was talking to him yesterday. We had a little bit of an event mixer there, and he was saying he feels really ready to go all the way. This is his moment to shine. So I'm watching, you know, Zolo, a very famous player for many that people look up to, has that spreadsheet, has so many comms, and then they don't speak German, so they don't know what kind of jokester he is.
Oh,
no matter, whenever you talk to him, you cannot take him serious. It's really crazy to contrast.
I think the last year he's been really unleashed in terms of how much more social he is. I think that really helps him make a lot more friends with the EMEA community, and now he's a reference point, not just in-game, but I think even when it comes to events like this, to be on the floor, be able to you know, speak to friends, it's just so cool to see him here.
He was saying that, so I overheard a conversation between Froden and Soju, and Froden was saying, oh, you know, how many games do you have on the patch or on the set? And Zolo said, oh, overall, I have like 100. And both of them went kind of like, oh.
Is that much?
That's not that much for Zolo. He was obviously also at DreamHack, where you were, Panda. So a lot of traveling for him. Let's see how it goes. If even with less games, he can maybe do it.
Something that stands out to me when I think of players like Zolo is that you called it out before. He's someone who I think people think of as a prepared player, right? The spreadsheet it's super famous. If you haven't seen it already, I mean, you can find it on Zolo's stream. He's got this really fleshed out spreadsheet that goes through all of his prep in the set. And I found that there are two different types of players in TFT. You have the players who are everyone has to study, that is the nature, but you have the study hard players, and then you have like the intuitive players. And I find
vibes.
We play off vibes.
Why do you go that? Feels good.
Feels good, man.
Sounds nice.
I think that an event like the Macao Open, it does favor those players who can actually play a bit more off of instinct, who can play off of intuition, because the reality is, and I know this, I don't know if I'm supposed to leak it, but like there's tech that is coming out even today, right? 2 days ago, you asked people about Renata reroll. Actually, Azalea, you were the first person to talk to me about it. You were the person who brought it up to me, but nobody was talking about this.
I got spanked by it a couple times on ladder, and I was like, what is this comp?
Like, what am I doing wrong?
Why am I losing to this?
And now I'm seeing so many players angle to it. I saw Wajan Iverson go 1-1 in his first 2 games playing. I saw Milk go second with it. And there are a lot of players who, if you can learn quickly, and if you can see these things in your game, even if you haven't studied the line, but you see someone else play and say, wait, I might be able to play that, and you figure it out by watching someone else do it, I think it gives you a huge advantage in the field.
It absolutely does, because I mean, it's like, even if you know what the core of like a reroll comp is, obviously there's so many different ways to get there, so many different paths to get there. And I do think that one in particular plays from a lot of different angles, right? Like you can play it with Sentinel +1, you can play it with Visionary +1, you can just play it because you hit a lot of early copies of these. I've seen rerolls at 5 for Vex and Singe 3-star. I've seen rerolls at 6 when they go more for the Leona Renata. So there's so many different angles that it can really work well with.
Well, we do have another interview from our floor here, so let's take a look together.
Hello, everybody. Gangly here, the TFT Macao Open. I'm standing with Delicious Milk, one of the GOATs from North America, who just qualified out of your first set of your first lobby. How you feeling?
Dizzy.
How'd the games go?
Okay, honestly, I think half the lobby just ran it down. So I think our lobby was 1, 2, 3 NA, and the other players ran it down. So yeah.
Yeah, first 3 players out of your lobby, you clear, Phoenix, were you expecting to see all 3 NA players make it out?
I didn't know who half the lobby was, so there was a high chance that it was going to be a lot of NA.
All right, you also competed at Vegas, so your second major LAN event that we're having. How does TFT Macao compare to your experience at Vegas?
Honestly, they're about the same. Yeah, I mean, the events by Rider are really cool because like they spend a lot of money and time into like building like TFT esports, so I really appreciate that.
All right, I'm gonna let you go so you can go prep. Anything else you want to say before you go?
No.
All right, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the show.
That was great. Just nothing to add there, Gangly.
I will say that might be the best recorded interview of Milk I've ever seen. Like, I told the producer, I was like, listen, we're going to interview this guy. Don't expect too much. But Milk, round of applause for being a good sport.
Maybe it's you, Gangly. Maybe you're the diff.
I don't think so, but maybe.
Take the credit.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, it was all me.
No, but it has been great to kind of, I was walking around just looking at the different stations, and I saw some of the study groups kind of, group up and watch their other players that are in that first round. And I think that might be my favorite part about day one, when you can just, see the players, and then you run into other ones and they say, oh, I'm group 2, I've been waiting to play, I can't wait, but I've been watching my friends, and it's just such a great experience to kind of see those cheers come in when somebody clutches it out.
I think the Macao Open, the Vegas Open, I felt the same way. It's the new old school, right? There's this element of grassroots event of you and all the homies just screaming behind your boy while he's playing, right? And you're watching your friend, you're rooting for them. There's such passion behind it. And for a game that's been largely online since the dawn of it, we don't really have a lot of those experiences. So to have everyone together, you get to rally behind your friends who are competing. It's such a unique experience, and I'm really glad that we as a TFT community finally get to experience that.
And you can see it in the enthusiasm every single player has. I think everyone has an element of gratefulness for having this opportunity now, where other esports, where the norm is to play in LAN events, the norm is to always see your friends every couple of months. For TFT, it wasn't the case for a lot of that. So you can see always the infectious smiles that most of the players have in these interviews, despite the results maybe not being always as stellar.
I was talking to Weya, who's a player from EMEA who got in through the waitlist. So for those of you that don't know, we had a waitlist made. If you have a spectator pass, you could join one of the slots that opened up when somebody dropped out. And he got in through that waitlist and had his chance first 3 games, and unfortunately didn't make it there, but was very, very close to. And I was talking to him like, but it's great that you got a chance. And he's like, yeah, that's all I wanted. So
I know
good.
Necro was saying that like a ton of people were in line for the kind of wait list to try to get in this morning. So definitely a lot of people here, we're hoping that they could maybe sneak in, because the competitor passes sold out so fast There's obviously so much hunger to compete, you know, especially in China. There's so many TFT players and there's so many good TFT players. So it's like, you're like, oh, it only sells to Challenger. But there's probably thousands of Challenger players in China across all of the different TFT servers.
I'm curious to see if we actually get that Cinderella story this weekend, right? Of someone coming in through the wait list. When Makes and I were talking off camera.
Well, through the wait list would be crazy.
It
that
would
be
but
like
the
the
thing
next
is, like,
level.
it's actually possible, right?
Yeah.
There are a lot of Challenger players here. This is what I was saying to Makes. Like, we saw a lobby where Waya was playing, and my response was like, oh, it's a wait list player. Like, you know, they're probably really happy. And Makes is like, no. These waitlist players are crazy.
Yeah, they can be beasts.
It's very possible that someone comes in, is a Challenger player that didn't get a slot, and all of a sudden they have this chance to make the run. I mean, I'm here for it. I hope we get to see it.
I mean, a small little recall to Humbug, who made it really far at the Vegas Open, despite not even being that high-ranked of a Challenger player that people didn't even expect, right? Like, I think there's a bunch of chances for a waitlist player to maybe have that dream run, that Cinderella story, like you're calling it, Gangly. We were talking to Philip, too, who was saying, like, oh, I have a waitlist player. Is it a beast? like, it can be.
I love seeing in Vegas just how the personalities developed as they gained more and more confidence, as they realize I'm not just a waitlist player, I'm not just a wildcard player. I actually deserve to be here. I can play among the best and still find a lot of success. That was so cool to see. Obviously, you mentioned it. Ashmo, I think, was one of the big personalities on camera.
Yeah.
Even
so
someone like Tartman, who's not like the top echelon of French players, but
I
he's a
love
beast, and he
watching
was
Tartman.
so fun on camera. I hope we get
TFT
to see a lot more
while
of that.
you play TFT. Respect.
Min-max.
Yeah. When
Gotta
one
respect the
game of
grind.
TFT is not enough.
He's just digging for any single inch of tech somewhere in these games.
Yeah, it looks like it. Probably checking back to what happened in the previous game, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Or seeing what other lines people are actually playing. It's always fun to see, you know, players kind of reviewing the games and feeling what they thought went wrong. But, I mean, I'd be willing to bet that there's going to be, like, fully unknown players in the final lobby.
Oh, you think so?
I think for sure. Not necessarily from waitlist, but there's just so many players here and so many really good players. I think for sure.
Yeah, I think any event that has this high volume of Challenger players, I mean, we've seen, at least in the Americas, times where one of the lowest seeds from the trials, the tier 2 phase of competition, has made it all the way to the final lobby. So actually, I think I might buy into that.
It's 65 players, I think, had played in Tactician's Grounds, right? Like, that are going to be here out of 512. So to me, it's like, it's not just going to be those 65. Like, there is enough variance in this game that if someone is playing really well and hits a good run of luck, like, they can go far.
I think even outside the
Skara.
Tacticians, I would claim Skara is a well-known player, but even outside the Tacticians crown,
Yeah, definitely not a favorite.
Little asterisk there.
no, but like even outside the Tacticians crown, I think if you look at regionals or if you look at like the records of the years of competitive TFT that we now have, there are some names that haven't made it all of the way that we still know and we expect to maybe do well here. So I think we'll get those Outbreak players like an Ashmove, but I think we'll also see some heavy hitter names in that day 3.
For sure. I mean, there's just so many top players here that, like, you're going to see a lot of stars in day 3. Like, I think that's pretty much guaranteed. But I do think, like, that is one of the cool things about TFT is the game is super accessible. Like, you don't really need a good computer to play it. I know there's some really good players who play, like, iPad only and stuff like that.
Yeah, Necra.
There you go.
Necra is that player you're talking about.
iPad demon.
Yeah. But, I mean, there's players that are like high challenger that are like mobile only, you know, or iPad only, and it's a game that like really anyone can kind of get into. So I don't think it's surprising to have people, you know, coming up out of nowhere and being really good.
I mean, we've seen even some of the players at the JOs from the JOC, the mobile version of the fight for the Golden Spatula, make it all the way to Tactician's Crown, make deep runs.
Exactly.
I think you really can't count out the players who are mainly exposed just through mobile.
Especially start of set, a few weeks in, new patch, it really kind of resets where end of set going to Tac Crown, there's this idea that it's so optimized. Study groups really have a huge advantage because they have the chance to optimize so many different things, whereas here, everything is kind of fresh and there's a chance for someone to know some new secret tech with artifacts, with the new 6 cost, and really capitalize on that this weekend.
I was talking to a bunch of the EMEA players, and they were saying they barely have any games on this patch, on the 6-cost patch, and that's a major patch with a lot of changes. Haven't really gotten too many chances to play on the PBE either, so they're going into this tournament with like 4 games played.
Ooh.
That's less than some of our casters have, just for comparison.
Yeah, Zale and I have been going crazy. We've been spamming
That's
games.
like half the amount of games I played after dinner last
night.
but they
what are they doing? They've been here for days. If you have 4 games,
they
you have
arrived
no
last night.
I'm here working, and I have like 30 games on the patch. Like,
I've heard some of the travel was pretty
Yeah.
hectic for some EMEA players.
Right, like some of them have been traveling for like 48 hours. There's been some crazy stories.
that's why you play
so
on your phone.
We'll see
Just
how
grind
they
games
can
on the
do.
plane.
Some are not brave enough for,
Can I
for
just
that kind
call-
of game plan.
Can I just call this out? This is such a beautiful moment. It's actually a very nostalgic moment for me. Watching
Warwick 3.
Did you see this? Did you guys see this?
Oh yes, I did hear about
I did
this.
see this.
Yeah.
I got it shown by a player.
I could not
told me
believe
about
this.
this.
I didn't know this actually existed until I saw it and a player explained it to me.
William, can you explain
Can
what
you
it was?
explain
Yes, you need to have 3 attack crowns that
you get infinite gold.
on a single unit,
Yep.
and you get infinite gold. I thought, is this guy so audacious to be hacking live in round 1? But no,
Isn't it's not even just 3. It's the 3 different versions.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
double
Yes.
spatula,
Oh.
double pan,
Exactly.
and pan spatula.
Wow.
You have to
Yes.
have all 3 combined, and you put it on 1 unit, and you get infinite gold.
That's
Exactly.
crazy.
And I could not believe my eyes. I
But
did
it's
not
like
know this
it's
existed.
so hard to hit. Like you can if you get some of if you get like a spatula opener, you get spatula from Krugs, you get some of the spatula augments. It's possible, but it's pretty crazy, and you kind of need reforgers to be able to get the exact combos.
You will probably never see a player hit over 1,000 gold. That is so crazy.
Roll faster, bro. Come on. That's an
does he
easy
need
roll
to?
down. That's light work.
What a place to actually hit that too. This player will probably never.
It was game 1 as well. So
Game 1
You will never
of the
top
Macao
that.
Open. No.
You do not
and
top that.
the rest
high
of his
roll.
lobby must have been like, what did I even wake up for?
That's right.
Why did I sign up for this
He
tournament?
woke up for game 2.
That's right. That's right.
Just
But
go next.
It's so beautiful. I've been walking around the venue and I see these groups of people using their phones to record their friends playing, and it feels very nostalgic for me. Where it's like you can watch these montages of like old esport tournaments where people are going and then someone's got like a handy cam that they're going with and making these cool videos. There's something really beautiful of just like someone wanting to record something to capture it for their friend's memory. Like it's such a unique experience in esports, and I'm really glad we get to have that.
And that's the magic of not just LAN events, but open LAN events, where you have this idea that you can sign up, your friends can sign up, and you're all cheering for each other. And there's that, really crazy Cinderella story that can possibly happen.
Yes, people in chat also cheering on their players. We saw a little show up there. And of course, people here in the venue also cheering from some of their favorite players. Not even just study groups, but also fans coming in.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of people who have been watching TFT since its inception, and this is maybe the first time that they actually get to meet those streamers or their favorite players. And because TFT is more of this accessible esport, I think it kind of lowers our stars to like having less of a pedestal than many other games. I think it's very unique for those players who, for the first time they're going to a LAN event, they've probably never signed an autograph before, and now they're here. People are coming up for pictures. It's a cool experience.
Talking about fans, I was actually incredibly stumped during the first heats because I walked over to one part of the venue. I saw a massive crowd with professional photographers, and I could not understand what was happening. Apparently, there's 2 K-pop artists competing in this tournament, 2 very famous K-pop artists.
Really?
Yeah.
There was a massive fan base behind them trying to take pictures, cheering them on.
That's really cool.
There's an Olympic medalist in the tournament as well. So it is so cool to see the
How did they
different
do?
worlds that TFT joined together. I'm not sure. I was busy interviewing
not a big enough
Soju,
fan.
and I'm a bigger fan of Soju. What can I say?
Fair.
I got to watch I'm a Cutie Pie playing in that same
How'd he
lobby
do?
as Milk. He did not
He
do
told me he was
great.
going to go dead last.
I think he might have been right. Yeah, I did what.
Well, you can respect that.
That's right. The prophet.
The man knew what he was going to do. He came, he saw, he went 8th.
Yep.
Oh no, that's the worst way to play this game, but we are going to be trying to get the game underway, of course, in case you're waiting for when games start. You know, I know Twitch chat, so we are trying to get that underway. It is a giant venue. Some of the rounds are already playing, as you can see here, but we're trying to get main stage going as well. We'll get there as soon as possible, getting a glimpse of our EMEA stars here.
And what a combination there, having to play side by side, double 61, and experience two of the best players from EMEA, having to be in the same lobby in this first heat.
Chaos on the screen right here. You may remember him from World Championship. I believe it was set 11, right? It was Inkport and Fables that we saw Chaos make the run. Did, you know, pretty well representing Singapore. There's a lot of cool play. One of the things I love about the Macao Open is that we get to have these regions that typically only have 1 or 2 representatives send their stars, right? It's like the greatest of every region. It calls back to what we were saying before, that every single player in these lobbies is a monster. There's no real dead weight in the tournament. And so when the best player from your region may not even be favored to make it out of the first wave of pools, it says a lot about the strength of the tournament.
It absolutely does, and you're just getting a glimpse of all of those stations that we have here. So many players, so many PCs, and it's honestly mind-boggling that it's working when you can see some fans here cheering on Degree.
Yeah, I mean, it is really crazy, right? Like, there's 32 stations that were going live, you know, at the same time. Obviously, you know, as we do trim down the amount of players, that is going to cut down and down and down, and hopefully we will have it going smoothly, you know, as we go forward in this event. But the logistics of an event like this is pretty insane. When you have 512 PCs, like the amount of admins and refs and tech support people that you need to actually get everything running smoothly is crazy.
You're seeing the custom jackets that the player got there as well. They're very cool. They have their names on the shoulders.
Cool.
So every single one of these Macao Open jackets is individual for these
TL
players.
jersey.
Very, very cool.
Ego, one of the top players from the Americas, showing up there as well. It's just a highlight reel of just top TFT players every single second here. Look at this. I mean, it's just so beautiful.
Yep. Yeah, really cool merch. It's so funny, actually, walking around, and it feels like no matter where you go, there's like some elite global player that you just like bump into left and right. You actually cannot escape running into some pro player.
It makes doing rock, hit a player that's top 10 challenger.
That's right.
It makes doing interviews very easy. I was scouting out for players, and just everywhere I looked, there was someone.
Honestly, we love that. I personally love hearing from the players and seeing what they're up to. You know, I always go there and I'm like, so what's the secret tech? Like what are we planning to do? Unfortunately, today all I heard was a click on Viktor, so we're going to be seeing whether or not that holds true.
But it is tech.
I think players always have like 2 layers of secret tech. There's one that when someone asks them the secret tech, they give that answer. And there's the real deep layer that they never share with anyone.
I mean, I will say walking around, the line that I felt was, you know, I think the surprise to some was the Renata tech that we talked a little bit. Did you guys actually see it in the first set of games? Yeah. Did it do well?
No, not that well. Michael was the only one that actually played it on stage.
Okay.
But he played it from kind of like a little bit of a rough spot. Like, he had a really rough early game. He was like on a pretty fat loss streak. And then he rolled down heavily and like didn't hit his 3 stars until late. He rolled on 5 and he went, he eventually got Vex 3, Singe 3, and then Renata 3 later on, and he went for the Anomaly to make it Singe 4-star and stuff. So he was playing kind of an interesting line. He was playing like LDP with Singed and Vex or Renata, and his positioning was kind of like really strange because he kind of had to do this like triangle to have everything in place where this, like, you can't really do standard tank lines because your front line isn't good enough and it needs to be stacked. So you kind of had to solo front line the Singed, but then he was getting wrapped on by melee comps. And so like he was winning a lot of rounds, but then he played like a 3-star Nocturne, and the Nocturne was just like on the side and just went directly into the back line because you're solo frontlining your Singed. So didn't work out, but you know, it was going for a while. It looks like we are finally getting on into game here. The second set of games going to be kicking off.
Honestly, I love this animation and I love seeing it, but we do have our lobby here as well with a bunch of very heavy hitter names. Bintum is in this lobby, Dobbs as well. I'm very excited to see these players fight it out, and we are going to be starting with Jinx.
Respect to BoxBox for even making it through to second round, honestly. Like
No. This is
second
still,
excuse me. Okay, this is the second
wave
round
2.
of the first. Yes.
But you know what? Congrats to BoxBox for making it this far.
He was able to sign up.
Yeah, I feel like there's a handful of players we should probably take some time to give some background on. I mean, some of the Americas players that I would want to highlight here: Dobbs, Marcel P, 2 players. I mean, Dobbs, one of the most iconic players from Brazil. These days, he kind of splits his time both casting and competing, but absolutely not a threat. I think maybe more of one of the old school legends of the game.
Yep.
Marcel P, I believe it was a pro player in another game, made his way into TFT, and has been on the come up for the last 2 sets. He's a player that I think a lot of people actually do have their eyes on going into this set. I don't know about this event in particular, but this set, Marcel P is definitely, his stock is rising.
Talking about Bintum, one of the top players from APAC, had 2 sets ago a really strong performance. Is I think the kind of player that is feared by almost everyone. If he's in your lobby, you're suddenly thinking, hey, this is a player that might be the favorite to win it all, to do well in this first game maybe.
This is always interesting, like on Scuttle Puddle. Like some players do really like to play super heavy eco because you can, of course, sell everything except 1/1 cost, and you can hit 20 gold right this round. But of course, people can be really accelerated in this galaxy as well, right? If they're using all of that gold to kind of push levels and to get a really strong board, it can be dangerous to play those lines, but it is always fun because there's so many units, there's so much economy that the pace can really be changed. And I do think it kind of raises the strength of some of these lines like Emissaries, where you have so many different carries that you can itemize, because you're often going to walk out with a lot more items later on in the game.
One of the maybe unintuitive learnings that I had with Scuttle Puddle is that gold is worth a lot less because you get so much of it.
Yep.
HP is worth a lot more. So I used to be addicted to hitting the econ threshold. I would almost every single game make it to 20 onto 1, but at this point now, I much more often like holding 1 cost.
Those are all good
4
melee ones.
amazing picks for Bintum. And I want to bounce off of what you just said, Panda. I think you're talking about the value of gold, the value of HP. I also think there's a value of direction. Being able to hold 1 cost on stage 1 so that you know how to play your stage 2, I think is oftentimes worth much more than the interest you'd get for a single round.
I mentioned in TAC Round a lot the idea of posturing in a reroll meta where there are very strong rerolls, the idea of holding certain 1 costs, upgrading something like a Violet, for example, and saying, hey, I have a very good spot.
So just a quick note, we're not in a Scuttle Puddle, but in a Crab Rave lobby. So the same holds true in terms of the econ. I think all of that is still exactly the same. But now you can die. You need to build a comp that will sustain.
There's actually not a lot of comps that beat it that are popular these days. I feel like it's like the melee carries with lifesteal is like the only comps that actually kill that.
I think with Emissary being more popular, I would expect
can beat it for sure.
Yeah.
But like the AP lines, I always die to that thing. Like Twitch and stuff, I always die to that thing. Like
Twitch is never killing
you basically have to be playing
last alive.
Yeah,
trying his best
damage.
Doesn't happen.
You need to. You need to be playing basically like Ambessa Vi, like this type of stuff.
Okay, there were a couple augments I did want to call out there. I know there were 2 different players that took the artifact Anvil. We think we saw one of them,
We saw
right?
the other
Mega
one
popular.
just now. So Dobbs, I believe, is the other one that has it, and he picked up a Zonia.
Okay, and then Marcel P took Starry Night. Starry Night is a really cool augment because it enables a lot of these different 2-cost rerolls. The ones that stand out to me, one, the Renata comp. You can play it on 5, rolling for all your 1 costs, then go level 6 to get the rest of your 2 costs. The other line that tends to be very popular is playing around the Tristana reroll with Sentinels. You can see right here, though, holding the Aurelia and the Vexes already, trying to angle toward the AP
He's
line.
gonna sell for 30, I think.
Yeah, I think to me, this says that he's already hard committing to the Renata line.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players are actually playing pretty heavily for eco. You can see Izone and Sakura Fan is already at 30. We have Marcel P here on 30, so they are playing very heavy for eco. You can see Raining Gold as well was taken by BoxBox there, so BoxBox is going to have a lot of gold, but he slammed some early items. He has that family start, it looked like. Bruiser +1. Bruiser Mundo has been nerfed, but it is still the most common line that you do kind of see. I feel with Bruiser is you can still play towards Experiment. And I will say, there are some crazy Experiment outs now because Warwick is an Experiment as well. So I have actually run into some people who hit Warwick and that gives them the 7 Experiment, and it's like, that is kind of just like a first place then.
It is, but we were talking about the direction in a lobby like this one, and I do want to call out the Rocket Collection that we just saw from Wanju. That's an augment that for a while we didn't see too much off of going into the Artillerist. Are we just thinking that's going to go into the Emissary Tristana line?
I hope so. I'm a big fan of Tristana. On PBE, I was trying to force it every game. Unfortunately, I learned my lesson pretty quick, but after the buffs, I think a lot of players are believers once again. Rageblade is a great slam. I think the augments, as you mentioned with the direction, it makes it so much easier to, if you have an early Tristana pair, for example, you can do so much in stage 2 to get those stacks.
So I will say, generally if people are re-rolling 2 costs, it's a good idea to also re-roll 2 costs. The problem is that Marcel and Wanju are both going to be re-rolling for this Sentinel frontline. And yes, there are 30 in the pool for 1 cost, so you can share them. There's room for both of you. But Wanju, in terms of economy, is significantly behind Marcel. And Marcel having Starry Nights means that he'll be able to hit more accelerated than Wanju. So if you're Wanju, I actually feel like you're pretty significantly disadvantaged at this point in the game, competing against someone like Marcel P, who will be lost streaking with 30 gold, with Starry Nights.
Have you considered just hitting?
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
You were saying I was being the negative re-roller. Who's the negative re-roller now, Gankly?
You're right, you're right.
Just press D and hit the units.
We saw, who was it? Someone in Wave 1 just sent it to 0 on 3-1 and just like
hit.
uber missed.
Yeah.
A little bit of a visual bug here as players zoned in and just instantly.
It's cinematic. I kind of like it.
It is. We're taking the low pan out, just showing off that we are in this custom arena for the Macao Open, which I really love. If you look in the back end in the center, you're seeing the logo of the Open. Such a cool thing. But players are starting to try and get those
it's actually
streaks.
Bad for Tristana. You can't get your stacks. I do think though in a lobby like this where a lot of players are playing for high econ with slamming and raining gold, you have a chance to say, hey, if no one's playing a relatively strong board, I can get maybe 2-3 stacks per fight with Tristana. And this is all you really need with the comp. The moment you have all these early stacks, it snowballs in a way where you're so dominant in stage 2 and 3, you have so much gold to work with as well.
I mean, Izone Sakura is already so rich. 50 gold, 3 loss streak. You get a component every 4 losses. You're getting 2 bonus gold every loss as well. Like, yes, HP is really valuable in this, but if you play this sort of line and you get away with it, like, you can be level 8, level 9 so fast that it's crazy. So, like, you can either do that or you can go to 2-cost reroll with, like, a massive economy. So it'll be interesting to see how greedy he actually does want to play this out.
Do you think holding the Urgot is just to try and kill stuff? There's not like a... I
think
people
it's just
aren't
to try to kill stuff, probably.
Yeah, okay. With the change to the anomalies, we're not really seeing that hungry Urgot.
I knew you were going in that direction, Gangly. Like, there's some dreams you have to, stop believing in.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean,
Classic Gangly.
I think it's just like you scout around, you say, like, can I actually beat anyone? And the answer is no. And then you start playing to just kill units, right? And you often start playing like weak side. You swap your units all over to one clump to try to focus down one unit, save a little bit of HP. Can actually make such a big difference when you're playing full loss streak because you want to make as much gold as possible and lose as little health as possible.
And quick tip for that exact game plan, the #1 unit this set, and I think it will be for the entirety of the set really, is Lux. Lux is the unit that always kills so many units. You can sometimes 4v5 in stage 2 and 3. She's an absolute beast with the right items, especially Archangel's Nashers. I think we'll see a lot of AP openers that rely on Lux Singed as a combo where they're both helping each other out. Singed giving attack speed, Lux shielding Singed, so it keeps happening.
Oh, this is actually big. Someone's going to lose their loss streak.
So I also want to call out Marcel is playing the Chem Baron variation. So what people are doing with this line is you play Chem Baron on stage 2 and stage 3 and you take the first cash out. You don't go for a high vertical cash out. The idea is the first cash out can give you a Singe 2 or a Renata, and so it accelerates the ability for how fast you're able to hit the comp. But obviously you want to be able to maintain the 3 loss streak. It looks like Marcel is going to break that now.
Yeah, this is actually so good for Izone Sakura. I mean, the Renata 2, the Rennie got a cast off at really low health, then got re-shielded, so got all the healing. That makes a difference. So you take a super good loss there. So you're 5 loss, 72. You're going to be level 6 on 2-7 with like 50 gold, more than that. Like this kind of game is like my dream game. Like I love playing games like this where you don't lose that much health early, where you have such a crazy economy. And you can play such flexible lines from this, right? Like he has double BF sword, double cloak. He has perfect AD items for slam. Like you could slam IEBT. You have like even shroud on top of that. Like this is AD flex dream game.
It absolutely is.
This is like my favorite position to play from.
we'll need to check if we'll also see those hits come on through later on, but I do quickly want to shout out Bintum and Boxbox also getting those win streaks there. Bintum apparently met Boxbox in the very first round, so perfect for Bintum to now get that streak going.
And Boxbox being able to get that 5 streak, he took reigning gold. So he took eco opening and is able to actually be really rich as well. So Boxbox in a great spot here too. It's going to be interesting to see where players start to transition. Early Tris 2 here is going to be feeling great. You got the IE to slam. Another BF is in pocket. So without even having to roll at all, Wanju has quite a strong board, and you're seeing some of the upgrades starting to come through.
So I wanted to talk about Boxbox taking this reigning gold.
Bintum has a strong board.
For the reasons Panda called out earlier, I actually felt like reigning gold was not a good pickup because, the value of getting the gold on Scuttle Puddle goes down. When everybody else hits their interest threshold so early, the effectiveness of that initial gold goes down. But Boxbox, recognizing that he was able to win streak and play even greedy, and it's kind of an interesting way to play the game. Playing the family line as a win streak on stage 2 allowed him to make his gold augment even more effective.
I mean, Bintum's board was just insane, though. Like, he's level 6, he has Nami 2, fully itemized. He has the cloak there as well, on his Darius with items, so it's like very hard to build.
Is the tech between the artifacts there. Trenchcoat plus Sterak's is a very strong combo when you get the extra proc when the Sterak happen or the Trenchcoat effect happens. So Bintum is aware of all the different tech, and we're seeing quite a few nice options. Your Family Crest, if it is a Violet reroll player, could be just I think it's Boxbox. Yeah, he was playing more tempo.
Yeah. Had the line
Bulky
itself.
Buddies and Mentorship are both pretty solid.
Early Silco in the shop.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I really like Bulky Buddies a lot. I think it's super strong.
I will say I'm not a huge fan of the Titan Slam when you're not actually playing around the Violet itself. I find that the forecast, I mean, Vi is pretty good with the Titans, but if you're looking to play around the Emissary board, your items all of a sudden feel really weird, right? Because you're playing Ginsu, which Corki doesn't love, and you're playing Titans, which Mbessa doesn't really want that. You want something that's a little bit faster, like the crit is something that we've seen do really well.
IEGS,
so
etc.
I think Boxbox is in a place where he's playing tempo, but he's going to be playing a less optimized variation of that Mbessa Emissary board.
Well, the big thing is if you have that Rage Blade, a great holder in the Emissary comp is to Tristana, but you know that Wanju is gunning for that one. So kind of finds himself in a position where you're contested, the other person has a better slot for that unit, and suddenly maybe I am a bit worried for where Boxbox is taking this.
And I will say, like, I don't think it's that bad of a spot for Boxbox. Like, he doesn't have ideal items, but because he has reigning gold, like, he's pretty greedy, like, augment choice, right? So if you push levels, even if you don't go for a first, like, you just need to be playing for top 4s in this kind of a format. So if you can keep your health high early, have a really strong economy, push levels, and just hit your units, like, even if you don't have perfect items, I think you could still, be okay to try to play for a top 4, but we'll see if he gets punished for it. Because I agree, it's like, you just want BF swords, basically. If you're going to play Emissary, you want all the BF swords.
For Marcel P, I think already showing and indicating to us how strong he thinks Renata Comp really is, because he picked double Econ Augment, Starry Night into Reigning Gold, so he thinks, if I hit, this will be strong enough to do well. We'll see if that's going to be the case there, but I'm surprised to see him picking double Econ in Crabgrave especially.
Exactly. I mean, you're expecting everybody to cap out at the highest point in which their comp can cap. I don't actually agree with that call out. That feels like maybe a misplay. I mean, I guess we'll find out, though, because if the comp is actually that strong, then maybe the Econ pickup is fine, but I'm actually a little bit worried for Marcel.
It is kind of shockingly strong, I'm not going to lie, but I mean, I think playing it from Lost Streak on an Econ encounter is definitely tough. Sakura is I did break his lose streak.
Yep.
Did take the Edge of Night augment there, so he's going to be able to get the Edge of Night. So he's going to be playing likely towards, I would think, the Emissary line. I think Edge of Night is really strong with Mbessa. You can kind of just frontline Mbessa. It procs early. You get the attack speed. Mbessa kind of dashes back into that range form and can be quite strong.
The thing I love about Edge of Night on Mbessa is that it allows you to place her in the top right-hand corner. And so what you do is you position your Garen to the left of Mbessa, and you want her to get as much of the aggro as possible. She goes into the row behind their front line, disrupts them, does a ton of damage, and then drops the aggro onto the Garen.
That was kind of a crazy hit. So Izone Sara just got the Vi off the carousel with a BF. We already talked about that emissary line. You have BT GA already done. Like you have a is that second GA as well in the Ezreal? It's hard for me to see. It looks like
it is.
So and he just got another BF. So like he already has double BT, double GA itemization, and did just pick up that early Vi, which is going to be able to hold a lot of these items really, really effectively.
It's the trifecta of TF, Vi, and Bessa. The trades fit so well together. Double buff on both Vi and TF, so now they're very, very relevant. This is a combo that players were playing a lot on PvE. They realized, hey, some of these units are maybe not that good. They're not really playable. Now that's changed drastically, and now almost everyone is gunning for that combo, plus Vertical Enforcers, or just maybe just 4 Emissary.
Yeah, I mean, Basso Skills was crushing in the last lobby with Vertical Enforcer, right? Like the first 2 games he got double first playing Enforcer.
Yeah.
Was that with a +1 or without it?
The first game was with. I can't remember if the second game was, to be honest, but he was playing Enforcer and Bessa.
Emissary of Basso?
Yeah, but he was playing it with game with Enforcer.
Makes sense.
As well.
You can kind of like put them both in the same line.
Because game 1 was 8 Enforcer and
that
Bessa
was vertical
with was full vertical, but he was playing it pretty effectively.
I feel like this patch in particular, we're seeing way more of this Darius item holding than we saw last patch, right?
For the reasons I mentioned, you can actually slam appropriate items on Darius and have holders in stage 4 with Bessa and Vi both being more viable carries. There used to be a lot of items slammed on Darius, but not melee bruiser items, just almost, I would slam, Morello and just anything I had on my Darius too. It's like set 11 Inkborn Fables Darius all over again.
Sometimes I feel like there are these units in TFT where if you just don't think about it, you feel really comfortable slamming anything on it because nobody's really slamming optimal items on it. So it's like if nobody does it, then it's kind of fine.
No one's going to judge you for putting your death cap on the Darius.
We did see Remember's board a bit. He had Spirit Link, second Augments. He's locked into the Bruiser line, has really good items already on the Maddie. I think this is a line that gives you a very clear direction. Maybe it's not as strong as it was last patch, but when you're uncontested, it's, I think, a line that you feel confident you're going to hit. And it's always a line that, at least for me, I feel like I'm always going to top 4 with it.
I feel like we kind of have to acknowledge the bully in the room a little bit because some of these players are taking very heavy hits already, with Bintum just seemingly streaking through this round. It's 8 wins already as he has built out. We have the little Lux there helping Nami and currently holding those items as a main carry in the backline, doing really, really well.
I mean, super early Nami too with 4 Sork is just strong. Like, I do think Sorcerer can be really underrated. It's a lot of flat AP that you are getting early on in the game, and if you can get like an early Nami 2 or even just honestly like an early Lux 2, early Swain 2, like any of these 2-star Sorcerers, you can play around it when you hit Vlad early. Like, it is pretty darn strong.
Oh, already level 8. iZone going to be doing their roll down. There's so many players angling toward the emissary line that he says, you know what, I want to just roll a little bit on 3-7, see what I can hit. Garen 2 is a huge hit to find this early.
And when you know you're playing lands contested and you have a lot of extra gold, we see kind of the level what you're rolling at gets earlier and earlier. First it's 4-2, then you're like, oh, 4-1. Let me just roll on creeps now.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the benefit. Like, he went Eco Augment in an Eco Galaxy. You're getting so much gold so fast, and he's still gonna have like a good 40 gold, 50 gold next turn to be able to re-roll. And I do think he's gonna dig. There we go. The Ambessa's already picked up. So now you're already on 4 Emissary that fast. Looks like wants to dig for a Vi 2 or Corki 2 or some sort of like 2-star carry as well. That's where it starts to get a little bit more dicey, I feel like, sometimes, because if you do roll true 0 and then you don't hit, you are really going to be set back. But I almost feel like you could have maybe just kind of chilled with the Garen 2 and the Ambessa and Vi 1 for a couple rounds, rebuild your eco, and then roll back down.
On the other side, we did see that Heimerdinger 2 come online, so a pretty big pickup there is going to have that available diction here now. Still maybe not as upgraded on the front line, but with the Heimerdinger in the back line, 3 items will definitely do really well.
It is a problem with Shield Bash, second Augment. You're locked into Sentinel line. We saw him roll over a million Zoe 2s, couldn't buy it, knowing he had to play into Heimer instead, so forced to roll a lot more gold, can't play as flexibly as he would have liked.
Dobbs just sitting there saying, what are you doing, man? That was my unit.
Heimer got nerfed.
Signaled
what are we both doing playing
Heimer from the start.
There's Renata 3. So Marcel has actually hit. And it does have the Renata 3, has the Vex 3. Looks like nearly Rel 3 on bench as well, I want to say. And I think he was also holding a pair of Alawies, it looked like even.
So he's still playing the Chem Baron variation. I was actually expecting him to
just doing 100 cash outs or something?
Pivot off of that. But yeah, that's what it looks like. He's taking every 100 cash out to either get a Singe 2 or a Renata. I think at some point, though, you probably are supposed to pivot off of that and then just go straight into the Sentinels.
Yeah.
Because at some point, it's going to cap the highest when you have your 6 Sentinel front line, you have your Singed. A lot of people are playing Singed 4, where you get the ultimate hero on Singed, and then you're buffing up that Renata with that really high-level Singe.
I feel like it's really hard to hit 6 Sentinel, though, unless you have a +1. Like, it's hard to fit it all, right?
Yeah.
To actually like hit all the units and then get it. But if you do hit +1, or you hit everything early and you can just push levels, then yeah, you can maybe do it eventually. But it can be tough. It's not the easiest board to like make everything fit.
Saw a little bit of a decision-making there from Remember going into Sniper's Nest, but had a hard time deciding for that one.
Only 5 Triss, so did just decide to push levels, but wait, are they level 7 or level 8? Because the bottom left says level 7, but then
This is Marcel P, I think, so it's level 8.
It is level 8.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was a little bit confused. Okay, so just pushing levels here, and Gold Collector, i.e. Rageblade, pretty strong organization, but Heimer 2 is no joke. I mean, yeah, Heimer not as strong as it was before, but you can see the Sentinel +1 there on the Jace, and Heimer was doing pretty well in some of the lobbies earlier today, too.
The problem with Tristana, if you push levels, I think it's a comp that you really have to have confidence in your game plan. You have the confidence in the snowballing effect, especially Gold Collector.
Yeah.
If you're not as strong and kind of bullying the lobby in stage 3 and start of stage 4, you're missing out on a lot of the extra gold as well from the executes, and you're in kind of no man's land where
That's
you're not going to be so
horrible
strong.
roll down.
So I'm a little confused at...
there's Renata 3, or sorry, Rel 3, excuse me.
So what I've seen a lot of players do is they tend to stay level 5 in this comp until you hit that Singe 3. A lot of people actually believe that Singe 3 is a very important part of this composition.
It pumps your damage up so heavily.
Yeah, because the attack speed buff that he gives to the player, the unit that's doing the most amount of damage, it tends to be very important. So Marcel does forego that entirely. Maybe he believes, it's too slow, I don't have enough time to actually hit it.
Or just a natural enough Singe.
I was going to say we're holding Singed, so I think it looks more like it didn't really come around.
Or because it's Starry Night.
Cash outs could help as well. Starry Night could help as well. I mean, there's still some upside.
Yeah.
No, it is interesting though, because to your point, like I had the same conversation earlier. I was talking like having played this a little bit, and also having talked to some players. Like I think people initially were like, okay, you roll on 6 and you get Renata, and you either hit Rel 3 or Leona 3, and they're kind of your main tank. But I know a lot of people were having a lot more success with actually just hitting Singe 3 and having that be the main tank. And Singe being able to buff up your Renata, your Vex, or whatever. The attack speed actually really important for that mana generation, because it's not only increasing the damage of Renata, it's also increasing the survivability of your front line because you're spamming out the shields. So it really does kind of double dip.
Wanju picks up Jinx from the Carousel, a very good holder on Gold Collector. I wonder if he completely pivots his game plan off of Tristana, off of the mainly Artillerists, into maybe some kind of Jinx later on.
Gold Collector IE is both super strong.
Yeah.
I mean, I do always feel like you need. I mean, like Rageblade is like okay, but I feel like you need some sort of mana generation. Like if you could get Shojin on top, it would be insane.
He
just sold the Jinx, so.
I think 1-star Jinx won't do it, but 2-star Jinx, if you somehow high rolled a few rolls here, could have been an option.
You have the Artillerist augment as well, though, right?
That's true.
It's very, very hard. I mean, I think Wanju at this point, like, listen, you are playing the Tristana reroll line without rerolling Tristana, right?
Yeah.
You're never hitting Tristana 3. I think Wanju recognizes, to be honest, this game is probably a bust. You are probably bot 4 from this position. At this point, you have a really strong front line. The idea is, I want to make sure I can bust through the weak side of everybody's board, get high value from the Gold Collector. You have a lot of damage because of the glass cannon as well, and so maybe there is a world you're able to sneak a few fights, but I do not see Wanju capping out higher than most players in this game.
That being said, Tristana, when she gets a lot of early stacks, even if she's 2-star, she's more kind of a 2.5-star because she is getting more power than she would have normally. So if you kind of put enough power into the combat, into the line, she's still going to be stronger than you would think. She's not just a normal 2-star base.
Okay.
All right, Anomaly time. This one could be game deciding. Let's see what we get.
Giant-sized Alawi. Such a huge hit when you're playing 6 Sentinel. You already have so many defenses. I think it was one roll.
Okay.
I think it was one roll. Still a high roll, but still. Being able to hit that without spending too much, I mean, it makes your game way easier. And for the reasons Panda outlined before, you already have so much damage on the Tristana.
I mean, I do think, especially with this patch, with the change where you can actually reroll into the same anomalies, it makes it way harder to actually choose how deep you're going to dig.
You have to settle much earlier, I would say.
I agree. I think because, like, especially if you're just playing for, like, average placement, right? Like, the first place, you maybe need to roll. But, you know, in the earlier lobby, we saw most players taking one that was, like, from the first couple, right? And it's like, if their first anomaly is like, hey, that's pretty good, they're probably just going to save it. Because I do think you can get trapped where you're digging way too far. So going for the emblem off of the GP, which emblem did that actually give?
Hasn't popped up quite yet. It might take a second to actually load in.
So it's a non-unique emblem.
It can be Form Swapper.
So Form Swapper.
So it's gonna just
or
Scrapper or
Scrap.
Pit Fighter. Scrap. I imagine Pit Fighter is what you were looking for at that point. You already have the Civica, you have the Vi on your board, and having the trench coat makes those Pit Fighters really high value. So Bintum unfortunately loses the 50-50. I imagine probably taking the Scrap because at some point maybe felt like that's a little bit higher value than the other ones. I don't think you're very happy with it though.
I also feel like Civica's not that good with Trenchcoat. At least when I've played it with Trenchcoat, it kind of takes too long to actually get the mana up to cast and do things, and the cast animations are kind of long and stuff.
You do have Edge of Night Sterex, so you have more time is bought, whereas otherwise the Trenchcoat would pop and she would just die without casting.
Ooh, Force of Friendship there from Marcel P on the Renata board. That one is going to be really nice, getting those extra damage amps for the star levels.
And this is where you're transferring power from the econ that you have, will they be able to hit so many 3-stars, to now into the Anomaly having just that much more just damage overall.
This is going to be interesting. Like, I wonder now, you know, with the Scrap emblem, if you actually try to play like 4 Scrap and try to get like Echo Rumble in or whatever, or like what he's actually going to try to play from here, because the itemization is a little bit weird. It doesn't really have a super strong carry at this point. It feels like a little bit of an awkward spot.
He's holding Echoes, so that could be, you know, the line he's going for.
Yeah, I mean, he's even holding a powder, so like maybe he's going to go full on into Scrap.
Ambushers.
It's possible. I mean, you can play some core between like Powder, Echo, Jinx.
Found another Civica as well.
He would roll down for Dobbs here as well, was on what looked to be close to 1 life, 20 gold to work with on level 9. No 6 cost just yet. Finds a Malzahar.
2 Jaces.
Finds a Jace pair as well. Not really much else.
Yeah,
close to a lot of spikes, but not just.
On the other side, Bintum hit Civica too. So he got Civica too. Did find got the Corki in there as well. Got Conquerors in. Hit the Echo too. Has a bunch of anvils as well. That I assume he's gonna pop.
Do you believe in the Civica now?
I do. Yeah. If you hit a 2-star Civica on 5-1, I think it's quite strong. But I still maintain. At least I've tried Trenchcoat on Civica a couple times. It's never worked out for me.
I think she is kind of a win more unit. When she's strong enough to where you should index power into her, you're already, you're strong enough anyway, basically.
Really unfortunate here. Once again, runs into Diction. The player that also plays Heimerdinger gets eliminated. Very, very unfortunate 8th place in that first game of their triple. So now you're really going into this and you're like, I kind of need a double first to make it somehow through.
Yeah, at least like top 2 or something like that. Top 2, top 3. I think it's definitely possible. To get through like 14. So if you go 2-3, 2-3-8, you should still be able to get through. But it is definitely tough. And there is the Bruiser Mundo, which was kind of the expected line when I saw the Bruiser +1.
And
has
giant
the Twitch
size.
going, has giant size. That is kind of the dream. Like, I mean, Mundo becomes so hard to kill. It did get nerfed this patch, but still.
Keep in mind that with Bruisers amplify the amount of HP that you get. So yes, your giant size typically gives you 1,000 HP. With 6 Bruiser, it gives you significantly more than that.
Yeah, and did actually hit the Caitlyn right there as well, so was able to swap the Caitlyn in for that Maddie 1. Obviously, it works pretty well with the step. On the other side, we do have Bintum already got a Viktor, so early Viktor on stage 5 is going to make such a big difference. The shred, the sunder, the damage, the stun, it does it all.
Remember, is level 8 too. Keep that in mind. All of the players, most of the players in this lobby at this point are starting to hit that cap on level 9. Being level 8 means, you have this really strong Mundo, but may not be enough.
Wait, he's a Malzahar 2 as well. So he's Malzahar 2, Civica 2, and hit the Viktor. That's crazy.
Really making good use of the extra econ that we have in Crabbrave, and also his bully position that we saw throughout all of stage 3 and 4.
And I mean, look at the spot Izone Sakura's in. Doing pretty well on a 4 streak. Is level 9, 30 health. Went with like a crazy greedy eco start. And I'm curious to see what exactly the board is. So here is that board. So fully itemized on this Vi, has the Edge of Night augment, that works really well on both Vi and Mbessa, has the Garen 2 to be able to amping them up and make them a lot stronger, hit the Savika 2 as well, and is going to swap the treasure chest over to the Scar, so it dies quickly, and then ideally we'd throw some items over onto Savika.
And Mbessa with the Gunblade might seem a little bit weird, but Mbessa has pretty good AP scaling,
yeah.
so something that players should know if they have the the difference between itemizing Mbessa and Vi is that Mbessa can hold some AP-ish items a little bit better.
Yeah.
Well, who would win, a giant-sized Mundo or a fortified Garen? Both of these players really leaning into getting that beef on the board, trying to avoid some of that.
So
but
that is a problem.
Yeah.
Garen gets extra LHP. It's just.
Mbessa, please stop tickling me.
Oh no!
I will say the difference that we saw in the board that Bintum had is Bintum had these multiple threats that had some sort of backline access already. We talked about the Malzahar, we talked about the Viktor, but the board that Sakura Fan has is straight front to back. You are not getting to the back line until you kill the front line. And so that's the fight that Twitch wants to have.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you basically have to hope that you can wrap in some way or have some kind of weird situation.
Another one.
Yep. That is nice.
For Savika. Wow, actually really nice,
yeah,
right?
Triple Edge Knight with the proc.
Exactly, with the augment as well, especially.
Yeah. Yeah, it is really, really nice. 35% attack speed, I believe it is.
Yep.
Yeah. Quite strong.
Bintum just like, I don't really want any of this.
Why did I win all these
fights?
fights?
What's elite bad?
Yeah, I think it is
suffering from success.
It's really nice to highlight that Bintum was playing this melee bruiser line for the beginning of the game and recognize that it was super contested, right? Sakura Fan is the one that ended up with that 4 emissary board. Bintum played 1 emissary on level 8 and just played a strong enough board to leverage the HP that he saved to go level 9. To me, it actually feels like textbook high-level TFT. I think this truly is a masterclass from Bintum on how to go 9 and then cap out way higher than the rest of the board.
I mean, honestly, when you're trying to push levels, you need to be able to play strongest board at any given time without spending a ton of money, and he did that so well.
Looking at Remember here, last round was a win. Can he do it again as he goes up against BoxBox? Really clutching every single placement with only 3 games. They're so important here. And I'm not so sure how this one works out.
It's another one of those front-to-back boards, though, right? Playing another emissary board, we're seeing the exact same thing play out. The Mbessa does have a lot of damage, but you don't actually have enough to break through this Mundo with a billion health. And so since you have nothing that accesses the backline, yes, BoxBox is a strong board, but the shape of the fight goes to the favor of Remember. We're seeing it play out once again.
Look at the reaction, rubbing his hand, says, I am going to stay fighting here.
How villainous.
It's so important in Game 1, the momentum for the rest of this heat to perform at a high level, especially if you're a player that you consider yourself maybe more of a wild card or not one of the favorites. It's so important.
Look at the health, though. I mean, like these points can be the difference between moving on or not. We have 4 players under 10 health here. That is really, really scary. No one wants to run into Wanju, who's on a streak right now.
Playing Tristana, so it's still working out.
Yep. But Remember, also looking very, very strong. Who's he going to run into? Looks like he's the one running into Wanju on the other side. And we'll see if Wanju can deal with this Mundo, but I don't think he has the comp to actually be able to punch through. I think it's going to be the same issue.
Yeah, the Rage Blade is scaling, but there isn't more, extra damage scaling. Tristana's not going to be able to do much against these Giga Tanks. The Elise is stunning for quite a while as well with her Cocoon. We're seeing it. So many ults from Tristana, not able to do anything. The stun comes through, and the Twitch cleaning up, doing his job, sniping those backline carries. Look at this Elise. What an absolute demon. No, she's still alive.
Elise can be so impactful. Like, Elise is actually such a crazy unit sometimes. So BoxBox lost. So BoxBox will go out. Like did 3 people die? No, just 2 people died.
So Diction was
Yeah,
eliminated in the previous round, and now Sakura Fan and BoxBox are also out. And I personally, I love seeing the reactions from Remember. They're fighting, celebrating each of these wins as he makes his way into the top 4 after what looked like a scary position in the earlier rounds.
Every point is just so precious, right? It really can come down to a couple placements here early on.
Also, I think I kind of have to eat my words. I said I did not think Wanju was going top 4. I seriously underestimated the value of Tristana 2.
The Mundo cannot protect the Twitch from the grab.
Did we not talk about this?
Mundo is strong enough to beat the crap on his own.
Is this not the best illustration?
Look at his camera. Come on, You
I
can
only
beat
mentioned the Mundo because I think the last 2 Crab Raves, I was playing Twitch, I had my Mundo, and I still remember.
I've literally never beaten it with Twitch.
So we talked about how Remember keeps winning all of these fights that are front to back, and once you have something that can access the back line,
Wait,
you
Marcel's
instantly
dead
lose.
too.
And the Elite is just doing cartwheels, ulting, but can't actually
died.
Wait, did everybody die?
Look at Bintum, the ultimate villain. He's just laughing.
Oh my god.
That is so sick.
Crab Rave is so hard to beat in this set. I swear to God. It's like Emissary, like melee carries, that's the only comp that beats it anymore. It's so hard to actually deal with.
It's actually, it's so funny because Remember kills all of the Emissary players because he has this front to back team fight. So Remember dies, or excuse me, Sakura Fan dies, Box dies, and then everybody loses except for Bintum because he's the only Emissary player left.
There's 2 games left. Imagine for these 3 players where they lose, they're instantly depressed. They look to the side and they see Bintum laughing at them. Oh, the emotional damage has been dealt.
Oh my goodness, what a game!
That's good.
I do feel like we got to see a lot of kind of iconic parts of this meta play out in that last game, though. We saw some players leaning directly towards those really strong roll lines of the Tristana and of the Renata. We saw other players try and flex around the melee bruiser boards, and then we also got to see some of the more front to back boards like the Twitch as well, and then the Fast 9 player who just tried to cap out really high. I felt like it was a pretty good exploration of the meta thus far.
Well, I will also say Crab Rave really showing off in this round here with that final elimination of so many players was really, really cool to see.
I will say during PBE, I played a lot of scrims with top players in the MEA. Every time it was Crab Rave, I would already start typing, all right, guys, I'm going to get eliminated again. It happened no matter what I played for like 6 Crab Raves in a row, I would get knocked out by the Crab. It was so sad.
It's just hard, you know.
It's not even enough to have like a gunblade or something.
No, or redemption. Doesn't do anything.
It does absolutely nothing.
No.
You're just doomed. The second you load in, you actually have to assume that you're going to just die at Crab Raid unless you have a line. And I do wonder actually if that had anything to do with the fact that we saw 3 players lean into the melee bruiser line on stage 2. I did want to call out though, we talked at the beginning about Box having the suboptimal bruiser line. He clearly was angling toward the family and then realized he didn't quite have the spot to play it. And then in the end, despite the fact that he saved so much HP, went 5th, did not get that top 4. I think largely came off the back of the fact that he didn't quite have the perfect setup that we saw someone like Bintum, who both had early game tempo and better setup for a high cap.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the replay here of that great moment. But first, we're going to go through those rounds. And, you know, I think Crab Rave definitely playing, like you're saying, a determinant factor in what's happening here.
Oh, he's recording his placement, so his notes on it. Yeah, so went 8th. Dobbs obviously in a tough spot. Didn't really get great itemization, unfortunately, on the Heimer. You know, he was going up against another Heimer who had much more ideal, had Deathcap, Blue Buff, Gunblade, and he was playing like Shojin Zonias, which is really low damage. It's just not going to ramp fast enough to actually, you know, get enough rockets out most of the time.
I'm surprised we saw Dobbs committing to Heimer. It was contested. I think after the nerf, it's not really one of the top tier AP carries anymore. So a little bit surprised.
A really good spot for it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I mean, we saw it get second in a lobby earlier, but I think it's like, you know, when you have, you know, full kind of like academy line, you hit it easily,
Look at
you have
those
blue buff,
eliminations,
you have, like, kind of
one after another. They fall, and Bintum, the only player that remains.
We have someone else joining us here on the desk. Big surprise.
Gonna get there.
I'm sorry, I just got too excited.
Come on, we're still watching the players here. Bintum's reaction. Celebration.
Oh, the villainous laugh. Oh, and the cheer. Oh, no.
It's T1 winning. I've seen that a lot coming from Lee.
Well, now let me do the honor. Hello, Hoopason. Thank you so much for joining us. How have you been?
Amazing. It has been so great. Emotions are hyped and up. So even if you lose, it's worse. If you win, so much emotion. So glad to be here. I just played.
I saw.
Yeah, it started good. Good third and with difficult games, but they're so well prepared. And there are so many lines that even in the new patch are popping off. So if I had like a long travel, maybe 3 days, 2 days, and that's making a difference. Yeah.
What was your lobby like? Was it a hard lobby? Do you think there was like a lot of really strong players?
Actually, my lobby was cool. It was pressed even, and then full China. So they're locals. That's what we were expecting to see. And I started with a very difficult game. and I got a good third. So I was feeling great. I was feeling amazing. But then the game doesn't help you. Maybe an element that you're not really familiar to is not helping you. So adaptability is the name of the game right now. So if you have a lot of lines that you recognize that spot, it's amazing for you. So I had like a simple game plan. When it worked, it was perfect. When it didn't, you're out.
I mean, it seems so hard. We talked about this. There's like 400 plus challenger players that signed up, 65 players that played in Tactician's Crown, every single set world champion playing as well. So it's like the worst player here is a really good challenger player, right? So and half the players get eliminated in the first lobby. It's so hard.
Yeah, no, and you feel it, in the game. But also what is important is even if you're ramping up, I have strategy, if it works, it works. You only need to get that spot. So actually, I really feel that this round 1, we'll see some cutoff, surprise cutoff. But then when we're starting into the next days, it will be tight. Some people are very, very prepared for today.
Well, I'm personally looking forward to see what they have cooked up. We're just waiting for that second game of round B to start. But I was watching your last game. You were kind of like fighting for every single placement. And then in the end, it didn't work out with the very, very close lobby. So that's kind of the moments I was referencing earlier, saying everybody's just standing around these desks, cheering for their friends, hoping that they get through. But unfortunately, it didn't work out.
How have you found this thing we were talking with more earlier, like, because it's in a LAN environment and most of the TFT players don't have a lot of experience in it. So, like, how much do you think that plays into it? Being not in your comfort zone, not at home, there's a lot more noise. People might be kind of like backseating you, behind you, and things
for sure.
like that.
I felt the pressure. In the first game, when I won, I wanted to share. I was like, oh, I won, it's amazing. But in the second game, some people were watching me, and they were like, oh. So
you're like,
actually, the bat is lower. So energy boost is a thing. So I really believe, depending on your type, your mental, you can be either buff or nerf by playing on stage. It's very different. When you're at home, you have everything controlled. Right here, emotions are everywhere.
Yeah.
I think also the momentum, as you mentioned with your first game, you wanted to almost brag to everyone else. I'm so good, I got a third. You almost like give confidence to yourself. You confirm to yourself you deserve to be here. You can fight for those spots. And when something goes wrong, it's the opposite. Some players can come back from that very easily. Some players, it really gets into their head. It really gets into their mental, and they can't recover for game 2 and 3.
Yeah. Not just that, but also sometimes you're playing and then there's a group of players rooting for the guy next to you that's beating you. So you're kind of like, come on.
I know I heard when after Vegas, I was talking to some pros who got day 1, and some of them were complaining really heavily about people like talking about their choices right behind them because they could hear them. So they were feeling like it was like Twitch chat, but they like are hearing them instead of reading. Like the kid tuned it out. People like, oh, he shouldn't have built that item. Oh my God, what is he doing? He needs to roll more.
I think it's a bit different this time.
You know what I mean? Like you should push levels and stuff. So it's like, I know a lot of people were kind of complaining about that, saying that they found that really hard, but like that is part of the environment.
They're a bit further back now. So we put the lines a bit back so the players have a little bit more space. So could you hear people around you?
Not so much, actually. And I was actually close. Maybe I can hear environment noise. But I think it's enough. You can be very good concentrated. Comparing to Vegas, actually, the difference is in Vegas, everyone was pinging a lot. I have this spot. I don't have this. I don't feel that here so much. So Chinese player, I think a little more respect. If they're using the line, they know them. You will be scouting and you will know if that line is taken or not. So I feel that respect is a little different. In Vegas, there was ping all over the place.
This argument actually, I may be at fault for making America as a region hate Bintum a little bit because I had an interview with him. Bintum said he doesn't respect NA players because they're always typing in chat, I want to play this line. He doesn't think that's part of the game and the most beautiful level of TFT. And then everyone in America was like, we don't like this Bintum guy. It was a misunderstanding. Now he's friends with everyone, but it was so funny. And you're mentioning, I think Chinese players see TFT a little bit in a different way in that sense, where Americans, they have no shame in saying, I'm playing Violet, get off my line.
I think it's really funny because to me, it's like, it's all just part of competition, right? And so it's like, if like me like pinging someone's units or typing or whatever is going to throw them off their game,
that's the upside.
That's kind of part of the game, right? It's like if you're that easily bothered, you can mute all. Like you can turn it all off, so you don't have to hear anything or deal with anything. But I do think that's part of sports. That's part of esports as well, right? Like
psychology.
Exactly. Like if someone's gonna get thrown off their game that easily, I've seen players get tilted from the funniest things. I remember seeing someone completely rage out in Vegas because someone kept coming on their board and emoting with their little legend and stuff, and they were like fuming, right? And then it's like, but if someone reacts that heavily to that, aren't you just gonna kind of keep doing it?
You're supposed to do that.
Of
Yeah,
course,
exactly.
Of course. I was talking to Clement a little bit about this whole thing of America's players saying me this, me that, even though it's not always true. And he was saying that the Chinese region thinks that that's just not respectful because you're playing these mind games that David was calling out. So they think that that's a bad character, kind of, if you do that. So I personally also think it's just, if I can tilt you that easily, I will keep doing it.
I feel like just slash mute all and just play the game if it bothers you.
Yeah. Regarding, have you guys seen any meta shift that you weren't expecting? Because actually I've seen very, very different lines that actually I saw were priority. Obviously Rebels, Emissaries, like the go-to because it's fast 8. But there are so many different lines. Renata is popping off. And actually, until yesterday, people were talking about maybe playing it, maybe not. Maybe it's the 6 were most, no one's playing it, not so much. But Renata, I think, is something very decent that is popping off right now.
We talked about it a bit. I didn't get to mention it. I saw Weijin in the first heat. He won one of the games with Renata, so I've seen some good results. I think overall there's this idea that when something new develops, especially if it's a unit that didn't have trust from the players. There's some units that last patch players would say, this is not a unit. I can't play this unit. I can't.
Even if it's buffed, after you buff it, you're like,
and shifting your mental mindset about a unit and now believing that you can trust it to itemize it and in stage 2 or 3 or even reroll it, for example. Some players take longer to have this shift happen. So if you're brave enough to make the shift early and you can jump on the bandwagon and find success in day 1 where maybe less people are playing it, it's a huge upside.
I think there's some other unexplored lines as well. Like there has been some Renata stuff. I've seen some Morgana 3, like random Morgana 3s with some of the artifacts can be really strong. Like
with Pyromaniac as well.
Yeah, with Pyromaniac can be really, really good. Like I had a level 10 game yesterday where I was playing like Emissaries like fully capped out, and I lost to a Morgana 3 7 Black Rose where the Morgana had blue buff Mana Zane Morellos and just put dots on like 6 of my units. I'd full wipe his board and then I would just die to Morgana dots in the Scion, and it was just like I was shocked. It was Morgana was doing like 15,000 damage.
You got the hack because Black Rose was nerfed all over the place except 7 Black Rose, so you got actually to the cap.
Yeah, so it's like it's definitely interesting seeing when people are able to pop out some of these different lines. I feel like artifacts enable a lot of unique lines as well. Like I think
mainly reroll.
Yeah, exactly. Like Nocturne with like rapid fire and some of the range increases can be super strong. Of course, there's so many with trench coat and fish bones and
Yeah, I think Fishbones is kind of the one that has been creeping up and showing up a little bit more. Players are really, really very happy to use this one on
Skara there.
Specific units.
Fishbone Lux is a tech. It is so fun when it actually works. When you like start a fight, she just snipes the opponent's backliner in stage 5. You're like, really?
Lux is so strong early game. Like if you hit a 2-star Lux,
my favorite unit.
It is crazy. Like early Lux just feels so strong. But the AP lines feel so much less popular now that I feel like it's more like so many people are just committing to just like slamming AD and playing either like low AD cost rerolls or going to AD flex with Emissary and stuff. Like even Twitch if you hit +1 bruiser, and so there's like a lot of AD lines it feels like now.
Have you guys seen much Ziggs until now?
Zero.
On broadcast? I'm curious to see from spots where maybe you have a lot of early Ziggs and you have it's an awkward comp I think because I'm not sure you really want to roll for other 2 costs. I think it's the kind of comp where if you have a natural Ziggs 3 and then you can go to 6 Dom and play into Silco and Mundo and Mordekaiser in the late game, I think it could be really, really strong. I think Ziggs was already not sleeper OP, but okay to item carry in stage 2 and 3. And now with a buff, I think he could be a relevant carry.
You have to see the spot. Something similar happened with Akali before she was nerfed. There are some comps that the game only gives you like 6 copy of it, and you say, okay, I'll do their decent roll down here, pop off early, and then you don't do the full reroll of the comp. And then that could give you a good position because actually those comps pop off when you get to level 9, shifts similar sceneries go to those 6 costs that are so amazing, especially the Viktor that is popping off. So really great to see it.
Well, we do have an interview from our floor here at the TFT Macao Open ready, so let's take a look together.
Hey everyone, Panda here with one of these stars from the Americas region representing also Fnatic, Weijin Iverson. How are you feeling after 2 really magical 2 wins in a row to start things off?
It feels really good. I was a bit nervous going into the event, but now that I have 2 wins, it feels really nice because I know that I'm guaranteed to make the next stage, and I'm just really happy that I can represent Fnatic at Macau.
In game 2, you played one of the newest discoveries in the meta, Renata reroll with the kind of middle clump formation. How does that feel? I think it'll be one of the key comps across this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's a really strong comp that's recently emerged. I only got to try it out like a few times in scrims, but I think our group was pretty ahead of the meta, knowing about this comp, knowing how to play it. We did a lot of study because we saw a lot of Korean players playing this comp. So I think this is like a big edge for us, and I think it's really good that we know about it.
Thanks so much, Wei Jin. Best of luck in the next round as well.
Honestly, Wei Jin is one of my favorite players out of the Americas region to watch over the last sets. Every single time I see him, I'm like, oh, I really hope he does well. Has such a creative approach to the game, and I feel like he would be one of the players that profit off of a format like this one.
Yeah, he actually, I got a chance to talk to him and replay are very similar. They study stats, but they do it in a particular way. Why are you laughing? I just tried to buy this in the merchant stand, and they say it was totally sold out.
Yes.
But I was almost the first one. How many after? I think tomorrow I have a chance to get more, right?
Yeah.
I won't tell if you take this.
You can keep it on.
Yeah?
It'll be our secret.
Okay.
Just all of us.
Just our entire secret.
Shh, chat.
Trusting chat. Never again.
No, it looks great on you.
He brought this hat.
Uh-huh.
It's his own that he got earlier from the merch line.
That's what he just said.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It looks good. I have like this that gives me a lot more space. So I think, wait, let me take it off just for a second. Now it's good. If I do it like this, I cannot talk, so I cannot talk.
Good move. But yeah, well, Hoope is getting ready to show off here. We're waiting for that next game to start in a couple of seconds. Just a reminder, we are in overall game 5 of the day. This is the second heat, as we're calling it. They're groups. And there will be 3 games played before we cut down players from points scored. The bottom half is unfortunately getting eliminated, and then we repeat that same thing one more time. 3 games cut off and another 3 games. So there's still a lot of TFT action to come today.
We have played 4 games, so we have 12 today. So
yes.
It's going to be a very long day.
We're going to be here till probably after midnight, I think. It's going to be a lot of TFT today, and then 10 games tomorrow, I believe, between 4 and 8 on Sunday. So there's a lot of TFT left to be played.
And going into this game too, I wonder how players shift their game plans. I think a player like Dobbs came into this very confident. I spoke to him a lot across the last 2 days. He had prepped a ton with all the players from the Americas. After an 8th here, he has to now adjust, has to play much riskier. We'll see what the encounter will be, because I think you mentioned it earlier in the first heat, it was very warping in terms of how it defined what players have to commit to. And we'll see if that's going to be the case here as well.
Oh, quick, copy the tech. We're seeing some games happening.
Just on a reroll.
Well, that's a Zyra 3. Let me tell you. She's not holding any items, but she was there.
We're talking normally a lot's about Lux, but actually Zyra is also very good. If you get there early, get those 2 like AP damage ready pump into the game. So actually those variation, anyone who can get that spot in the early game, anyone who recognize maybe something significant. And what I wanted to say about the early game that I saw about everyone is copying YV1. About positioning between the backs. So I don't know if you guys saw it. Everyone's putting the front line in a space and then putting some very bad unit on the right alone. So that's like to get a situation where they wrap up and stack up, or maybe ensure that the back line of the other comes closer. Everyone is doing it. No one was doing that 1 week ago.
Yeah, I've also seen the same position for Maddie, like when Maddie rerolls and stuff, people do the same thing with the 2 walls, so that there's kind of this open gap in the middle, so you can actually fire through and kill the carry in the backline every time. But these positionings can make such a big difference. We are now starting this 5th game here of the second heat. We're getting on into it, and we'll see if Dobbs can try to pull it back in this second one.
Yeah, games start at the Teamfight Tactics Macao Open. Second game for this group. Last one was won by Bintum. So, yes, support by a crab.
Really love Vi. I think the extra components allow you to play into specific augments much better. Something like, for example, getting Mogul's Mail when you have a 2-star tank and you have the chance to build immediately 2 tank items is absolutely insane. Something like a Namumu, for example. Reroll lines where you can immediately commit to having your BIS and flex to the other players in the lobby and posture like, hey,
I have perfect items for Violet. I have all these copies. I'm going to commit to this line right now.
Is Bintum not even going to pick up the Powder 2? Interesting. So had a Powder 2 in bench, just doesn't want it at all. Decides to actually skip that line, so not even going to consider it. I'm a little bit surprised because he actually, had the gold to buy it, and obviously, could at least explore the family line.
Yeah, normally maybe because that's not the unit that you want to 3-star normally. So actually in the early game, having that possibility to play with your gold and then maybe prioritize the Violet. Obviously, if you get the Powder with additional gold where you're already at 50, you can buy it. But then now he has like more maneuverability to make options. But in that case, maybe I will do the Powder. Bitium thinks maybe 2 times or more ahead.
And also, having a first already, I think you're less likely to play reroll. You want to play more flex, have more agency over your game plan, not really, contest someone and go 7th, 8th.
It's interesting because at the same time, most of the pros that I was speaking to were saying for round 1, their plan was just purely reroll because they felt like it was more consistent for a top 4.
If you're uncontested, I can see that.
Yeah.
But specifically, family, I think, is the one line where everyone, especially on this
of course,
encounter,
right? But you don't know if you're going to be contested. If you if you skip all the units and you're like, oh, now I'm uncontested, well, now you can't go for it anymore.
Surely the O-Cage business won't be that strong for someone like Bintum to get an uncontested family line.
Well, we are going to be getting our augments here straight away.
Buff to Vander, buff to gloves off.
Maybe gloves off could be an option for Marcel.
Cooking Pot also really, really cool in terms of the lines it opens. You were talking earlier, Hubasong, with the Akali line, for example. These are one of the conditions that you can play into Akali. Or could just be something like a Nunu.
One you with Chen Batum, so high risk, high reward. We already know the best comp for top 1, but not necessarily the best for top 4. So high risk here. And already with a great setup.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw, I'm not sure if you saw any of the games on stream earlier, but Mikhail played it, got 500 cash out, still went 8th. So it's like, even when you do hit, sometimes you run into someone who's super high roll early on, and they're going to punish you. And I'm kind of curious on your guys' take, because this is something I was talking about with Clement, where he was saying, especially last patch, a lot of the CN players were preferring to try to play to win stage 1 with Chem Baron, and then lose on stage 3, hoping that they're going to be able to get, additional Rennie and Smeech in and try to start losing once they have 4 or 5 Chem Baron.
Yep, that's the player in APAC, and both APAC and China. But what I saw in the CN region, what I saw actually in Occident is try only to play a tempo, and then when you actually go for the lose streak, then you pivot out of it, but maybe not the full round. Clement told me that also, and it will be interesting. That's exactly what he's doing right here.
Yeah.
And also, it's much easier to grief a Chem Baron streak on stage 2, where stage 3, everyone's playing boards now. You can't just open for it on a round.
I think it's cool. There is some risk to it because you committed to your augment to going for this. You already have to go for a pretty big cash out. And then if you don't natural a Rennie or a Smeech, going into stage 3, then you have no lost streak built up. You have very low stacks, and your augment can become kind of somewhat worthless.
Kind of a little bit of a callback to that very first game of Michael, who had that 500 cash out, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he just didn't really get the exact perfected items that he would have been hoping for, and ran into a super strong 6 Dominator board early on, and just, sometimes that's all it takes.
Do you guys have the chance so far to see a good Conqueror game, maybe?
Not full Conqueror, no, not on stream.
Okay.
We've seen a lot of Mbessa. We saw
it?
Emissary Mbessa and Enforcer Mbessa. We saw some different lines like that.
I saw a few when you get the emblem early trying to go for the 4, but it's actually resting on it. Amazing.
Love seeing the dummy wins. It's so disrespectful.
Gotta love it.
I think if you can get 4 Conqueror early, it's quite strong. But I think you do need 4 Conqueror early to actually build up the stacks a lot. Otherwise, the rewards just come way too slow. If you can't get 4 Conqueror in on stage 2, I feel like Vertical Conqueror isn't worth playing.
Yep.
It's kind of a win more comp where you're just snowballing so much, it's almost impossible to lose that momentum, especially if you manage to high roll an early Mordekaiser or Mbessa start of stage 4. It's
the rewards get really crazy too when you're getting 500 stacks
insane.
of Conqueror and stuff. You start getting some really good stuff out of those orbs.
I think for most players who've had the experience of having a high roll Conqueror game, by far and away, it's their favorite comp or game plan to have.
We have Visionary Spat over on the other side, which was what he crafted, with that frying pan. Which was the unit that he was buffing up with it? I didn't actually see.
I imagine he's playing for Renata again, so one of the Renata tanks.
Yeah, was it the Singe that he was buffing up?
I didn't see, we'll see now, but Marcel P indicating already how strong he thinks this comp is, playing it the first 2 games in this Heat 2.
He went, what, 7th though or something?
No,
he went way higher. He went
top
way
four.
higher.
Like
yeah,
Marcel was one of the crab brave players.
Oh, yeah, of course. So then he
Not
was
sure in what order the
top
crabs.
3 or top 4. Yeah.
He was definitely in the top
spot.
4.
He's
Yeah.
in a really good spot then. Especially it's interesting because we're seeing the Renata comp in almost every game, but I don't think we've seen it contested a single time. So it feels like there's a certain group of players that are comfortable playing the line and are going to force it, but a lot of the players don't feel comfortable forcing it. So it's kind of unlike Family, where we saw Family triple contested in one of the games, where it was an artifact encounter with Jace, and so everyone got these like Cloak or Prowler's Claw or whatever, and they're like, everyone went for the same thing.
So I was mentioning about the courage, or being brave enough to play one of the new meta comps where
buffing is rel.
It's the opposite for lines like Violet reroll, lines even like Black Rose Silco, where everyone has so much games on these comps and it's so comfortable that even I think by instinct they're kind of leaning into these comps by nature and not into the
Also, if you have the preparation to get the out, for example, if you play Violet, the out can be Emissary with Ambessa, but if you're not prepared to play that comp, maybe you stay with the Violet. So that's the sensitivity that we would like to see in the players.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. I mean, it's just one of these things where it's like everyone has their own biases when you're playing TFT. You see the lines for the lines that you play the most, right? Like, because you're just so used to it. You see X, Y, and Z unit. Oh, I can slam this item. Oh, I need to be playing this. And sometimes it's hard to like look past what your tendencies are.
My life story. I have any excuse to play the comps that I love, basically.
Mine is any excuse to make an eco breakpoint. I'm on a win streak. What if I sold my whole board and made 30?
This kind of sounds familiar as well.
Panda, I still remember your Kassadin in Magic and Mayhem. Every game, every time. So amazing.
Listen, Hupe, off air. Don't throw me under the bus.
Exposed.
I've changed. I'm a flex player now, trust me.
I'm not so sure about that.
We do see Gold Collector. We do see Tristana on the board for now. Dob just playing with the Draven as the item carrier for now.
Once again here, the reroll line for the Visionaries. Good items, trying to ensure the loose streak here for Muscle P.
Oh, he swapped
the
back in.
sights differently last second.
Oh, wow, and actually pays off because he's playing against a stronger board. So that does work out for him. So he's going to lose less health and maintains the streak. And it looks like Sakura Fan, I think, full sold, looks like. I'm thinking, looks like it's frozen over on that side. But I do think Sakura Fan full sold to guarantee it. So is at 73 for the 5 loss, whereas Marcel P is going to have just 1 more health, not really a big deal.
And very similar game plan to the last game. We saw the early loss streak, 70 HP.
Yep.
It ended up working out to some extent in stage 4 and 5 with all the extra econ.
This is going to be interesting because, we did talk about how a lot of people, the more they play the Renata comp, they're actually preferring to have, Singed as the kind of primary carry, primary tank, excuse me. But it did look like the Singe was actually buffing up the Rel, right? So the Rel is likely to be kind of the more that primary style, which leads me to believe it's probably going to be reroll at 6 instead of at 5, which some players are doing. Do you kind of have a preference on the comp if you played it much?
I mean, see, the important thing about Singe is that he's buffing your carry that has that additional speed. So even if you get the possibility of getting that Singe 3 in any comp, I think it's a great unit because actually you got the scaling when you have him 3-star, so it's more speed to your main carry. It's like a 4th item that you can give them. So I think it's perfect for the comp and it trembles perfectly. So that will be the priority, as you just said.
Especially with Renata, because it's like Renata double dips in a way because it's increasing your damage, but also your survivability, which is such a key part of the success of the comp, right? You get that attack speed on Renata, she's shooting out more shields, she's doing more damage. It's kind of like everything snowballs.
I'm starting to realize I think I should start forcing this comp once I start playing ranked again because
well, Panda, with how many games we have been doing today and how many are yet to come,
not
there's
today,
no
not
games
today.
for
When
you
I get
today.
back, because my comfort in stage 2 and 3 this entire set has been that Lux Singe combo for the same exact reason. Renata seems like an improvement on Lux. He does the same exact thing.
There you go. Camera's gonna come to us. He's gonna be furiously re-rolling down on mobile.
Okay, so Dov's got a top 8. He needs to maybe be a little more risky. Very good so far here with the slam, and now with a perfect priority to play Twitch to try to go for the AD line.
Yeah, full win streak for Dobbs and Gold Collector early, so your eco is going to be really good. He's definitely in a good spot. Corrosion, backup, item collector. Ooh.
Quick couple of rerolls.
Okay. There's additional items, so item collector makes sense here.
This is one of the key things with encounters. You have to really reset a tiny bit one way or another what augments are better or worse. Obviously, no stats anymore, so you have to be a bit more in the critical thinking line. But things like Vi, there's certain augments that are much better.
And he has Gold Collector from his first augment, right? So he has 2 extra items, so it definitely makes a lot of sense. All right, so Marcel P is sitting on 64 gold, so we'll see if it is going to be more rolling on 5 or is he going to 6. So he's going to roll more on 5. We'll be looking more heavily for, like Morgana 3, Vex 3, Singe 3, but doesn't even have a Singe 2 at this point. It's not a great feeling when you've actually
on the restart
mission. Roll. He's swapped in Chem Baron. So this is going to be, when I've seen this, people have done like 3 Chem Baron for like a little bit of splash, and they just cash it out at like 100 for like an additional Singed or a Renata. Just try to get extra copies of it and maybe a little bit of gold.
Yeah, I think this is the force the comp and with a little low roll. So it will be a good measurement to see actually the cool strength of the comp. If this works out for Marcel P, then Panda, you can be the one-trick Renata from now on.
Not just me, I think every player in day 2 as well. Once you see the results coming through on day 1, you don't need to be that courageous, brave player. You just see the results and now you can believe.
But you have to get to day 2, which is only 64 players.
Well, I'm not playing Renata.
64 players out of 512, so it's pretty hard to get to day 2. I feel like if you get to day 2, you already have some things figured out.
Very early Garen here as well for Aizen Sakura.
Well,
who was the early Chem Baron player again? We saw the person who put in Chem Baron with Chem Baron.
Yeah, so a really strong board.
It wasn't Marcel P with a Renata, the Chemtem? The Chem Baron?
I don't think he was. He put it in, but he didn't have the crest, right? Someone else.
Yeah, no, here it is.
It was Wanju.
Wanju, yeah. So how many stacks did he have? 185, and now he's on 5 loss streak. And how many Chem Baron does he actually have? Did he pick up any of the extra ones?
He has 5.
Speech and Rennie. Wow, so he has 5. So this is kind of the dream. This is what we were talking about, where you try to win some early rounds if you can. You don't have to play a super weak board. And then you get 5 Chem Baron in, and then basically you're trading health for stacks. Like, that's what Chem Baron is, right? But you're getting more stacks for your health, even though you're losing on stage 3 and you're technically taking more damage because you have the additional Chem Barons in.
Yeah, and also you have that additional power that you will be granted, so maybe economy is not a priority. He has to roll deep sometimes. He has to go fast, even with a little money to level 8 and trying to force the next power spike that comes. So actually not going for that priority in economy is very important in this space.
Yeah. I think one of the hardest parts to me, like I love playing these eco traits, one of the hardest parts is when you are getting close to the cash out, like how strong you try to get how early, right? Because you often can't just like wait and reroll after your cash out. Yeah. You have to actually choose your moment to when you can get strong enough to maybe it's okay to start winning or try to at least start losing by only a little bit. We've seen some players actually mismanage that even on mainstream, where we had a player who was going for 500 cash out, had committed with an emblem, and right around 300-400 stacks, he decided to roll down and try to preserve health, and he won a round, and it basically meant you can't get that cash out anymore.
I love seeing this. Rolling on 7, on 3-5 to try and find an early Silco here.
Question is, does it come around?
And it looks like for now, a little bit punished.
Yeah.
There it is, but you have to roll very deep. I think it usually is going to be worth it. 6 Chem Baron in.
It's worth it, but if he didn't hit, I think he's kind of like cooked. So it's pretty risky.
Listen, you're playing Chem Baron, might as well risk it all.
But you got a second. You don't need to play for first or 8th.
It's about sending a message.
And the message is, I don't care if I lose.
Vintum sent his message, now his one.
Frontline Silco, not the tech you think it is.
And it was great because you see the expression of Wanju, it actually didn't change, but his shoulders went up a little. Every time he rolled and he didn't get the Silco, he was going up, and then actually he relaxed when popping off and getting the 6 Chem Baron in.
Yeah, now, I mean, he's going to be able to get a Giga cash out for sure. So we'll be feeling pretty good. Wanju is at 46 health, 310 stacks here, but he has 6 Chem Barons, so that's what, 70 around, I believe? So 70 around. So he only needs really 3 more losses here to get the 500. So 3 more losses, 46 HP. He's chilling. Like, he's absolutely chilling. He just needs to guarantee at least the 2 more losses, and then you can maybe position normally. I do think, this becomes a lot about board evaluation. You have to look around and say, okay, is there any way I could possibly beat Remember? And he's obviously evaluating that, yes, I might actually be able to beat him. So he's still frontlining his carries. But this kind of hurts because it means you're going to take extra damage, right? Like, you're not going to kill any units.
I think you have to, though, because Rennie
you can't risk it,
she's a bit of a beast when it comes to, popping off in stage 3. You have to be careful.
Yeah, you do. But it's something that can hurt a lot, right? It means that you're going to take, 5, 6, 7, 8 more damage sometimes in these rounds.
Do we see, the BT comes through. Do we get a kill here on the Rel?
He's trying.
Oh, so bad.
He even sold his Singe too, you know, to move over the items. So.
Yeah, I think there was one that had the possibility of being very, very weak, and he has protecting about that. But it's, as you're saying, as well, losing so much HP, that's the difference here with the Chamber. That's the difference between having one additional dice that will give you the pop-up, and then you will get the first, but you need to actually get to that threshold.
Yep, and it's really tough because it's like, yeah, the perfected items are very powerful, but he also rolled really heavy on 7 to actually get this in early.
Yeah.
So it's not like he has some giga economy that's just going to be like a guaranteed, oh, I go 9, I rolled a 0, I have the infinite board that can't lose, right? Like, he has a 1-star Smeech, 1-star Silco, you're level 7, you have 30 gold. It's not going to be like a super easy one, so I'm kind of curious what route he goes. Sometimes I do see people, you know, when they are low on economy like this, they'll commit more to like, okay, rolling for Smeech 2 first and then trying to push levels and things like that.
Well, he might have Dobbs in his match pool as well, because Dobbs has been streaking for a full 10 rounds, still on 100 HP, bullying down on that lobby. So if that happens, you're suddenly with a back against the wall if you're Wonju.
What's Remember's board? I really want to see what Remember's board is, because those are the 2 lose streakers, and that's clearly what he's been nervous about. You know, and why I think he's been frontlining his Silco is because Remember is on a full loss streak as well, but he is going to get box, and thankfully he does have his carries in the back line. He put Malzahar in, so nice to hit an early Malzahar and a Silco on 7 is going to feel really good.
Maybe now we'll take a page out of Micah's book and hit Mordekaiser 2 on 8.
Oh, he's still going to kill like 0 units.
Yeah.
Box is really strong.
Tough.
Yeah, he actually killed 0, so he got 7-0'd. So
most players picked Econ on 3-2, Boxbox didn't, and I think we're seeing, you know, the effect of that. Again, Boxbox really thriving in this like tempo start game plan where he's saved so much HP. I was really surprised to see him go 5th in game 1. I thought he had enough HP to at least top 4, but it was so close at the end there that he just had that one unlucky fight right before the crab did his thing.
Oh, wait, okay, yeah. For a second, I thought he took. I was like, what? So he's gonna roll down now, but he has very little gold because he rolled so heavy on 7. So it's like, great, you get your cash out, but your board is trash.
Now what? Yeah.
Like, even if he gets the cash out, I don't know that he's gonna be able to stabilize. I'm actually really scared for him because he has to lose 1 more to get the cash out.
Yep.
He's gonna be on 1 life, and then you have to hit your 2 stars or you're just dead.
No Silco pair even is a scary thing. I mean, maybe
I think he's going 8th.
Maybe Malzahar 2 on Carousel, but of course this is not the Malzahar
I think he's going to die before the Carousel.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's going 8th.
He has to win one of these 2 fights.
Or you have to have a Giga Shop. But if you win this shop, then if you win this round, you don't get your cash out. You have to actually lose 1 more. You have to lose 1 more and then have like 2 Silcos in a shop, and like, I think he's dead. But we'll see. This is a stressful moment for him because he got 2nd in the first game. He's risking so much playing this line in the 2nd game.
This matchup is preferable, though. So that is not Dobbs. That is Remember on the other side. You can get your Rennie in the back line. That's exactly what's happening here. So that's
but then he
a
doesn't
win.
get his cash out. Yeah. So then he has to wait another round or 2, right? So you could still get blasted in the next round by someone else. So.
But you're not dead if you get. So we're definitely making it to Carousel is the good news here.
Yep.
And then maybe Carousel has some saving grace.
Yeah, we'll have to
Mundo
find
2.
out.
Still no Silcos though.
Mundo 2,
and that's really
2.
the main carry here.
He needs good perfected items, and he needs a Silco too. But
I will mention there is an Exodia combo with specific units, and that unit is on the bench. Kog'Maw waiting to get. I'm not sure the combo where he stuns. It's the wave item,
I know
and it just stuns everything. Huberson, is this the tech that you were maybe saving in your back pocket?
That was the idea if I got the chance, but never got the chance
It's
so
very,
far.
very rare.
Maybe for Paris.
It's important that players know this at the very least and identify it and are, you have to play into your high rolls, basically.
There's some crazy perfected items, but I mean, Michael went 8th after a 500 cash out with a better board than we see right here.
The Rennie doing so much here. 2nd stun could come through.
I mean, now you really don't want to lose because you won the last one, but I think he's okay.
Yeah, he's okay. He should be losing here.
Yeah.
Going up against Emissary on the other hand.
Yeah. So he's 9 health though. This is tough.
Malzahar 2.
Well, he would have got the cash out even if he won there. So it's actually really bad to lose, right? Because
or a Silco
because he only needed 25 stacks, or am I crazy?
Yeah, he should get it now. Yeah.
Yeah, he has 500. So we'll see. We'll see exactly what the cash out is going to be.
Okay, interesting for Dobbs. I thought he had a Twitch angle. He went with Conquerors, and now he's using the Form Swiper comp that is very, very strong for Form Swiper. getting that additional possibilities. He managed to get to the Mordekaiser 2, the Michael tech. That would be amazing.
We mentioned the vertical conquer, the snowballing effect. That's exactly what Dobbs has done in this game. 10 win streak into now committing to conquer with a +1 at 4-2.
Oh, there it is with a Silco. Nice.
Let's see. Is this going to be enough? And all of a sudden, the Kog'Maw combo is very much alive and rewarded for holding it, for knowing the tech, the information. We'll see now. You might be thinking, are you believing in this Kog'Maw to win this game for you, to win every fight? And we will now see the magic of how strong this is. Truly the, I think, Exodia combo this set.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if it works out for him here. He's going to be able to shoot that stun, basically.
The opponent's units are not moving very much.
Yeah, every time you cast, essentially what it does is it shoots at that cloud, and the cloud stuns all the units in it. And so with the Shojin on the Kog'Maw, it's just constantly casting out, so you're just like perma-stunning the backline. So he got the right item, he had the right setup, and I think he kind of got the bailout.
The moment I saw the bench and I saw a single Kog'Maw 1, I'm like, he knows. He knows the tech. And if you know her, you're rewarded for it as well.
Yeah, and it's very difficult because the only way you can do it, you have to position their carry in the same side and then try to give an angle, but you're giving away all of your comp to save your carry. So actually, it's not the ideal where it's only a way to counter it.
Getting anomalies, not dead before it is the good news for some of these players here after a rough couple of rounds.
Yeah, Marcel. So Marcel is down at 26 HP.
Deep roots. So he went for a defensive anomaly here for the Kog'Maw, and he will not move it, and it should be enough for him. He only wants the Kog'Maw to stay alive. Damage is already enough.
Is the HP armor MR, but you can't move.
You can move, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, that's what I thought.
And you're immune to CC, so that's cool.
It pulls units to you as well when you attack them, though, doesn't it?
I think that's another one, but yeah, it could be. That is it. But normally,
I thought it was deep roots, but I could be wrong. But
I saw that one. I saw it in Violet in a game I played just recently. It was so amazing. They were just bringing you together once at a time and totally destroying you.
Something. The one that pulls your deep roots is the one where you can't be knocked, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Checking in here. Box kind of taking over from Dobbs here, but Dobbs after that 8th would still be fine with a second too, right?
Yeah. He basically can go 8, 2, 3, and you should be okay. Because 14 is generally kind of the number, but we will see. As the Akali over on the side doing quite a bit of damage, but Twitch is still protected, and he has a lot of units for this Akali to get through. But
even the dummy. The Akali should pass downwards once he gets the kills in the middle, but even the Nunu's doing enough here with the Redemption. The Akali is trying to pull the weak one by one. And yeah, not even reaching the dummy in the end. They remember, unfortunately, goes down, playing a line that I thought would do better with +1s, but I think maybe indexing into, because I think you want to play all the quick strikers anyway. The +1 seems like a little bit less valuable because there isn't the vertical really for
I think quick striker emblem kind of sucks.
Yeah. Also he's playing Nocturne reroll without Nocturne 3, so it's very difficult to do
RSC on the Nocturne.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think Nocturne, to actually go for like the really high placements, you need artifacts. I don't think it's that good without artifacts.
100% agree.
Yeah, otherwise it's just mid.
Dobbs with a really good setup, in my opinion, on this Mordekaiser. Triple glove item. QSS, I think, is mandatory for Mordekaiser. There's nothing worse than Mordekaiser, ascending, transforming, and then getting stunned. We saw it a lot in the Black Rose patch with Sion and Elise, and then not doing anything. It was hard to really invest heavily.
How was that shot? He got a pair of Mords and a pair of Rumbles.
Was Dobbs
in
listening
the
to the cast? It's exactly what we predicted. It's like the beautiful Conqueror game. It's happening here live.
He's going for it.
Oh, he sold his extra Rumble.
Yeah,
he had a pair of Rumbles, and he sold his Rumble, and then he found another Rumble.
That was the same Rumble. It's okay.
It's always the same.
It's always the same. I agree.
I don't believe in the code.
Doesn't count. Doesn't count.
Punished.
What do you? So I'm a bit surprised that Dobbs rolled down as far as he did with 63 HP still available.
But those are such big spikes. You have a fully itemized Mord, right? If you hit Mord 2 there, you're probably not losing like any HP on this stage. And I think that's so big when he went 8th in game number 1, right?
Yeah.
Like I feel like he needs to keep his health high. He needs to be able to start killing off some of these people.
I feel like that's exactly the reason why he shouldn't have rolled, because now you're in a really bad position.
I think the difference maker is our Baron player. The moment this Kog'Maw combo came through, the moment they realize this, they know they're not winning the game. They have to roll down all their gold almost and preserve HP and finish maybe third, maybe fourth, and not lose HP the next few rounds.
Because second or third is enough for Dobbs to still have a chance, right? So I think you're trying to guarantee that, and he's pretty healthy right now. So you I think just want to spend all your gold and, like you say, live and wait for this Baron person to kill everyone else off.
And this is the danger also of if you lose and you think you're going to spike harder than everyone else, the moment this Kog'Maw combo comes through, you're in trouble because you have little HP. The moment you face the Exodia player, you're going to maybe get eliminated in 6th or 7th, no matter how strong you are.
I was watching at Marcel P, still not getting the Renata, so maybe this will give a breather of mental health to everyone not trying to force that scump. And now once again, seeing here Dobbs very strong with the Conquerors, not getting the Mordekaiser, and Marcel P, he's just not strong enough, so now a big chunk for him. Dobbs celebrating. So great win for him, and now getting that additional ramp up on the Conquerors and getting that additional benefits, no? The boxes from the Noxus.
A lot of health.
Double visionary spat, yeah. So feeding a lot into that, but I mean, we're on stage 5 and he didn't hit Renata 3. Like, that's so sad.
Yeah. One off too.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually just so sad. I mean, this is a really low roll game, and it's not even like he's itemizing the Vex or anything that he hit. So this is just tough, right? Sometimes you just have those games. But, you know, if you're not hitting your 2-star 3 cost sometime on stage 4, I think, like, you're usually in trouble.
Okay, let me sell you a sliver of hope. We're on comeback story. So that last loss was strategic.
And he's not
a good strategy, but it is a strategy. When I go 8th, sometimes it's just all strategy, you know?
No, we get the amp now that we lost so much health. Surely.
Mel as well could do something, right, in terms of trying to survive a little bit longer.
Okay, Dobbs is taking out Bintium here. Very, very strong on the right, and maybe last life also for Marcel P, so double kill here for both of them. Bintium got a great first place, so maybe not the end of the world, but he needs to ramp up. Remember, only 3 games per hit, and they need to achieve. Do you make the math? I think it's
14
14 or 13 and a half. Yeah.
So 14 should be probably safe, and then 13 is like it's possible.
It's possible. Perfect.
Possible,
yeah.
So Marcel does buy at least one more round here with the Mel. We'll see if that'll be enough to find the Renata 3.
Box is doing pretty well, right?
Yeah.
Like for someone who is like a variety streamer and
I'm
stuff.
happy to see it.
It's really cool. He got 5th in game 1. So if he's able to get like a 3rd or something like that, he's on pace with a shot to get through. That'd be pretty cool.
He played a very high tempo Twitch bruiser line without bruiser emblem, which I think is always much riskier.
And he's high health and he has a lot of gold. So like he has a shot of capping out, you know, with a decent board, right? Like the legendaries this set I just think are so strong as just like additional units you can kind of put into a lot of comps. So there's a lot of value in being able to just push levels, but still no Renata, man. It's just so sad.
Well, we still have some items we could slam, potentially.
And you're stuck on 5 visionary as well because you're stuck on 7. So it's like doubly sad in this case.
It is extremely sad.
Not
Goes up
facing
against
Wanju, at the very
Sakura.
least.
Is that good enough is the question.
The rel is pretty massive.
I don't think so. As soon as the rel dies, everything else dies instantly because it's all the rest of it's all paper.
Yeah.
So it's like that's the problem. Is it's like if you can't keep the rel alive, this comp is so dependent on your one frontliner, right? And without Renata 3, you're not killing stuff fast enough. You're not chipping it away. So by the time your tank dies, like there's just the round is over. But that's the danger sometimes of reroll, man. And sometimes you hit, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, and also both of them, because he was rerolling Renata, and we have another rerolling the Nocturne. None of them hit.
That's
so actually very, very, very tough for both of them.
Yeah, so sitting on a pretty strong board now. We haven't actually looked at him in a long time. He did get to level 9. He did upgrade the Kog'Maw, and has an experiment emblem as well. So just slammed that over. Almost up to 200 stacks again, so can start kind of taking some of these like mid-range cash outs.
Looking at Dobbs slowly losing that huge HP lead he had coming into stage 4. Now we're in stage 5, nearing stage 6 as well. It's going to be enough, maybe not, but with that much of an HP lead similar to Box, you can always bleed out into a 2nd or a 3rd, and that's going to be good enough.
You're just praying this Baron guy kills off some of these players.
Like the Grim Reaper.
Sakura fan is quite strong, but like, you know, not strong enough probably to beat the Baron player. So.
Yeah. Yeah, also Dobbs, we have to recognize he committed the Anomaly to a legendary unit, so he needs the Mordekaiser 2-star. It's very important for him. Now he's losing maybe expected power EV on this Anomaly so far.
He does have 50 gold though, so I'm assuming he's just going to send it, right? Like, you're sitting at 20 health. It's either you go 9 or rather you go 10.
I think he just up a level a little, so maybe he's going 10 now.
I think
he's going to go 10. And I mean, the nice thing about 10 is you get the really increased odds for the 6 cost, right? So like, you have a high chance to maybe hit your pairs of legendaries, and even if you get like a Viktor or something and throw that in, that could potentially be enough of a difference. All right, well, he's 10. He's in the top left, but he had like 10 gold to roll.
Yeah,
so.
well, that'll do
I kind of hate levels like that. In that, honestly, I feel like if you're going to do that, you need to roll at 9, right? It's like, great, you increased your odds and you rolled twice and you're broke.
Well, you had to have done it a bit earlier before you lost that extra HP, so it always feels bad, and you almost
feel committed to it.
The sunk cost fallacy, you're already locked in. It's like, just
but it's making a wrong choice because you already made one wrong choice.
Listen, we're all human. We're not anywhere near perfect. At least I'm not when I'm playing TFT.
No, of course I'm horrible, but like it's just one of those things that I think these decisions can really hurt you, right? Like these lobbies are so close, and it's those little choices.
Oh.
Important 1v1 here against Diction. Can the Conquerors do it? Can the GP do it? I think the answer is yes.
I think it's enough.
Yes.
Really
Look at Dobbs.
Yeah, so much gold coming through. Extra gold to maybe now hit the upgrades he needed.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it works out for him, right? Maybe next shop is just the shop you need.
It is a top 3 guaranteed, so as expected, Kog'Maw slowly killing off, Chem-Baron slowly killing off every other player, and the high HP tempo-heavy players, Box, and Dobbs really finding success thanks to that.
Yep. I mean, that's the thing, man. You have to play what the lobby is showing you, right? And I think that's always one of the most difficult things in the game. Self-destruct is so popular. It's generally one of the ones I see people kind of like insta-click. They're willing to pay gold for it, but he has no gold, so you can't be clicking it, unfortunately, so it's got to be spare parts. Wait, if you keep this open and you don't pick, can you pick it the next round?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. It just auto chooses for you? Okay, that's something I just was thinking about because I've never actually tried.
I think so, once the timer runs out.
That's what my assumption was, yeah.
You can lock the Rumble shop.
That would be really funny, right? Like,
yeah, now for Box
too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at the Mordekaiser go. Everything up in the air. Mordekaiser, Giga Chat, slamming down on everyone and then rocking out to celebrate.
So it was a ghost board, but yeah, Box just lost. I think Box is going 3rd.
Yeah, he's high on HP, but he's the lower one. But he played amazing. He played great tempo, going for a great line, and now he's going up against fully capped Chem-Baron versus fully capped Conquerors. He's perfect. You take the 3rd.
So he'll be on 10 points as well, right? Because he got 4 from game 1. He'll get 6 from this game 2, right? Because it's 5 and 3rd. So he only needs 4 points. So if he gets another 5th, that would be probably enough. Yeah.
And to finish in that spot, you want to just play high tempo.
Yeah, which is what he's been doing.
Yeah, exactly. He's used to it.
Let's see. Between the two of them.
The second Exodia now. The Super Conquerors from Dobbs. Should be enough. There's a Viktor Slam. And now totally obliterated both Viktor doing the game here.
That Mordekaiser, he just knows no stopping. Box stays in though, one more round. I just think with Wanju on the rise, it's probably still going to be the 3rd that we were talking about.
It probably is. I mean, I guess the only thing you can pray for as Box is that Dobbs somehow got strong enough to kill Wanju, and you play a Ghost and you lose by less health, right?
Yeah.
Like that's your only out to get a 2nd. So I think it's like you shouldn't give up. You should keep, maybe you get something really lucky, and maybe Dobbs can kill Wanju and you can get 2nd and greed out an extra point, because then you just need 6th and you get through. So like every little bit of HP can make such a big difference. You can see there is the Warwick. So he has Experiment. It does give you the Experiment trait. So sometimes people can get that like 7 Experiment out, but of course that's not going to be the case in this one.
There was a Twitch in the front line, so now you're able to at least have a Warwick, which acts a little bit better as a frontline unit. The one
Debatable.
thing, Mordekaiser does have QSS, so not going to be stopped by the Kog'Maw at the very least.
Yeah.
I do think this combo is so strong
If
that
everything else is stopped, then
yeah.
Yeah. No,
When you're also holding these rumbles to stop Dobbs just a little bit longer.
The only other win out chance, if Dobbs knows he can't win through normal combat, is to try and go for a 3-star 5 cost.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if he pulls it in, maybe there's something he can make happen, but I doubt it.
Yeah. Mordekaiser is immune to CC for a long while, so that can make a difference. Let's see if it's enough for him right now. And
I think it is.
So much damage.
Oh, that was close, actually. Wow. And it's key. You were talking about this earlier, Hubis, on how the anomaly for the Kog'Maw is immune to CC, so we couldn't actually get pulled in.
Yeah.
So the Mordekaiser Claw didn't actually pull it forward. That was a close fight, but yeah, BoxBox going to go out in third. Nicely played game by him. It looks like Wanju probably has this. BoxBox looking very contemplative, and we'll see if Dobbs can kind of figure out anything. I mean, maybe if you get like a 2-star 6 cost, maybe that can make the difference. But
really happy for Dobbs, I think. The reset in the mental going from 8th to
huge,
now having a really dominant game. Plus, I think doing it with, you mentioned Hubis, on these easy games where you snowball a 10-win streak into a Conquer game, it really puts you into a much more comfortable position going to game 3.
It's still tough though because he got 8th. It's like, yeah, he did a really good job. He's probably going to get 2nd, but then you still need to get top 3 next round.
And that's tough, man.
It's really hard, right?
Like, I mean, he has the tempo. I think it's easier to do it when you won than when you lost, so maybe this is a good ramp up for him, but once again, there it is. Wanju. So the super tech, this is the one everyone will try to copy, Panda. Can you be a one-trick Chen Baron Super Kog'Maw? You have to be very lucky, right?
You have to be the Blast Mortog's favorite player.
I wish I could one-trick Chen Baron. I feel like that trait is, like, those traits are so fun to play, but it's so hard. Like, if you don't have it on 2-1, I just don't think it's worth.
At the very least, though, you've learned the lesson of if you're playing Chen Baron, hold a single copy of Kog'Maw just
pray
in
to
case.
Mortog.
Exactly.
Speaking of learning lessons, I kind of want to shout out Dobbs. After that 8th place, took that moment, wrote down some notes that, okay, full reset, let's go into this again. We're really going for those top places. Back at it. Definitely a player that knows exactly what is necessary right now as we're moving.
Yeah, I had the chance to talk with the arbiters when we're starting, and they said, okay, you can get paper and you can write anything you want in the paper. So you have knowledge in your head you want to transmit, that's fine. But obviously not stats, not cell phone during the game. So actually everyone who's using that to get maybe some outs, to know priorities or something that is very broken and you want to really recognize, I think it's pretty cool. So I tried to do it, and I think it's something that everyone should do it. This is perfect example.
I actually read through the papers there when the camera zoomed in. It said, next game, 10-win streak, stage 3, Conquer, Mordekaiser 2, watch out for the
It was a
Kog'Maw.
prediction. It's more a prediction.
I think it's really smart, though, because especially in a high-pressure situation, it's easy to lose track of some of the things that you really need to keep in mind, right? Like something that you've told yourself, something for prep you need to remember. Like when you are sweating it, especially on main stage, like you can look down, you can remind yourself, okay, yeah, I told myself if I hit this, don't panic. It's enough to roll this far, or it's enough to do this, or whatever.
And something obvious also, maybe top support items.
Yeah.
According to stats, something like that, you can put it on, you can do for bees. I don't have bees, I can use this. What augments do I want? Anomaly per comp. There's so many things that obviously you have to know it by sense, but if you write it down, it's always great to
Good
have it.
reminder.
Yeah.
There's, in my opinion, nothing worse than tripping over the same rock, especially in a long day of TFT. You play 10 games and you commit a same grave mistake in one of those games after kind of learning the lesson.
Sure.
It really feels bad.
No,
so
you just blame the game.
the reassurance of writing it down and memorizing it through that, I think is so
Write
important.
it down, not my fault. I did everything perfect.
These high rollers, I can't believe it.
Well, let's
Disgusting
take
high rollers.
another look at how this Chen Baron worked out here with all that magic.
The magic is slamming Chen Baron
Yeah.
on Kog'Maw 1.
That's what
No,
we're
but
seeing.
also, you call it out, David. Rolling on 7 to get that Silco,
Yeah,
to
I
get
think
the
that was-
additional
that was
6, that was actually very important. And then he got the win more with the Kog'Maw.
We've seen it already. I think I've seen it at least through a few different players, and it's something that I've taken as a lesson. Because normally when I'm playing Chen Baron, you just think in a single track kind of way of I have to lose my rounds, I'm playing risky, I'll have one chance on one life, but there is a little bit more agency than players think, and rolling on 7 on 3-5, if you don't find Silco in the stage 3 carousel, is part of that agency.
Yeah. I think it makes sense, especially because like Rennie 2, Smeech 2 can save you a lot of health, right? So it's
sometimes too much health. Rennie 2
sometimes
is
too
a
much
dangerous
health.
upgrade.
Yeah, yeah. But otherwise, it's like, there's more than one thing you're going for, and you can tell he is pumped. It is always fun seeing the reactions and the pop-offs from players when they're having a good game.
I agree. I love it. I think this is like my favorite thing about generally esports is to see how players in their communities react to stuff. Obviously, also the cool tech that they bring. Maybe I wouldn't call Chen Baron Kog'Maw cool tech. There's some other stuff we've seen that I like more, but just the reactions, the emotions, the realization of what it takes and getting there, it's the best thing for me.
We're seeing the player reactions, and now, even more so than in Game 2, players have a very clear path now. They understand if they have to play for exactly a first, is it a third, is it a sixth? and they will radically adjust their augment choices and their game plans in Stage 2 especially to set up for those conditions.
Yeah, and games like that could get really, really weird too, right? Like if there's a number of players that are all trying to play for first, and you have multiple players trying to force Chem Baron and stuff, then all of a sudden you like have to try to grief each other and things like that. It can get really wacky, and sometimes it's funny. I feel like when too many people are trying to force a comp to go for first, then sometimes someone just playing like a normal tempo comp actually gets first.
I was going to that line. Normally, obviously you want to go for the cap out if you actually need a first or a second, but sometimes low resource game, if you actually get exactly what you want in the same moment, you can play Rebels, that is normally not the tech that you go first place,
and you're full
and you're perfect. You're perfect with the Ilaoi 2, with your Zoe, and maybe get only one Jinx, and maybe you're winning tempo it out, and maybe even box with this type of play can get the first. So I'm more of that type of gameplay. Looking for that high risk, high reward is very difficult.
Well, we are going to be going to a quick interview because Necra's out on the floor and she's been talking to Joe, so let's take a look together.
Hi everyone, Necra here with Jeff Virtue, the executive producer for TFT. Jeff, how are you feeling and how are you enjoying the tournament so far?
The tournament's been really great, Necra. We were just watching Malala play in his lobby right now, and it's been awesome to see the game. I think the biggest thing that stood out to me is how many engaged players we have here this year. Everybody's having a great time. There's been so much energy. All the big plays that have been happening, it's been awesome.
What has been another one of your favorite things to watch from the competitors or one of the games that you've seen?
I think seeing how 6 costs are interacting with lobbies right now has been really fun. I know that players have a lot of different theory crafting that's going into that right now, and really watching the meta evolve here on the floor has been awesome. And I think we're starting to see a lot of things coming out from that.
Would you believe me if I said that someone got Warwick 3?
I would not. Has someone gotten Warwick 3?
Someone did get Warwick 3.
Crazy. Did they win?
They sure did.
Good, good, good. Awesome.
All right, well, thank you so much, Jeff, for your time, and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Awesome. Thank you, Necra. Thanks, everybody.
Honestly, it's always so great to hear from the devs, from the people that have been working on the game. It's one of my favorites, but here's another one of my favorites. Gangly's back.
Yeah, I was actually here. You guys just ignored me that entire game.
Were you behind the couch?
Messed up. Yep, back. I will say, I walked away for a little bit.
Some of your best casting.
Yeah, wow. They been locked and loaded. Who's ready in the chamber? I walked away for a little bit, and I came back, and I saw Wanju with the Exodia variation of the Chem Baron.
The Chem Ma.
Yeah, exactly, the Chem Ma. I was talking to one of the Americas players yesterday, trying to tell them, like, hey, if you have Chem Baron emblem, you got to know about this Exodia setup. They weren't super familiar, and their response was like, listen, if you have 500 cash out, you're just going first anyway. It doesn't even matter. And today is the perfect example of why.
Michael go 8th.
Exactly. Sometimes you do get that 500 cash out, and you're not actually able to optimize your cash out into the first place finish. The thing about the Kog'Maw setup is that it's a super cheap setup that kind of allows you to just win off of like a Kog'Maw 1 for the rest of the game.
I mean, I think it was actually super important, not only just because of the Michael game, but this game, I think Wanju goes 8th without that.
Yeah, he was very weak.
I feel like he was way too weak, and there were some really strong boards, so I think we would have seen, back-to-back, 500 cash outs into 8th place, and he actually... It was pretty important, right? Because, he got second in the first game, but like if you go 8th in game 2, then all of a sudden the pressure is really on.
The anti-dop.
Exactly, and then in this case, he's just through. You know the tech. Congrats, you're through the next round.
The moment I saw the Kog'Maw on the bench, I had a neuron activation moment because I was not on my bingo sheet of like what would be happening.
Kog'Maw.
And then I saw Kog'Maw, I'm like, what's happening?
Yeah. I don't know how much
Look at this. He brought it. That's Malala's belt.
Oh, there it is. Oh, and he's in his game right now, too.
He needs to be wearing it. What is he doing? Put it on.
True.
Doesn't know the tech.
Anytime he eliminates someone, he just throws it at them. Like, don't forget.
I will say in the feature video I did with Malala, there was a very, I would say, cool handshake that we invented, including a belt, motion, and it was not cut. It was cut. It was not in the video.
It wasn't as cool as you thought.
I'm sure it was very cool.
Malala and me both enjoyed our time.
The editors made the choice here.
Maybe it was too cool. Maybe they didn't want to hype Malala up so much.
They didn't want to make everyone else feel bad.
See, I know who's editing this. I assure you it just wasn't as cool as you thought.
I disagree.
I love that we get to have this lobby on the main stage that has multiple of those characters that we reference when you think of like Ashmu from the Vegas Open, the player that was super expressive and really emotional, passionate. And we get to have a player like Dobbs, who in the Americas, Dobbs is kind of known as like, when he wins, he lets you know that he's winning.
Yeah.
And we've gotten to see some personality from Remember as well. That's the other player that really stood out to me. It's fun that we get to see these kind of like iconic moments happen in the main stage.
Bintum as well with the villain laugh, featuring a crab as a support helper.
That's right. That's right.
The 1-2 punch.
I have loved seeing Remember out there. Every single time there's something going on, he knows the camera's on him. Suddenly a reaction comes. Definitely acting a little bit out there, but I love it. That's what you're here for.
We saw a bit less of it in game 2 because I think his spot was not the best. I think he was a bit deflated with the quick strikers. But game 3, everything on the line for a lot of our competitors here. For some of them who had done their homework in the first 2 games, not so much. Box in a very good position, which I'm very, very happy to say out loud because I think he's a player that is very influential, of course, and I think he's put in the time, the prep, to come into here and really try to prove people wrong about what they think he can do, and he can especially in a tournament like this with so many good players with the base level being so high.
It's so easy to think of an influencer as this kind of for fun, low cap, not a real threat. I think people forget Box has placed top 32 at a North American major before the merging of the Americas region. Box is someone who came out and beat many, many threats that we even have seen at the global stage on his path there. And so, yeah, I would say he's not a player that I highlighted or would have highlighted as a favorite to make it out of this lobby, but he has shown before that when the rolls go his way, he's capable of piloting high roll into a position to make it far.
Well, we are going to be going into our 3rd and last game. After this one, players are getting eliminated. It counts for everything. We were doing a little bit of the math. Some players just need to have a stable mid to top tier finish. Some players are gunning for those top 2, those top 1 spots. So we're going to be taking a look at how they get there.
We are back into the nightmare situation. Some players fresh PTSD from game 1.
Well, this is Scuttle Puddle, though.
Is it?
There was a Jinx opener.
Oh.
Yeah. Listen,
Okay.
I have a new prediction.
I'll
I
take
think
it back.
Crab is winning the Macau Open.
Okay.
Listen, as someone
I'll
who has
accept it.
suffered at the claws of the crab the entire set, I believe you. I have trauma.
Okay, so we talked about this the last time we have Crab Rave. I feel like
we can just rehash our points.
just
get the notes
run the
out.
tape, everybody. Play it over again. So the 2 major philosophies on stage 1 when it comes to Crab Rave is: are you going to prioritize econ or are you going to prioritize HP and direction? Panda, I know you talked about you personally being in that camp of wanting to have direction, wanting to have HP makes. Where do you fall in this spectrum?
Oh, I'm a very risky player.
You're full selling everything.
I'm always happy to
Not even killing the
sacrifice
crabs.
both HP and econ as long as I have direction. That for me, that's the big thing. I need like a go-to, and then I know what to do, because otherwise I get lost, and I get lost bad.
I think it depends on the 1 cost I'm offered. I think there's certain 1 cost that I like a lot in terms of the openers they give me, in terms of the line they open up for 2-1 onwards. And if I find 1 cost that I don't really gel with, they're not my fam, I just end up going for the econ instead.
What about you, Gangly?
You know, I used to be a full sell open for econ only player, and I realized that this game is so much easier to play when you know what you're doing. And so nowadays I'm a full holder. I'm holding everything I can. If I don't even make 10, that's okay. If I'm holding stuff that I think can give me a really good out on 2-1.
Down to 6 gold, not making 10 here, keeping all these pairs, all these options open. Maddie pair, Seb pair as well. Mad Chemist, last patch maybe an insta pick. This patch, I'm not sure if that's the case. There were some nerfs that came through.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
You wish you had not held now that you have over encumbered here.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing some of these players get direction one way or another. Diction there is going to be served an ally. Question is, what is it?
Box is on over encumbered, double latent forge, so we'll be seeing later spikes.
Beggars can be choosers picked up by Bintum. Okay, so going to have more augment options going into stage 3 and stage 4. I think there's a lot of players who generally, when you play Beggars can be choosers, want to play around reroll. If there's specific augments that can really enable that, specifically on 3-2 when you want to spike hard, you are going to lose a little bit of value because some of that value is hitting your early interest thresholds on 2-1, and it's less impactful here for the reason that there's so much gold already in the game from Crab Rave.
And this is Diction, not Marcel P, holding the Renata onto his board right now. We'll see if Marcel wants to commit for the triple crown of playing 3 games of Renata reroll.
Is that, I've been checking all of the units on Diction's board. Is that Caretaker's ally Renata?
Oh, it could be.
It looks like it has to be,
yeah.
right?
There's no other 2 cost. There's no other 2 cost.
Quick maths from our NA specialist.
That's right.
Well, what if he sold it and
bought it? See, that's what I was checking if there was anything we missed, but I'm pretty sure we just got a free really Renata reroll.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can do different angles. I have seen some people just like push levels actually with it as well. Like you can just use a Renata 3, push levels, be able to go towards things like Alawi and Heimer and just kind of like cap out around a higher level board. You know, that's maybe not like as much of like a guaranteed first place, but it is something that can really allow you to kind of push your economy very, very far.
So I actually think it's very, very valuable to roll on 5 specifically in this setup because if you think of
you want to go Singe Vex.
If anyone played set 12 and you think of the Ari reroll, a lot of the game is rolling on 4, rolling on 5, and then once you hit your 3-star 1 cost, you level to 6 and roll the rest of the way there. However, in this setup where you now have Caretaker's ally, you'll be rolling on 5, you'll hit a decent amount of Renatas, but most likely not enough to 3-star it. But once you have all your 3-star 1 costs, you probably have enough Renatas to just level to 8 and get your 3-star Renata that way.
I do think it's a bit different though because with Ari you kind of had to hit all of these 3-stars because you had the passive on her ability with the Arcana bonus, so you didn't have a choice. Whereas with Renata, maybe you have a choice to tempo out and still find success that way. But it's an interesting point. I hadn't considered that way.
Yeah, no, it's definitely it is interesting, right? I just think there's a lot of variations that can work with this comp. Like I have seen obviously the standard stuff where people are rolling at 6. I've seen rolling at 5 for Singed and the 1 cost. I've also seen people push 8 and play around like Academy with Heimer and splash that in with Jace and stuff. So I think there's a lot of different angles you can play. And it'll be interesting to see what he elects to go for. But early set 2 with Sunfire and Trundle 2, you're probably not losing a lot of rounds.
Playing the Bruiser opener in particular, I find actually kind of hard this patch. When I think last patch when Twitch is relatively similar, but I felt like a little bit stronger last patch. To me, it feels like Bruiser's hard to play unless you have something like the Enforcer +1 where you have clear direction. It doesn't quite lend itself to as flexible as the Sentinel opener, personally.
Yeah, recalling that Bruiser one, right, that we saw in one of the previous games as well. That is kind of good. Then you can go into the Bruiser lines.
Right, with the +1 with the
exactly.
emblem, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, for Bruiser, people generally don't really want to play towards. I do think you can still play like Bruiser with Rebel and things like that and kind of play those lines.
And if you can streak, that's the big thing, right? If you can play 2 Bruiser early game.
Set 2 with a Sunfire, you should streak.
Yeah, absolutely. The problem, I think, is if you can't play it from ahead, which that's not what Dobbs do. Dobbs is playing it from ahead. If you're forced to play it from behind, it feels very hard to pilot.
I agree with that, yeah.
I think Dobbs is in a position where he'll probably play this on stage 2 and then have a transition potentially into Rebel because I think he had slammed the AP items. That's actually a great call out. That feels like a good transition.
Playing Bruiser into. Like if you hit +1, then you can go into Twitch. If you don't, you can just play into Rebel because it's like you want to hold set Akali generally anyway for a lot of the Rebel lines. So I think it can work out pretty well, and does actually have 4 Bruiser already on board. So that's actually quite nice. It's a little bit light on damage, obviously, because it is just the Vex 1. It doesn't have a pair of Vexes.
She's doing her best.
Yeah. She is doing her best and is sitting on a pair of Stebs, a pair of Nunus as well. So honestly, like very good chops to be able to hit all of this early.
Shiv plus Sunfire is giving you the highest amount of flat damage just from items that you can get at this stage in the game too. So while it would obviously be a lot nicer to have Vex 2, I think all things considered, it's a lot of damage.
Yep.
Panda, did you get another glimpse at Dobbs' notes? Did they say something about streaking 100 HP once again?
He said 8 win streak. So
okay, good.
Just
making
enough,
sure.
He said he doesn't need a second this time.
Seems to be his game plan.
Yeah.
Just needs a first.
Does he?
No, he doesn't.
Don't scare me.
Expected cutoff, I believe, is 14.
He needs
right?
third. He needs third.
If you assume that everybody is 4.5 being the midpoint would get you to 13.5 points. So 14 points is the expected cutoff.
He went 8th, and then he went 2nd, so he has to go 3rd.
It's subject to change though, depending on how the lobby goes. I think in this case, usually it only is different if there's a lot of players with very low points.
Gangly gets to be the final arbiter. So if they're from the tri-state, the cutoff is actually much.
Yes, I
From
see.
MEA, you need about 46 points.
I'm just saying, you guys are so lucky that I was not on the desk for Balso skills going 1-1.
Not just us, but all of our viewers.
Don't do the
as
math.
well.
46 points for EMEA. You have a good chance. It's fair.
Gangly about to hit them with the. It all starts with success.
Please stop.
It all starts with the tri-state.
I want to go home. Mom, pick me up. Foxpox not in his usual game plan. It's going to be a 5 loss streak instead of the usual 4 or 5 win streak. So we'll have to see now. It's going to be a test for Boxbox. And Boxbox, for now, seems to be angling towards the Rebel line. Going to have extra items thanks to over-encumbered. Can itemize both the Alawi, the Zoe. Maybe the Jinx is a 3rd item carry. Maybe that additional unit if he finds a Rebel +1 could be an Ambessa, for example.
He also might be kind of contested by Dobbs, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was expecting from that. And I always feel like it is tough when you're playing lose streak and you are being contested by someone who is win streak, because it's like you kind of hit a moment where you like have to hard roll down and they can kind of play it more slowly and then like slow roll it, and it's just, it can get really, really tough, right? Like you're on that clock to hit, and when units are getting pulled out of the pool, it can get really ugly fast. So it'll be interesting to see how he manages this. Boxbox obviously has 10 points. He's in a good spot. He just needs a 6th, or fifth, excuse me. Yep, he needs a 5th, and he will be able to get through. So can play towards that, and so I'm going to be curious to see when he's rolling. Oh, interesting. So he's gonna do at least a slight roll here.
Yeah.
I think he's looking. He has a lot of pairs. Like he has pair of Akali, pair of.
Find 5 Rebel though.
Yeah. So is that enough for him to stop? I think it might be, but I don't think you're gonna win with this board. So it's tough because he's still sitting on a lot of pairs.
Yeah. Not only that, also just holding a lot of expensive units too, right?
And he has no items slammed. Like I feel like if you're gonna roll, you should be slamming items.
I believe.
To me, this is weird.
Made a bit of a mistake there. Goes on to 4 Rebel as well.
Yeah.
Added in the Leona last second, taking out the Ezreal.
I think he wants to lose. But then I don't understand why you're rolling.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying is like, I think it was intentional to remove it, but as soon as he didn't slam items, he wanted to lose. So like, I think this is really weird from Boxbox. I feel like you just eco up another round or two, then roll a little bit later if you're trying to do that, because if you're rolling for strength and you're not slamming items, your game plan makes no sense.
Here's my theory, as we are taking a look at our silver augments. Sometimes when you're used to playing a lot of reroll, you'll do like a muscle memory reroll. Maybe that's what happened here. He was just like, oh, wait. I didn't mean to do that because it was only one.
And then he says, you know what, let's just restart. Let's just go again.
Okay, so actually, wait, this is a super good spot. All of a sudden, he can play Kog'Maw. He got Scar 2, Kog'Maw 2, Nocturne to his 2 on
Zeri and Chop.
This is, okay. So
And he has Shiv, Rageblade.
And half Archangels,
Or
half
Gunblade,
Gunblade. Yeah. This is amazing. I mean, I think Boxbox got Omega bailed out very quickly. I was going to say, I thought the roll on 3-1 might have been something like rolling for direction, and that's like not really a thing on 3-1, but I could see the argument of like, hey, Dobbs contesting me. If I roll something, maybe I get more Sorks, maybe I get more Rebels.
I hate that.
It feels, I don't exactly know how else to justify the 3-1 roll.
I think he rolled because he had pairs and thought he was going to hit the pairs. Then he didn't hit the pairs, and it's like, I'm going to lose anyway. I should lose another round to get more eco. And I think it was just like a little bit of like a panic moment, is my guess.
But yeah, rolling into restart mission feels a little weird, but I mean, with that restart mission, you could not ask for a better restart mission. I think that's an egregiously high roll restart mission, and Boxbox suddenly is in a very good spot.
Yep.
Is non-artifact Kog'Maw strong enough for a top 5?
I think it is for a 5th, yeah.
Yeah?
I think when you're like this, but I also think unironically, like, you don't have to necessarily like fully commit. Like you can just keep pushing levels. Like I don't hate playing like these kind of reroll comps, and just like instead of just spam rolling on 7, just go 8. You already have all your 2 stars, and just push levels and try to cap out a board and see if you can get a stronger board through like guaranteed power, because you just need a 5th or a 4th, right? Like, and I think that's doable with this kind of thing. And then you swap out the cog later, like you have, especially if you're contested, right? Like,
oh my god.
If I'm Boxbox,
maybe the restart mission was not that good.
If I'm Boxbox, 100% I just push levels now. Then.
Wait, imagine you remember and you scout Boxbox's board. It's like, wait a minute,
like,
Board Dog, what are you doing?
They just spawned this guy into the game contesting me.
Well, in all fairness, Remember needs a first place, and I don't think Kog'Maw is the way to do that. So it might just be a temporary hold for Remember as well.
I feel like with these item slams, it looks a little too specific to Kog'Maw. I think the more I think about it, the more I agree with Azael that BoxBox has an opportunity, specifically with the item slam, going for...
Those items can go on like LeBlanc
Rage Blade plus Shojin. Typically, when you're playing Kog'Maw, you don't want 2 items that are going to give you attack speed. You want some sort of form of AP scaling plus attack speed. So, yeah, I could see it. That's great for LeBlanc Malzahar duo carry on 9, right?
I think that's actually the play. Like, because you have like a stable board that's going to win you rounds during this next stage or two, you just push levels.
Important round coming up in Forge for a couple of our players, so we'll see what artifacts they're able to pop, what direction they get, what comps they can slot into. There are some really crazy combos between artifacts and some units.
Bunch of upgrades coming through here.
Oh, Sniper's Focus.
Yeah, it's always a little bit
Mordekaiser.
I think he's gonna go Light Shield because he has no tank items, right? But like, I don't love that. But he is playing Pandora's bench. I think he's playing Ziggs reroll, like you talked about this, right? I think he's actually...
Maybe he was looking for Ludens here.
Yeah, I wonder.
My secret 4.9 AVP tech.
Oh my
okay,
god.
now the Ziggs reroll line, my understanding of it was you roll on 7 and play around Black Rose. But is there a Sentinel variation as well? Because I actually was not familiar with that.
I'm not convinced on there being one.
Okay.
I think it's something that's why I feel Ziggs is awkward.
There's always a line. It's just whether it's a good...
It does exist. You can do this combination.
There is a line to full open to level 10. You just don't often get there.
Yeah.
Strange. Very strange.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and we do see BoxBox does the 3-5 level, which I think in this position, if you're rerolling the Kog'Maw, I mean, some people do 3-5 level
I
to
just want
7.
to see if he spends gold. Like, if he actually starts rolling, I would be more worried for him.
I don't see, even if he is rerolling Kog, I don't think he's spending anything right now. He's,
he just bought something.
He just bought something in Jot, but yeah, like he's not even over 50 yet. Well, we should know by next stage or by 4-1 certainly.
After Wolves, absolutely, we're going to
I was surprised there wasn't this item swap last round. Finally, it does come through. I think Rel is going to be strong with Light Shield Crest, especially 3-star Rel, I think is actually a bit underrated compared to what most people have been, especially with Light Shield Crest. This artifact really enables her.
Marcel P committing to 3 straight games of reroll, clearly indicating what Marcel P believes is strong in the meta. I know I got to talk a little bit to Marcel during the first wave of games, and yeah, you know, he actually, it's funny, when I talked to him about the Renata comp, he was saying that he had just found out about it, and he was like, yeah, you know what, if I feel like I can play it, I'll probably play it. And then he shows up, he plays 2 straight games of Renata, and then plays Family. You know, I like the meta read. I think it makes sense. If you believe that something is forcible and easy to play, kind of this lower execution, things only go wrong if like the rolls don't go your way, it's a safe way to get points in the early stages of a tournament.
That is, if you're not being contested, which lucky for Marcel, nobody else has that specific meta read in this lobby.
I feel like in the subsequent rounds, like in the next couple rounds, not even tomorrow, I think today, we're gonna see the meta shift, right?
Yes.
Because it has to come so fast when, you know, almost 90% of the players are going home today, right? Like,
well, I hope not, but getting eliminated.
Getting eliminated, yeah.
Get them out of here.
Yeah, exactly. So I do think the adjustments are going to come through really, really fast, and I think we're going to see a lot more Renata in some of these later lobbies. Because to me, it's just better than Family reroll, like 100%, and we're still seeing a lot more Family reroll.
We saw the shots of the venue. Players were on their phones watching VODs already from the first round, so trying to make use of every single minute there is in this day one to learn and you know, optimize their game plans.
Yeah, I mean, and especially when you're here with like a team, that process happens that much faster.
Double or triple, yeah.
Exactly, or even more, right? Like some of them have like 4, 5, 6 players that they're talking to. You were talking about LATAM, like how they're all 10 players who are like sharing info
yesterday
and stuff, right?
In one room, in Focuson's room, 10 different players.
I mean, you have 10 different players who are probably in, you know, anywhere from like 6 to 10 different lobbies throughout, right? They're going to be able to share all that info with each other.
Not just that, but also the team staff, right? We saw the RCS team earlier with like 2 head coaches and staff members attending to players. Like, if you have that kind of setup, if you have that kind of support, suddenly you may have a much easier time on finding some of these new findings on the meta that players are discovering.
And you mentioned, Adil, this is going to be the tempo Renata option. Instead, you're getting the 3-star kind of for free off of your augment. Instead, push levels, go for Silco, go for Heimer, go for just vertical visionaries.
Yeah, I actually think it's pretty strong. But I mean, the question is just.
I don't really like the angle specifically because I have to see how everything shaped up. Well, to me the problem is we saw 2 players angling toward Rebels in the beginning of the game. If that's still the case, you're playing 3-way contested Alawi with a bunch of 1- and 2-star frontline Sentinels, and this board needs a strong frontline. You cannot play this with a 1-star Alawi, and so when you commit to foregoing all of the 3-star front call 3-star frontline without a 2-star Alawi, I think your board's going to be very suspicious.
So Boxbox went 8 as well, so he's not rolling on 7, which I think is correct.
Yep. Only a Jinx pair and a Zoe pair for Bintum. He's rolled a lot of gold. He had Mordekaiser pair and sold, and is now trying to hit a high roll Jinx 2 on 8. Has rolled all the way down to 0. Has entirety, a Rebel bench essentially, selling out of a Heimerdinger now, maybe trying to swap.
Look at Boxbox also hit at least 2. He went 8, so he's not doing the reroll. He's just using it for tempo. I think that was actually really smart, and I think that the restart mission kind of bailed him out a bit here. So we'll see. I love that he didn't just commit to it on 7, because if you don't hit, then you're for sure going bot 3, and you're going to miss out.
Yep.
It's smart. Just play towards the points you need, right? Like, you have to adjust based on the situation, and he's done a great job of that. Like, he played super heavy tempo in the first 2 games. He played lose streak into restart mission into like this weird spot. So Boxbox is playing really well.
He has. I full-heartedly agree, but I will also say that it's much easier to be like, oh, I just need a safe top 5 and play to that, rather than, oh, I need a top 1 and play to that. Some of these players are having a harder challenge.
You put yourself in that position by getting the earlier good placements,
That's right.
Like, you played 2 really good games of tempo. So, yeah, he has an easier job in this one, absolutely.
I do at some point want to see whether Dobbs did commit to that Rebel line. We saw him with the Bruisers. I didn't exactly see how he ended up playing that mid game, but if that is the case, I mean, we know that Bintum is playing toward it. If Dobbs is playing toward it, there probably are going to be other players holding these Alawis. I think it's going to be very hard for any player to 2-star that unit.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that is always one of the scary points, right? If you push levels and then you're heavily contested, then it's definitely risky. But we'll see. I mean, Diction's on a 6-loss streak right now. This is iZone Sakura, who is playing...
Oh, so not re-rolling the Ziggs.
No, still Ziggs too.
Okay, so just use that to try to push levels. It's interesting because he rolled pretty heavy on 6.
Yeah.
He has 2 Heimers and a Twitch that he is looking to re-roll on the bench. So
into a Silco, I imagine.
Yeah, it looks like Silco to me.
He has LeBlanc and he has backline Elise. So yeah, he's going to try to play Black Rose Silco.
Yep.
Throw back to last patch. But Boxbox takes this win.
At this point in the meta, it does seem like Silco's the primary line that you're really playing Black Rose around. But we do see, obviously not even willing to play something like the Heimer, using Pandora's Bench to re-roll those 2 different Heimerdingers to try and get Silco.
Ooh, there's a mouse.
To answer your question, Gangly, Dobbs is locked into Rebels. I would say we have 3 items on our little Zoe.
Diction just got that mouse, which is actually really, really big because he's the person who was playing that Renata, the tempo Renata, just using that to push levels. So picking up a mouse there is going to feel really, really good. And he also has a Jace, so he actually has Jace, Mal's, Heimer. Like, he's hit all of those at level 8.
But his front line is a 2-star Loris to 2-star Rel, and everything else is a 1-star, and we already have multiple Alawis out of the pool. I'm really concerned about Diction being able to stable. Oh, he does have a Alawi pair on bench, though. That's huge.
What's happening with these Jinxes? Potential Jinx pair now as well for iZone Sakura. Bintum had his Jinx pair as well on his roll down.
A lot of legendaries coming onto the boards here in stage 4. Wow.
Okay, he's 7 lost. Yeah, it's the front line, though. I agree with you, Gangly. Like, he really needs the front line.
Yeah.
I mean, if he hit Alawi 2, then he can probably just push levels, but he does not have it, and iZone Sakura does. And as you said, there's multiple people contesting it, so it does get tough. We'll see, though, if the Renata and the Heimer will make the difference here. As does have really nice Thieves Gloves roll on his Rel, so it's going to give him some additional tankiness by some time. The Loris is holding up pretty well so far also. And the front line on the other side starting to crack, so it looks like this is going to be a pretty comfortable win here for Diction. Finally going to crack that loss streak. He was on like a 7-loss streak or something like that, but a big win, and does have that pair of Alawi still.
Well, the story looks a little bit different for Remember, who's now down to 6 HP. Needed a first place. doesn't look like that one is going to be happening in this game, unfortunately, but anomalies are coming in. So more chances for players to maybe find that one upgrade, that one out.
Ooh, okay, so he's considering going tank augment here because he does need frontline. I actually think this is a really smart choice. You don't necessarily need more damage. You already have Mal's, you already have the Renata 2. You would have to move the items over. It's interesting because if you go for it on the Alawi, then you're kind of like betting that, yes, I'm going to hit the Alawi too.
If you need it first, you need to play for kind of that high roll, highest cap possible.
Yeah, I agree.
If you Anomaly a Loris, then let me tell you, you're not going to be going first this game.
But then he rolled past it. Now he's starting to roll so deep. So it's like, this is one of those risky things where he decided he didn't want deep roots. But you can reroll into the same garbage over and over now on this patch. So
well, and every roll that he's using is one less gold that he has to hit Alawi.
And he's not hitting anything.
The worst thing is
expire.
when you're stun locked for 20 seconds and then you continue rolling. I do not recommend it. It actually almost always ends up badly.
He took kill streak, which I don't really like. Kill streak, so correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like it only actually procs off of last hits, not like takedowns.
Yeah.
And so often I find, especially late game, unless you have something that does overwhelming damage,
Heimer is really a great holder of it.
Like, yeah, but like Renata, you're usually just like shielding and hitting frontline. Like, I don't think you're going to get much value from it. I've taken that a number of times and just felt like it does nothing.
Yeah, I mean, especially he's angling toward this duo carry of the Heimerdinger as well, which he's going to want to have multiple items. He has just the Shojin there, but after the next PV round, ideally that is a 2-item Heimer. I think it's very realistic to assume that many of those kills will go to the Heimer and not the Renata.
So Box just takes a loss there to Marcel P. We can see Diction loses, Izone Sakura loses. Remember, at 6 health, we have a lot of people here approaching that danger zone, that kind of 1 life zone. As Izone Sakura fan does sell. He got some more 2 at 8.
Wow.
So that is a really big hit. Has the LeBlanc, did sell off an Alawi 2, so those are back in the pool for a Renata player who would love to get that.
Unfortunately, still the Ziggs item holder has not found the Silco 2. We saw 4-cost rolling the entirety of this stage and wasn't really able to hit.
Dramatic entrance.
I spoke too soon.
Whoa, Silco coming in from the orb.
One more.
And you got the Ambessa rolling. Ready? Oh, no, put the Twitch in the
We have so much gold.
Oh,
in the bin. There you go.
Wait.
No.
He just rolls down.
One in the shop, one in what Gangly calls the bin, apparently.
He has 2 removers.
2 already there.
Yeah.
Should be putting items on Mordekaiser.
All right. Now, Sakura fan, 14 HP at this point, effectively one life, most likely. I mean, you can be 2 lives potentially, I believe, right? If 1 or 2 unit loss.
He has a strong enough board that it's it's possible.
You're right.
Sure.
And the last time we watched his fight, what he really was lacking was damage. Just having the Ziggs 2, all of a sudden now having 6 Dominator Silco with double Shojin Nashers. I mean, this is the perfect setup when you have 6 Dominator because you're naturally getting that AP every single time you're casting. So I think at this point, Sakura fan's actually in a pretty decent spot to try and bail himself out.
Yeah, and I mean, that Mord 2 is actually like so huge. The fact that he hit Mord 2 playing 6 Dominator at 8, that is a godsend. That is something that can actually completely change the game.
And has Light Shield Crest as well to add some extra survivability to the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, because he doesn't have QSS, exactly.
Without healing with Omnivamp.
Yep.
What is the purpose of rolling the 4-cost right now, actually?
I think he's looking for a 3-star 4-cost as like a bailout.
Win condition.
Yeah. So rather than just trying to go 9. I feel like in my mind, I would first try and just go 9
What would you go 9
it.
for, though?
I mean,
because he already has his 2-star
yeah.
Mord, and he doesn't have any items for his LeBlanc. So to me, it's like, on average, especially with Pandora's, you probably get more of a chance to win.
I feel like there's still a handful of things you could like. I would have no problem putting in something.
Maybe.
What? Oh yeah, 6 costs would obviously
doesn't
be
increase
great.
your odds at 9.
No, it doesn't increase.
Go to 10.
Extra slot on the board.
Extra slot on the board. Also, like a random Jace, I actually think would be pretty valuable when you're playing 6 Dominator Silco.
Diction hit Viktor.
Speaking of 6 costs.
Wow, that is actually huge. And Viktor, speaking of bailouts as well, like Viktor is crazy late game. This is really close.
Oh wow.
Oh, is it crazy enough though?
It is.
Wow.
You could see
a running man.
That is the fattest Viktor diff of all time. That is crazy.
The frustration from Dobbs too. Dobbs knows that one is kind of stolen from him.
Well, and
look
Dobbs,
at the HP total.
Dobbs
Look
is
at
on a 4
Box.
loss streak, by the way, now.
Yeah.
And he needs to be able to finish near the top. Box as well on a 3-loss streak. Box could die.
One life.
Some of these players who are down at the bottom hit some total bailouts. We got you know, the Viktor coming in that saves a life. We got Mordekaiser 2 coming in that saves a life. And that could mean people like Dobbs and BoxBox now can't get the point totals that they need to get through.
Specifically BoxBox, we were kind of raving on a little bit, saying he's been doing so well throughout the games that we have seen him. It would be a heartbreaker if he doesn't make it here.
Check this
Goes
out.
up against Dobbs.
BoxBox sells the Zoe 2 that he has, instead puts 3 items on Mel. Not only is this going to be a lot of damage, I think most importantly, because he has
1 life.
Yes, exactly. Because he has a Shojin,
That could be the placement he needs.
He might be able to buy himself 1 extra life from the Mel, but she has to cast 12 times in order for that to happen.
4, I think, that he's
Especially
done.
with 2 kind of Grim Reaper players. With
Good enough. We're winning this.
That's 5. I think he'll probably get. Like,
Oh,
this is gonna
no.
be 6.
Dobbs taking a big hit.
Wow.
He's going to stay alive, though, and Sakura Fan, it looks like on the other side, will fall. Diction as well will fall, and so 6 players remain.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So you need 12 casts to get the.
Yep.
Okay, so BoxBox got 6 that round. So if he gets another 6, it's potential. Does it activate the same round you get the 12?
I believe it does.
Yes.
I haven't played like any Mel, so
Me neither.
I'm not familiar with it at all.
You don't
I was
high roll
talking to
I play
Bricks
AD.
earlier.
Having like 3 IEs, it doesn't inspire me to click Mel.
I was talking to Bricks earlier, one of the EMEA players, and he was saying the 12 casts are on PBE only, and they changed it to 14 on live.
Oh.
I wasn't aware of this.
I wasn't
Is-
aware either.
I don't think that's true.
So I didn't think that was true, but I was going to ask you guys
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I thought you might know.
Oh, this is hard.
Have to remake.
Yeah, exactly. He had to sell a unit and actually to get the Zoe 2, he does have 7 Rebel.
Gets Sorkin, gets Emissary in, not bad.
He has a pretty good front line as
On
well.
hit, yeah. Good extra mana for the Elise, especially with a TG.
Having that Jinx in as well is really, really nice because he has, I can never remember the name of this augment, but the augment that gives you attack speed and stuff based on having
mentorship.
Mentorship, exactly, a higher cost unit. So it does help quite a lot. We'll see if BoxBox is going to be able to survive here, or if he can get that final cast in to be able to get the extra life if he's going to lose. Both fights looking relatively close for now. BoxBox's Mel is untouched in the back. Zoe on the other side for Dobbs, looking like he is maybe going to be able to get this done. I think the Rebel's going to take the win there. And it looks like BoxBox is going to win his round as well. So the game will continue. This one is ridiculously close.
It is, and we're also getting confirmation it is 12, so
Okay.
our player's just trying to prank me. That's fine. I will remember this.
Okay, we have, so Dobbs truly on 1 life, Wanju on 1 life. BoxBox should be on 2 lives because he should have the Mel now, with that activated life. So I think BoxBox has, well, he's done it actually.
He should maybe
just
be through,
needed
yeah,
top
top
5.
five.
So
Yep.
BoxBox is
Yep.
through. That's actually
Hopefully,
crazy.
yeah.
So we're not going to guarantee you 100%, but most likely.
Guaranteed 100%.
Okay, it's on you then. It's
You
on
heard it
you
here
then.
first, folks.
There's
I'm not
no
taking credit for
punishment
that
for
one.
me, so
That's right.
Are you untouchable?
yes. With this innocuous, comedic,
very
unimportant
specific.
thing, I'm untouchable.
Okay,
I
so
will not get fired for saying BoxBox is going through.
Wanju
I'm
at-
quite confident.
At 5 HP up against Marcel P. We did just the round before this see Dobbs able to take out Marcel, who is sitting at 30 gold level 9, so really in no rush because of his HP to spike. And because of that, actually does look like he's... Oh, wait, no. He's the other side. He actually
Garen.
absolutely
There's a
taking out
Garen.
Wanju. Yeah.
Nerd.
And Wanju should be through as well. He already had 15 points, so congratulations to him. Had an incredible start. BoxBox does get that extra life proc, I think, or did he go to 1?
Went to 1, I believe. He had enough
he still has the
Melcast,
extra
I have
life?
to assume, yeah.
Wow.
Because he won the last 2 fights.
Yep,
lost
yep.
This is the first one he loses.
So he is top 5. So we'll see if he
And
goes out in 4th or
I
or
believe
he's top
Dobbs
4.
needed at least a 3rd, so very, very important start of a stage 6 here for the Americas player.
Yeah.
So 10 points on BoxBox, 8 points on Dobbs. Bintum and Marcel. Bintum went first game 1, and then what was it?
So
Sixth,
BoxBox
seventh,
has
I think,
15.
right?
BoxBox has at least 15, so he should be through.
And Marcel would also be kind of in the middle of the pack as well, right?
Bintum, Marcel, and Dobbs are in a similar position. in terms of
Yeah.
points.
I think these 3 players are the 3 competing for those last 2 spots.
Wanju is guaranteed through, so we know he's through, and then it's just going to be plus these last couple. If Dobbs goes out next, he's done.
Yep. I mean,
that's actually so important.
There's a world, I think, where Dobbs might even need a second in order to get through.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see. Didn't look like he was able to really get any more upgrades, unfortunately, for him. Everyone is rolled to 0. BoxBox. Oh, wait, is that a... What did BoxBox hit? Oh, he hit LeBlanc too?
Yep.
So he did get a
And
LeBlanc too, and I itemized
Oh.
Yeah, and the LeBlanc being on the opposite side of the Zoe does mean that the Zoe's not going to be able to ricochet onto the LeBlanc, so the LeBlanc should be pretty
and this
safe.
Elise is going to be so scary.
In comes the
Stopping the
Mordecai's
raise
grip.
stack,
Huge stun.
stunning the entirety of that backline. The Zoe not able to
Boxbox
scale.
has this for sure.
Yeah.
Dobbs is out.
Oh, and you can see it on the face of the both of them. Huge reactions from those two. Dobbs knows. 4th place, unfortunately, is not enough. He will be going home the first wave of the day. Dobbs, I mean, an accomplished player, incredible player, comes up just short.
I mean, that's just so tough, and that is, the brutal part about this format, right? Is that one placement here, one placement there.
Yeah, 8th place in game 1.
Exactly.
That's what it was.
Right? It's like, these tiny things that I'm sure he's going to be thinking about, these little things that you would have rather changed. Should I have slammed this? Should I have rolled more here? Should I have, gone for a different line? It is really tough, and it's such an unforgiving format. Did play well in these last 2 games, but yeah. 1-8 puts you in such a brutal position.
I mean,
and somebody has to be 8, right? It's not like it's avoidable for all of these players. So eventually somebody will find themselves in a position like this one. Unfortunately, there for Dobbs, but game's not over just yet.
No, with that loss, we have to see, I don't know, so Marcel P being at 9 points, Boxbox 10, and then Bintum, I believe, also in a similar spot as Marcel P. Most likely, the 4 players that are moving on would be Boxbox, Wanju.
Ooh, big cleanup by LeBlanc.
And then between the 3 that we have on screen, actually, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
Well, I think Boxbox is guaranteed 3rd anyway, because he almost lost the ghost board.
Okay.
Right? Boxbox is probably going to go out next, and then it's just Bintum and Marcel playing for first. I want to see what their points are.
It's 9 and 10.
9 and 10.
Which
so
means
then they're both through as well.
guaranteed.
So we have our top 4 then. It's these 3 plus Wanju.
And it feels bad because Bintum, on his roll down, had a really unfortunate roll down for Rebels, swapped into it, and Dobbs had to be thinking, I thought it was a contested maybe. And in the end, that maybe was the difference maker. It was a Jinx 1 for Dobbs most of that game.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think he had Jinx 1.
When
Zoe
he
1?
died.
Jinx 1.
It was Jinx 1 at the end as well.
Yeah, he was Jinx 1 at the very end still. Yeah, exactly. He didn't even hit his Zoe until quite late.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the Zoe was either, I think, late stage 5 that he hit Zoe 2.
Bintum going for the cleanup here, but looks like Boxbox.
It's Elise doing so much work for
not
Boxbox.
enough.
Finally taken down. But really great play in this heat from Boxbox. I'm impressed, I think.
I'm super impressed.
When Boxbox is locked in, you mentioned the Gangly, when he, I think, has the motivation and something to play for and really play at his top level, he's actually a menace.
I mean, this guy is just such a good gamer.
Yeah,
he
exactly.
is one of those people that is just God gamer, and whatever the game they play, they're just sick at it. He is really good at picking up different games, and clearly just knows how to get good.
And we joked about the restart mission being a bailout, being a high roll, but the reality is it's a huge transition to go from that restart mission that you get on 3-2 to the Fast 9, and then building a brand new board that can give you that top 3.
And I think a lot of players would have just played full Cog Scar reroll, right? They would have just committed to it from there, and I absolutely think it would have been the wrong choice. I think it was so smart to just push levels from that spot, use that for your stage 3, your early stage 4, build the eco, play towards that top 4 that he needed, and he was able to do it. And he played out the games in different ways. Played really, really well with tempo in the first couple. And it's kind of cool to see the different approaches all having success, right? Wanju played a very different style than what we saw from Boxbox, and these guys have all played kind of unique paths. Marcel as well, playing heavily towards the rerolls. Yep. 3 games of heavy reroll, and he looks like he's going to get a first with family reroll.
I mean, insane cap, level 10, just hits Vika 2. Conqueror stacks coming through. Just you can't really have a stronger family game than this.
Bintum, on the other hand,
That's
I think.
Mel in the back too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hiding behind him.
Where? Oh, I see. Yeah, behind the health bar.
by Vander, hanging out.
I was wondering whether or not we were going to see, because of the level 10 odds, you get the increased 6 cost. If maybe we'll even get to see a 2-star 6 cost. Yeah,
it's still only a 2.2% chance, right? Once you get to stage 7, then I think it's actually possible. But it's so hard to hit.
We'll see the Jinx now a bit further away, positioned so that Violet and really the melee carries can't get to her as easily before that rocket comes out. And does that change the outcome of this fight? Looks like it's going to be the case.
It does.
Big believer in the blue buff Jinx. I actually love it. It makes so much sense in killing tiers in this comp as well.
Yeah, Jinx does need mana. Like, you need a Shojin or a blue buff or something.
Or an Anomaly.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Nothing
I mean,
wasted.
that works too.
In comes the main character. Crap. But just a quick question for y'all.
Wait, is this Rave or Scuttle Puddle? I forgot.
That should be
Crab-Rave.
Crab-Rave.
Okay, yeah.
So on the left side, you're seeing Marcel P kind of cluster up around the Vi because of the share your energy anomaly. Do you think there is a world where you take some of these units out, lose out on some of the anomaly to get a little bit of a better positioning game? And would that matter against Bintum's board?
What's punishing you from Bintum's board in terms of CC? That's the big question. It's not that much, so I think that's why you're not sacrificing. If there was the Elise we saw from Box, certainly you change your positioning because this would be like the biggest Elise ult of all time.
Self-destruct is actually really fat against that board too.
Yeah.
It's like all melee, and he just got self-destruct on a Rumble too.
Yeah, I guess that is the one.
That is like he just hit it. So
Yeah.
this death is a good CC. So
So if you're Marcel, do you actually, if you hit something like the Viktor, do you ever take out Mel to play Viktor? The reason being is I think you get a lot of value with the shape of this board with CC.
I think so.
I feel like the tech in my head is you play Mel until Mel saves you, and then you play Viktor after that.
I mean, I just think Viktor is so strong, and you're really just trying to delay all of these carries. Like the problem with Bintum's board is he has so many super strong carries. So like an AoE CC is stopping an immense amount of damage, right? Like you look over at that board, he's got fully itemized Jinx, he's got fully itemized Rumble, he's got fully itemized Zoe, he's got an itemized Echo. Like you are stopping all of these things with one CC. There's Viktor.
There's Viktor. Did you play it? Let's see.
I think you should for sure.
Definitely buys it just to make sure.
Ooh, wait a second.
Another
Mel
Mel
2?
now.
Okay, yeah, does
I think
decide to
that's the
play
right
the Viktor
choice.
instead.
You just need the CC.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think when you're playing anything that has the disruption like the Vi and the Violet, being able to buy just an extra second is oftentimes the difference between being able to reach the backline or not.
Well, let's see if it's going to be the difference here. There's so many powerful carries over on that other side. The Rebel stun does come out. Rumble casting those equalizers down. The stun is going to land. Jinx throws out an ulti. It does so much damage.
Just enough to kill him. Perfect lethal. Marcel P heads up play, drops the Mel last second, puts the Viktor in, and that's just enough to take it over Bintum.
Wow.
And the Rumble was too far away there to be too effective. Was kind of isolated on the right. Marcel P, the reroll master. A little bit of disaster in game 2 with the Renaticon, but clutched up with family here. All in all, one of the most high roll family games you've seen in terms of the end setup. Level 10, 6 costs added in. You have the slots for it as well.
The thing I loved about that level 10 was how modular it was.
Yep.
We saw that level 10 was not a fixed board that Marcel was like, all right, we hit it, hands off. He changed that board constantly. He was rolling every round to figure out how I can optimize. He put the Jinx 2 in. Instead, he dropped the Darius, and he said, that's not quite enough. I got to get rid of the Mel. Really heads up play, and I think he got to showcase how he caps his boards out well.
Well, as you see, our second round players walk off. We'll be heading over to an interview just shortly. We're going to get Box up there and I believe Wanju as well, and hear what they think about these rounds, probably what they think gave them that edge. We're also going to be getting a reseed coming in after this round because now we do have a bunch of players eliminated. So we'll get a bunch of new lobbies, which I'm personally very, very excited about. But you can see they're just setting up for that right now. What a great game from Marcel.
Do you want all the EMEA and NA players in one lobby to play each other, or do you want them spread out for a better chance?
Spread out. They're going to dominate and farm everyone else.
I want one NA with 7 EU players.
Oh, come on.
We'll take them all out. Actually, I guess we could have 4, and we go top 4. You're right, you're right. Okay, I like your idea better.
I like where your head's at.
Yeah, that's right, that's right.
As always, every
not where your
tournament,
math's at, but
I'm being bullied. Nothing has changed.
You guys are always bullies, so nothing new there.
It does actually kind of work out. Every time we have these sorts of events, I end up with another NA caster with Panda and Makes, like clockwork, every single event. And it naturally, throughout the cast, devolves into an NA versus EU competition.
Well, we are going to be going over to our interview. Candice is over there with Box and Wanju, so let's hear it.
欢迎来到 我们的赛后采访，那我们邀请到的是 Box 和玩具来到我们今天的采访席，先有请他们跟大家打声招呼。We're joined by 玩具 and Box. We're going to ask them to say hi to all the audience here and also introduce themselves.
好，大家好，我是玩具。
And also Box.
Hello。
OK, welcome. 那首先第一个问题，因为他们这一次呢也是第2组来到主舞台进行比赛的选手，所以最终站上舞台打比赛会有什么样的一个感受呢 ？So you guys are the second lobby to play on the stage. How does it feel to actually play on the stage at the first day? 首先第一，
压力很大。
Feel a lot of pressure. And what's your opinion?
I was actually really happy to play on the stage. We get the really nice chairs.
他说很开心能够在舞台上打比赛，因为这个凳子确实坐着蛮舒服的。那接下来想要问到我们的2位，因为第1局我们看到了河蟹3杀的名场面，非常的稀有，所以想问问当时他们2个人的反应是怎样的 ？So the Scuttle triple kill at the first game is very rare scene. So what's your reaction about that?
当时感到很不可思议，然后就是开心，因为河蟹帮我把对手都解决掉了嘛。
I was shocked, but I'm pretty happy because the Scuttle killed all my enemies.
I was mad. I died right before the scuttle. I knew I could have beaten it. I could have been second.
他说我倒是蛮难过的，因为我觉得我应该是可以打败这一个河蟹的。那个时候如果我能打败的话，我应该能到第2吧。那接下来想问到我们的玩具选手，他在第2局登顶的时候使用的是炼金男爵的阵容，那同样的也非常的厉害，所以他觉得炼金男爵阵容能够玩好的最关键的点是什么呢 ？So when you play in the second game was the Camp Baron board, and what is the key to play well with that board?
炼金玩得好，感觉需要保持一个健康的血量和清楚的分析场上其他选手的战力。
You have to make sure your HP and also know the combat of the enemies. And also would like to ask Box, because you are here to play with all the famous players. So is there anyone that caught your eyes? 有没有人值得你注意呢？因为这里有非常多很有名的选手。
没有。
Okay, no. Okay, thank you very much. 这是我们的赛后采访，再次感谢2位 ，Thank you.
Well, what a great interview there from Candice. I love hearing it, and I also love getting a glimpse of how players felt. I will say, though, Box was mentioning they get to play on the nice chairs. They all have the secret lounge chairs. All of the station do. But we'll let them in that believe.
It was interesting to hear when Box was saying, I was mad about the 3-way, the triple kill from the crab because I was going to be able to kill it, and it calls back to what we had talked about with multiple players clearly angling toward a composition that can actually beat the crab, and then Box just 1 life short from being able to actually go from 5th to 2nd. And I think it reminds me how in TFT, oftentimes 1 mistake, 1 misplay doesn't mean 1 placement, doesn't mean 1 life.
That's true.
Sometimes the smallest mistake can often have a huge impact in the final placement of your game. It's not always fair to you.
Yeah, I mean, especially in some of these like high risk, high reward things. Like if you're playing Camp Baron, 1 mistake can be the difference literally between 1st and 8th.
Yep. Well, we are going to be going over to one station that's still fighting out there as we are closing up the second heat. We'll be heading over to Station 13. And over there, we have a bunch of very interesting players. We have Tex, we have Replay, former world champion, Fat Cow, Enzo's X, Admiral Zhao, Yaya, Dan 10, and Ji Yuan, all still fighting for those final points to try and make it.
Really excited for Enzo. Enzo's a player who in Monsters Attack had a crazy breakout in EMEA finals. He had 80 points the first 2 days coming into the Global Championship. He did really, really well. And then fell just short for, I think, 3 EMEA finals in a row. Finished, 1 point away from making day 3, which could be, potentially making it into the Global Championship as well. So the international audience has maybe not seen much of Enzo recently. They might think he's washed up. He's not really at the same level, but he's been playing really well in the MEA, and I hope he can succeed in a tournament like this where it's a very fresh meta. He really excels in these metas.
You talk about being 1 point short final lobby. That's actually the same thing with Replay.
Yeah.
The last 2 sets, he has been 1 point off from final lobby, despite the fact that he has had some of his best performances over the regular season in TFT for sets 11 and 12, has come up just short at the very end, which is why we haven't been able to see him at the Global Championship since his win back in set 8.
And it was exactly both players in set 8 that had their really breakout
Yeah, that's
stats.
right.
So really interesting narrative for this for this lobby here.
Kind of trying to watch over their shoulders and see what happened. I'm not even sure who it was, but the last player actually just got a Rebel spat and hit 7 Rebel and a duplicator to duplicate Zoe too. So
Wow, that game is still very early too. There's like 7 players still alive.
Oh yeah, they're on 4-6, I think. I think that's what that says. No, 4-5.
This is like
And
me
hats.
when I have my glasses off.
I got a new prescription recently, so just you rely on me. I got
4D.
you.
All right, anomaly choices. I can definitely read what that says. So,
Yeah, please read it.
well, I saw the number 60, so it's going to give you 60 of something.
Great.
Who knows what?
It could be pretty good.
Hunger for power, no?
You tell me.
60%?
No, that's not. It's 70%.
Is it?
I think it's 70%.
Okay.
Check my TikTok. My TikTok says it.
You're the Urgot god. As you see, I'm not trying to, contest you on that one.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's
It
trying
might
to
have
contest
been
anyone
a
on that
legacy
anymore
of
this patch.
Shurima, which gives you 60% attack speed.
Okay.
I can see that.
Well, just pretend it was that.
There you go. We don't know if he picked it, but it might have been that. And he might have picked it.
Oh, you know what's interesting?
Oh, Bruiser +1, 6.
Did pick up the power up, right? That silver augment that gives you 1 higher tier.
I actually really like that one.
Yeah, I think it's super fun. I mean, especially it's
if you
amazing.
hit a gold one.
If it's gold augment, then you get prismatic.
If you take that into a silver, then you're really sad. But I feel like I've taken that a few times where it's like if you have a lot of HP, it can be like a bit of a worthy risk, because if you can hit a prismatic when everyone else is on gold, it is crazy the power differential.
It's also an augment that gives very interesting information to the rest of the lobby because you know much more about what augments are coming up as well. So really important to scout when there's silver augments and see if anyone's picked it up.
You're saying that specifically because it means that
It
there's
can
no
confirm
prismatic
You can't be a
augment
prismatic.
coming
Exactly.
after. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and that can really dictate a lot about game plans around, I don't know, Lucky Gloves, for example.
What a wrap.
Yeah.
Defy is all up in their business on that backline. 1 by 1 will be going down to the Enforcer.
I'm super curious if we can find out how many points the players have, because that would be really interesting. Because I'm assuming this is their last game. We can see Replays in a good spot right now. If you are a fan of NA, obviously Replay, former world champ here, trying to get up towards the top. He's in second place at HP right now, but we don't know how many points he has.
So Replay, I want to call out the build there, the Mbessa build, playing the full crit. We're talking about IE Hodge QSS. This is largely known to be highest DPS possible from Mbessa. Puts out so much damage. The only problem is it's big glass cannon-y, right? You don't have any sort of de-aggro. You don't have the Edge of Night to put the rest of the aggro on the Garen. And so while it does a lot of damage, once she gets targeted, if she's 1-star, which is what she is right now, it can be a little bit frail and a little dicey. I think on 5-1, if he doesn't hit Mbessa 2, it's going to be a lot harder to continue a win streak.
Do you think that the Hodge is higher DPS than GS?
I think it's higher DPS because it keeps you alive.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's not higher DPS then. Come on.
All right. Yeah. I guess if it's like RFC.
Yeah, I was gonna say like even guard breaker and stuff, right? Because I think if you do hit some of those extra range ones, then you can go like full glass cannon, highest DPS, right?
Higher DPF.
But it's like
damage per fight.
Yeah. It's DPS in the sense that it's like practical DPS, right? If you're playing frontline Mbessa without any sort of healing, she's just gonna die, right?
I just hate Hodge on Mbessa.
Ziggs item carry all the way into stage 5. A lot of success until now for Macao, staying very, very healthy. Only 4 Dom for now, but this could be a very scary board, and we're seeing, I think it looks like a pass line angle here with a mentorship.
If you can stabilize on these kind of things, like some of the traits are just powerful enough that like a 2-star 2 cost can kind of at least let you
So
bleed
close,
out
one more
into a
cast.
9. Kill
everything. Everything is so low.
Oh man, that's rough.
I didn't realize how much stake people were actually putting into 2-star Ziggs until literally this morning. I was speaking to someone who was saying how they feel like they actually keep their items on Ziggs until Silco 2. Yep. They don't even transition on Silco 1. It's not something I had on my radar before today.
So when the patch notes came in, I don't remember who it was, but I was surfing on social media and I saw a tweet that said, "Oh no, they buffed 6," and then there was like a bunch of screenshots of 6-3 just crushing lobbies, and I was like, okay, I guess that's maybe good.
I think there's just less spots to play at last patch because of the nerf to scrap, and you weren't trying to index into that much. But I think Ziggs is very strong, and you didn't have that much spots for damage carries in the Dominator Black Rose comp. You had limited slots. You wanted to fit only the Silco really. Early Malzahar here as well for Enzo, a player who needs to stabilize on 19 HP.
Ooh, there's a LeBlanc. That feels really nice.
Garen 2 is massive.
Also has the champion duplicator. Don't forget about that. So
kind of hit everything he wanted.
Needs to figure out
1 gold off.
What he wants to play here. Able to get 6 Dominator in. Okay. So instead of playing the Garen 2, he decides he wants to keep 5 Black Rose, 6 Dominator, believing it's a higher cap. Makes a lot of sense. It obviously doesn't feel great to lose the 2-star unit, but I think Enzo at this point, you're sitting at 19 HP. You kind of have to recognize that whatever you commit to has to be stronger than everybody else, right? He's effectively playing from a win-out angle, even though he's at 2 HP, or 2 lives from here.
These Mord items kind of suck.
I mean, the Sterax, everything. QSS is actually really good.
But QSS plus Edge Knight, I feel like it's one or the other.
But
you built 2 that did the same thing.
Mordekaiser needs the defense. I think the survivability.
Yeah, I feel like you need a QSS ore, but like, wouldn't you rather have? Like
He's extra protected. He's so precious.
I think the item economy that would beat Steadfast BT. That would be the remaining item from what he had with the components. So I think this is the best that he could do.
Yeah, I guess if it were me, I would have just slammed BT, put Steadfast on my Garen 2 or whatever, right? Like, put a tank.
You play too risky. You play too. He's on 19 HP, and leave Mord with 2 items.
Yeah, I guess I just feel like having like Edge of Night on him is not going to really increase the damage that much, but maybe I'm underestimating it.
Trying to sell that. Maybe we just tried to get 3 items, and we're hoping to get something on Carousel to remove and then replace. I think for 19 HP, I think it's fine just to have the 3, but let's see if it's good enough to actually hang in here.
I mean, he's up against 7 Black Rose from Ziyuan, and so this is the best
coming
way.
Back.
Sion, no.
Wow.
Oh, he's not dead, but he's lost
really low.
Oh, it looks like it was a ghost. Yeah. So it works out for Enzo, but I mean, it's a little spooky. I mean, I don't know because it was a ghost board and it was that close. I wonder if there's a world where Enzo can still win. But 7 Black Rose is it's
still really strong.
The highest cap. It's the only Black Rose that got buffed from last patch into this one.
We've already learned one thing spectating this game. Ziggs expires in stage 5. Fat Cow has plummeted from 80-something HP all the way down to 33 in just these 3 fights.
And so much Silco coming in from this lobby in particular. The 2 players that we've seen over the last few minutes,
2 players with Black Rose spats, right?
Fat Cow as well had it,
pushes
so
you
at least 3
towards it.
players playing the same line, the dominated line.
And there's an experiment spat and a bruiser spat over on the other side for the Twitch player. So that's actually a really strong board as well.
On the right-hand side, we do have this Twitch board we're talking about before. Twitch, obviously wants to have this front-to-back fight, which the Silco boards are kind of front-to-back, but like it has some elements of being able to reach backline. It has a lot of disruption, which typically is, in its favor, but the Twitch, it comes down to whether or not this Twitch is able to target anything that is a high-impact unit, right? Specifically things like that Silco early. So it can be a little bit RNG. Has a lot to do with positioning as well.
This always feels so bad. Like you can see both Replay and Fat Cow are just stuck on a spat. That's just like a dead spatula. Like sometimes you do all get one as a reward. And if you don't actually have the component to build anything with it or it doesn't fit in your comp, it feels so bad because you can go from a really incredible spot to just like plummeting out, right? Someone gets Black Rose 7 and you get nothing.
They get kind of bailed out and you feel so bad about it.
Yeah, and so that's tough because Replay was way ahead in HP. He got nothing with his spat at all, and now he's 39, right? Like now he's in the mix to actually start falling out because there's some stronger people down below him. We of course don't know how many points he does have, but like you have to assume every placement is still precious.
Could this have been Mel encounter, by the way? Do we know? I'm just saying because everyone had Spat and Champion Duplicator, it could have been that below 40 HP.
Oh, the Radiant Reward?
They were
Blessing?
given, the Stimmy.
Could have been, yeah.
So in that case, Replay and Yaya just going below 40 right now means that he didn't even get the Spat until stage 5.
Yeah.
So we are seeing points on the overlay, but they're all 8 and 9, so I'm not sure if those are true.
Maybe it's a very even lobby.
Well, it wouldn't even really be possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Enzo fighting for his life here. Doesn't Mordekaiser do enough?
Still a few threats, though.
Looks like it might just be the Jinx is not able to clean up. All the extra rebels are coming out.
It's another
also
ghost
can't
board.
do it. And we briefly saw, I
Did he
believe
just
it
get
was
double ghost board.
No. We saw someone fight
fought his ghost. Okay.
His ghost before, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Panda.
I believe we saw. No, it was. I think it was Admiral Zhao who had a rebel emblem on Warwick and a full vertical rebel comp.
Oh man,
see how that would pan out, would work.
Warwick is the 6 cost that coming into the patch people were less excited about because he needs resources in order to really take off. Rebel, to me, it sounds like the perfect spat for him. You give him a ton of stats. He gets the stun. You have backline access with the Zoe for him to then try and get the execution at the end.
And looking at Tex, also on the Rebel line, 3-item Jinx, 3-item Zoe.
This is going to be interesting. I mean, Jiwan, really tough spot here. Does have that 7 Black Rose. We'll see if it's going to be enough. On the other side, there's a lot of big threats. There is that LeBlanc too, but it has no items, and the Scion's going to be in the back line. And I think that should be enough. Scion still hasn't even gone into its undead form where it gets even more powerful. So it is going to be another win here. Black Rose, it's going to be... keeping alive.
So I wanted to call out the Runand red buff on the LeBlanc. It sounds a little silly to have a Runand on your LeBlanc, but LeBlanc actually gets a lot of value from attack speed. She's mana locked until after those first 3 auto attacks. Right. So if you can get, I actually personally like red buff more than Rageblade, which some people opt into because you get all your attack speed up front. And so having the Runans there, I actually was surprised that he didn't have the Giant Slayer that was in the on the Cassio on the LeBlanc as well. Having 3 sort of attack speed items on your LeBlanc gives her a lot of value in your fights.
Enzo is now win streaking, still alive. Fat Cow, we came into this game. He was by far and away the healthiest player, seeing an 86 HP. He's plummeted down to a 7th. Very, very unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, it is really tough. And some of these galaxies, like the Spatula Galaxies and things like this, like you have to hit a really crazy comp or you just go out.
Enzo's so smart, holding 2 Jinxes, knowing there's so many Rebel players trying to hit that Jinx to upgrade.
But he's trying to hit the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, had to sell him.
Had to sell and misses, unfortunately. So you kind of lose the value on both ends there. And Enzo, I mean, only 1 life. It's looking a little bit harder to win out from this position without having that Mordekaiser too. Yeah. I'm not a huge believer
I don't think he beats the 7 Black Rose guy. And I don't know if he even beats this because this Twitch player is really strong, I think, as well.
Yeah, I think the big issue here is going to be that the Silco can't circumvent this Mundo, so...
This Mordekaiser could wrap into the Twitch.
To get stuck?
Then it gets stuck on the Mundo instead, and that might be it.
Well, no, take a look at the backline. Sion's down him.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not gonna lie. I spent that entire time trying to remember the name Sion. I'm just stun locked, looking at the unit. I'm like, he's there. He's in the backline.
It's the guy.
It's the
big guy.
That one.
Well, that was so close, actually. Holy.
It was, yeah. I didn't think he would have this.
Slowly climbing out both Enzo and Jiwan.
I mean, there are so many players. Look at this. There's 4 players on 1 life.
Replay, the only player with 2 lives. Level 9. He actually has been pumping gold into level 10, I believe. Because I think we saw him at like 58 last turn.
This TG on Mordekaiser, pretty insane for what could be a pivotal fight here.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yep.
Edge of Night, Crown Guard.
Let's see.
Positioning so relevant for both of these players.
I mean, especially with Sion, I feel like it's actually really important.
All right, we can see they're actually fighting each other right now.
One Sion is bigger than the
bigger
other.
Sion. Let's go. Both of them here on the Black Rose line. Can Enzo keep winning?
Oh.
But it's Sion. It's
Sure.
7
The
Black
aggro
Rose
drop.
and a Mord too. There's just no
doing
way.
way too much.
Yeah, this 7 Sion is so strong, and it's like, yeah, you almost killed it, but then it gets stronger, and the guy has Mord too. So
much disruption.
Just a better version of the same comp.
Admiral Zhao also will fall. So Enzo and Admirable Zhao go out top 3 secured. Replay, Tex, and G1.
Replay at this point. Let's
Replay's
see.
getting second at worst. Like, these guys are going to kill each other before he dies. He has
Needs
2 lives.
Level 9, 60 one more though. Needs one more round. After Carousel, will be going 10. We can add in the. Honestly, being able to add a Jace 1 is pretty impactful in terms of like 1-star 5 cost that you just add to your board. Absolutely can make a difference.
If it casts one time, the attack speed can actually be such a big difference.
Yep.
So I can tell you that Replay has won first place.
Guaranteed.
I don't know his score in the other game.
Okay.
Well, with 1 first place,
you're in a pretty
even
good spot.
Even if you went 8th, you have 9 points in your top 3. You're through.
Yep.
So he's already through. So really good job by him then, and still has an out to get first in this one. We'll see if he's going to be able to survive this round. Looks like this round, I think he potentially has it in the bag. You can see his melee carries into the back line. His Viktor stun buying so much time for them to get it done. Tex going to fall. Did both of them die in this one?
No, Ziyuan staying alive for it.
Still alive.
I will say I really love the variation of the emissary board.
No one's playing Rabble then, right?
No, not anymore. I really love this variation where you have the Vi and the Mbessa. The two of them do so much burst damage, specifically when you have the crit setup on Mbessa and then the more bruisery setup on Vi.
I like it.
And this setup where you can break through one side is so hard to defend against and position against.
And the thing is, with the QSS, we talked before how you can't really frontline your Mbessa. It's actually kind of better this way because now you get all the value of your damage on one side, like Panda's calling out.
Or one hex even, like where you have all 3 of these units hitting that same hex.
And it now makes it, you can actually find a wrap. There's a very realistic world in which if the enemy is positioned in a way where it's too spread out, you can get into the back line very early. I will say against the Black Rose board, it is very hard to find a wrap.
Sion's on the wrong side too, I think, here.
Fake swap.
This is going to be tough because he just swapped them
Wait a
back.
second.
Look at the Mbessa already getting in the back line. Yeah, the Mbessa straight into the back line here. Sion was on the wrong side, couldn't actually stop them. The back line carries. It's just up to the LeBlanc and this Sion now. We'll see if they can actually get it done. LeBlanc still not being touched too much just yet. Sion going to be able to revive, and we'll see if he can get it done. I don't think he can.
There's just too much healing.
It's close.
Too much healing on the side of the Bruisers, though, I think. Even though the Sion has a lot of damage, with the Bloodthirster from the Vi and the Hodge and the Mbessa, there's too much survivability. Man, I really heads-up play on that positioning and great fake out to be able to get that wrap on a board that's generally very hard to wrap on.
And we have been missing a lot of this Silco Black Rose game plan in the games we've passed until now.
Yeah.
Happy to see a lot of it, maybe too much even in this game.
You know what I'm so interested about? Do you think if you just center the Silco in the center back line and you put Sion in the middle, can you lose that round? Because he was so close. Like the Silco died instantaneously, and he still almost won.
The coin flip was not necessary.
Exactly. That's what I think. I think you actually don't need to coin flip. I think you can just center your backline carry, put Sion in middle, and they're going to wrap on the Sion eventually. Like, you know what I mean?
So it is still possible. I think the reason that the wrap actually happens there is because what you want to do when you're playing against Mbessa is not have your weak side in front of Mbessa. The reason is that she dashes away. But if you have your weak side there and she kills that unit, dashing away often means dashing into the enemy backline. So if you have your strong tank in front of that Mbessa, for instance, even if it was like the Mordekaiser with a GA, Mbessa doesn't go into the backline. She'll dash backwards instead. So I think the real misplay is less about doing the 50-50, and it's more what you had on the wings of your front line instead.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, because it's like he kind of was doing 50-50 and he lost, right?
Yes.
And that's why I'm saying, like, I just wonder, like, if he put Silco just in the middle of the back line, you get a couple cast off, do you not just win that round anyway? Because he was literally, I think, like 1 to 2 more Silco casts, and I think he just wins.
It's possible. I think the shape of that fight, when I think of it, it's.
I just don't think that Mbessa ever gets to your Silco fast enough if it's in the center back.
Because of the revive, especially, where
exactly.
just buys so
You're
much
probably
time.
right.
I think you just don't have to play the game.
Yeah.
Well, you guys figured that out. We are going to be heading over to an interview that Clement did out there on the field, so let's hear it from Clement.
Hi everyone, I just met up with a 3-man trio of 5 TOC champions and a Tactician's Crown champion in Ahao A, Xunge, and Ah Chen. You guys have been practicing together and you've all advanced at once. Can you guys tell me some secret sauce to what you found out when you had your discussions? 所以你们这边3位选手，我听说都已经晋级了，而且你们是一起研究这个游戏的，可以跟我讲一下你们研究这个版本的有一些心得吗？
我感觉这个版本就是所有的阵容就得先成型，然后围绕6费卡去搭建。
我觉得应该就是还是主流的运营阵容偏多一点吧，然后低费阵容的话可能需要神器加持，然后6费卡的强度基本上后期挂上都会增强很多。
他们两个说的对。
Thank you so much for Achen. Shinka said that in this meta, you really have to play around your 6 costs. You want to go macro high level and then tech in those 6 costs. For Ahaoe, he said that most of the macro compositions are really good, but if you want to play low cost rerolls, you really need your artifacts and your anomalies. And for Achen, he helped me out by saying they both are very, very much correct. For my second question, I want to ask, because we are hosting this in the CN region, do you guys feel an obligation to perform well for CN? Who's going to bring the next championship for the CN region back? 那我第二个问题想问一下，就是说你们因为这次是在你们的主场打比赛嘛，会不会觉得有义务需要帮 CN 争光？然后最后的话是下一个 CN 的冠军会是谁拿到？
当然是有义务的，而且我觉得我们本土作战信心很足。然后今天的表现确实我们也表现得还可以，对，加油。
这个 CN TFT 确实需要去捍卫它的荣耀了，太久了，上一个还是在上一个，这一个我希望是在这一次。
好，我们加油吧，我们一起加油。CN TFT 的话还是需要去用荣耀去捍卫。
Achen said, absolutely, we do have an obligation to do well here, and I'm very confident in our performance. For Shinga, he said that it's been too long. It's the past champion wasn't us, the champion before that wasn't us, it's about time. And Ahaoe said, of course, we do need to defend our honor. So the last question I had for the three of you is, what's the chances of all three of you making it into the final lobby? 最后一个问题，你们3个人有可能携手一起进到前8吗？
我觉得可以，虽然有难度，但我希望是。
那还是一起加油。
No problem. Even though it's hard, I wish we can do it. And for Ahaoe, of course, let's add oil together. Thank you so much for the interview. We'll see you back on the desk.
Thank you so much to Clement for getting that interview to us. And honestly, it's really true. It's been quite some time since we had a champion from the CN region, and it would be a shame if they can't take it while we're here in Macau. So I would love to see that happen personally, but I think we have more interviews ready, and I believe Necra was out there with Peter Whalen. So let's take a look and hear what he has to say.
Hi everyone, Necker here with Peter Whalen, the game director of TFT. Peter, how are you? And how does it feel to be back at an Open?
I'm doing great. It's been wonderful to be here. It's so gratifying to see people playing the game. I think it's really the best part of the job is just to go around and see people having fun with the game that you work on.
Well, people aren't only just playing, but they're also being able to enjoy TFT in a smattering of different ways with all of our activations. So what has it been like to you to see fans also interacting with the game?
Yeah, it's been great. We've got the Project K booth over on the side. We've had players talking to the devs. We just did a signing like an hour ago. It's been really wonderful seeing people and being able to actually talk to players, hear what they're excited about, hear what they're enjoying.
Well, Peter, thank you so much for your time and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Honestly, he's so right. I had a blast playing Project K. I'm not going to ask Gangly about it.
Too.
But no, you're not allowed. But how did you guys feel? We weren't in the same lobby, so to say.
It was really fun. I mean, I enjoyed it a lot. I mean, I think that there was like a lot of things that people were all telling us that our table was like the try-hard table or whatever. Everyone was sweating and stuff and not talking that much. Your table was described as the personality table.
Who said that?
which is
kind of
nice,
true, actually. But I'm the king of the personality.
Which is like when you ask someone, it's like, oh, how good are they at TFT? They're like, well, he's a really nice guy.
Super nice.
Super
So nice. Really
Love
caring.
that guy.
Great character.
So sweet.
Wait, I think we all played each individual deck, right? I played Viktor.
I played volley.
I also played volley.
So close.
Almost.
Sorry.
It was fun though.
It was fun. I enjoyed
I'm not a huge card game guy traditionally, and so I was pretty new. But it was really easy to pick up. I had a ton of fun playing. Yeah.
So did I. But we are going to be going into a tiny break, and then we will be back with our next set of players and casters. So stay tuned. We'll be right back here at the TFT Macao Open.
show me love cause they loving the way I bust. These glocks semi-automatic, rev it, gear it up. If we popping, ain't no stopping, these bullets don't give up. Who you with? What your color? Your papa, your mother, son. We do this for fun. Million, money, mega chun. It's the done. Tell these bitches we put it, we never run. It's the done. Tell these bitches we with it, we never run. It's the done. Tell these bitches we with it, we never run. I'm major, we ain't afraid to die. Spit hata, masala, ghost chili burn like fire. Bazooka, Secuya, I'll put you back in line. You ain't down to ride, you ain't a friend of mine. Nah, they make it in, then I couldn't die. I'm never gonna let you be no champion. I'm the real Dandada. If you really wanna break it down, I'll burn the ground. I'm a fire starter. Shoot a bullet and I'm the gun. Bad, never run, never run, 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 run. It's the done, tell these bitches we with it, we never run.
Welcome back here at the Team Fight Tactics Macao Open. And after our first 2 heats have concluded, we did get a chance to have a little bit of a rotation here on the casting sofa. And I'm so pleased to introduce to you guys someone you might not know, Mortdog. And then over here we have Gangly and Kent. So nice of you to join us here. Kent, maybe for people at home who don't know what you do, would you give them a brief introduction to what your job entails?
Yeah, totally. I'm the finalization lead for the team, and I know that doesn't explain much, but basically we joined the design team of a set 4 months before it comes out and help finalize a lot of designs, make them mechanically fit within TFT with a large focus on balance and game health and things like that.
But I just think of you as one of the Mortdogs in TFT, right?
I was going to introduce you as the nicer Mortdog, but
I'll take that title, yeah.
I was about to say, but what would you say you do here?
That's my boss, everybody.
Awesome.
No, it's great to have you here on the couch. Thank you so much for joining us. Have you been having a chance to look around and do some of the activations?
Yeah. I've had blast kind of going at everything. I've watched a bunch of the games. When you stand behind someone and watch them make all their moves, it's a lot of fun. It's been great. There's so many big players here, and just being able to walk around and watch all the different games kind of whenever you want. This is such a cool event.
I imagine that it's very different when you are designing the set. I know you're more on the finalization side, kind of like the fine-tuning, but I imagine when you're kind of dreaming up how things are going to work out, it's a very different experience when you're just seeing the numbers in the charts at home versus being here and seeing the meta develop and seeing everyone actually be creative. What does that feel like to be on site when all of these major developments are happening in the thing that you've created?
Oh, it's amazing. One of the big things is, we work so closely with Julian and the set pod to, make their dreams come to life. And then we come here and we talk to these competitors, what are you enjoying? What do you think about 6 costs? What are some of your the augments that you really like? Things like that. Just hearing their stories and their side of things is really fun. So I love it.
Quick question. What has been the verdict on the 6 costs, maybe to both of you? Do people generally feel very enthusiastic about them, or are there some doubts maybe?
Yeah, I've been going around. Most people have been I have been really enjoying them. Some of it is yeah, Victor's too strong.
Victor good.
Yeah. But others are I just they don't show up too often, but when they show up, it's really fun. We might want to change things later down the line, but or as a suggestion. To us. But for the most part, it seems like everyone's having fun with it. So
awesome.
More, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how deep you want me to go here on the design critique. But generally, I think they've been very high spectacle, which is really fun. They fit the characters that we were trying to sell, right? Mel's protecting you, giving you that last stand. Victor is as strong as we kind of wanted him to be. He's very impactful to your board. I think right now, a lot of players are not used to the mechanic. It's a very big shift, right? We see a lot of people being oh, there was Victor on board 1 and 2 that won, and it's well, yeah, because they lived long enough to get them, right? It's not they decided the comp. It's not people are logging in forcing Victor. It's more yeah, these are a really powerful tool that cap out any composition, so they do show up a lot in that regard. But, and the other thing is that Victor being the strongest one who happens to CC your team for 2 seconds, we know generally crowd control is very frustrating. People are just I want my units to do things, please stop. And so even if Victor was the weakest one, he'd probably still be the most frustrating just from that regard. But again, kind of lore-wise, that's kind of what we wanted. But even watching the game so far in casting, I don't think we've seen anything be decided necessarily, other than a one placement swing, maybe.
We've seen Mel save people, right? That's the biggest thing. I remember it was game 2.
Box.
Yeah, it was Box's game where someone went 6th instead of 7th because they had Mel save them, right? And that to me, but the thing I think of when I think of 6 costs bailing people out is also, how many times does someone hit a 2-star 5 cost on 8? That bails you out too. There's lots of ways to get bailed out in TFT.
Yeah. You roll a shop, you hit 2 rumbles. Well, yeah, you kind of got bailed out. You're going to get +1 placement at least from something like that. But one of the big wins from 6 costs that I've seen is every time somebody gets one, they make a decision. Oh, am I going to put this on my board? How can I fit this on my board? Sometimes the decision isn't correct, but there's always that thought there, which is great.
I had a player come by who ended up barely not making it, and they were telling me how they had a Malzahar, and they had a comp built around Malzahar, and then they hit the Viktor, and they were like, I have to play the Viktor. So they sold the Malzahar, and it made them weaker, and they're like, no, I did it wrong. And it was like, that was a cool decision for them. But I think, again, like that's the learning curve of these champions. And so I think as we see more of that, and I think I said it before we launched, but like Warwick we knew was going to be the hardest to play. And so I think that's another one that like people haven't quite figured out when it's the right time to play it, how to play it. So generally the perception right now is it's weak until I think someone figures that out.
Definitely. Yep.
I will say the biggest win in my eyes for the 6 cost is I don't think we've ever had units with as much personality before. Like, it actually feels, I think a lot of units in TFT, sometimes it can feel like this is a character who does this thing. These, to me, feel so thematic and like almost cinematic in a way because of how visible their effects are that you feel like this character and their lore is coming to life in the game. And that's not super common.
Yeah, so I think Kent can talk about this a little bit, but one of the things with Viktor was they had the idea for that spell like pretty early based on the show. And so part of the finalization job was how do we make this spell work? Like, we know this is going to be over the top. We know this is going to be a lot of damage. And so a lot of the time on that team was sort of spent like trying to make sure that felt fair enough and right in TFT.
It was like, we want to stun the whole board. That was kind of the baseline. Okay.
That's such a developer thing to say.
It's like they had it. We were like, this looks so cool. Okay, but if I just put, if this is 8 Visionary Viktor, does it just cast every like 2 seconds? Is that okay? That's not okay. How do we make this happen? And it looks so cool. It's like, how much damage can we realistically put in something that also stuns the entire board, but it looks so cool, so we need it to do a good amount of damage. Finding that the right point for all of that was really tough, and we eventually landed at a point where like he doesn't use mana, he uses an alternative resource, and we went from there. But definitely a big challenge.
There was a fun playtest early on where it was back when he did have a mono bar, and there was a Viktor who had a Quicksilver, red buff Ginsu's, and it was just all attack speed to get it to cast quick.
No. Yeah.
And around about 12 seconds into the fight, he had enough attack speed that it was like he could almost cast again. By the time the stun was done, it was pretty disgusting, and that was one of those clear moments where it's like, we're not going to keep it like this.
Sure.
You know?
Yep.
I really liked, we didn't get to see it last too long, but the idea in my mind was so cool when we saw one of the games where someone was playing a Rebel spat on Warwick. And in my mind, I was like, whoa, wait, hold on a second. You get a ton of base stats on this Warwick and a Zoe who's casting into the back line and potentially getting units into execute range. And what's fun about 6 costs is that, well, Viktor, I guess, can't really be transformative, but we've gotten to see cool variations of these where, like, Rebel Spat on Warwick suddenly makes him a different type of champion. Automata Spat on Mel suddenly turns her into a different champ. And the transformative features of 6 costs turns them into these, like, super bosses. And, you know, obviously, like, there's Exodia comps will always exist to the most creative players in TFT. I don't think that's a problem. I actually think it's really fun. If you get a 2-star blue buff 6 Automata Mel, you should be really happy about that, right? I like the idea of celebrating for a win like that.
Yeah, I think that's just generally the idea, even with 5 costs, right? So in that regard, they are still quite similar, that you can find that one emblem that really puts them on another level. But just a quick note for everybody that's wondering what's going on. Due to a technical issue, we're currently delaying games while the results are being entered manually to determine the matchups for the next round. So just letting everybody know what's going on. We'll be here for a little while longer while we get all of those numbers ready and then on to the road. So that means we'll be here for a while, and we'll also make sure everything's correct.
Yep.
Good for you. We got some really gappers on the couch. It's my time to shine.
I heard Exodia, and I was like, wait, we can talk about this.
Are you the Kog'Maw? Is that what you're trying to talk about?
No.
It was okay, we'll circle back.
It was more about like design philosophy around Exodia existing in TFT and things like that. But we do talk about this sometimes, and it's like, is it okay that there's Exodia combos? And often we just need to make sure that those Exodia combos, they can exist, but they need to be difficult enough. They need to be like enough combinations to get there. So.
Yeah, we'll hear more on that. But while we're waiting, we do have an interview ready with Necra from the floor. So let's hear what she's been up to.
Hello, everyone. I'm here and on the... Start over. Hello everyone, I'm here on the floor of the TFT Macao Open with two of the best players in North America. We have Dish Soap and Kuramex, and I want to pick your brain about the meta. You guys made it into the next round of competition, and you got a chance to play your games, as well as scout out what's happening around the floor. So what do you think about the meta so far?
I think the meta is really, really different, especially with like the Black Rose and the Malzahar nerf. Now you're not really seeing like 4 out of the top 4 people in a lobby like playing that comp. You see a lot more variety. Comps I've seen do well are like Family. I've seen 6 Automata do really good. I've seen like still the Black Rose core, but playing around Silco and Vertical Dominators now does well. And then stuff like Rebels. And then you also have like new reroll comps kind of showing up. Like I've seen Ziggs and Renata reroll show up, do well, but I don't think they're very refined right now. But yeah, those comps. And if you want to see how to play those comps, you should go check out tftacademy.com. It'll show you the best way to play them.
I use that website a lot, can confirm it's a great resource. Kuramex, what about you? What do you think of the meta?
I mean, I think the meta is a lot more fun. Like, the patch is a lot more fun. Like, before, we're kind of just like, you know, econing like 4-1 sending over the same units, because like the problem is like Malzahar warped the game so much. Like, you hit 1 Malz on 8 and you're like, just like, it's the best carry in the game, straight up. Straight up, Malzahar 1 was the best carry in the game. It's not even close. So like, and then Garen 1 was like super stable. So now we're seeing like lobbies where like Alawi is like 6-way contested. Some lobbies like Emissary is like 3-way contested, right? You kind of have to like scout, use your brain a little bit more, try to figure out the best line for your spot. It's a lot more fun.
What do you think is a sleeper comp that you think could do really well at this event?
I think in general, playing around AD units like Corki, Ezreal, Jace, and Jinx, like you can like mix and match a lot of those because they share a little bit of synergies together. If you play that in like a Sentinel core, I think like that's like kind of the best way to play AD. Like, I don't know. Like if you had like Academy spat, you can go into like 6 Academy. You can go into like Vertical Rebels as well with like Jinx, Ezreal, or you can just play Vertical Sentinels with like Corki and Ezreal. It's pretty good. I don't know. It seems like fairly flexible, and the units are all pretty strong.
What about you, Kurum? What is your sleeper comp for the tournament?
I mean, to be honest, like, I still think like AP, like Black Rose Dominators is like really good from like a win streak type spot. I think a lot of people like kind of just like saw the Black Rose nerf and are like, yeah, like screw this, I'm never gonna play this comp again. I think you definitely need to entertain like that line. I still think Dominators, like Silco's really good, Mordekaiser's really good. Like the Dominators themselves didn't get nerfed, and like the 5 Black Rose nerf is big, but like we already want to drop Morgana for Viktor, right? Like we don't even want to cap around 5 Black Rose anymore. These 6 costs are insane. So yeah, I mean, like, I think if you play it from the right spot, play it from like a tempo AP opener, I think it's really good.
Well, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with the rest of your rounds.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honestly, it's great to hear from some of these, you know, like S plus tier players. I don't even know how to rank them anymore.
I mean, back then they call him the perfect player.
The perfect player, yes.
I'm refusing that name.
Yeah.
And Kurum. He's great too.
He's great too.
I mean, Dishup's always had a pretty open idea of the meta anyway. He's usually a lot more open than some of our other players. Sometimes that's actually bit him a little bit. He's like a little too flexible. And other times that's paid off. I think right now there are a bunch of different lines. You know, he mentioned like that Sentinel AD line. That is a line that's actually pretty easy to play. It's like slap some AD items on, get a good front line and get that going. So yeah, kind of nice to hear that as well. And then hearing the fact that like Black Rose is definitely still playable. That's good. It's definitely not a, 4 people in a lobby.
We've been seeing a lot of Black Rose.
Well, we only saw a lot of in that last game. I feel like before it was really only 1, maybe 2. The last game we saw was like 3 players.
The first 3 games I cast, like nobody was playing it. So,
oh wow.
Yeah.
At least without Chem Baron, right? Because we saw a couple of the Chem Baron players were like, obviously you're playing around the Silco, but like the Silco straight out of Slam AP items and then transition to
It's
Silco.
Definitely gotten less.
It definitely has been less. And I think the biggest thing, it's so funny, I think back, you talk about this all the time, how players say, oh, I want more flexibility in the game. And Mort's always said, what people are referring to when they mean like flex play is that something is super broken and you can
just force it every single time.
You want flexibility? How about Black Rose anything? Black Rose.
I mean, yeah. I think it's funny if you look at like set 12's launch, right, where it was like Syndra, and it's like, yeah, you could play anything around Syndra because she was so strong, But the reality is Syndra was still your carry, and so it felt really, really bad.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas like Black Rose was almost as warping in some ways, but the fact that it was the back line that changed, not the front line, it's like you got to play with a lot of different carries, and that at least made it feel a little bit better for a launch patch. And so that was very flexible, but like, come on.
I think the fact that the best way to play Twitch was Black Rose without Sniper in was pretty telling of how strong Black Rose might have been last patch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's all right. It's not that strong anymore, so we're happy to have that in the past. It's still playable, though, so looking forward to see that. What has been your guys' favorite comp to kind of show up all throughout today? Is it the Renata?
Oh, that one was a surprise. Well, not as much, but we're seeing a lot of people talking about it. One of the ones I'm seeing do really well that I'm happy is doing well is for Emissary. Just I love the units in it. They're so much fun to play, and there's a little bit of flexibility in there too. And you have to think about who you want to itemize, even with your AP items. You know, if you have a Viktor, you have Nami. Do you put the items on Nami? What do you need? More AOE damage, or do you need more single target damage? So there's a lot of it's a fun comp to play because there's so much to think about.
Yeah, for me, Bosso skills playing the Enforcer line early and getting that first place, that was a really fun game for me. Enforcer feels like this trait that like no one really talks about. It's there, it exists, but it's like, it's fine. And so seeing people take that to a first always feels pretty good.
Clement and I were looking at the stats. We were in my hotel room doing some research. and if I'm repeating something he already said, because I know he was on the pre-show, you can stop me. But the thing that stood out to us when we were looking at it is that people are playing Enforcer without the emblem. And doing quite well with it. Last night I was playing some games, and I got to play this 4 Emissary 6 Enforcer game because I had Coronation.
Ooh.
And it was really cool. And what I've realized is there are a lot of ways to enable these Enforcer units even without the +1. And it's kind of nice to be able to play this vertical without a very specific condition to play. So I haven't gotten to see any of the vertical Enforcer today. I hope to, maybe in the next set of games.
At the very beginning, when the set came out, I tried to force Enforcers a couple of times just to see how it played and like what you can do with it. And it was very hit or miss in my experience, so I still haven't figured it out fully, but we are going to be going over to Necra, who did an interview with Max Wishow, so let's hear it from both of them.
Hello everyone on the desk. I'm here with one of the CN greats in 60 seconds, and we're going to check in on how he's doing. 60 seconds, so you've just finished your first 2 games. Can I ask how those games went, and is the meta to your expectations? 那60，我想问一下，就是你现在已经打完2场，2场打得如何？那版本有符合你的预期吗？
目前排名1把第1，1把第2，然后版本蛮符合我的预期，大家都很强。
So I just went first and second, and the meta is to my expectation. Everyone is so strong. 60 second, you've been at 3 consecutive Tactician's Crown so far. Can I ask, what's your next personal milestone? 那60，你目前的话已经连续3次闯入到世界赛了。那想问一下，你自己下一个目标的话会是什么？
我目前目标就是打满3天，然后希望能进到这次比赛的决赛。
My current goal is to play all 3 days and make it to the finals. 60 seconds, there's so many other players from other regions right here. Is there a player that you would specifically want to face up against? 那我想问一下，就这里有很多其他赛区的选手嘛，有没有哪一个选手你是特别想要遇到或打败他们的？
那就米拉拉吧，希望可以在决赛遇到他。
I would pick Milala. I hope I can meet him in the finals. Thank you so much, 60 seconds, for this short interview. I hope you have a great game 3. 非常感谢你的采访。Back to you on the desk.
Well, that wasn't Necra. That was Clement, but still a great interview there with 60 seconds. Yeah, right? Something was off there.
I love hearing him say that he wants to face off against Malala. It's such like a top player thing where, I think when players are new and they're kind of upcoming, in their head they're like, I kind of want the easiest path to get there. I just want to get as far as I can. And it's the top players who are like, I don't care who I'm up against. I want to beat the best so that you believe I'm the best. I love hearing that attitude from 60 seconds. Really cool.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get to face Malala. I think Malala did not make it to the next wave. Yeah. So, unfortunately, he's not somebody who made it through.
Are you sure?
I'm like 80% sure.
Yeah, he didn't make it.
That's a shame. We got to see that study group succeed quite a bit. Malala's in the same study group as players like Bosso Skills, who we saw dominate in that first lobby. Wajan Iverson, I know he went 1-1 in the first 2 games, at least that I saw. And so I actually had a lot of high hopes for Malala. Their study group was at least the America study group that was innovating the Renata reroll. They tried to keep it under wraps, and from what I heard, it was during scrims started to get leaked when people realized how strong it was, and we're a part of that reroll really coming to fruition and becoming popular today. So maybe if Malala was in Heat 1 instead of Heat 2, he would have been able to play uncontested Renata and then make it into the next round.
What's been interesting about the Renata comp is, like, for example, I saw a lot of EU players playing it the first weekend of scrims for this event, and they were playing it, but it was the optimization around, like, what is the right items, what is the right build. Like, for example, I think it was NA who optimized the Singed being really important to the comp and using Chem Baron to get, like, a little bit of extra propelling, as well as, like, the positioning, right? We've seen some people do the cluster where she's in the center, but we've also seen this new triangle formation that's been appearing. So there's definitely, even just with this one carry, there's a lot of different ways that people are trying to, like, figure out the best way to play it.
Even the roll timings too. I know that we've seen, even just in the couple games we've watched, people play where they're rolling on 5, players who are rolling on 6, and people who are rolling on 7. Personally, from what I've seen, it seems like rolling on 5 is the strongest way to play, because you really, like how you were talking about, it's the people who are prioritizing the Singe 3 to give the buff to the Renata. And then I think, honestly, the Vex damage shouldn't be overlooked. Vex can put out a lot of damage, especially when you have 1 or 2 items on her. So personally, I like the level 5 roll down. I think if you don't have that strong front line, the comp feels much weaker.
I agree. I think the Singed is a key part there. We're going to be seeing if players agree throughout the day, but now we have the interview ready with Nekra and Max Bishop, so let's take a look.
Hi everyone, Nekra here with Max, one of the esports leads for TFT for Americas and EMEA. Max, how are you? How are you enjoying the Macao Open so far?
I am very good. I'm excited, and yeah, it's just so nice to always see at the end of the year the TFT community to come together and celebrate TFT.
Can you give us a little bit of a sneak peek of what to expect in 2025?
Probably a lot. I mean, we are innovating actually every set, but I think at the end of the year you will see some exciting changes when it comes to the regional esports circuit.
Very good. Max, thank you so much for your time and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Honestly, I love hearing from Max. We've worked with him for quite some time now, and I always mess with him a little bit because I say he's so German.
It's always fun to hear him answer these questions too, because, you know, they were asking,
He's
like,
so German.
what's for next? Well, okay, that too, sure. But also, it's like, what's next year? And, you know, I think a lot of us know, because we work and we get to hear this stuff, but we have to, like, keep it secret. So even there, it's like, oh, we've got some changes coming, and it's like, yes, we do, and I can't say anything, and that's part of the job. So, but yeah, that team's cooking up a lot of good stuff, and I don't know, every time I get to hear, like, oh, here's this thing we're going to do next year, like, oh, that's cool, that's okay, that's going to be neat, you know?
I will say, since TFT has started, it feels like there's never been a period of time in which the landscape has stagnated. It feels like every couple months something is announced that changes the way we play, the way we see the game. And so I think we all kind of have this expectation almost now that it's like something huge is coming, because something huge is always coming.
That's true, yeah.
We've been, we always talk about ways to make the game as good as possible. We talk about what we need to do for the long-term benefits of TFT and things like that. And sometimes, you know, we'll talk to players and players will be like, I really wish this thing. We just have to kind of nod and smile. And it's like, yeah, well, me too, me too.
The item panel for this set, for so long, there was like this 5-month period where we knew it was coming, it was in development. Every time someone would be like, man, it's so unfortunate when you get so many items and you can't, and we're just like, yep, it sure is. And
such a shame.
Now the UI change, this was not the first time that we introduced something like this, right? Because back in, was it set 3, set 2, something, or was it later?
It was like set 3, I believe.
And it was only introduced on like PvE or something,
correct,
right?
It was the chocolate bar.
Yes.
And at the time, back then we didn't have a ton of bonus items, so the need for it wasn't as high. And the trade-off was, at the time, we'd also taken away the mini-map with it. And which was back
It was like
then,
bottom right corner.
People really still used the mini map for matchup. Well, no, it was for matchup tracking. they would keep track of which square they hadn't fought in a while.
Right.
And it was this crazy complicated thing, but those players were really loud about it. And so it was the combination of like, well, you don't often max out the item UI anyway. It felt less natural, and people wanted their mini-map back, that it was like we pulled it back then. But now, as things have inflated, there have been things like fortune cash outs and, you know, more augments and stuff like that. The need for that has gotten higher. Anytime you do a big pivot where you actually have to move like 7 or 8 items, that created the situation where it was like really awkward. That became much more necessary. So it was a good chance for us to sort of revitalize that and go, okay, now let's do it right this time. Let's make sure it feels good. You know, it's not without its trade-offs per se, but I think generally everyone has gotten used to it by now, and we've seen a lot of the players here be like, no, the first, you know, week was a little rough, but now it's great and I love it.
I personally still feel like it could be in a different place.
You don't like the left?
I wish it was left of the shop. I wish it was like bottom.
That's where it used to be.
Where
the chocolate bar was.
That was the rejected idea.
That's where the
actually.
chocolate bar was.
Just closer.
Yeah.
Closer?
Because I always end up looking so far, you know.
You have a smaller monitor. It's
No.
like you're playing
I was
on
just-
a 50-inch TV.
I was just about to say, I've had some people send me their screenshots of their, you know, 49-inch widescreens, and it's like, it is way over on the left. I'm like, I hear you, but also, like, some
Yes.
first world problems.
I overall love it, so.
I did have a question. I don't want to like derail, but like I did have a question about circling back to the Exodia stuff. If you guys don't mind talking about it from earlier.
No,
Let's
sorry.
go very quickly to an interview with Nekra and Malala, and then we can go back there.
Hi everyone, Nekra here with the TFT Vegas Open winner, Malala. Welcome back to another TFT Open. How you doing?
Hey, thanks, Nekra. I'm doing okay. I just got eliminated from my group, so not the best, but it is what it is.
Are you excited to at least have been back to be able to compete in another LAN?
Yeah, it's always exciting to play LAN. We don't get too many of those at NA. It's mostly just this. So yeah, it's always fun to see a bunch of familiar faces and to see everyone again.
Did you feel any pressure coming into the event knowing that you had won the last one?
Honestly, I wasn't feeling too much pressure. I feel like the pressure's sort of been off ever since like set 11 and like set 12. I don't think it played like a really big part in like my performance today, but yeah.
All right, well, Malala, what else are you looking forward to being here in Macau?
Yeah, I heard in Macau there's a bunch of good food. I'm looking to go get some good eats and, you know, hopefully in Hong Kong as well.
All right, well, enjoy your food and hopefully see you later.
Yeah, thank you.
I love that he brought the belt. We saw it in an earlier pan shot that we had, laying next to him on the floor while he was playing. Unfortunately, already eliminated. Would have been a Cinderella story.
I was going to say, earlier I said 80% sure he was eliminated.
Yep.
Stats update,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm now 99%
Oh,
sure.
stats are not allowed anymore, boy.
Reporter Morton Field, thank you for that.
Yep.
But back to your question, gang.
Yeah, so we were talking earlier about the existence of Exodia comps in TFT. I don't know if you got to see it, but the Exodia Chembaron cash out, we saw it earlier. I don't even know how familiar you are with this, but it's the perfected Unleashed Toxins, where I think it's that one, where it stuns the tend of the wave, and you play it on Kog'Maw.
And it just goes and goes and goes.
So the question I had was, when you guys are developing the set, I'm sure there are many things that players don't figure out that you guys figure out in development, but are there also things, maybe that being an example, that you guys don't think of and then you see players come up with these really creative, crazy solutions in the game?
So the short answer is, we might not necessarily nail 100% of the combinations. It might be like, oh, we thought that would be harder to hit than we thought before. You know, I think Chembaron's an example where it's like, yeah, but you need the emblem and you need this. And so like we knew that situation. But I think a lot of Chembaron's power has actually been from the emblem. In fact, like, you know, I think 2-1 Chembaron emblem just enables such a big start that it's almost more likely to see it when the emblem exists. And I think that might have been the possible misread here. But like, yeah, we know those combination exists. And so for us, it's always a line of like, how difficult is it to do? And if we think it's an appropriate difficulty, it can be that sort of level of over the top. But if it's something that you could, like, a single emblem enables it, right? Like, hypothetically, let's say Automata Zeri was amazing. Like, that would be an example where, like, no, that needs to be, like, nowhere near Exodia. That's way too common.
Yep. Or something like this has never made it out of development because we caught it, but a single artifact on a specific weird backline Twitch build. That kind of thing, it's like that's way too easy to find. We can't allow this to happen. What changes can we make? What sacrifices are we willing to take to make this happen?
So
or make.
This is actually a really fun story. You'll like this. But Ken's finalization team, they do what we call board string tournaments. And this is where they'll set some conditions where it's like, hey, level 8 board, you can only have, this many of this champion, but what's the most crazy thing you can build? And we have a couple people on the team that will like come in there and build these things, and you play against them and you're like, nope, this can't ship.
There are literal Exodias that's been found that's like, yeah, this was a 40,000 health Twitch who's taking 100 damage capped and gaining more health every second. Like, this can't work. But there's also stuff like Hungry Crab that shows up, or other types of cool optimizations that you're like, this is okay. There's a certain amount of level that you need to go through, and it's good, but not too bad.
Gangly will appreciate this, but Hunger Crab did win some of our board string tournaments.
Oh,
so
okay.
we like
you
that,
knew.
Oh yeah, that was not a surprise to us.
It's called Hungry Ergot for what it's worth.
Yeah.
But that was one that I believe Tim actually had built that board, and we were just like, yep, that's really, really strong. But we looked at it and we're like, no, it's okay. And then I believe it was Keaton had actually built a board that could beat it. And so it was like, yeah, it's clearly not an Exodia. So it's like, okay, this actually might be shippable. We're totally fine with this.
Yeah, but that's a fun thing that our team gets to do, but also helps us find, we get to dig in and really find these broken combos, and they kind of all go against each other, and we can kind of then make a decision there, like what is okay and what isn't okay.
We have a player, Chalky, who used to be he used to be a tournament player. He's on the team now. He in particular really can like cook up some of this stuff. And then it's like, but he always is like, I know it's just, I'm killing it. Like, by making this and bringing it to the thing, it will not be in the game, and I'm very sad about that.
I feel like there are certain people who their brains are tuned to do things like that. I have a buddy who, he's not a huge TFT fan. He and I will play, but back in the day, he would play PBE with me. And I kid you not, he would know nothing about the set. Set 5. I'm pretty sure he was the first person in the world to discover the LeBlanc
the Shadow Blue buff.
The Shadow Blue buff
Yep.
Guardian Angel. It was his first game of PvE,
geez.
and he figured that out. Some people, they just have a brain that's just full creative mode, and then it's the duality of man, because then you have the other players that are just like tactics, out tools, meta TFT, and they're just studying stats.
I always hate it when I have to be the latter, but I want to be the former, Like, I want to cook up crazy stuff, but when I cook, it's so burnt, so it just doesn't work. But we will be going to a quick break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned here at the TFT Macao Open.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What your color, your papa, your mother, son. We do this for fun. Million, money, Megatron. It's the done. Tell these snitches we with it, we never run. It's the done. Tell these snitches we with it, we never run. It's the done. Tell these snitches we with it, we never run. major. We ain't afraid to die. Spit hotter, masala, ghost chili, burn like fire. Bazooka, tequila, I'll put you back in line. You ain't down to ride. You ain't a friend of mine. Nah, they make it in, then I couldn't win, then I couldn't die. I'm never gonna let you be no champion. I'm the real Dandada. If you really wanna break it down, I'll burn the ground. I'm a fire starter. Shoot a bullet and I'm the gun. Bad, bad, never run. Never run, 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 run. It's the gun, tell these bitches we with it, we never run.
Welcome back, everybody, to the TFT Macao Open. Now, we've got a little bit of a delay before the lobby start, and so we've got some good news for you. We've got a dev panel. I'm going to be talking to Mortdog and Kent to talk all about Set 13 Into the Arcane. So first, just in case, for whatever reason, people don't know who the two of you are, introduce yourself, tell me what you did on the newest set of TFT.
Sure. So I am Mort. I am the gameplay director on TFT, which is a very fancy term of basically anything that happens in the game I help make sure is going well. As far as direct impact on the team, I basically worked with both the set pod and the finalization pod to try to make sure that everything was going in the right direction, might give some adjustments, some requirements of like, hey, this isn't quite working, or have you considered trying this? And generally just try to help elevate their work to be the best it can be.
He does a little bit of work. My name's Kent. I am the finalization lead for Set 13. And my team basically comes into the set around 4 months out, joins the design team, and we help a lot with, we're a lot more mechanic focused, balance focused, lots of high elo players, I guess, but more focused on those things and helps advise, design, and help do some of the redesigns, things like that. And then closer to the launch, we do a lot of the balancing before launch.
So one of the unique things about Set 13 is that it's kind of broken up into two, you can't really say halves because it was one patch and then the next patch, but I'm going to throw Kent the first patch, the beginning of the set, and then more I'm going to have you talk about the evolved variation of the set. So let's talk inspiration. When you're looking at Set 13, we got to see the Arcane set back in Set 6. Can you talk a little bit about the inspiration for making this, I guess, like even more Arcane-y set for Set 13?
Yeah, no, the team had a lot of things to go off of the Arcane Season 2. There's just so much that happens there, and we got to make 10 new characters, and so bringing their storylines into the game was just phenomenal. And you capture some of the greatest moments that they have in the show and bring them in. Savika's slot arm,
the Rennie,
bringing that in. Rennie picking somebody up and slamming them down. It's like super cool.
I think a big thing was with Gizmos and Gadgets, the first Arcane set, we were like, it's kind of like Arcane adjacent. It's like they're similar, but it wasn't quite the same. Whereas this time, the team was like, hey, we're going to go all in. Like, this is going to be the most Arcane set that we can be. All the way back from when our game director, Peter, met with Fortiche, and it was like, no, we're going really ham here. So this was our chance to be like, how can we make it to Arcane? And like Ken said, bringing in all these new characters was a big part of that.
I think in a way it feels almost like this like spiritual successor to Set 6, right? When you're talking about like Gizmos and Gadgets building the foundation of Piltover and Zaun, but it doesn't really go any deeper than that, and then you build upon it. Carries into building upon Set 13 even more with the evolved variation of the set. Can you talk about the inspiration for that?
Yeah, so like I said, we wanted to make the most Arcane set we could, but the reality is that we knew we were going to launch right around the same time as the show, but then there would be 2 more weeks of episodes. So anything that was happening in like episodes 4 and after, we couldn't have because we couldn't spoil anything. And so it created the situation where we're like, well, how are we going to handle that? What are we going to do? And we talked about like crazy variations where it was like, what if we completely change the set 2 weeks later and, Caitlyn starts as a 1 cost and then becomes a 5 cost? We talked about those kind of ideas, but it all was a little too much. And we also felt like players would be like, hey, if I had to learn this set and then 2 weeks later it's completely thrown away, that doesn't really feel good. So we ended up coming up with the Evolve set, which was like, what if we introduce something really neat, which is the 6 costs, and that allows us to take some of the characters that in the later half of the show really come into their own, like Mel and Viktor and Warwick, and everyone else we can kind of tell the main story beforehand, and that seemed like a really natural point to sort of like elevate the setup.
It calls back to the early days of TFT where, you know, if you're a player who doesn't read the patch notes or doesn't watch any of the videos, you wake up one day and all of a sudden 6 costs are in your game. That's kind of how it used to be, though. I remember set 2 waking up and I just load into TFT, and now Karma and Leona are suddenly in the game. I'm like, where did these units come from? Talking about these 6 costs, though, Ken, I'll have you talk about this. These, to me, feel like maybe the most inspired units we've ever had in the game, specifically because of how much character and personality they actually get to showcase. Can you talk about the inspiration that you guys had for developing these units?
Yeah, we wanted them to be the coolest thing you've ever seen, basically. And so they came with this massive spectacle. They needed to be rare, special, they needed to look cool, and also just tell the story of how cool they actually are in Arcane as well.
Makes sense. I mean, I feel like I said, this is when I saw these units the first time that we've ever actually gotten to see a story kind of play out in a character's ability in TFT. To me, like when you see Mel get to show this almost like redemption, this like willingness, this needing to save the people around her, you really get to see that come to life in TFT.
Yeah. Mel, you know, at the end of Arcane Season 1 saves Jace, and then Mel then saves Caitlyn, and so that's like the core of her identity, and so really leaning into that for all of these units.
Let's talk about inspiration for the unique characters from Arcane, right? Specifically, I think the Enforcers. I actually feel like some people might even say there's more lore in TFT about some of these characters than in the set, and I think so much because you get like the attitude of like Smeech jumping all around the board, feels so erratic. Can you talk about the inspiration for building those unique units?
Yeah, generally we sort of knew the list of characters that we wanted to use. The team had kind of picked that, but it was also a question of like what fits the role, because we still at the end of the day have to build a TFT comp, right? It has to be a functioning gameplay mechanic. So for example, with like the Enforcers, you know, we knew Loris and Steb were going to end up being tanks because otherwise the Enforcers wouldn't really have any tanks, you know. Likewise with Savika and Smeech, we knew the Chem Barons kind of needed some AD fighters, and so that kind of led into that, and that's how we leaned into their kits and sort of figured that out. Some were sort of obvious, right? Like Maddie with the gun is like, yeah, this is going to be kind of how Maddie plays out. But others we had to sort of be a little more creative and things like that. And then others were parts of the show, like Savika, right, with like, you know, her custom arm. That was one where like as soon as we saw the episode, it's like, yeah, that we're gonna do that, and that's gonna be great, and it's gonna be fun. And so some of it like was pretty easy to do there.
And touch on that for like a little bit of 6 costs as well. There needed to be item differentiation between them too. We wanted to, you know, at the core tell their story and make them really cool, but for gameplay purposes, you know, they can't all just be backline mages or something like that. And so differentiating Viktor was easy, but Mel and Warwick is easy, but Mel and Viktor needed, you know, they have very different mana pools and use different things as mages.
I imagine that when you are designing units for TFT and you have the source material of League of Legends, I don't want to say you're put in a box, but you have references already. So you have things you can pull from. Does having no source material and just like the visuals of what they've done in the show or in the IP, does it make it easier or actually more difficult to design an effective unit in TFT?
The answer is it depends. Sometimes it can be pretty easy because it's like, well, they only really are known for one thing, and they're going to do that one thing, and we're going to do that, and that'll be fine, right? But other times it might just be like, it's such a blank canvas, you're like, well, what is good enough? Is this really the right thing to do? And so sometimes that can actually be harder. The other thing is that we have to work with our artists. You know, there can only be so many animations, right? One of the things that came up in an earlier question, someone was asking about Silco, and why is his spell like summoning the grubs or whatever? And it's like, well, Silco has one animation. It's throw thing. That's the only animation he has. And so his spell had to be some variation of throw thing, you know, and so that's where the team was like, well, what are we going to throw? Well, how about some shimmer monsters from, it was a callback to the episode 1 where he like fed the cat to the mouse.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
And so like that was the call. And so it's like, okay, that's kind of creative. Let's do that. But again, the starting point was he has to throw something.
And you're saying that, so this was the same animation used in set 6.5. I forget the name.
And 9.5. Yeah.
9.5 as well. Oh, actually, I never made the connection. That's the same exact
Yeah,
animation.
it's literally the only animation we have.
It makes sense, though. Well, yeah, when you have your resources allocated to building, all these different units, so much brand new material, makes a lot of sense.
Exactly.
Now, Fortiche was the studio that brought Arcane to life. More, I believe, out of the two of you, you're the one who's maybe a bit more connected. Can you talk about what it was like for Riot and the TFT development team to work alongside Fortiche?
Yeah, so our sets pod got to work with them pretty closely, and generally they were just like extremely easy to work with. Everything I heard was sort of like, hey, we're thinking of doing this, and they're like, yeah, that's great, we love it, that's really awesome. Do you need anything? Here, have some models. Here's how we can help you, right? So they just kind of went out of their way to make sure that we could do what we needed, and were very helpful to the team. Generally, the other thing that was nice was early on they were showing us like storyboards of the show all the way up to like almost 2 years ago, kind of talking about what their key points are, and we're like, oh, that'd be really good. Do you mind if we go that direction? Like, yeah, that sounds great. That's really, really important to us. For example, that's where like the Anomaly came from. They had talked about how the Anomaly was this big important thing, and then Jace's journey through the Anomaly. And so it was like, oh, cool. So maybe that's a starting point we should use, right? And so that came from sort of that combination of our sets team working with them.
Talk to me. Actually, Ken, I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add to that.
No more covered.
Okay, yeah. Let's talk about, of the new units, and we can open this up to even the existing IP of League of Legends. Favorite character to either design or that you got to see come to life this set?
Ooh. I think one of my favorites is Ambessa for sure. Just
same.
Embodies the SR, the go in, get out, dash around, but also just so much fun to watch during combat. Definitely a lot of fun to like see the base kit, then tune to see what we wanted. She dives in, she punches you and heals back up, then dashes back out, slams a unit, and like that dynamic is really fun.
What about you, Mort?
So it's funny, every time someone asks, I get asked a question a lot, right? Like, what's your favorite thing? And I think it changes every time I answer. It's like, what's on my mood right now? Right now, I think the thing that's jumping out to me is like the Smeech. It's Smeechin' time, and he's going to Smeech all over the place. And it's just kind of fun because like, even in the fight scene he had in the show, he was kind of hectic. And so for him to kind of like jump around and do those big cuts. Plus, when you're playing Chem Baron, he'll actually kill a few units to preserve you health, which feels good. And I just like saying it's Smeechin' time. So, right now I'm going to say Smeech.
On the topic of Chem Baron, I feel like we should talk about that. New econ trait and a pretty unique system compared to what we've seen in the past. I feel like the econ traits oftentimes are very warping especially at high level TFT, right?
Yes.
Because it presents a win condition for players who know how to pilot it well. This is the first time that we've seen a system where it counts the current losses, but you don't have to start losing when you have it. It adds a very different layer of complexity, and we've even seen this weekend how players some want to win on stage 2 and they don't start losing until they get those 3 costs in. Can you talk about how Chem Baron came to life? And I'm also just curious to know your personal opinion on how it compares to previous econ traits.
Yeah, so we call them high-risk traits. High-risk traits are one of the hardest things to design every set. Hilariously enough, it feels like one of the things I always end up tending to getting involved in because it is such a complicated systems problem. That being said, with Chem Baron, we had 2 goals from the outset. The first, which did ship, which was we wanted this to be one that you don't rotate out of because it felt like every other high-risk trait was like you play it for a while, you get your rewards, and you get out of. And so this was one where we're like, no, we want you to like stick with it for a while. The second goal that didn't ship was we didn't want it to just be another loss streak trait. We originally tried stuff with like win streaking and like playing to different versions of streaks. But as we tested that, what we found, and it's obvious in hindsight, of course, but we still wanted to experiment with it, was like, yeah, it turns out if you're being rewarded for win streaking by just even more power, it's a pretty frustrating experience where it's just like you kind of get stomped down, not very fun. So win streak Chem Baron was something we ended up having to kill pretty quick. But all that said together, I think the other fun part was just like the illegal items, right? Like that was the thematic thing that stuck out, which was like, what if the power, instead of just the usual, here's some gold and some radiant items and whatever, was like these unique items? And one of our designers, Milo, he went a little ham at first. He tried to make 30 of them, and it was like, okay, let's pull that back a bit. We maybe don't need 30, but there's some unique items in there that are pretty exciting to play with.
Very ambitious set pod.
Yes, yes, that set pod loves to do fun stuff. So overall, I rank it pretty good. I don't know that it's like the best yet, one of the things I think right now is that it's really hard to get into compared to something like, say, Heartsteel, which felt like you could play that from a lot of different various points. And the other thing I think right now, some of the items are kind of like the balance isn't quite off. The difference between a 400 cash out and a 500 cash out feels so massive right now, whereas I'd rather see that curve be a little smoother. But other than that, I think it's in a really good spot.
How do you feel, Kent?
I think the change of the cash out moment not being as crazy and hectic as it is in something like Fortune is helpful for the trade because it's already so complex. You have to, there's the new items, and then you have to think about loss streaking, then when you should wait, like at what stage will you cash out, that kind of thing. And so it makes it a little bit easier on that turn that you're actually, getting out of it, which is a good thing because we want you to stay in the trade too, so you don't have to like full pivot your board. And so yeah, I think that part turned out well. I
think back to the other, I guess, I'll use high-risk traits, of sets pass. And I guess actually when I think of the ones I'm about to reference, they're less of the high risk, but they're the economy traits, things like Draconic from set 5, that would have been, right? And then Lagoon in set 7 are the two I think of, where I guess Lagoon was
less of a high-risk trait, and that's more one of just like a general
drip
economy.
Drip economy?
Yeah, that's closer to like 8-bit and Conqueror, for example.
Those are the two, though, that I think of like things that give you resources that also encourage you to stay within the line. Yep. Draconic, I remember, so it would give you gold, but also would give you units of that trait.
Draconic was a high-risk one. So Draconic was like you would play it, but unless you sort of got the bigger eggs, it wasn't worth it. And so it ended up having this curve where, like, again, if you hit small eggs, it was really kind of a weak trait, but you still want to take the gamble to see if you could hit those big eggs.
Sure.
Spencer getting to Worlds off the big 5-turn golden egg.
Pokegum narrowly missing Worlds because of that.
That's the high-risk part of Draconic. But Draconic, I think, was one of, like, our less good executions because it was, like, there wasn't much agency, right? It was like, put it in and cross your fingers for some good eggs. We could do better.
All right, now I could sit here and talk to you two about TFT for literally hours, but I'm being told we have an interview ready of Salvi and Necra, so we're going to go to that, and we'll be right back in just a minute.
Hi everyone, Necra here with one of the competitors in the TFT Macao Open, Salvi. How are you doing, and how did your first 3 games go?
I'm doing great. I love the event so far, and yeah, my first games were quite good. I went top 4 every game and had like decent games to make it to the next round.
Your lobby was really hard though. Were you nervous at all seeing who you were playing against?
Oh yeah, I think I had one of the harder ones. I had Shunga, I had Kiting, I had Shotem from Waitlist, and then 4 people I didn't know. So I just went in fresh, tried to play as flexible as possible, and yeah, come out on top.
How did you prepare for the event?
Oh, I actually didn't play any PBE. I only watched PBE. That's what I mainly did, just jumping into lobbies, looking what other people are doing, trying to figure out like what might be the meta for today. So yeah, that's what I did.
How are you hoping to do here at the tournament?
I mean, best case, I make the finals. That would obviously be the best. Playing on the big stage right there would be nice, but probably not like the expectation. Just go in every game, try to do as good as possible, and go as fast as possible.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Salvi, so much for your time, and best of luck in your next games.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Necra, and welcome back here at the Teamfight Tactics Macao Open. I'm back, booting gangly out of my seat once again, but thank you so much to both Mortdog and Ken for sharing that info. I thought that was really, really cool to kind of get that insight while we got those lobbies ready, and I am so happy to report that we do indeed have lobbies ready, and we are getting them underway in just a little bit. I'm looking back there because that's where the players will be. They're not right now, but I'm sure we'll get them there as soon as possible. And I've also been taking a little bit of a view throughout the players that have made it. And I will happily report that 2 EMEA players have made it through the wait list.
Ooh,
and into the second round, so very cool.
Would you remember which players on top of your head?
Yes, so Weya, actually, I thought he was out. He thought he was out. He's not out. He got through a tie. That was the player that we were talking about earlier with Jungler's Lobby. And then the second one is Shredden, a player from Poland. So really, really cool to see him come through. He's also very known, has been doing quite well all throughout. Didn't get that high finish just yet, but who knows? Maybe it's the Cinderella story.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we have to like take stock to see if any waitlist players make top 64. In my mind, that idea of a Cinderella run, of showing up thinking you're not even playing, and then the opportunity being there, you take it and make it into day 2. I mean, that would be amazing to follow tomorrow.
There's 2 more names that have made it through the waitlist that I saw at least. There might be another one, but that's Wingism and also Balmyong making it through to the waitlist as well.
Way.
So yeah, it's really crazy.
Balmyong, I hope I'm not misremembering this, but Balmyong, the Korean player who, if I remember correctly, started competing in TFT because 8L Jaywalking won set for Fate's championship, and then made it. We got to see Balmyong play in the set 12 championship as well. It's so cool to see every single world champion making it out to Macau, and now we're getting to see Balmyong, kind of the, I guess like spiritual apprentice of, like Jaywalking doesn't know that he's the apprentice, but
maybe he does.
Yeah, maybe he does. But it's cool to see that. I think if there's anyone that I'd be rooting for out of the waitlist players to make a deep run and expecting them to do it, Balmyong very much capable to make the run. So I'm going to keep my eyes on him.
Yeah. Definitely very cool. There were a bunch of other names, of course, making it through. Players like Replay, who we watched the lobby of, is through. Double 61 is through, to no one's surprise, really. So I'm really excited to see what else the round brings.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot of our champions have actually made it through. I saw Tidal made it through pretty handily. Dish Soap made it through. Malala didn't, but you already mentioned Replay. I saw Hwanmei made it through. You mentioned Casey Double. So definitely a lot of people made it through here. I don't know about every single one of them, but we have some pretty high-level competition still in.
We do, and we also have Necra still on the floor, getting us those field reports. It's once again Clement cosplaying as Necra. Clement on the floor with Ironbog there for an interview.
Hello everyone, we're at the TFT Macao Open, and I'm here with the local rank 1 player, Ironbog, who just advanced from his group. Ironbog, I want to ask you about your recent games, because that game 2 was so wild. Everyone thought you were out. How did you manage to come back and get a first place? 铁子，我想先问一下，就是那时候第2场的时候，大家都以为这个应该没有什么救了，结果你最后有办法神奇的救回来，可以跟我们讲一下发生什么事吗？
因为那把有那个同级之名嘛，所以我就尽量递一些2星的怪上去，然后就后面灵机动就想到毫不浪费的库奇，然后后面也打了很高的输出，顺利逆转回来，这样子。
So I was playing bronze for life, a little bit low roll, but I had this sudden moment of brilliance where I played nothing wasted Corky, and he did a ton of damage and managed to get me back into the game. That was very well played from you. Ironbog, you're a really hot commodity in this local server. You went to Tactician's Crown. I wonder, what is your goal here at TFT Macao Open? 铁子，我想问一下，你刚去世界赛嘛，然后这次来这次公开赛，你对自己的目标会是什么？
我目标是能进 Day 3的决赛圈这样。
My goal is to make it to day 3 of the finals here. Final question for you, Ironbog. You always have an interesting meta read. What do you think is the biggest surprise of you so far in the meta? 那最后一个问题是想问说，我觉得你的版本理解都蛮有趣的。你这次打下来的话，有没有什么特别惊艳的这个版本上面的事情发生？
我觉得有一个阵容经常被人忽略，就是4变形大师，然后我刚才3把都是玩变形大师，也顺利晋级这样。对，这样。
你说变形加什么？4变哦。I think a composition that is being overlooked is the Form Swapper composition. I played Form Swapper in all 3 of my games, and here I am. Thank you so much, Ironbog, and hope you have some good games. Back to you on the desk.
Thank you so much, Clement. And that last comment got some reactions here. The Form Swapper fans are ready. More, Doc?
I am a big form swapper believer. It's my favorite comp. My favorite opener is Swain out of a box because it gives you the Conqueror line to get that economy going, and then you can play with the Gangplank, and then from there, if you get more Conqueror stuff, you can go there, but otherwise you can actually play around the Elise and the Jace and play 4, or if you get the Augment, the one that lets you play both, that's really fun. So I'm a big believer of form swapper.
Yeah, same. That augment, I want to try to play it every time. You need a scout to see if you can find the 3 costs, but if you can, that it's just so much fun. And there's some thinking around, wherever you hit, you need to see if you want to play backline Swain 3-star this game or frontline Swain 3-star this game. That kind of thinking is fun.
Yeah.
Well, we'll take a look at our leaderboard because I think we have more names to call out here on our screens in a little bit that have made it through. So those are all our new lobbies, I believe. And we're seeing a bunch of...
These are the winners of each lobby, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're seeing, I saw a ton of names. Achun, YBY1, T-Lides. I mean... It's impressive to see Wage and Iverson also, so many of the favorites, not only just making it through, but actually just going first in their first lobby. I mean, obviously, good players will do well, but it's cool to actually see in a LAN environment them continue that.
There's a 9-point. That's interesting.
Really?
I wonder if that lobby didn't have a third game. That's interesting. But yeah, definitely looking at some of these players getting through here. We saw like Box and Bintum. They were up there before. I see Gooba made it through. Lion God.
Greya. Lots of
Hartman is back here, the LAN legend. We have Canvas making it through as well. Dr. O from the APAC region, player that's been at the championship so many times, and still many people don't know him.
Yeah, Asa made it through. Travis made it through.
Triple Eight, a player's been
Ryu.
Pretty big underdog in North America for quite a while.
Coinit there is a player that I have my eye on. So that name, see, it doesn't ring any bells outside of our region, but Coinit is a player that I think has the full potential to really rise to the top. I think definitely someone to watch and is doing really well right now as well. We saw him at the very top of one of the lobbies, was this close to winning the LAN in Poland that we had at the beginning of last set. So watch out.
Coin it.
So for me, the big story here that I wanted to talk about now that we've got through the first heat, right? The first heat is kind of easy mode, to be frank, right? Sometimes you end up with a lobby where you might have 1 or 2 people that might be jet lagged or their head's not in the game or just have some weaker opponents, right? We have some people here that are kind of guest stars and things like that. But once you get through the first heat, all of a sudden now you've got everyone who's like, I'm in my A game, I've made it this far, it's time to try hard. I think the difficulty goes from like a 6 to a 9 here. It's like, it is a big jump in difficulty from this point on. And so a lot of people there that even if they dominated their lobby, it might have been an easier lobby. That goes away very quickly here at this event. And so from here on out, like I said, the skill level of the games I expect to be much more competitive.
I think when it comes to TFT tournament, it's very easy to say like, oh, game of variance, like anything can happen. The thing that I always come back to when it comes to tournaments is that, yes, it's very hard to find a tangible edge over, 50 games where like you're actually going 1-1-1-1-1. But I do believe that on a new patch, in a single day, someone can actually have a significant edge over the field. I think it is much easier, and this maybe sounds silly. In my head, it does make sense. Maybe I just can't logic it out. But I actually feel like it's easier to have an edge in a 3-game sample size on a new patch than it is to have in more games later on in the patch.
Oh, for sure. And in fact, already we're seeing, if you walk around the event, people learning from each other, right?
Yeah.
Like, for example, I think one of the things that caught everyone's eye was Weijin going 1-1 with the Renata comp, right? Like, the Renata comp was something that was slowly on the rise, but seeing somebody go 1-1, that's an instant attention grabber. And all of a sudden, by I think game 5 or game 6, we were already seeing that comp go way up in priority, even just walking around the venue. I know, Ken, you were seeing a bunch of different comps right as you walked around.
Trying to talk to other competitors. What do you think is good? What are you trying to play? And I was getting different answers from different people. I think that's okay, and someone's like, that's OP. And so just difference of opinions means there's a healthy meta, but also just these things aren't the meta is not optimized yet, and so people are talking to each other, learning from each other, figuring out what's the best strategy to play. Yeah, and whatever fits what they like. It was also really nice to hear, like, Renata is developing throughout the day. There's different positioning, things like that. And that's also just fun to watch at the beginning of a patch and just to play at the beginning of a patch because it's not optimized yet. There's no core strategy that just, this is what you do.
So the optimization part of it is so interesting to me because kind of combining what the two of you are saying. Mort is saying, like, hey, you made it through the first wave, and that's great, but it only gets harder. You're saying people are playing things, but they're not fully optimized. There's a conversation here. Sometimes the things you do, the decisions you make that allow you to succeed against unoptimized strategies will no longer be effective when the competition gets tougher. My prediction is that if there are players who are playing unoptimized or uncomfortable lines, those might have worked if you have an influencer in your first lobby.
Come on.
All of a sudden,
I agree though. Yeah.
If everybody is playing, they could be playing weaker lines that are optimized. And if you're trying to hard force something like Renata from a bad spot, it doesn't matter if it's strong.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. You know how like when a set first launches, it's sort of like you can play anything, and then it slowly kind of optimizes down to like, no, you can play like these 4 things. These are the 4 things that are really good. I think we're going to see that here at the tournament, right? Even earlier we saw that interview where Dish Soap was like, oh, Sentinel AD line, right? But maybe that's the kind of thing. It's like, well, Sentinel AD line when your opponents aren't as tough, but do you play that in top 32? Maybe not,
Yeah, well, we'll see how players fare with the Renata and also stuff like the Form Swapper in the upcoming games. But for now, we have Necra on the floor with Relic. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hi everyone, I'm here with one of the competitors at the TFT Macao Open. We have Relic, one of the best players from Latin America and also 3rd time at a LAN. So how has this experience been?
It has been great. I love meeting the TFT community in person. I think it's the magic of it. Like, you don't get to see them a lot. So yeah, the experience is fantastic.
How does this compare to the Vegas Open?
Oh, I love Vegas, to be honest. I didn't perform well, but it was amazing. Here is very far away from America, but I still love it. Macau has been great. The city is awesome. The people is awesome. So yeah, I have been enjoying it a lot.
How has it been for your first couple of games of the day?
They were not easy, to be honest. I started with a 5th on a very hard game, to be honest. I think everyone is very good, very skilled. In this tournament is a hard format, but I managed to advance to the 2nd round, and I hope that I can play a bit better.
Knowing that you have so many strong competitors here, were you nervous at all coming into the event?
Nah, I have too much experience to get nervous in a LAN event. I think I get anxious like the day before, but during the event I am quite chill, to be honest.
Yeah, you seem like you're in good spirits, so that's good to see.
Yeah, I think the mental is a very big part on these events, so yeah.
How were you preparing for the event?
Usually I prep with the guys, but for this tournament, like, I mostly prep by myself. I went to Spain with some TFT influencers, and we did kind of a bootcamp, but it was mostly like, to create content and for fun. But like this last week, I was prepping by myself. I watched a lot of VODs in the plane as well, so yeah, it's going well, I think. I also did like a few last-minute preps with replay yesterday and today, and I think they were very helpful.
That's great to hear. And so how have you found the patch?
I think this set is going well in balance-wise compared to the last one, to be honest. I think it's very close to being really healthy. This patch, I think, is not solved yet. Like, for example, today we are going to see a lot of Renatas that maybe some people were not expecting. And maybe there is one comp that we don't know yet that is very strong, but I think it's good. I think the patch is good.
Was there anything in your first 3 games that surprised you?
Yeah, I played against a Mordekaiser 2 on 3-2. I have never seen that. So yeah, that guy high rolled a lot. He had Cain Baron win streak, Mordekaiser 2 on 3-2, like, his game was insane. I have never seen a game like that. And he went first. But yeah, I mean, that was one game, yeah.
I mean, that's surprising me hearing that, but thank you so much. Relic, last thing I wanted to ask you is anything that you would like to say to the community or people supporting you?
Yeah, I would like to thank all the people that play and watch TFT, because it's thanks to them that these events are possible and we can make a living playing this game that we love a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and best of luck with the rest of your games.
It's so great to hear that players are going somewhere to boot camp. I think that's like one of my major takeaways. I know, Mort, you were celebrating something a little bit different in this interview here.
I mean, you know, hearing that the balance is pretty good feels, you know, pretty good. So, you know, fingers crossed that it stays that way. But, you know, like he said, like we talked about before, right? The meta's not solved. We're seeing it sort of get solved as we go. I actually have a feeling like, you know, once people leave here today, what they're going to do is like go message their friends who are still playing on ladder back there and see like how that's going. You know, and even something like the Renata line, like I kind of doubt like people have figured out the exact items that you want on like your Singed or your Renata. You know, is it double Shojin or is it Shojin Archangel, right? Like those kind of optimizations will make a big difference. So.
Even throughout the first 6 games, we saw players at their stations after they got eliminated go into the VODs and look at what was happening on the mainstream and what maybe players were doing. So there is a lot of kind of information gathering that people are doing.
That's like the most classic TFT player thing ever, right? It's like you're done playing and then you're instantly just VOD reviewing. These, you know, for all of the things that you might say about, you know, complaining maybe TFT players are a little whiny, maybe they don't know how to read. You cannot say that they don't try hard. These guys are very hard workers, you know, and they really do try very hard to perfect their craft and perfect their ability to perform in the game. So it's very cool to see that all come together, especially when it's so soon after the patch drops and everyone is racing to find an edge in terms of the meta on the rest of the field.
Yeah, I love hearing that because it's some of the most fun to have in TFT is finding discovery, finding out what's good, what do you like that now can work and things like that. And so hearing players, you know, going on their phones, looking up maybe stats or talking to their friends and figuring out what's good and seeing lobbies, what performed well, like is a great part of TFT.
Yeah, I agree. I love that a lot. We kind of had that point of like wanting to cook but burning the food. I think for a lot of these players, the cooking is going right. Not necessarily in every single game, but more often than not. And that is what kind of helps them to continue to invest time and energy and games into the game and try to find even more cool stuff, right? And so that's how the entire ecosystem kind of was birthed.
Yeah. I mean, it really comes down to a player's ability to see the game in a different way than the rest of the field. The player that really stood out to me from the first set of games that I was casting on was Bintum. Something he did really well was his ability to get level 9 by playing non-traditional boards on level 8. That, to me, is one of the greatest forms of skill expression in TFT is how can you build something that you could call it cooking. I think it's actually kind of fair to say. Something that is a non-standard board on level 8 that is stable enough, that's strong enough to get you to level 9. And what he did two out of the 3 games was recognize what was contested, play around the uncontested unit as a ladder because he said this isn't going to cap high enough, but it's good enough for right now to go level 9. And we had 2 different games where he's playing around 5 costs, playing around 6 costs, was able to get 2 really high placements in those 2 games. And to me, it's one of the most fun ways to watch TFT when you get to see these pro players who are just amazing examples of creative board building.
I just want to call out there, by the way, as we were panning around looking at everything going on, that Michael Sherman, our head of the entire esports, was sitting there with a player trying to help them get logged in and get back to go. Yeah, just because it shows you everyone coming together trying to make this happen.
I hope I could share this. I will just go ahead and do so. We were talking to Sherman yesterday, and he was saying he went around every single desk here to check whether or not the balance of the desks was good or if something was like wonky or off-centered. You know when you sit and it doesn't feel right? There he is.
Wow.
So you guys are taking care of the balance in the game. Sherman taking care of the balance of her players. So everything is working out.
And I just want to call that out, actually, while I'm going to hog the screen for a second here. I know a lot of people talk about like Mort or whatever, but again, I'm just one tiny person. Like, there is an entire team here of people like Sherman, like, you know, a lot of our publishing team and our influencer managers and stuff like that are all here trying to like make this event as awesome as it can be. And so for that to come to life, and so everything comes together here and everyone gets to celebrate TFT, there's just so much effort that goes into this. Even stuff like, you know, like the lighting crew and just like putting this all together, it's so much effort But it's you can tell like everyone here is just trying to make the best thing for our players, and I love working for a company where that's everyone's goal, right? Our job is to be here for the players, make this as fun as it can be, and yeah. So there you go. There's my soapbox. I'll sit back down. But
if I can be cheesy for a second, there's like this big graphic that's on the main screen behind us that sometimes it says "Your dream, your moment." Yeah. And I feel like it's cheesy, but it's like the collective you. It really is. It's like it's all of us. Every single person that's here, all of the people watching. TFT is by far the most passionate community I've ever been in, and it's full of people who aren't playing this game for any other reason apart from the fact that they can't stop because they have so much fun playing it. And you feel it from the bottom to the top. Every single person who touches this community, who touches this game, who becomes so ingrained and invested and a part of this beautiful, great, big story of the game. And being here in Macau, we get to do the same thing at Vegas. It's such an honor, I think, for all of us to be able to witness this firsthand.
I agree. I think it's so cool. And what's also super cool is this camera shot. Honestly, I love the entire desk that they have built on the stage, the Piltover-esque cog reel there with the Anomaly just, intertwining. It's so cool. I love the entire setup. I love the stage. And I love that we have players there as well as they are starting to take notes already.
Yeah, I love the phone out, taking notes, like getting ready for the game.
No phones allowed.
Yeah, once the game starts, you can't do any of that. But up until then, yeah, enjoy that.
This stage is so cool, and I feel like it's missing one thing, which is instead of when they get eliminated, the light going off, it should be a dunk tank.
I don't think so. Can we get a new caster, maybe? No slime.
By the way, it says, your dream, your moment, and it says the blue orb, and all I can think of is give me that Swain out of that blue orb.
That is your dream.
The 4 Conqueror opener.
Exactly.
Mort gets a prismatic orb, and he's like, low roll. There's no Swain in here.
Where is the Swain? But you can see we're getting ready to go into game.
Ooh.
This is our second round. Overall, game number 7 today. We have eliminated a huge chunk of the player base as we're now moving on into our top 256 players.
It's hard to believe that it actually does cut down even more. Mort talked about it before, how this is when it kind of gets cranked up to 9. The thing is, if you believe that it gets cranked up to 9
what comes
now,
after? I thought the same thing.
That's why I said 9, right?
12.
Because
I would say 7.
We end at what number, though? That's the question.
I mean, top 8's the 10, right?
Yeah.
So
Right.
we're at 9, and then it'll be like 9.3, and then
Oh.
9. But like
You can't do decimals.
You can.
Are you allowed to do decimals? Do we have decimals in TFT balance?
Have you seen the 6 cost odds? 0.28.
you're right.
There's this thing that bothers me about the 6 cost odds, and it's that like we go with 2 decimals because we have to.
Yep.
But
it's off
the
center.
box is a little bit small.
Don't say that.
Yep.
Don't tell me that. I will not unsee this.
You'll never unsee it. Oh, no.
As a game designer, like I really care about those things, and I look at it, and I get it. A lot of players, they just, what do you mean? There's nothing wrong here. But no, man.
Wait, you can't just
no.
center align it in a bounding box, though? Like, I mean,
I have gotten at least 10 DMs about this. I'm not even kidding. Like
10 out of millions of players is not a high percentage.
No, but it's definitely
They're
people
out
notice
there.
it.
Yeah, they're out there. Good. Other people care. Yes.
Potentially future developers.
All right, I think we have our countdown here. There we go.
Yeah, that looks good. And we are into a game number 7 here at the TFT Macao Open with our lobby. And that allows us to take a look at our glorious lobby.
That's right.
Replay, double 61.
Oh, it's an Mbessa.
And Mbessa.
Oh, so as a player, these are my least favorite because this can be so swingy. You get a look. We're gonna have to look at everybody's golem and see what we have here.
Sentinel Visionary.
Sentinel Visionary is definitely a classic here. You've got Quick Striker as well, but Yeah, definitely not something I would call an S-tier golem here. It's like, it's fine.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking Renata. That's the first thing that comes to mind.
Sure. Champion? Yeah.
Sure, it does get a Smeech out of a box, but yeah, you're right. It could be the Renata comp. That's an option you can go there for sure.
We also we definitely have to highlight this lobby. I mean, Double 61 and Replay, two previous global champions in the same lobby in the round of 256.
Oh, see, like Replay here, this is not a great one here. You've got 3 classes. Usually you want a mix of origins and classes. You get Pit Fighter, Artillerist, Ambusher. Not a lot of great mergers here.
I will say the pitch for this Wandering Trainer is that if you get an additional emblem of either Pit Fighter or Artillerist, I actually think the cap can be quite high.
Yeah, if you can get 6 Artillerists for sure, or 8 Pit Fighter, that's a win condition. Academy, Pit Fighter, Ambusher, this is another awkward one. Yeah. At least you got Academy the origin, but Academy doesn't really work with Pit Fighter or Ambusher, so not a great golem here as well.
Violet and Powder, however, are the Pit Fighter and the Ambusher that oftentimes work together.
See, now this is a good one. Watcher, Sniper, Firelight. Wow. You know what you're playing. You're playing the Kog'Maw comp. But this is +3 to that. This is a really good version here.
What a prescriptive emblem.
Yeah, you can go. You can go for Sniper, for Firelight. It's going to be a silver start here, so not a lot of people getting big swings.
I like beggars can be okay, it didn't actually take it. I was going to say, though, if it was someone else's golem, maybe they do, but I could definitely see beggars being choosers.
So that you can get the emblem later.
Exactly,
yes.
being a really high-value augment here.
Yeah, for sure here. Casey Double gets over-encumbered. We do see the Pandora's Bench come out, a placebo choice. That's an interesting first choice. Kind of says I didn't really have a lot of better options here.
Yep.
Beta with that artifact that's going to be really good later. We're looking at a golem here, by the way. Automata, that's a really good one to get here, as well as with Watcher. So you just get that for free. He's got a 4 Watcher with a Draven start here. Wow. This is a really good start here if you have the items to put on the Draven. All right. Get a look at the other golem here. That's the 3-class one that wasn't very good for Replay.
Yeah, I think Replay is going to have a tricky game ahead of him. I will say, this is one of those games where you have to recognize you are not in a great spot to win the game. And that's okay, because you're not in the best spot to win any given game, right? TFT is all about being able to turn your bot 4s into a 5th or a 6th and converting your top 4s into a first place. And I think the players on the beginning of the game right now are recognizing, what am I playing for? Do I have a spot to be able to play high tempo early? Do I need to sacrifice my early game? What are the conditions in which I can maximize placements? And that's a really complicated question that doesn't have a one-for-all answer.
All right, so this golem in particular is not really great. Like, nothing merges in the sense of like Rebel and Sniper and Watcher, but immediately what you have to look at when you see this is Rebel only requires +2 to hit that 10 Rebel, and the fact that you have him on a golem means you can hit at level 9. So right away you can see indexing into that 3 Rebel, this is get that +1 emblem, this can be a win condition. So even though the other 2 don't matter, that alone can be a big spike. All right, looking at this fight here. Doesn't really slam a ton of items here. The Adaptive Helm on the Singed, has the Vex 2, should be okay. On the other side, we see Draven having the Shojin, so not particularly amazing here.
Yeah.
I imagine the Rebel player with the Lux 2, Vex 2 should be able to take it. Is kind of struggling to get through the 4 Watcher line, but as soon as the Darius goes... Oh, Darius carrying pretty hard here. It's down to 2-2.
I mean, there's a lot of power coming in. Having the early Automata gives you a lot of power, but the Vex is still full HP.
It's down to 1. I think Draven wins this, actually.
That Lux had gotten the cast off, that was the diff.
Oh. So
all right.
Could be an item slam diff here. Okay, we get a look at this one. Chem Baron is another one that if you can get the +1 here is really good. But instead, choosing to play around the Automata. Has the early Kog'Maw here, though, so that's going to be really good.
Might be a Nocturne comp?
Yeah, having Quick Striker and the Automata. The only thing I do want to call out, though, is we saw on the other Automata's board, having the Shojin slammed with Automata, to me, it says you could play either Kog'Maw or eventually something like the Malzahar would be great.
Yep.
But I think when you see that there's this player in the lobby, the other Automata player is probably saying, I'm not going to be re-rolling Kog'Maw anymore.
Yeah, see, I think the Firelight player. The
I
person who had
was
the
going to
Firelight
say,
sniper.
Beta.
Oh, you're right.
Beta
Yeah.
has a Watcher Sniper Firelight. If you're not clicking on Kog'Maw with that Trainer Golem, then I don't know what you're clicking on Kog'Maw with.
Hear me out. Is this the one time in which we actually get to see Zeri carry on level 6 happen?
Honestly,
there could be an angle.
Honestly, it's something that I don't know that they'll do because they're not comfortable with it, but in this situation, I actually agree with you.
Yeah.
I think knowing that all these other Automata players are probably going to be stealing the Kog'Maws, that might be the play, is to try to play around the Zeri instead.
Nocturnes are going to be out of the pool too, so you can reroll the 2 costs. I mean, you know, there's an option.
For sure. As we head into the carousel here, looking at the armies, you know, nothing too crazy. Re-Replay has 3 2-stars. We see that early Kog'Maw for Admiral Zhao. We do see Casey double with the, he did go with the Chem Baron. He's got 3 Chem Baron in, going to be lost streaking here with that over encumbered to get extra items. So might see some extra power from that come in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we got to see Double's Trainer Golem.
We did. He was one of the ones that had a lot of classes.
Okay.
It wasn't the worst. It was just okay.
I've been trying to take notes really quickly, but I haven't gotten there just yet. Here's a new one. We're going to get a look at Sork.
So this is another one where you have Sniper, Scrap, Sorcerer. Not really a good combo, but the nice thing here is at least you can play like two Sork easier for the 2 Sork bonus, 2 Sniper, you know, 2 Scrap just to get a little extra power. The one interesting avenue this does open up is 6 Sniper. 6 Sniper has so much offensive power. It's hard to pull off, but when you do, it melts teams.
I think the one issue I have with that is that there's already at least 2 other players who also have a Sniper emblem, and one of which who is going to lean into at least Syrian Kog'Maw. So you might find yourself kind of missing out on a lot of the mid-game strength to stabilize.
The good news with that version, though, is what you can probably do is play around the Maddie and then transition into the Twitch. Those other 2 boards probably are not going to be playing the Twitch, and so like a 6 Sniper Twitch carry can do a lot of good work there.
One of the things that stood out for me with that trainer is you can connect to Emissary Corki really well with Sork and Scrap, and so
yeah.
And the other thing is having the Sniper early allows you to hold Corki items on your Maddie, right? And so you have the Trundle plus the Maddie in the early game, so it acts as a really natural bridge into that Emissary. I think, yeah, it's a great call out. The only thing is having the Sork does mean you're a little less likely to play Vlad, which you kind of like for Watcher anyway, but I've seen some other variations with Rel or with Swain in the Emissary board too, so you know, it does open up some opportunities.
KC Double, I believe, was the Sentinel emblem that we saw at the beginning.
Oh, okay.
And then the other thing to note here, by the way, is a lot of the games we've been watching today, it's usually like 1 or 2 people at 100 health and then 2 people lost streaking. Nobody was able to hit 100 here already.
Yeah.
So definitely some confusion going around with the golems as everyone tries to figure out and scout and who's going to be strongest, but nobody win streaking. So that's pretty interesting to see.
If Double is the Chem Baron player with the Sentinel Visionary
with the Renata,
Golem, I mean, this is the perfect setup into playing Renata. What we've seen, I don't know if you two have seen this, but a lot of the Renata players are just taking the first cash out of Chem Baron because it can give you the Singed or the Renata, and so it just accelerates that. So instead of trying to go deep into Chem Baron, it's an alternative way to play the trait entirely, which I think is really cool. It's kind of
really interesting.
Really reimagining this high-risk trait into something that's actually just like a stable composition accelerator.
Kind of like it's a little bit more used for tempo rather than you just sack your entire game and get a big cash out.
It makes it a drip, like a drip economy trade.
All right, getting a look at some of the items coming out here. Did some extra gold here. And by the way, looking at the right side here, we look at the gold economy. Pretty much everyone at 30 or higher, a few people at 50. So definitely some options here as we hit the mid-game. And this is where people are going to be using that second augment here. Is it going to be another silver, or is it going to be something more than that?
I think that's a great point that you're making there, because if this is like gold or even prismatic, then suddenly everything that carries an emblem becomes so much more valuable as it unlocks some of these really crazy high verticals that we need for some of these players that maybe laureled a little bit on their golem here.
Wait, can you get branching out on 3-2? I don't actually know.
Yes, you can. It's incredibly risky to take, though.
Yeah.
But you can get it on 3-2.
Well, there might be a world, but yeah, I think I agree with Mix. Everyone's probably rooting for a gold or prismatic. Actually, there are probably certain players who want a gold and prismatic, but
and then certain players who are like, please, God, no.
Yeah. Anyone who's really happy with their current spot are probably saying, hey, let's just kill the variants now. We don't need anything too crazy. But I think if you're someone like Replay, you would love to see gold or prismatic because those are the augments that will really enable your composition.
So let's take a look here.
We have Admiral Zhao and Beta. I have to see which trainer golems these are. I don't remember off the top of my head.
So Beta is the Watcher Sniper player.
Okay.
Firelight player, whatever you want to classify that as. On the left-hand side, we're seeing Admiral Zhao actually go for that Watcher crest as well.
I mean, makes sense. You have Automata, Quick Striker, and Watcher, so it fits naturally into this composition alongside the Automata, Watcher, Amumu. So it'll give him a lot of the stage 3 strength. I'm not exactly sure how it fits into the composition in terms of capping out higher.
You see the two of them scouting each other here?
Yeah.
They're both going down the same line.
They just played as well, so they knew the other person was on this line, and they just said, nah, we're holding hands now.
Yeah, so big stories right now here. Lion God and I'm not going to be able to pronounce that name, but the top 2 win streaking here.
We could say Nin.
Nin, all right. And then KC Double on a 5 loss streak here. And look at that, by the way. Ming has a Silvermere Violet here. This is going to be really strong, opting to use that Pit Fighter on the Golem here. And so Silvermere Violet just does so much damage and has a lot of armor here. Can get kind of stuck, but as you're seeing here, just the healing just really pumping out here. One thing to note, though, has built the Quicksilver. That is very incorrect. You're going to have to move that pretty quickly here because Silvermere already makes you immune to CC.
Yeah, and you don't even get the attack speed of the QSS because your attack speed is locked. What do you all have a favorite? I feel like Violet is one of those super flexible artifact holders. She can use so many different ones. Do you all have a favorite you really like to see?
I mean, I'm not a big fan of that because I stay away from the S tier stuff, so I didn't play much of it. But I think traditionally the trench coat is the thing that definitely elevates it up to that S+ tier, where all of a sudden you've got 3 Violets running around, punching and doing so much work.
Yeah, it's very similar to what Fiora was in a previous set.
Yeah, just seeing people use the trench coat for the placement of the things that jump out. Oh man, that's so much power, you know, that's secretly there.
Quick point out, we were talking about this as the Golem came out for Lion God. Rebel only needs a second emblem, and that's exactly what happened here from the Augments.
Okay, so I think the name of the game for the rest of the lobby is how can we stop Lion God from going level 9? But
So I think looking at where Lion God is at right now in the win streak, this is you
the
accept
5 streak.
you accept that this is not a first place.
Okay. Now,
Lion God gets the first place here, I
last
think.
patch, 10 Rebel was extremely powerful, but it has gotten nerfed, right?
Yeah, so now instead of it being like a 1.09, it's like a 1.2.
I see.
The nerf was...
I see.
I mean, it was 4 seconds, but...
if you look at the early live stats that people you can find online, it's like it didn't have that big an impact. It's still amazing.
Okay, so you would still say 10 Rebel would be the favorite to win the lobby?
I mean, right now, the only thing that could really put it in its place would be if somehow KC Double were to pull off a big cash out on the Chem Baron. But otherwise, yeah, this is... Look at the Lion God situation right now. He is at 97 health, 6 win streak, already has the 7 Rebel in. Like, this is coasting. Actually, the one risk somehow this could go wrong is you don't find a Jinx. That's the one thing that could, like, really put a damper on it.
I will say, I have found the power of 7 Rebel to be so strong that even, like, if you can hit 7 Rebel without having to roll on 4-1 or 4-2, you should be able to play your stage 4 very slowly and guarantee that you can find that Jinx.
Yeah, from this position, I don't think there's any way he goes lower than 3rd. But even that is going to be pretty risky because it would take some pretty catastrophic stuff of, like, you know, again, you don't find the Jinx and all your items are swords. you know, like...
Well, now we have seen on the other side, Beta is level 7,
has Kog'Maw 2. And so at this point, very clearly saying, I'm not going to be playing around Zeri. It was a fun hope, you know, maybe there was a world where it happens, but is very clearly just going to be playing around the Kog'Maw. And on the other side, Admirable Zhao, who has the Watcher, Automata, and the Quick Striker, has the Kog'Maw 2, but is clearly playing the game much more slowly. And so I think Admiral Zhao is now in a position where they have to either pivot or be more reactive or cook something up, because Beta's taking a lot of these units out of the pool.
Well, we see here Beta already rolled down to 20 gold, hit the Echo for the 4 Firelight, but definitely slows down his econ a lot by going that deep.
On the other side, we do see a Fishbones, by the way. So Fishbones Maddie. You can see here hitting that Kog'Maw. The Kog'Maw getting auto-attacked by the Fishbones. Already almost dead here, and so...
Oh,
there it is.
Last shot!
There it is.
The snipe.
Wow, what a like crazy hit, actually. The fact that it was... I don't know how many auto-attacks it took to get Kog'Maw there, but it was the perfect lethal for that Kog'Maw. And, you know, Kog'Maw is one of those units where if you're trying to play front-to-back, you will lose, right? As long as Kog'Maw's front line's able to hold up, and so yeah, you know, found a way to get backline even when playing Maddie. Pretty cool setup.
Okay, so Casey Double did cash out here at 300. Not a massive cash out. So now the question is, what does he do here? He's level 7, has built the Shojin. The items don't, the Chem Baron items he got didn't really support like a Renata build. So it'd be really interesting to see if he can turn this around to something else. You know, we talked about that Renata build, but he's only got 3 Renatas and is already level 7.
Yeah.
This is not going to be a Renata 3. This is a rough spot to be in.
I will say, Double is not known as somebody that enjoys rerolling, much more doing what exactly we're seeing right now. That is a player that's super comfortable to bleed out for a long time, to get those losses, and then make something off it. So I'm just hoping we can find something maybe here, like a Mordekaiser, you know, that would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looks like we're going to be playing the Dominator line here. Has been holding the Cassiopeias, has the Silco. You can see now has 5 Chem Baron. Was able to at least get a little bit of health from that for Dominator. The Silco items has the 2 Shojins. Nasher's a really good third item here. And at least now the Singed can be a little tankier here. So the question is, you know, how long does he stay at 5 Chem Baron? I imagine we're going to try to go to 6 Dominator as soon as we can.
On the other side, Beta, with this sniper board that we saw, Ken called it out before. Having the Echo online does mean that now you have the 4 Firelight. How do you two feel about 4 Firelight? I feel like whenever I watch it, it's kind of hard to see exactly the value that you're getting out of that upgrade.
Yeah, they gain a bunch of attack speed, so they gain a bunch of mana, and so that's supposed to help feed the units and get them to cast more. But also for Zeri, it's just really good because she can get multiple zaps off while she's doing the dash, and that's kind of the intention of having it around.
I think normally the big thing with 4 Firelight is that healing is really nice on like the Scar and the Garen usually. The problem here is we have the emblem on the Golem, not the Garen.
That sounds so similar.
I don't think that's actually a lot of value, so...
I do think that Scar actually ties a bunch of units because of the Firelight, and then with the extra healing just sustains himself so much more that it is valuable. It's just not as crazy as it sounds when you look at the numbers, but we are getting yet another set of golden augments come on through here. So let's see what players can actually get from that.
Oh, man.
Replay struggling right now. It's trying to play Scrap. Scrap is something we have not seen a lot of this weekend on this tournament, so I don't know if Replay is in a great spot here, unfortunately.
We see the Sniper, Scrap, Sork end up on the Corki, so that's...
Yep. So he had the right idea. It's just, again, we look at the damage. He does have the Fishbones Corki, though, so when we talk about powerful versions of Corki, that one can at least skip past some front line here. Is going to win this fight, so at least has stabilized for a while.
That wasn't Replay, actually. We had moved off. That was actually Marvel Wizard. Replay
so he's
actually
contested
takes
also.
Another loss,
Oh, okay. So yeah, so Replay might just be pretty doomed here.
Yeah, I mean, we called it out from the top that Replay spot felt very hard to play, and he didn't get any of those additional +1s that really enable those traits.
Oh, Silco 2.
Yep, Double is going to get the Silco 2 here. That's going to help a bit. But again, kind of lacking frontline here. Rennie 2 is not going to be able to tank that long. We're still on the Blitz 1, so just not a ton of frontline here.
Yeah, ideally you want to be able to get the Mundo 2. It can apply, it really help tank your board quite a bit. And once you get Mundo 2, you can add the Elise as well. Does add a lot, but for right now, I think Double's just going to have to hope that it's enough frontline. The thing is, it's not like Silco's dealing a lot of upfront damage, right? He wants to ramp up. You talked before, Mort, about how one of the best builds is to just play double Shojin Nashers, because with the Dominator stacks, the more you cast, the more AP you get, and so it's going to be a very back-loaded fight. I will say, Rennie 2, sometimes she just puts in a ton of work. She has done some crazy things in some of the fights I've seen.
Yeah, well, she has some unfinished business, you know? She needs to get in there and get something done finally.
Yeah, and so now Replay at 8 health here. This is pretty rough here.
Oh.
Might die before the Anomaly, which is never something that feels very good. But
second Mordekaiser for Double.
Oh, man. Even struggling to make a decision here. Finally takes the sword.
You can see trying at this point to play around the Emissary board and use the traits that we got from the Wandering Trainer to kind of fill out the gaps, right? You have the Pit Fighter, and so you get Pit Fighter for the Vi. You have Artillerist, and so you get that for Tristana.
Look at Replay's items, though, right? We have an Ambessa with Guard Breaker.
Well, it's the bad luck protection, which no IE, so you get to turn that into a bunch of damage. Theoretically, that's kind of good, but if you can't put together the full board and put together your front line, you know, it's not going to do anything for you.
This is just heartbreaking, though.
At least Ambessa 2 comes through, but is that really enough here to hang in there? Some of these boards are looking quite scary, and there is a chance that Replay does not make it to the Anomaly as Nin rolls around.
So I know Replay has won a championship before, but sometimes the loading screen tips can be good here, where it's like if you get 3 of the same unit, you can upgrade those units. Works really well here. And unfortunately, hasn't been able to do that with much other than like the Ambessa here. Is up against the Twitch, and this fight is still looking close here.
Oh no.
I think he loses this.
He's alive, right?
No.
Oh, it's perfect lethal.
Dead on 4-5 here. Definitely not the start you want here in the second heat. So Replay looking out here, and that's going to be, again, we talk about how you only have 3 games each heat, so going 8th is going to be pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, from the very beginning, we all knew it was going to be a really hard game for Replay. Definitely not a spot that I think many people were envious of, but we said before, part of TFT is taking your 8th places and turning them into 5ths or 6th. Replay unable to do that.
Another big story here, we talked about earlier how Lion God had the 2 Rebel emblems, was in a great spot, is down to 45 health. Has 50 gold, so is trying to work his way to that 9. But we talked about, again, if you don't find that Jinx here, that can be a really bad way. And so if Lion God crashes from here, that would be kind of a big misstep.
So the good news is that there's 2 players on the Kog'Maw reroll, so they will probably fall before you get eliminated due to not making level 9. So I think I'm still okay with Lion God being around that 45. Obviously, it depends on how far we are already in to getting towards that level 9. But I think there's a good kind of cap-out potential. Yeah, checking in now.
Yeah, so we get a look at the board here. Has the Akali, has the Ezreal's ready to go, is building up gold here. He put Comeback Story on Zoe as well. Comeback Story can be very good as your health gets lower. So if he sacks, 2 rounds here, drops to about 20 health, and then has that Zoe looking really strong with that damage amp, that'd be really good. But again, this still all feels like, can you get to 9? Can you find that Jinx? And if you can't, how sad are you?
Rebel Spat right now on the Elise. I actually don't know. Are there certain holders that benefit? I mean, we talked about the Warwick earlier. Are there certain units that do really benefit from those Rebel stats?
Yeah, unfortunately, Elise isn't really one of them. You're not really benefiting from the AD. The HP is okay, but it's not like you have a ton of HP either. And then the AP is just a little extra heal. That's not going to be that amazing.
I'm wondering if this Malzahar that's there on the board ever ends up being like a Rebel Malzahar or something instead. I think I've seen it mainly on like level 9 on a Rumble or something. You just throw it on that way when you get the what's it called? The additional Sentinel for Alawi. Yeah, I don't know exactly though.
I will say what we're seeing from Double here is the double 61 special. Bleed out, go really low, roll, hit, and now streak, and that's exactly how he plays this game ever since I've been casting it, so quite some time now.
It does help when you have the cash out too, right? At this
Of
point.
course.
I was very surprised to see Double play this line the way that he did. I think there are a lot of players that would have just automatically defaulted to playing the Renato line from there, and it goes to show that I think Double is a player who's confident in his own game plan, right? He wants to play the way he wants to play the game, and he's willing to do that because he's confident.
So I think there's two things here. Thing number one is maybe he's just not as comfortable under Renata just yet. I don't know how much they prep that. And then the second thing is he doesn't like reroll, so.
All right, so Lion God, by the way, went to 9, rolled, did not hit the Jinx. So not having the Jinx here. He's at 32 health. He's got a couple lives. But again, without that Jinx, is just not looking a good spot. Still stuck on Alawi, stuff like that. Here we get a look at now a Corki board, a very big Ambessa, but still a lot of 1-stars.
This is a really interesting board, actually. 7 scrap, but giant-sized Ambessa is the Anomaly.
That feels very weird to me. Am I missing something?
It might be like a later game pivot strategy, like I'm going to drop down to lower amounts of scrap, going to itemize Ambessa.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm actually just surprised that you didn't choose something for the Corki just for like the immediate value. But the thing that stood out to me was the Aegis on the scrap. So you're getting all of these additional defenses on units that have this gigantic shield already. So I think one thing about that board for certain is that it will last a very long time.
Yeah, we're getting a look at Lion God's board here, and he has Malzahar and stuff like that, but it's all 1-star.
So the good point for Lion Goddess, and it's not amazing, but it will help a little bit, is that he's on comeback story. So everything that's being lost right now at least gives you some value as well, as there is some good upgrades in store.
Yeah, it's funny. These are good upgrades, but every shop that he gets stuff like this is not a Jinx.
Yep. Right.
Yep.
So.
It's like he has to lock next round. He's going to spend the money on that. Won't get a new shop.
All right, so we're seeing the Kog'Maw comps, by the way, start to fall off pretty hard here. Admiral Zhao up against Double, and you can see already the Kog'Maw is down, and so that's going to be the end of our first Kog'Maw player, it looks like here, as Silco just kind of yep, that's going to be it.
Yeah.
Yasuo with the finisher here, and that's going to be a 7.
So Admiral Zhao ended up playing this, pseudo tempo board where he didn't play super fast tempo to try and get level 9, right? He wasn't really in a spot where he could do that, but he also wasn't willing to reroll anything. I'm personally a little surprised that with the Quick Striker and Automata that there wasn't an angle to maybe lean toward Nocturne instead. Obviously Nocturne is largely enabled by the artifacts, but to me, I would rather play non-artifact Nocturne than play contested Kog'Maw, and I didn't really see a clear line for Admiral Zhao to go for a fast 9 and try and play around the Malzahar instead, and so unfortunately takes the 7th place because there was just no real threat on the board.
All right, so this fight is the battle for 6th place here. Lion God, if he takes a bad loss, could be knocked out. Beta, if he loses, will definitely be knocked out here. We're kind of seeing the Alawi do some good work, but the Zoe ults aren't really reaching the back line here. It's taking forever to get through, and you can see the healing on this tank Echo. What is this, Jungle SR? This is what I was talking about. Lion God might just go out here.
Oh my goodness.
That's going to be it. Without the Jinx, he ends up going in 6th, despite being in that amazing position where he had the emblems and everything.
Shop.
He was in such a good spot, and unfortunately just goes 6th here. That's got to be heartbreaking for Lion
you call
God.
it. That was the one loss possibility. You go 9, you spend all your gold going 9. You don't have many shops there, and not hitting the Jinx is just not. You don't get to hit your win condition.
Mengche actually picking up, that's the 2nd family emblem. The first one came from the family crest. Now another one from the carousel. That's a lot of family that we're getting on his board.
And Marvel Wizard gets a 2nd scrap crest. So we now have +1s going to 2 different players to try and get an even higher cap on their board.
Yeah, so what's interesting about the family emblem does give 5 family, But 5 family this late doesn't actually really do a ton. You might get a little bit of extra bonuses, maybe 1 or 2 of the heist cash outs if you're lucky. The bigger thing it does provide, though, is essentially the 4 family bonus onto another unit. So you can give that to somebody else here. On the scrap side of things, really, unless you get 1 more to go 9 scrap, which doesn't seem likely, this is more I can cut a bad unit that doesn't really fit my comp and put in a stronger, like a legendary or a 6 cost here. And I do want to call out, by the way, it's 5-5, and I don't think we have any 6 costs on the board at the moment. Woo, that Corki shot.
He did get the scrap on the giant-sized Mbessa. So.
It's true. It's a very, very good point.
She is pretty big. I can see her.
Still sitting on Corki 1 is pretty unfortunate here. I think if you had this Fishbones Corki... Oh, I didn't realize Fishbones can target with his ultimate as well.
Correct. Yeah, whoever he's attacking, so you can just nuke a backliner.
I did not realize that. That sounds amazing.
Yep, it's definitely pretty good here.
I love to see artillerists with Fishbones. You just have Tristana 3 with gigantic cannonball in the backline, Corki like we're seeing, just so much fun.
The tech I haven't been able to see yet, but I really wanted to, is 6 artillerist Mbessa. I really want to see her 500% AD ratio with a billion AD. I imagine she could just one-shot anything with her fist ultimate.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Casey Double did finally lose a round. He was win streaking for so long, but does end up losing. At least was able to turn this into a top 4, so that's going to feel pretty good. And by the way, that is a lot of snipers on the other side
2
here.
Kog'Maw 2s.
Yep.
Wow. Wait, so with Nin, that means Nin, Beta, and Admiral Zhao all contesting the Kog'Maw, or holding the Kog'Maws, right?
Yes.
And so this is, I just want to say, all the more reason that maybe, just maybe, we could have seen the Zeri reroll come out this game. I think there is a lot to say.
Aww.
Unfortunately, Double does go down there, but there's a lot to say about Wandering Trainer enabling players to cook. And it really just comes down to the kind of player that you are, because some players aren't willing to play something that is off meta or take a gamble on something that they're not certain of. The issue with that is, if you'd rather play 3-way contested, then I think you do put yourself in pretty high risk for a bad outcome.
Yeah, so we finally get a look at this board, by the way. It's been a while since we looked at it. We have the Silvermere Violet. We now have the Family Savika 2.
And 3 training dummies.
Yeah. Oh, the 3 training dummies from the first heist.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So
lots of frontline.
They're just all hanging out there.
Yep. So definitely kind of a favorite to win right now.
Yeah,
that really well.
Family Savika sounds interesting to me, actually. Having the mana reduction on that Savika cast sounds like it can be very impactful.
Yeah, the mana reduction and the damage reduction and the attack speed, all stats that she can use pretty well here. Combine that with the 6 pit fighter. Oh, wait, that's 9 scrap. We've got 9 scrap in.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh. Where did the 3rd emblem come from? Oh.
I don't think you need a 3rd emblem. I think
you
it's
don't.
2 plus the rumble.
Oh.
Yep.
So those are Radiant items on this board.
Yeah.
Wow. This Corki's about to hit so hard.
Well, that was the game plan with the giant-sized Mbessa all along. Us fools.
Wow, what an amazing board.
That is so cool.
Yeah, okay, so at this point, I mean, it does feel like Marvel Wizard's going to be the final boss.
Yep. Right. So a big thing with Scrap is you have 20-second shields that really buy you enough time to buy you time to kill the enemy board, and then you're back to your, you have no more of those shields. This board has a lot of damage on it. You see multiple carries with Rumble, Mbessa, and Corki, and you get the Radiant items, you're going to win the fight in 20 seconds.
Not to mention the support items, right? Like, you've got the extra armor and MR from the Locket on top of the shields, and then you've got that Aegis pumping up both the Corki and the Mbessa here. So kind of interesting to see here, this 5 family versus 9 scrap here. I want to see when they finally fight, pretty heavily.
Yeah, okay, so this board, listen, we've got 2 Kog'Maw 2s in the back line. They are going to be, they'll output a lot of damage. The only question is, do they have enough damage up front or bursty to kill the Violet? Because if you can just tickle the Violet, she's just going to heal back up, right? She has so much AD. You're going to feed her mana so she can cast, which is great because she's locked at her attack speed. So I just don't exactly know if Nin's doing anything here apart from going 3rd.
I will say, Nin getting into the top 3 with being two-way contested on the Kog'Maw, on a lot of these units, to me is already really good. And then you look to your left and you see the 9 scrap, and then you look to your right and you see this version of a 5 family board, and you're just like, okay, I think I'm actually okay with just taking a third here.
It does look like Marvel lost to the Ghost, by the way, of the 5 family.
Okay.
So 5 family looking really, really strong here. And now we get the non-Ghost fight on the left here. We get the 9 scrap versus the family. And the question is, can you do enough damage to get through this Silver Mirror 5 family Violet? It's going to be doing a lot of work here. Ambessa's very low here. Corki does take it down, though, and this is going to be a win.
It might be some related to
out.
Fishbone's RNG.
Yeah.
If you can hit the back line.
You know, I actually wonder if there's a world in which taking a single component is actually higher value, because if you got rid of the rod, I don't know if you want this Hextech Gunblade on Ambessa every fight, or if you'd rather have something that is a bit more damage oriented. But I do feel like having something like a Radiant Sterex or IE even on this scrap Ambessa would be super high value.
So by the way, we got a Warwick off the carousel there with Pandora's. It's on the other board.
No way.
So hypothetically, you could take the time to Pandora's the Warwick into something like the Viktor if you want it, but that does mean you're playing down that 6 cost. On the 9 scrap board, though, there isn't really anything you can take out. So even hitting a 6 cost wasn't really valuable, and the other 6 cost on the carousel didn't get taken for that reason.
Oh, yeah, we're gambling it. The Warwick's sitting in the back, being a good boy and waiting for his new form as both of these players go up against each other one more time.
The Ambessa is on the Violet right now. The Corki starts to target, but actually he changes his focus. But no, yeah, there's just so much damage.
Wow.
I'm very curious to actually see, to know how the 9 scrap board lost before, because it feels like this Corki's just killing everything.
It's a Mel.
Yeah, rolls the Mel, is going to be able to put that in. But again, I don't know that this Mel really changes anything. At this point, 9 scrap feels like it's kind of coasting into a first place here. That Corki and Ambessa just doing so much damage. There are just so many shields to get through. The family is just not able to punch through. And again, family pretty much all tournament so far has been the kind of comp that gets second a lot. We see a lot of second places with this comp.
And that's a fully upgraded Rumble, too.
So here we go.
Be a lot of damage.
Could be the last fight of the game. It really, like we saw before, comes down to who the Ambessa and the Corki are targeting. Right now, the Corki's going to find his way into some safety, while the Ambessa is also actually very safe herself. No key targets being hit by the Violet. Question is, does Corki target her down? And she's going to fall. Savika is about to go next. And just like that, that should be it, as Marvel Wizard takes the first game of wave number 2.
Wow. I think that was, obviously, Trainer Golems, very defining here, but that was a great game.
It's nice to see Scrap do well. Obviously with 9 Scrap, but they were.
We'll take it.
Marvel Wizard was floating, hanging in there with lower levels of Scrap as well throughout the game, so it's cool to see.
Yeah, and clearly, it's one of those things where when you play Trainer Golems, you have to be willing to lean into the high roll. You have to be willing to risk it, and if that high roll presents itself to you, you take advantage of it and you pilot it to a first, right? I think that's exactly what Marvel Wizard did. 6 scrap used to be quite dominant early on in the set. These days, though, it feels significantly more niche. But what better time to play something niche than in a Trainer Golems game? And I think we got to see the players who recognized what they could play be rewarded, and the players who weren't willing to cook up something new, like the 3-way contested Kog'Maw, 2 of them going bot 4 because they couldn't find a creative angle that allowed them to play uncontested. So I think heads-up play from Marvel Wizard, very well-deserved first place.
In their defense, when you're handed Firelight, Sniper, Watcher, are you really like, but I'm going to be creative? Maybe the Zeri.
I'm playing Zeri.
Maybe the Zeri, but other than that, so,
Yeah, it was definitely great. I'm just, a little bit in awe as we watch over our highlights here one more time. I do want to say that Replay, I think, had a tougher job than most during this game here. Definitely got a little bit of an unfortunate Trainer Golem and then just wasn't able to turn that one around. That does happen. Could have maybe caught 1 or 2 placements, I think, but wasn't in the cards for this one. However, we did see some pretty cool boards.
Yeah, the fact that we saw, KC Double, I think in particular, the fact that he kind of ignored his Golem, played the Chem Baron, only got a 300 cash out, but then converted that into the Dominator into a top 4. Felt like a really good use of, just kind of generally good play rather than high rolling around a specific Golem. Whereas like the 5 family, you've got a Silvermere Violet. You kind of enjoy your high roll here, enjoy your little bit of extra placement. Can you carry that into the next game here? So generally overall though, pretty, like you said, pretty good play.
Pretty good play and a pretty good round. Thank you so much to Ken who joined us in that previous game. And now we have 2 new legends on our sofa here. Hello, Impatches Panda. Hello, Alan.
Hey, nice to be here, joining you guys.
Nice to have you. How have you been?
Wonderful. Played my set of games and clearly didn't go too well since I'm sitting here.
That's unfortunate.
We're happy to have you here. We're gonna cut our winnings.
Yeah, obviously, you can, and not everybody can make it through. And given the format, only 64 players, I believe, makes it today too. So, yeah, not too rough.
It was a great last game here we just saw. I think a great game to wake us all back up with the Ambessa coming out, all the different combinations. We saw the frontline Corki for a lot of that game, which I'm a big fan of since PvE. I think this game brought a lot of cool tech that you can't normally see in a normal game of TFT.
Yeah, it's interesting how many champions end up being played on the front line that don't necessarily need to be, right? Like the frontline Corki, we're seeing Mel in the front line. Obviously, frontline Powder has been something that we don't see a lot of in tournament play.
We
but
saw
like
it
ladder.
earlier. Yeah,
did
it happened. I saw it, yeah.
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting to see how many people are putting those on the front line this set.
There's a lot of shielding, a lot of, different combinations that make it a viable play, where in TFT usually you never really try and mix and match frontliners and backliners. They always kind of fit in their role, but I like the chance to explore, things outside of the box, outside of the traditional stuff in TFT.
I mean, if you have some sort of caster that can benefit that extra mana generation without being in a real danger, that's just like, what's the downside?
We saw it last set with Ezreal. I think maybe opened the mind of all of our competitors. Now they're more creative coming into this set.
Absolutely.
I love it. I think it's cool. But Alan, did you get a chance to walk around a little bit yet? Try some of the fun stuff. I saw you've been playing some Project K.
Don't get me started on it. Absolutely a blast of the game. I'm looking forward to sneak in, try even more tomorrow. And yeah, I want to cover the game way, way more. And overall, besides the Project K, the stage and everything set up here is so cool. It's even twice bigger than Vegas, or at least it feels that way.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty accurate. I'm going to get a couple of shots here from some of our spectators and players all across. In between, it felt a little bit empty. We had a little bit of a longer break. I'm so happy to see that everybody kind of scuttled back in and has assembled for the next couple of rounds. And as you can see, they're also finishing out right now.
That was a perfect food break, all as planned.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because I think, as a lot of people get knocked out, we're going to have some of those side events. I think there's some 4v4 tournaments that are happening.
I can't wait for Mastermind.
You've got Mastermind, which is always fun. And then, we have the show match. That'll be pretty interesting as well. So even the people who are getting knocked out, there's still other things to do, as well as just root for, everyone that you're still has in. And then when it comes down to the final group, we always see, like, again, the third day at the Vegas Open was really hype, everyone watching that top 8. So kind of looking forward to that and seeing how full the arena gets and everyone rooting for that. So should be fun.
So I don't know if all of you heard that. I know Panda heard it at least. There was a player earlier that hit a Warwick 3 and 1,000 gold print cash out. We have an interview with that player, so let's hear it.
Hello, Nekra here with one of the competitors of the TFT Macao Open, Rose HH. We saw an amazing clip today of you getting a Warwick 3. How did you get that done?
Rose HH 选手，我们在网络上看到一个影片，你达到狼人3星，可以跟我们讲一下你是如何达到狼人3星的吗？
达成狼人3星的话，是因为那把开局的城邦是没有的赐福，然后在游戏期间，我看到其中有玩家掉到40血以下嘛，然后我就看奖励给了什么，然后奖励看到给了3个冠冕，正好那时候我的装备席我有一个重铸器，然后我就想着我马上卖血。 然后获得这个赐福过后，我就把其中的2个冠冕给它敲掉，然后就成功敲出来了金蝈蝈、金锅铲和金铲铲3个冠冕，然后就触发了游戏里面的彩蛋，它会一直掉金币嘛。然后掉完金币过后，我就 一直上人口，上到10级，上到10级，我先追了一个3星5费的凯特琳，帮我场上的质量稳固过后，然后我就靠我一直给的金币，然后开始刷新，然后就成功找出了3星的6费卡沃里克。
So the reason how I got to Warwick 3 was our encounter was actually the Mel encounter, which was the Radiance Blessing. And I observed that other people, when their Radiant Blessing dropped, it was 3 Tactician's Crown. And I happened to have 2 Reforgers in my bench, so I used it and to make the Tactician's Crown, Shield, and also Cape, and then I had infinite gold. And then through that, I made sure that I got through the 40 health by getting a 3-star Caitlyn, and then I made it through, and I kept re-rolling until I got Warwick 3.
That was an amazing find for you, and now you find yourself in the next stage of competition. So how are you feeling going into the next round?
那你透过这次比赛，你已经打进就是前256名了。那你现在的感想是如何呢？
我现在的感想是继续加油吧，我还有更大的目标。当然，前256不是我的终点，我会继续往前走的，争取进入决赛。
So I have a bigger goal than just reaching 256. I have more to. There's more for me to work hard on. My goal is to get into the final, so I'll be working hard towards that.
We are wishing you the best of luck. How has it been being able to compete so close to home?
那我们也祝你好运。那这次的比赛，应该是离家比较近吧？有在那么近的状况下，有什么感想呢？
状况下就是离得比较近嘛，然后过来的话也比较方便，然后还是很开心嘛。现场也观众们也很热情，然后同时我也是第一次在这么大的环境下跟这么多选手一起同台竞技，感觉还是非常好的。
So it's close to home, it's very convenient. It's also my first big event like this, so I'm very excited. I love how supportive the audience has been, so it's been really fun.
Thank you so much for your time and good luck.
谢谢。
谢谢 Thank you.
So, Mort, what do we have to do to get a 6-cost 3-star in our games? What's the tech?
I mean, yeah, like he said, the Mel encounter giving the triple Tactician's Crown. That's I don't know how long that'll stay in the game, but that's definitely a high roll that pretty fun. And so, it's a rare opportunity to play with those 3-star 6 costs. And he even mentioned it, right? It was 3-star Caitlyn, which is already a 3-star 5 cost. Yep. And then I'm just chilling, spending my infinite gold here, So, must be nice.
Clearly, he wasn't done. He needed more. And hey, that's a 1% cash out, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. It's incredibly rare, and then you still have to have the Reforger or the Pandoras to get that to convert. So it's pretty hard to pull off, but man, when you do, there you go.
The absurdity of saying that he used a 3-star Caitlyn as a tempo option to make it to 3-star Warwick. We will never have this sequence of words in a TFT tournament ever again.
True.
Well, unless in a
no, Megs, leave it at
later
that.
set
No, unless.
they become lower cost units.
True.
But you can see that our players are back on the stage, which means we are getting ready to launch into our second game of round 2. And we'll be seeing who can make it out. In that first game, we did get trainer golems, so a bunch of very creative boards, namely Marvel winning that whole thing with a 9-scrap board. It was super, super cool to see, but we're going to go into our countdown here and enter the next round for these 8 players.
Yep. All right, here we go. As always, let's see what that opening encounter is. And it's going to pop in, and it's going to be Warwick. Okay, so this encounter is all about getting kills to get extra gold. It's essentially like everyone has spoils of war. And from what we've seen, this is a lot of extra resources. Kind of like Scuttle Puddle, where if you're ahead, you can get really far ahead. We're going to see some pretty capped boards in the end game.
You mentioned spoils of war. Are we talking about silver spoils of war or prismatic level spoils of war?
I believe it's gold level spoils of war for everybody is essentially active. And so, like I said, that's just a lot of extra power. And, again, this is where you kind of want to win streak pretty hard if you can, so that you can get that extra resources and snowball off of that. And then late game, if you get lucky and get some of those chests, right, that can have like a duplicator, for example, combine that with some of the 6-cost situations, you can end up with some really high level caps.
So my question is, with Spoils of War, you usually try and push levels much earlier, play very high tempo. If everyone has Spoils of War, essentially, does that kind of get canceled out? Is there the idea where you shouldn't be losing too much econ to try and push tempo because everyone else is doing the same, and then you're kind of in this position where if it doesn't go well, you're going to be behind everyone else?
I think the big thing that's important is if everybody has it, the thing that you can do that you can control is trying to at least put it in your edge so that you're the one getting the early econ. That early econ then snowballs into more econ. So basically TLDR here is I just don't think lost streaking is the right option. Even if you don't full win streak, you still kind of want to get kills. You don't want to open for it. You don't want to pass on those extra resources.
Yeah, that's a good way to balance out the Chem Baron.
True. Chem Baron in this one, not really what you probably want to play. As we go into the augment, it's going to be a gold augment here, so at least that's not going to inflate us too high.
Let's see what players are opting to go for. I see a trainer being picked up here by Mengshang. Worked out in the previous game, got the extras going on the family there. Let's see if this time around there's something good waiting on the emblems as well. Got some more generic augments coming on through with slamming.
So the big ones here is KC Double is going to get the Shimmer Scale item here. That's going to be possibly even more econ on top of everything else. You mentioned the Wandering Trainer. And then Admiral Zhao here, I believe that's the dice roll augment, that you just roll a dice and get a reward. So we'll have to go look later and see what he happened to get from that. Whether it be like a 2-star 3 cost or an item or some extra components or stuff like that.
Interestingly enough, we'll have to see if there's some players that went like 7th or 8th last game, if they're gonna choose to play a lot more towards 1st or 2nd place because of the nature of the format. And if they don't top 4, they are essentially out. So to make up for that bottom placements, they need to get that extra points in the 2nd game. So we'll see if they're gonna opt for something a lot riskier, but perhaps more rewarding.
And then we saw Pyromaniac from beta. It's an augment that I really like. I think it's great at killing this. There's really good setups with, if you have an early Swain, for example, an early Morgana 2, for example, is also really, really strong. So I'm curious, who's the item carrier right now for that red buff?
Yeah, I think we also saw a tower defense, I believe. So we'll have to see what emblem the tower defense gave. So definitely a lot of options here. Has slamming, has slammed the IE to make sure he gets that slamming experience. But yeah, right now, you look at the gold right now, Admiral Zhao 25 already, so has a lot of econ to work with. Did some pit fighter on the tower defense here, so kind of an awkward one, but at least you get the Omnivamp on the dummy, which is kind of funny to think about, and the healing, so it actually makes it a pretty effective dummy here.
And there was a nerf to 8 pit fighter coming to this patch, so a little bit less of a high cap game plan. We only see a single Violet right now on the board, so maybe a little bit hard to posture, hey, I'm the Violet reroll player if you only have one Violet. Maybe it's a vertical pit fighter game plan. We'll see exactly what he ends up on in stage 4.
Yeah, vertical pit fighter is a little harder to play without that Violet reroll, but like you said, even though the 8 got nerfed, it's still really, really good. So if you can get an emblem from one of your other 2 augments, that's going to be a nice spike. The question is, how do you get through the mid game?
So this is an interesting point of the game because we're getting to the point where players will be pushing aggressively level 5, especially on the Warwick encounter to get that extra resources. But we have to remind the viewers that things like Dummy, things like Golem, they also drop this extra gold. So whenever players opt for those, they will provide extra resources to the lobby.
So we are seeing our trainer as well right now, and it is going to be the Quick Striker Conqueror. Seems like right now we're posturing for at least a little bit of a Quick Striker moment. But Conqueror also pretty viable if you can get some wins in. Maybe doesn't believe into that right now.
That's I'm beside home.
I think with Conqueror, you can't really force it if you don't have the natural early upgrades, if you don't have the snowballing effect we've seen from other traits in the past, like Anima Squad. You can't just force Conqueror, for example, so I do like the idea of just playing Quick Strider more. There's buffs to TF, there's buffs to obviously Mbessa. It's a line that I think the +1 is not as valuable in my opinion because there are so many good Quick Strikers anyway and you're hitting that 4. But it's a line that we saw popping off all day today, and there's a way to play it around for Emissary as well, which I think is really, really strong.
given the Conqueror, it's actually interesting when you get it on the dummy, because if you tailor the argument on 3-2 to have the highest odds of hitting the +1 Conqueror, actually rolling down for 6 Conqueror, even from the loss streak perspective, is actually a viable line.
Okay, you can get into it late and still find success.
Yes, absolutely, because you can get fairly easily the cash out of a 350, I believe, is the 2-star 5 cost, and that's a 350 cash out that happens around stage 4, and that gives you power spike.
Yeah, that one's takes a while to get to, but if you have 6, like you said, you can hit it. And yeah, 330 gives you that 2-star 5 cost. It's always nice when that gives you the Mordekaiser as well. That's just like a sweet, let's go.
The cherry on top.
Exactly.
And it perfectly combines the game plan you want to have anyway on this encounter with Warwick encounter of trying to tempo level, trying to play very high tempo and pressure the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, but on the other side, you'll have a lot more resistance from the players because they'll roll, their boards will be generally stronger, so it's a double-edged sword. That's
what I mentioned at the beginning. It kind of cancels out because everyone's trying to do the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I do want to call out, I like Lion God here picking the Thornmail augment. Again, if we're talking about early power, that provides a lot of power, makes it very tanky. This Rennie is going to be hard to deal with. Is up against a Lux, though, and Lux going to be doing mostly magic damage to get by that. And so, unfortunately, it might be the end of his win streak here. It seems to be doing pretty well, though. The Rennie's still alive. The Lux is capped with the Ginsu's here. I don't know that the Lux wins this 2v1, though, or 3v1, actually. I forgot the Rennie down there. So, is able to keep the win streak. That's going to be good for Lion God there.
Lux is pretty good, but not as good without a good old Archangel, just giving her 2 bars of HP.
And Nashers. That's the chef's kiss.
I mean, she has Gamblers. That's essentially better than Nashor.
Yeah.
Interesting play here, by the way. Lion God moves from the Rennie 1 to the Trundle 2 here. It is a 2-star champion. It's going to be pretty effective here, but has, again, that Warmogs and Bramble is just so strong here. Our 2 win streak players as we go into the final round of the stage. And it does look like they're going to fight. So this is our win streak fight here to see who's going to have that 5 win streak, get that extra gold from that. And looking at these boards, I feel like the Trundle board wins pretty handily. I feel like the Violet's just not going to be able to get
but it did wrap on the target.
That's what I was going to mention. Go into the back line, should be able to delete most of those backliners before Diamond. Now Trumbull wraps back, and I think the Violet just with an item and a half does not have enough power.
Yeah, and so sure enough, that's going to be Lion God at 100 health, feeling really good on this Warwick encounter.
We'll see if it's a good old standard full components Krugs, 0 gold for the players, given all the resources that comes of the Warwick. We've seen mostly in this set a lot more components happening during Krugs, less than gold, which has not been the case previously.
Yeah, so what happened was with this set, the minimum items went from 12 to 14. And so that minimum item had to go somewhere, and oftentimes it ended up in Krugs. So like you said, a little less gold from the Krugs usually, because it tries to lean the items towards early game so you sort of know what you have to work with.
The direction.
Yeah, so definitely makes a difference here. And by the way, we get a look at the gold right now. KC double at 58, Admiral's out 56, so a lot of people in that high gold. And this is what we're talking about. It almost feels like a scuttle-puddle game just with the extra resources. But what's crazy is, like Spoils of War, this accelerates later, right? Like later game fights, you're going to kill 8 units and drop like 6 gold in a treasure chest. And so late game is where this can get really crazy.
So touching on that, not only the units, amount of the units scale with it, but also the stage together with that Warwick encounter. But on the topic of the extra components, would you say that the econ arguments overall are worth more now due to the more items overall in the game?
I don't necessarily think so. I think it can make a difference, but not really much more than it has in the past. I think generally in the past we've always seen, you know, Stage 2 econ augments be pretty good, and then Stage 4 combat augments be pretty good. I don't think that's really changed that much here. So it's more, if anything, the bigger thing is compositions that can play around 2 or 3 carries. I think those have gone up a lot in priority because you can actually itemize 2 carries and feel pretty good about it and still have some leftover tank items.
We're seeing a very, very strong setup here from Beta. Has a Pyromaniac, the red buff onto the GP, has a GP2 already, maybe missing some frontline, especially items. And why not both an option? He does go for it. I love to see the Forum Swappers back in the meta. Was one of the comps that I think a lot of players were testing a lot of in PB, especially with Forum Swappers being such a cool design as a trait as well.
We heard an interview earlier with Clement and Ironbach where Ironbach was saying he played Form Swapper 3 out of 3 games and made it through. So clearly something must be there, was the conclusion he left us with. I agree. I love Form Swapper.
Did he specify what variation of
No.
Form Swappers? Okay, I'm a big...
We'll keep our secrets.
I'm a big lover of the 4 Emissary, Swain, backline carry. It's just so expensive to pull off.
The Nami Swain one?
And,
that one's so hard to
and
play.
last patch, obviously, you roll down for Garen on 4-1. If you miss, on 4-2, they're all gone. So it was incredibly hard to pull off the comp. But when it worked, it was so satisfying.
How do you feel about Jason 7 with some Elise 2 instead?
Is that an Allen special? Because I don't get to see Jason on 7.
Hey, I've seen today Jace 2 on 7 2-star ones, so...
Just surprise coming on through, only for Alan, but maybe also for some of her players. There was somebody saying they saw a Mordekaiser on 3 something. Yeah, unfortunate loss.
Yeah, it was a Mordekaiser 2 on 3 too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Relic told me all about that game, and he was.
Yep, he
was
also
not very
told
happy.
us. He was in an interview.
I see he was spreading the word of his frustrations.
He was like, I've never seen anything like this. Me neither.
None of the players decided to actually push level 7, given the encounter. Fairly everyone stayed at just a nice 50 juicy econ. Instead of going for more tempo play, we've seen the GP board would have absolutely won if he just pushed levels instead.
Yeah, agree. And I think right now it's just because you have opponents like this in the lobby, like Marvel here, that's just, if you match up against this, you might struggle with this. That being said, is stuck on the Vi right now, or the Violet 2 as opposed to Violet 3. So it feels like next round, you can see 25 gold. We rolled down pretty deep and didn't hit it. So kind of a bad spot to be in, actually, the more I look at this board.
This is a very interesting spot because I think given there is already Darius free, Violet doesn't have that amount of the good pit fighters yet. There is a good argument to move items to Darius until the Violet is free start here.
Yeah, just to preserve a little bit of HP and not get shredded as much as some of the rounds
More
that
chests,
we're seeing.
win some
Ambessa and Elise in a carousel could be interesting for Form Swapper players and or Emissary players and those that opt to do both.
Yeah, definitely an option there. Is going to take the Alawi here. So kind of looking to play, it looks like almost the Renata comp in a way, possibly here. But already level 6, so that seems a little risky here. So,
surprisingly, we are not seeing much rerolls besides the family. Given how strong is Zeke's reroll, Renata reroll, players choose not to opt into it. Never mind, I spoke too soon. I haven't seen Admiral Zhao board. There you go.
Online.
Yeah, items are a bit off because we're looking at just Shiv. Probably move the adaptive towards the backlane just to have the free item Renata at this point.
And I think Admiral Zhao's really feeling the pressure. No Archangels is tough on Renata. I think it's the key item. And using a tier on Shiv here means that you're delaying that potential Archangels even more. We'll see if this is just the idea of tempo slamming because you are so weak, you've lost so much HP already.
see, I don't mind the no Archangels. That doesn't bother me as much. But to me, the big thing that makes Renata work is at least one really good frontliner. And that's the thing that feels like it's missing from this comp here. We have a one-item Rel 2. That's not really going to be enough to like hold the line here. And so I could easily see this losing. Like, for example, if you lose this fight, this is just going to feel really bad. Thankfully, it doesn't quite lose it.
But it was so close.
It was shockingly close, though.
It's definitely working on the Rel as well, though. I think we're sitting on 6, if I saw correctly.
Oh,
look at this looks.
The luck special.
Oh my, she just sold 4 units. Like, come on.
And Replay's a player who we mentioned finished 8th in the first game, has to make a massive comeback. He's a player who is a global champion. We expect a lot from a player of this caliber. We know it's a tough format, but even a second round elimination would be disappointing, I think, for everyone that supports Replay as a player.
Sorry, so the icons even get me sometimes. What is Replay's second augment here?
Magic Roll? Or Trait Tracker from
Is it Trait Tracker?
I think it's Magic Roll.
Okay.
I think so as well.
I will double check.
But there are some twin augments that have very similar icons.
Because I was about to say, if it was Trait Tracker, there's some pretty...
It's
Magic
Magic
Roll. So it's
Roll.
Magic Roll, all right. Because I would say if it was Trade Tracker, there'd be some pretty high caps. But actually, without that, though, looking at Replay spot, I'm actually a little worried, right? This isn't Tristana reroll. And it's like, where are you going from here that's really going to cap out and get that, like, second or third place, you know?
I mean, it clearly looks like Emissary Corki line,
yeah.
and just flex between what you hit. Could be Jace if he hits Jace, could be sometimes placeholder Twitch if you magically hit Twitch 2 before you hit Corki 1. So
yeah, the Emissary line makes sense, you're right.
And with Slamming, if you hit fairly early without wasting too much gold, you have a chance to go 9 as well and really try and cap out and play that riskier playstyle of going for a second or going for a first.
Speaking of the Emissary line here, we see a roll down on 3-7 to try to get ahead of the tempo. Finds the Garen, gets the 4 Emissary in, and so we definitely are seeing a few people go towards this with all the extra resources that they're getting from this encounter. That's going to give them that gold to try to hit these 4 costs, the Mbessa, the Garen, the Corki, and try to cap out at this high-powered board.
It's a Corki and a Jace already for replay.
So we see not today card committed pretty much to Mbessa or Viktor. Needs to hit those 4 Emissary board on the roll down and finds the Mbessa too. Just a bit shy. No, there is Garen, so there is 4 Emissary online with the decent items. Finds Corki too. Replay won't be happy about this.
He will not. He's down to 3 golds, have to sell some units, finalize the board here, but it's only a Corki pair, has to move items off Tristana as well. Looking a little bit
Garen
dicey.
too? Okay, we are fully online.
This feels like the second time we've used this meme today, but it's you versus the board, you know, not to worry about. Like, this just feels like Nin took everything that Replay was looking for and went, look, man, I rolled first. GG, what are you going to do about it?
And Nin was the player that did that in the first game as well. He was the player that was 3-way contested, came out on top in the top 3. So clearly something is going on there.
Yeah, now this Garen 2 with Warmogs, Bramble, and the Vow is going to be so hard for people to take down. Great items on this Mbessa as well, so just a lot of power on this board as we go into our final augment here, and so it's going to be a gold game.
This is a very interesting spot. Given we have already Corki 2 and Mbessa 2, I would be not surprised to see long distance pulse and just Mbessa going to straight to one of the corners to go for the back lane, and Corki safely just being even further or second row on the other side, utilizing that long distance pulse and just fly away. We've seen in the game 1.
The one negative is that I think you really want to prioritize trying to break through one side of the board, and having that set up, it would be hard to do so. There's going to be more kind of split damage coming in the left and the right.
Yeah, it's definitely the downside when you have Last Whisper and you are trying to split your both AD carries.
Exactly.
Casey Double already hitting the Scar 3 here.
And look how healthy he is as well.
Yeah, that's really powerful here on the 7 win streak. Replay also win streaking pretty hard here, but you know, only has, looks like 4 Kog'Maws. It might be 6 Kog'Maws actually.
So I think a big part in that is that first augment, providing that Gambler's Blade, really getting you that extra gold, then benefiting off of the Warwick encounter, so printing even more gold, which allows you to get to level 7 earlier than everybody else, while then also being able to roll. He did invest quite a bit, is down to 20-something right now, so that one does hurt a little after we have sacrificed so much econ, but still kind of on top of the lobby after that really, really good early game from Double.
Yeah, it's a good early game, but it's starting to fall off here. The Scar nerf definitely did a lot of work here. He's not quite the invincible beast that he was in the previous patch. And also, knowing that the Kog'Maw is kind of contested, there's 3 Kog'Maws here. We hit the Nocturne 3, but again, Nocturne, when we talk about items, you know, really good with those artifacts. I'm still not a believer in the non-artifact, non-ranged Nocturne.
I believe the 4 Quick Striker for Automata Nocturne is actually a demon. You want to build it more towards the damage vogue, QSS, Hodge, IE, just to fully optimize the crit, plus the anti-CC. Otherwise, he's just a bit too low DPS output.
What a showdown between the Violet and the Nocturne. Exact same item builds on both units, which is not something you see very often.
Yeah, the other thing was we had that Banshees there, and so the Quicksilver and the Banshees kind of not really working out in his favor either.
Did roll down very heavily to hits.
Look at this gold.
It makes sense, again, in this encounter, the Warwick encounter, you want to try and spike as early as possible, then get that gold back off of the wins, off of the kills throughout all of stage 4.
We could see how powerful can be Encounter in the combination with the gamblers. Double just printed there like 17 gold. It was 8 gold from the units, 1 gold from con made for open selling, so that's 9 gold, and I've seen like 8 gold on the board. Like that's so much for just one round.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of gold here. The question is, can you convert that gold into combat power, right?
Into cogs.
Yeah, because this is the part where Kog'Maw starts to really fall off. And so if you can't stabilize from here, now we get a Rel 3 on this board here. So now at least it feels like we have a real front line. This is where the comp starts to really take off here. Was able to get the Shiv off the Renata as well. Like, for example, I know you mentioned Archangel, but like I look at these items, I'm like, this is fine.
More bursty, more front-loaded.
So.
I'll also say we did see Mengsheng hit that Nocturne 3, but kept on losing after. So that really worries me for the Quick Striker board.
At the very least, as a player who finished really well in game 1, has
true.
that buffer, can do poorly in this game 2 and still come back in game 3 and have a good game.
So for the matchup he faced against Pit Fighter. I believe that was 4 Pit Fighter already, so the true damage goes through the automata and all the defensive components that he had, like double cloak plus the chain from the completed items. So then that was GS Draven plus 3 item Violet just punching through, and there was just no shred to support the Nocturne, and resulted into him not being able to drain tank.
Speaking of which, holy moly, the double Ginsu Zeri combined with the Kog'Maw just doing a ton of damage here, and the Renata comp falls as we head into the Anomaly round. Whew. On the left side, probably looking for something for the Rel to keep her tanky. I feel like the Renata has enough.
Oh.
Ends up going with the Renata here.
Does not agree.
Yeah, I mean, at least with the supportive one that gives your whole team AP. So as the Renata casts, that's going to make the Rel shields bigger, for example. On the right side, though, looking for something for... It's hard to say. Looking for something for Mbessa here. Goes with strength training.
Big upgrade.
Isn't bad. Yeah.
It's fairly risky given it's an Mbessa 1 with no items.
Yep.
Paired already, but so contested in the lobby.
It's replay. He has to take risk. He went 8th in that very first game. I think he knows that he has to play for the highest cap possible.
Yeah, I think that's true here. We have a player at 9, another player at 13, and another player at 15. So we talk about top-heavy lobbies. This is a very top-heavy lobby. And what that often means is we're probably going to enter into Stage 6. Stage 6 is where those 6-cost odds start getting really high. And so people are probably going to start wanting to save as much gold as they can to reroll to try to have higher odds of hitting those.
That's a perfect opportunity to ask you about that more. Can you drop a 6 cost from the box, either from Spoils or the Warwick Encounter?
Not from Spoils or the Warwick Encounter, no.
Okay.
The only way you can get it is from the Prismatic Orbs. The Prismatic Orb is the only way to get a 6 cost. So,
okay, that's cool to know.
That is good to know, but what's not so good to see is our first players are getting eliminated here. Mengsheng already out. Like Panda said, had a pretty good round 1. Still, you would have liked to maybe not go 8th if you had any choice to make here. But that will bring us to Admiral Zhao hanging in there, surviving, and also a Warwick being found.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Warwick on 4-6, 4-7. So pretty powerful here. Doesn't really have the slot to play it quite yet.
We'll have it soon. Looks
yeah.
like he's going 9 and has a perfect unit to add in.
Yep, I was going to say, goes 9, and that's going to be a pretty good one. If somehow he can get another Edge of Night as well, that Edge of Night with that augment on top of the Warwick can be really good. That Warwick has pretty high base AD, so works really well with long-distance pals. Unfortunately, it doesn't have both halves of an Edge of Night.
Reforged Bow, you have 2 outs. You can hit either BF or Chain to find another Eon. Definitely an option. But we probably want another item for Corki, so just GS.
Giant Slayer, yeah.
I don't think there is point in gridding too much here. And that spot looks like, honestly, just fast 10 for Nin. Level up. Put in LeBlanc. I think it's a bit stronger than the naked Warwick, but Nin disagrees, doesn't like the LeBlanc.
Yeah, I like the Warwick here just because it'll give you those executes to burn through a little quicker. The only thing is you have to protect him, but at the very least he's also just a ton of flat health. Okay, we jump forwards to the Renata board. Violet right now looks like could be wrapping, but nope, Rel's gonna block it here. Looks like it not, oh, does the big burst there. drops the aggro, and yep, so the Renata board is going to win that fight. And now we have two oh, that's going to be
Marble's
it for Marble. Ooh.
Yeah, wow. I thought he would live that, but very barely gets eliminated. -1, taking a 7th.
Are we moving items from the Vex 3 to Heimer 2?
I don't think so, to be honest. I think it's like right on the line. It's really close, but at that point, is it really worth the remover? Speaking of which, by the way, Lion got here with a Mal's 2, but it's a Mal's 2 with 0 items.
Also little buddies.
Yeah, finds a Viktor, by the way, so that's going to help this board as well. 4 Academy, 4 Sentinel, has the Viktor, the Mal's 2. Again, though, just the 0 item Mal's makes me a little nervous.
Is there no more removers? If you for sure remover that Heimer to move items to Malzahar.
I thought so too, but maybe he doesn't have any.
Yeah, maybe just empty.
Yeah, hard to say for sure, but generally I would agree. 5 cost is usually better than 4 cost.
And the floating blue guy.
Yeah, the nice thing is, by the way, finding the Viktor, you get that Shred and that Sunder. That's going to be really nice to just provide extra damage there that you might not have necessarily had. And so again, we're getting to that point where it's late game, but people are starting to hit their boards pretty heavily. And so Admiral's out, you know, 3 health here, trying to stay alive as much as he can.
And Viktor is 30% tread, so it overrides Malzahar in this case, so it's just going to be a little bit better.
But let's not forget about the most important part that that Viktor provides. A whole board, 2 seconds, CC.
Especially for the board he had, the setup he had, he needs to buy as much time as possible for the Malzahar dot, for the Heimer to stack.
We had Kent here, and he was saying when they developed the skill on Viktor, they were like, oh, we want him to stun the entire board. How can we make it happen so it's not super frustrating? I know some players will maybe disagree on the current iteration, but we are seeing players fight for their life here in round 2, as Admiral Zhao will make it through on the back of the Renata. Reroll, hopefully. Is the Kog'Maw reaching it? No.
Not quite.
And we saw the nerfs to the Scar damage there. It looked like quite effective. Couldn't kill off any of those backline units. Couldn't stop most of that DPS coming through.
Yeah, big thing, by the way, now Riri plays on a big loss streak here. Has the Emissary board, but just hasn't been able to cap it out. Now at 13 health. If he goes out, that's going to be an 8th and a 5th. Going to be very hard, if not close to impossible, to move on from that.
Does get a last item for Vi. Could be very, very effective here. Still missing, again, so many items on so many carries. I think with this exact setup with Emissary and with Quick Strikers, you want to itemize everything. When you have a chance to have a ton more components, either through encounters or augments, it's so beneficial.
There was an option of picking like Experimenter emblem for the Nina, I believe, with that Warwick. Maybe go for some Warwick plus the emblem. You get 2 Warwicks, and you can just flex random unit to get free Experimenter. Definitely an option.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely was an option. Just, if anything, the extra bodies from the Experiment emblem can be really valuable there. But chooses not to go with that and instead grabbing a different item. All right, battle for 5th here. We see the Renata board on the left, Riri playing his Emissary board on the right, fighting for his life here. Mbessa getting really, really low, dodges out, unfortunately dies up against this Gangplank 3, the Form Swapper board. Now just really running out of damage here. Gangplank does a bunch of damage, and Riri survives with 1 HP.
On the other side, we've seen Renata barely being able to take down the Corki. We see the boards slightly falling off without that Malzahar.
Yeah. Does get the upgrade here, but needs to kind of fit that in as well. It's a little bit of an awkward situation. Hopping over to beta. This is the player that played into the Form Swappers, so I was really, really excited to see this board. Has lost the previous round.
Yeah, the one thing is the items aren't ideal on the Gangplank here, and then late game Swain 3 really does kind of struggle. But the fact that we have 4 Form Swapper and we were able to hit the Swain 3 and the Gangplank 3 is really big. Normally Swain in particular can get pretty contested, so the fact he was able to hit all of those feels pretty good here. And this might be the end of Admiral Zhao here. Burned through that front line with that Gangplank 3 so fast here. And sure enough, that's going to be either a 5th. It might be a 4th, though. Riri might die harder here. And so it might be 4th place there.
These are both players that had an 8th and a 7th in game 1, so both needed a kind of a riskier result. Replay does not look very happy, so it looks like it's going to be a 5th for him. I'm not sure if mathematically he's out already. If he isn't, he has to really play for maybe, you know, try and force a Chem Baron in game 3 and do whatever he can to try and go for the win out.
Yeah, so replay went 8th,
yeah,
and then
that's impossible.
6th, actually. So that's basically impossible because you've only got 4 points.
You need to make it to 14.
Yeah, so it's pretty unlikely for replay.
Although we did see someone make it through with very little points in round number 1 because their lobby was a bit weird.
I think their lobby had 1 less game was the big thing. So I think that was the big difference. So.
Well, hopefully that won't get near.
Yeah.
We see currently on the screen Nin that opted to go fast 10 with slamming with the roll down that he had pretty much hitting Garen, Ambessa and Corki in 1 roll down. So he opted to go for the 6 cost for that Malzahar Gia Cup board, and we'll see if it actually matches the rest of the players.
Yeah, I mean, the fact he has the Malzahar 2 now with 2 items, finds the Mel. If he can get that Mel casting a few times, get that lifeline, save him a little bit here. Finally up against KC Double, who did hit the Cog 3 with amazing items. No Ginsus, but still has, you know, the Gambler's Blade. And then that Zeri actually doing a surprising amount of damage. And Bessa on the backline here does slam down the Kog'Maw here, and KC Double kind of getting destroyed here. This was not a close fight.
We can see that no shred for the Kog really hurts. Also no shred for the Zeri, and that's just being absolutely disaster. We need some sort of Viktor on the double board to provide the double shred for everybody.
Big upgrade possibility here for Nin. Has the Jace 2 in the shop to see how he can fit it if he wants to fit it. Jace 2 as well here for the Form Swapper player. And this gang, like, I'm a big fan. I think you need an encounter like this to have enough resources to hit all of these 3 stars for the 3 costs. It's where maybe I failed a lot playing the 4 Emissary Swain Sorcerer version. But when you do hit, it is so strong.
Yeah, also has a Mel there on bench. Not really sure what the game plan with that is. Has been toggling it around saying, you know, I would like to fit it, but is it really smart right now?
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, generally 6 costs are something you want to play, but Mel in particular with 0 items doesn't provide that much value, especially when you have like a Jace 2 on the bench as an alternative. So, you know, definitely could make a difference here. Gangplank pumping out the damage again. And we see kind of the weakness of Swain here, monolocked on the left side here, but is going to stay alive. The Corki's not going to be able to get through it, and the Form Swapper comp does take another win, knocking out the other player.
See that the 4 Form Swapper damage reduction for the Swain kicks in, and it's just such a menace at this point. Even though it's late already stage, he doesn't care, he just tanks.
Yeah, I agree. The DR from Force Form Swapper does really good here. And we are down to our top 3 here. 30 health for Beta, 28 for Lion God, and KC Double with that Kog'Maw comp down to his last breath, unfortunately.
And for Double, it was a 4th place game 1, now a 3rd, so very consistent. 2 top 4s in a row. He's going to have a fairly easy time. Similar to Bogtalk's position that we saw earlier in heat number 2, where it's just about playing a consistent game 3, play for a top 4, no crazy risks.
Yeah, for sure. If you can play that with no risks, you know, like you said, get enough points, especially because we know some of like our 8th place players are kind of bottom 2ing twice. It does mean the top 4 number ends up pretty high, but it's because, you know, you're in that situation, right? If you're sitting on like a third, that's 12 points out of the likely 13 you need or 14 you need, so that's going to feel really good. Meanwhile, just a ton of rewards coming out here for these kills. KC Double is going to win against the Ghost, it looks like.
Yeah.
And so 3 people still alive as we head to the carousel. No 5 or 6 costs on this carousel. There is a Jinx and a Caitlyn, but
there's a Spark for Double.
Yeah, I will say this is like the best I think we'll see a Kog'Maw reroll do probably the entire weekend, maybe.
Given he was missing both Shred and Anti-Heal, chooses to go for the Anti-Heal instead of the Shred because he has mixed damage, so Anti-Heal should be providing more than the Shred overall.
And look at the matchups.
Yeah, that's a lot of healing we can see on the screen.
Yeah, it's just so powerful here. Choosing to move the items a little bit here, try to make Gangplank items a little bit better. On this side here, we see the Heimer and the Malzahar, 4 Academy, 4 Sentinel. Does find the Viktor as well, so the Viktor going to be able to cap out this board, get that stun. But again, level 6 odds, this is when you can really start to hit those 6 costs pretty reliably.
Viktor probably the best 6 cost to just play itemless, given his max HP damage does not scale at all. And his AP scaling at 1 star is very poor. Even though he can use any item in the game, you probably still want to avoid itemizing him until 2 star.
Yeah, that's generally been the read. I know I talked to at least one player who was like, items on Viktor is plus delta, you know, so that seems to be the perception. But sure enough, is going to knock out KC Double here, and we are down to our top 2.
So we see that Nin, even though he Giga high rolled, he opted for that fast 10 and did not pay off. It might have cost him a placement or 2. He could have tempoed into rolling on 9 a bit more and possibly secure second. Instead, he went fast 10 and he did not cap out properly.
We see the rare Artillerist LeBlanc on this board as well. I'm a big fan. The Rumble 2 just came through as well. Only an item and a half on the Rumble there, but has been scaling, has gotten some few upgrades already as this game has gone on.
I mean, I want to touch down that LeBlanc Artillery just pulls up a cannon behind a cape and just shoots up a big cannonball.
Yeah. Surprise attack. You never heard of that?
Oh, we see that Viktor juicy stun.
So big for the Heimer and the Malzahar. Is there enough damage here from the GP? That's the big question. The Laui hanging on for so long, and LeBlanc could not clutch up in the end. So unfortunate.
Cannonball was a bit late to the party.
All right, so now we head into stage 7, and again, the odds for a 6 cost go up pretty significantly at 7-1 here. So if you have any extra gold, now's the time to maybe consider hitting like a 2-star 6 cost. But otherwise, we look at this board, and it's pretty capped as is. You can move around a couple items, but otherwise, not much is going to change here.
Yeah, neither of these players really have that much extra gold to maybe invest here. We're looking at 14 and 7 gold. Now, of course, on the left-hand side, there's potentially something on the bench as well. And the Dragon, of course, will also give a little bit of gold, but not that much to make any major moves. Upgrade on the Rumble coming through here on the left-hand side.
And we are still rolling. Oh, there
Down
was
to
some Viktor. Potentially. No, we won't see Viktor too.
Interesting. Chooses to play the Viktor over the Swain 2. Considering he has the augment where you want to play 2 of them, that's a pretty interesting change. This is an example where, like, I'm not sure that was correct.
The CC from Viktor is so powerful. He might be like, it might be more EHP worth to the Swain, the whole CC on the board, than buffing with the Swain, the main tank.
I just admittedly am a little skeptical that's true, but we'll see here as we go into what could be the last fight here. Viktor stun into Viktor stun. They each take their turn, and it does look like our form swapper player, the Swain, died pretty quick, but Gangplank hits the back line, and I believe...
I'm not even sure who won at the end. It was so close.
I think Malzahar dot should have finished.
Came down to the last millisecond.
Wow.
Yeah. I believe our form swapper player won that. I believe that was Beta winning that.
I think this is Beta.
Yep, it says on the graphic, so therefore it's true.
Confirmation. And
it's definitely close with the Malzahar dots. They almost did enough, but the Gangplank was able to output the damage here, so it barely paid off, and that's going to be a first place here as we move into one more game for the final heat.
We do, and with that, we also have something very special for you guys, because we do have our tactical breakdown presented by HyperX ready. Panda, tell the people what has been on your mind for that game.
I think it's all about the form swappers. The early GP2, we saw it at 3-1. It looked so strong there. And the moment that why not both came up, it's like one of those situations where you have the perfect angle. You're already leaning into this comp. You get the perfect complement for it as well. He leaned more heavily into the form swappers, and he completely bullied all of that stage 3, all of that start of stage 4 as well. Incredibly dominant run throughout really most of that game. We did see a lot of similarities in terms of the game plans for someone like Replay, someone like Nin as well. Nin rolled earlier. We've seen in metas where there's some forecasts that are so contested that you start rolling earlier and earlier and earlier, and it's almost a race to find these very contested units. We saw it with Black Rose obviously last patch, and in this patch we're seeing it now even more with the 4 Emissary. Garen, still one of those prime units to look up for, but also the Mbessa, also the Vi, and in this case the Corki. Replay rolled a little bit later, did stabilize stage 4, but then had a very hard time finishing off the stabilization later on. And overall, I think the results in this game 2 did kind of flip, and that means that this game 3 will be much closer in terms of everyone trying to fight for their lives, everyone trying to make it into that next round of this tournament.
Well, we did a little bit of a form swap ourselves as we got a chance to do the little tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. I don't think I'm cool enough to be GP.
Okay.
I think I would be
Elise. Jace. No, I called him. No.
Okay, I'm GP then. I got the pistol.
I'll be Swain then. I have my
you have Swain.
You're tall enough, I think, to be Swain.
the only qualifier is height.
I'm not so
it's not the villain
blood hungry as Swain, I think.
Well, it's been an amazing couple of games so far, and so very excited to be able to be back on the desk with you guys. We've got Clement, Gangly, and Panda that are going to be here for the next game of the day, and some great replays that we have here. What have you guys thought of 6 costs so far, now that we've had a pretty big sample size for the day?
I did run into a lot of the CM players asking their opinion on the meta, and the big thing they told me is you really have to cap out your board with the 6 costs. You have to plan for them, you have to slots for them, and if you're only capping out with the 4 costs, with like a lot of Twitch comps are doing, it's usually not enough to take you over the finish line.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value in boards in which level 9 opens up a slot, right? Those less rigid boards that don't need to go super high in the vertical or don't have a break point and a trait that needs to be unlocked in order to be valuable. Those are the comps that we end up actually seeing go first for the reasons Clement outlined. They're usually the utility of things like the Mel or the Viktor oftentimes are the difference maker in going first.
But even the rigid comps like Rebel, for example, there's a priority order in terms of who gets to be that +1 unit. And when 6 costs are added into the game, all of a sudden, every other unit is bumped down.
Yep.
Viktor is now the +1 unit in Rebel if you find him. If not, it ends up being, the Rumble, the Elise, the Mbessa. But most of the 6 costs, I think especially Viktor, with how impactful he is in terms of all the utility you could ever need, he's almost an insta slot in for whatever comp you're playing.
The one we haven't actually gotten to see too much is the Warwick, which it's certainly powerful.
Unless you were Rose HH, and then you saw 9 of them.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I mean, the Warwick is something I personally believe is quite powerful. I think the primary difference is that it requires setup, and oftentimes when you're playing toward a certain angle, I think there's also this metric of like, at what point is removing items from my 2-star 4 cost actually going to be valuable on this Warwick? I think it's just not developed enough. There probably is going to be a time in which we realize, like, hey, if you're playing these items, it actually may be stronger to play your Mbessa items on a random Warwick on 9. I think people just don't know, and because of that, they're not willing to try it right now.
It does make the experiment line a little bit better, where you have this chance to high roll a Warwick and it can slot in perfectly. So you have this little extra upside to play the experiment line.
And there's also the new augment as well, where you can get the experiment crown. So an even bigger way to be able to cap out the board if you find that Warwick.
I just want to talk more about the experiment +1 because we have seen that actually work out quite well. You get the 2 extra units to tempo early with the clone. That's the way you usually play it. And then you only need that single emblem to go to 7 experiment, which doubles your experiment bonus on the Warwick. Good cap out, but I think that's the only thing that we have for Warwick right now.
Well, no, we saw a cool idea, and I don't remember, it didn't really pan out, and I don't think you were on the desk for it, but we saw someone playing a Rebel Warwick, and the idea being that Zoe's bouncing into the back line, and because of that, you have Zoe chipping damage here, here, and then Warwick can execute. So I actually really like the idea, and I wouldn't be surprised if in the future people start to develop that a little bit more. But in the one game we saw, it didn't really hit its full potential.
And then you roll a bit more, you find a Viktor, and you're like, okay, Warwick, thank you, bye-bye.
Your job is done here.
Well, our job is certainly not done yet for our players. We are going to be getting ready for the 3rd and final game in our round of 256. This is where the stakes get really high. We got a chance to see those 2 games play out on the main stage, and you can get a good idea of where kind of the rest of the games are going as well, as we see players also continuing to play out this round of 256.
I will say a lot less players are getting day 1, so that there is an upside to all of this.
There is still one more game just before any sort of eliminations actually take place, and I think we should probably take stock of kind of how those first 2 games did go for the lobby. I know Unfortunately for the America's very own replay, had some, I will say, some very difficult games. They seemed very, very hard to play. Didn't seem to be able to hit on cadence, and unfortunately is now mathematically eliminated from the game. Double 61, the other world champion from this lobby, went third in the last game, and I don't actually...
Fourth in game one.
Okay, so in a spot...
His spot in game one, I was worried. It did not look very good. He mostly ignored his Wandering Trainers, had a 300 Shimmer cash out from Chem Baron, rolled on 6 for just a pretty standard Dominator board, but I think assembled a pretty strong board, stabilized, ended up sneaking a top 4 in my opinion. Was, you know, not really as deserved as his board you would expect from. And that was just a very strong top 4. And then we had the Kog'Maw game. Hit Scar 3 very, very early. It was a big stabilization point. Could really make that greedy, you know, above 30 roll to get the maximum gold from Gambler's Blade and the top 3. So he's in a position similar to Box in the heat number 2, where he has a chance to just play a consistent game plan. Doesn't have to be super risky, no crazy plays, and just guarantee he makes it to the next round.
Let's get into the final game of our lobby on the main stage. It is going to be the final game that determines which players will move on to the next round of cutoffs. And as we enter into the game, there is no encounter.
Simple, ordinary TFT. I like this.
I think if you're replay, you're like, where was this game one?
We needed something to wake up our players for the game one, so Mbessa had to come through.
Yep.
All right, well, we get a chance to see where our players might want to go here. Of course, for some of them, they are looking for a little bit more of those higher cap boards. They need a first or second place. But when you end up getting into a game like this that doesn't actually have an encounter, I feel like the possibilities are a little bit more difficult to actually get the big high cap boards.
The thing that stands out to me when there's no encounter is that there are a lot of encounters that allow you to get early direction, right? When you have something like, I believe it's Vi that gives you the 2 component anvils. That's the one that always stands out to me. It's very easy to pick a lane early on in the game and have a clear path forward. When you don't have any of the additional resources, yes, it is like the normal standard game of TFT, but I think players have to be a little bit more careful on 2-1 to figure out what they want to play.
I do want to mention, our top 5, there's only a 2-point difference between them. So you don't have to look for the highest cap board. If you get a top 4 for a lot of them, it should be enough.
And speaking of the Vi encounter as well, I think it gives a lot of breathes a lot of life into many augments at 2-1, where they're not usually augments you can consider, but the moment you can play more into specific items, into, you know, high voltage, for example, into, you know, the Thornskin, the Bramble augment, even Mogul's Mail off of the all that shimmers is also an option, for example, with you know,
you got to make a gargoyles.
Exactly.
Yeah. Makes a lot of
I really
sense.
like it. I think it just adds a lot more replayability in the early game.
Well, one thing that can change a game that doesn't have an encounter is the augment choices. We are going to get a silver augment, though, to be able to kick off this game. And so a couple of things that people could be looking for here. I think being able to see something like branch out is definitely one way to also give yourself a bit of a direction. But we do see Iron Assets here for Marvel. We are going to see Neen be able to pick up a Latent Forge. So that's going to give you a big artifact in a couple of rounds.
And a lot of players will be willing to just go for sort of a Nocturne reroll line, just getting off of that silver augment, even if it's delayed.
Yeah, and I think we're kind of seeing the two sides of that, right? You have players who are going to take something that is delayed, like that Latent Forge
start,
and on the other hand, we're going to see the Silver Spoons coming out too, right? The additional XP right off the bat means they will be, primarily speaking, the two players who will be looking to try and 5-streak into the game.
This is a perfect situation for Ningli. He's going for the Nocturne comp, already 3.
Not just that, but he's open to both hits. He can look for artifacts for Kog'Maw or look for artifacts for Nocturne. If he can assemble a board that can stay open to both while holding the key units for both, he can then at 3-5 say, hey, I'm going down this line, I'm going down this line. You have the 2 specifications.
Makes sense.
Does look like he has at least 5 hits here. Even Endless Despair would actually work pretty well on the Blitzcrank. It can fit it in, so...
Now, I believe Double was one of the Silver Spoon takers and then does lose on 2-1. Definitely does not feel good to lose with a level 5 board on 2-1.
Kog'Maw pair, don't take the bait.
Are you sure?
Too expensive. No items, contested. Yes, I'm sure.
Instead, able to get the Conqueror. I mean, okay, so we've talked a lot today about the value of having an early Swain. It does open up playing for Conqueror in the early game. Having the 2-star Draven early as well is quite nice. I believe it was just a 2-component opener, right? So we don't actually have any open components for Draven, but regardless, still a very strong spot to get those early Conqueror stacks once you can find the Rel.
And Darius Pear as well. We saw game 2 from Dobbs. He had that 10 win streak off of the Conqueror. I think it's the comp that you can really snowball into a very, very dominant game in stage 4 and 5 if everything goes right. And being open to these high rolls is a key part, especially in the game 3 where you're trying to make it to the next round.
Yeah, you're just missing the rel, right? Just to be able to get the 4 Conqueror in.
Also, there was an additional component. So having the open Draven component is actually very, very valuable. Because once you can find that, that rel, being able to have a full item on your backline Draven and an item on the Swain means that I would not be surprised that he actually streaks beyond both Silver Spoon players to actually 5-streak through stage 2.
I was just looking at Marvel's board, and I'm surprised that people are slamming a blue buff. That's a very early committal towards the Heimer line. He does have the Lux start, which is probably the best way to start on that line, but it's not something that we have seen a lot of people sort of index towards.
He's warming up the blue buff for Jinx.
Oh, there we go.
The long con.
But Heimer is one of those units that hasn't been too hotly contested. So maybe if you're saying, well, I just saw what everybody else was leaning towards in these first 2 games, I just want to make sure that I get a top 4. Heimer could be the way to do it.
Absolutely. I love this Augment delayed start, but I do have to caution everyone that it's not a super high tempo one because you can't level to 4. So you get 3 upgraded units on the board, and sometimes you're still going to lose the early portion. So it really does come down to like what of those 1 costs you get.
Yeah, actually it looks like Beta takes it and then loses 3 straight fights.
Yeah.
So truly getting the most delayed of starts this game.
See this carousel could be pretty impactful. A Swain pair, potential early Swain is really massive for that Conqueror win streak potential. Especially if you find a Rel, for example.
Yep.
Even just the GP to fit alongside for the Form Swapper is really big.
I'm looking for the Blitzcrank for that 4 Automata for Ningli. That would be fit really snugly into his board. Fortunately, not going to get it.
Actually curious to see if you ever do you ever just pick up Rel just because? I mean, taking an extra chain, I actually personally feel like chain is not like a bad component to pick up, especially when you have 1 item on your Swain already. You're in a position where you can try and streak. Like I personally wouldn't mind taking that.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like the angle though this time around.
There was a buff to Bramble, I think, this patch as well.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, he did take it.
Oh, okay, nice.
Buff to Bramble, I think overall chain items are a little bit better with Titans and Edge of Knights, stronger melee carries in stage 4, especially with Mbessa and Vi. So I think in the general big picture item economy, chain has gained a tiny bit this patch.
Yep. Yeah.
I was going to say, you could even use the Edge of Night on a Mordekaiser.
You could.
We're very far, Necra.
I'm a Mordekaiser
talking about
build.
the blue buff Jinx. You're talking about Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
I heard
it's about the 5 and 6 cost.
I heard Relic's interview who said there was a Mordekaiser 2-on-3-2, so maybe we're not that far.
Mordekaiser's been complaining to everyone. I had a chat with him, and immediately he sprung onto me.
How did that even happen? That's actually pretty impressive.
Must have been Recombobb with Duplicator is my
okay.
guess. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think
I
of.
should have asked him.
It was a super high roll, 2-star 4 cost into Recombobb.
It was a Recombobb
Yeah.
then. Okay. Well, I think we have seen everything today.
Man, this Kog'Maw is so strong. The front line just not dying on the other side. Actually, looks like he might lose this fight, which would be really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, the Maddie comes through.
After just getting 4 Conqueror in. I mean, you still got a decent amount of stacks, but you definitely would have wanted to continue that streak.
I'm missing out on the 2 units to stack up a little bit more here. Lion God, let's take a look at the win streak situation. Only 1 streaking full way. Nobody else really that close.
Oh, he benched all the stuff that was actually making him win rounds, right? No. Wait.
Lion God?
Is this what he was playing to 5 streak?
No. He definitely was playing the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, okay.
He definitely was
no
playing
way,
the Kog'Maw.
right?
Yeah, just swapping over since he found the Academy units.
Is this actually stronger than playing the Kog'Maw? I kind of feel like having the Kog'Maw is better. Maybe Lux is able to just one-shot any front line, but
Lux is Lux.
Lux is Lux. You are right. You're not wrong about that. I just feel like Kog'Maw on stage 2 oftentimes is actually so valuable because the fights are so slow. You don't have a ton of damage on the board, so you end up being able to scale very, very freely. So I feel like having the 2-item Kog'Maw does a lot. Doesn't seem like it makes a difference, though.
We're about to find out, aren't we? We see that Kog'Maw on the other side for
Oh, look at that shield.
Yeah, huge shield coming through. That, no, it definitely is going to be able to secure the 5 streak. So, oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it.
It could be that he wanted to hold all these units while also making 20. There is the risk of if I do this and I play this ultra greedy, situation and then end up losing.
Yep.
I look very bad, on stream, but still ended up working out.
Well, you see him jamming out there? He's like, yes, I got that. I did that. I knew. I wasn't worried.
He got rewarded for the risk. He didn't want to keep the Kog'Maw. He wanted to keep all the Sentinel pairs online there because he's going for Sentinel Academy most likely.
Yeah.
So I agree with that. And hey, if he didn't get punished, it didn't matter.
I will say, 5-streaking with an all 1-star board through the entirety of Stage 2 is not something you see all too often. So I think
very impressive.
Yeah, Lion God's probably feeling pretty good about the spot. I will say, I mean, how do you all feel? Obviously, the Shojin Heimer is not ideal. I kind of felt like last patch you could get away with it a little bit more because you were able to play around like the Black Rose, which carried you very far.
It is a sponsored item, though, so I do want to point that out. You got the extra HP and stuff.
Wait, does it? It doesn't need to be the sponsored item on it, right? You can just put a regular Shojin on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it definitely makes up for the lost damage amp that you would get from a blue buff. And, I think it's definitely really fun to play around with the Ezreal. Allows you to use that 60 mana bar a bit better.
Yep.
But I am curious because we did see a player slam the blue buff and the Jewel Gauntlet. So are we actually going to have 2 Heimer players in the same lobby in one game?
We saw it in game 1 of this entire tournament, and I was very surprised. I'm like, immediately we load up, tournament starts, and there's players contesting Heimer. I think
if I had
Dogs,
2
maybe,
nickels.
I think it was as well. Yeah. The nerf, I think, was pretty big coming into this patch. I think a lot of Heimer success last patch with Black Rose was kind of the blue man carrying the show, coming in and taking those items from Heimerdinger.
If you're not playing it with Academy, I don't really think it's worth it. Like the Black Rose version is a lot weaker at this point.
But we saw a Sentinel Heimer do really well on stream.
Yep.
So I think the line can still be open, especially when you know that nobody else is actually playing it. But this is maybe the spot where I would be a little worried.
Also depends how many Rebel players you have in your lobby too, because being able to get the Alawi 2 is crucial when you're playing around the Heimer. But I don't think we saw anyone angling toward Rebel this game, so maybe just having the 2 Heimer contested, it's not the worst thing in the world, especially considering you can play around things like the 2-star Corki as well. There are other damage threats, and Ezreal 2 with Vertical Academy does a reasonable amount of damage. I've had many fights where Corki and Ezreal together have done very, very well.
Late game specialist for Meng at the very top there, understanding that he needs to have, he went 8th, I believe, in game 2, so needs to have a crazy comeback. Goes for double econ, gonna try and fast 9, I imagine, and go for those, those crazy legendary boards, maybe with a few extra 6 costs added in.
Another really fun one is replay taking Powered Up. If you take this on 3-2, you're 100% guaranteed to get the Prismatic on 4-2. So this is the most value you can get it.
And I mentioned it earlier today in the cast. Information for free given to every other competitor. They also know now there's going to be Prismatics, and they can start thinking about their game plan for what is going to be gold exactly.
Yeah. For
what augments they can hit in terms of trade-specific augments, in terms of item augments. That's an early Heimer.
Very, very early Heimer from Admiral Zhao. Was Admiral Zhao was the other player that was angling, or no?
He was another one.
Oh
so
my
it's
goodness.
3 Heimers.
Yeah,
the Heimer party.
3 of them?
Becra, it's all your fault.
Oh no! It's my Heimer socks, I swear.
Oh, that's what it is.
Where do you go with these items if you know Heimer's... I feel like the only path is
Cassio reroll.
I was thinking about that, and I was like...
You can do Rebel, I think.
I was going to say, they look
Jinx
good on Zoe.
Yeah.
Split the, maybe not the blue buff, but you can split it onto Jinx later on.
It just, if you can go back and make another Shojin though, right? Like, or I guess you could play like Rage Blade. That's in the other tech around the
I
Zoe.
like Rage Blade Zoe.
Yeah, it's funny because I think the player who did get the Heimer was actually the only player that was potentially angling toward Rebel. So they might actually just swap and just trade comps with each other now.
Oh, good positioning coming in from the Violet, but she actually took the wrong turn and thought she was going to go for the Kog'Maw. Should still be enough for replay here.
Low econ from replay, digging pretty deep to find a lot of those units. I didn't actually catch exactly how close he was to actually hitting. Oh, Corki and Heimer both showing up on this carousel. It's very, very impactful. Are either of the players
Yep,
who are
Marvel
active
got
playing
it.
them?
Marvel got it.
Okay.
Yep.
The blue buff player did find his.
And then Admiral Zhao, the player who has a Heimer already, hits the Corki, and now has the Artillerist to pair with his Ezreal and on his Academy board, his next in at level 7.
Important now to go to Nin's board. Latent Forge will be popping. We'll see what artifact he picks up. What are the options? Of course, we've seen some crazy combos if you hit the right artifact and you still have time to change, pivot your direction to support that artifact choice.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what Nin does end up popping.
Ooh, fish bones.
Fish bones.
Oh, one of the best.
Fish bones will be so good.
Problem is, playing fish bones, there are no items made for this Nocturne right now. I'm
Do you
assuming
go Sonya's for the Kog'Maw then?
I think it's not good enough for the most part. It's okay.
I'm not exactly sure where you go from here, to be honest.
No.
Oh, looks like
Just
it is
take
Zonya's.
Zonya's.
Okay. All right. Yep, I guess makes sense. Consider. I mean, do you think there's ever a world where you actually take Talisman? Do you think you have enough frontline when you're playing this board? If you like 3-star everything, maybe.
Oh.
We just pivot to Rennie reroll.
Yeah, exactly.
Full pivot.
Yep.
Talisman's so hard though to make sure it activates.
Yeah, it'll be a little tough.
Yeah, I think Beta is started moving out of the Heimer position, going towards the definitely going for the Rebel, and doesn't have the Heimer anymore.
I'm not sure if Nins will stay on Kog'Maw now at this point with the Zonyas.
Yeah, the other items slammed were Shojin, right? It was just Shojin plus frontline. So there's a world where, like, you know, maybe they opt into Rebel as well. I think that it sounds pretty reasonable, or something like Silco, which doesn't seem contested right now.
Mordekaiser, Zonyas,
there's a lot of
move up,
options.
If it's uncontested, there'll be, you know, other 4 costs like Heimerdinger out of the pool, so it'll be a little bit easier to hit.
Yep.
This is just what happens when you're trying to go for the Academy sponsor items and it's Shojin first item, like the most flexible one possible. It really leads a lot of people towards your direction.
I believe, yeah, so Double already has Silco on his board. It feels like is everybody playing AP? Are there any emissary boards in this lobby? This might be the first time we're actually seeing nobody really lean into the emissary boards.
No, there is one Violet out there. I think that's the only one we've seen so far.
I believe it's reroll, right? They're rerolling?
Yeah,
yeah.
reroll Violet.
It was replay, I think.
Yeah.
Was.
Yep, so extremely AP-leaning lobby. Obviously, you know, small optimization helps to have a Dragon's Claw if you can make that. Wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of the players who are relying on their front line to be able to slam that, have it on an Alawi 2 or whatever it is that you may be playing.
And Double succeeding with his game plan. Stay healthy, stay, you know, high tempo stage 2 and 3. Coming to stage 4, have a roll down on a relatively uncontested comp, and then be able to just, even if you bleed out to a 4th, that should be good enough to make it into the next round.
Already 11 points here, and you know, there are a couple players that are very low in points in the lobby, and that could change some things. We have 15-point players missing the cut sometimes.
Yeah.
That's yeah. We'll have to pay close attention to both ends.
Ooh. A lot of gold coming out for all of our players there.
Oh, Beta's going to do the roll down now, try and get ahead of it. Ooh, Alawi and Zoe already. Zoe pair.
Do we find an early Jinx?
Double. Oh, okay, sold it. I was like, there's a Savika pair available for Beta.
Oh, let's see.
It's definitely committed to the Rebel line for sure. Let's see, gets a 7 already.
Stopping at 20 sounds pretty reasonable. You have a lot of the pieces. You have 7 Rebel right now.
And depending on if you win the next few fights, depending how stable other players are, you can continue rolling, try and find a Jinx. Keep some gold, obviously, for the anomalies, because you do want to try and target, I think, a few specific ones for Alawi or for Jinx or Zoe with nothing wasted.
I think the problem with playing too slow and not rolling is the fact that there are multiple Sentinel players, right? So Alawis are going to be at a premium this game, and so if you try to just sack until 9 and go for a fast 9, you very well may not be able to 2-star your Alawi even at level 9.
But you have to make sure that you can actually preserve the HP as well. And so you could see like the Heimer, Zoe not being able to do nearly enough damage to be able to get back
Everyone's
there.
just frozen, waiting.
Very patient.
That was kind of interesting because none of the units could interact with each other. It was like the Silco monstrosities out on the board and then Zanya's into Hex Core. That was kind of funny.
Okay, well, we have our gold augment for the final one. Would love to see what replay picks. It's going to be the Randuin's Omen.
It's really good for melee-focused compositions like that Pit Fighter Violet he's playing.
Yeah, it gives a ton of value, especially with so many of those units that are just going to be taking a lot of damage, healing back up. The Omni Vamp from the Pit Fighter makes those defenses even more valuable too.
There's a Zoe too, but only a single copy of Alawi, not even a pair here. Has to hope for one on Carousel. He is going to be probably the first pick.
Yeah, this is hard where, you know, I think you still have decent reasons to roll throughout this stage, but maybe you sack, you know, wait 2 or 3 rounds, especially because Anomaly is coming, but having the Elise pair is still, it still makes you want to roll. You don't want to have too much value on your bench when you're going 9. You really want to have as few pairs left there as possible before you start going up, but I'm really concerned about all of the Sentinel players and the Rebel player being able to find the Alawi against each other.
But it looks like it's going to be enough for now. I mean, the fact that you have the Zoe 2 fully itemized is certainly going to help you be able to burst through those backlines. And you still need to be able to have gold for the Anomaly, and it's coming up very soon.
There's Kog'Maw. Ooh, he gets taken out by another Silco. I think so. Oh, okay.
All right. So Leon. Anyway, so now we're seeing the exact problem, right? Rolling to 0. There's already the Alawis out of the pool, and so although I actually don't know exactly how many are gone, but the fact that we don't have one right now, it says 2 things, or one of 2 things. One, it shows desperation. Rolling every turn to 0 because you desperately need to find this before too many are taken out, and it shows that it's contested, right? Because there are already units taken out of the pool, making it a little bit harder to find.
And you have to. I think when you're locked into a comp or a game plan, I think most players set rules in their heads. I'm rolling until X, and if you don't hit Alawi, we see the desperation of rolling down to 0 or 10 because you're almost frustrated that you can't hit a single copy.
We're seeing the power of this Dragon Claw on Alawi. This Heimerdinger is attacking it, but just really not getting through. And on the other side, the Zoe's broken through the front line. Although, one more Heimerdinger cast? No. Wasn't focus fired onto the Zoe, so one more cast would have done it. That's the difference between having a single Alawi on your board and not.
Yeah.
This carousel is going to be key here. Alawi, Heimerdinger, Jinx, all premium targets for our players with low HP. Maybe Rumble even in some cases for the Sentinel boards.
No Alawi.
There's a Zoe, but there's already a Zoe 2 for the Rebel player, so not the greatest hits here.
Leon God could end up taking Corki. Doesn't quite have the Corki 2 yet.
As the pair.
The Rumble, though, is very juicy. It's going to be Xiao picking it up.
And Meng Chen Yu, actually, I saw him at 2 gold, so it's looking kind of sketchy if you can actually utilize that late game specialist at the moment.
Man. Yeah, that's scary. All right, here's the Kog'Maw board, and I feel like this feels behind curve to me. Not like absurdly behind, but it does feel behind. I mean, I think if you had 20 more gold, it wouldn't feel behind. But the fact that you were sitting at 30 gold. Oh, okay, there we go.
30 gold, Scar 3, 5 copies, not bad.
Yeah,
but no Kog'Maws in that roll down is a little bit sad.
Wait, was he holding on to lesser duplicators there, or no? He found Scar 3?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
That at least is going to help out a little bit, but maybe you get a little bit more econ when you get to the PvE round at the end. Save some now for the Anomaly that's going to be coming up next.
Oh, and Replay actually took a long time on 5. He actually leveled up all of his units between the Draven and the Darius before going to 6. A lot of players actually don't do that. If they're usually happy enough with just Draven and Violet. To be honest, the rest of them, non-pit fighters don't matter as much.
I think you have to with the augment choice. You have to index more into the 3 stars.
Oh,
okay. The superstars.
Wow, the aggro toggle from the Zhonya's made the entire board, specifically the Violet who is tanking the Kog'Maw, move over to the opposite side of the board and was so close to winning the round, but just came up short.
Yeah. Now we've got our Anomaly choice here for our players.
Deep Roots potentially here. 4 Scar should be good enough. We don't have that much gold to work with. We need to hit Kog'Maw 3 still. You can't get greedy, try and go for, giant size or magic training. I think you have to settle for this.
Dude, Meng took comeback story.
Fireball in the end.
You said someone took comeback story?
Yeah, I think Meng took comeback story for the Malzahar.
Has been nerfed this patch, but players are still raving about this one overall. It gives you the most damage amp at the end, like 40% compared to the rest of them, usually sitting at like 30, 35.
And the condition is mostly met here for Meng. I mean, he has lost quite a bit of HP. He will only get better as the game goes on.
And he is sitting on quite a small step away from a big spike coming in here with the 3-5 costs.
Yeah, I mean, having both the Malzahar pair and the LeBlanc pair and
the
Mordekaiser pair, but the problem is you're late game specialist and you're 8 gold sitting on 8. So the pairs tell you, hey, I kind of want to roll a little bit, maybe try and high roll one of these things once I hit 50 gold. But your augment tells you you really got to try and go 9. The problem is you have 40 HP. So you have to do whatever it is that's going to allow you to win right now. And Mordekaiser is strong, but is not the same Mordekaiser. Huge close fight. But it's not the same level of power that we saw last patch from a Mordekaiser 1.
That's true. But maybe you get lucky. We've got another PvE round here for players so they can pick up something good.
Oh, Ningli also suffering from this 3-cost reroll, and I do want to mention on this patch, when you're level 7, your 3-cost reroll odds have actually gone down. So it's easier to stabilize finding cards on 3-2, but when you're on level 7, it's no longer 40%, but 36%.
Which does benefit some comps that are rerolling both 2-cost and 3-cost at 7.
But
not
pure
all
7.
Exactly. Not all 3-cost rerolls are trying to hit both of those cost brackets.
It's really good for the Kog'Maw player if you want to try to 3-star Zeri also. But definitely looking at the late game here, level 8 and 9 for a lot of our players now.
I really like this setup from Lion God. I was talking about it before. Sometimes I feel like the Ezreal 2, when you're playing the Academy board, does a very decent amount of supplemental damage. And the fact that you are sitting on Corki 2, Ezreal 2, and Heimer 2 means that you eventually, by the end of this game, are going to have 3 different 3-item carries and this 6 Sentinel front line. It's extremely powerful and versatile. And the best part is when he goes level 9, you can even make options to have a spot open for a 6-cost.
I mean, there's a Mel in shop right now.
But who does he swap out? It seems like a very difficult question coming in.
I think it's tough because Zhao is really looking for the ability to even just find the Heimer 2 upgrade.
The hardest Heimer to find. I've never seen a game like this.
Yeah. Still sitting on that Alawi one as well, so that's going to be a huge upgrade for the board. But you see the Heimer one on the other side for Marvel too, so everybody is just really struggling to get those 2-star 4 costs.
You know, a very weirdly contested game. A lot of AP items being dropped early, and that's what happens. And also Shojin coming in from the sponsored items means that everyone's kind of looking at the same things. Ningli manages to claw out a win here. And 1 copy away, but can't find it.
That Zhonya's is coming clutch, though, for this Kog'Maw. We've seen several fights now where Kog'Maw becomes undiscoverable and then ends up being able to snipe off the rest of the board.
Yeah, 18 HP, though, is...
2 lives still.
Yeah, but the thing is, Kog'Maw is not traditionally thought of as a win-out comp.
Yeah.
I'm not really convinced that even if you hit this Kog'Maw right now, it's going to be enough to get you into a top 2. At 11 points, though, you don't really need a top 2. Maybe it's enough for 4th or 5th, and that's enough to get you through.
The problem here is I'm not sure which board loses to him at this point. I haven't really seen one that he could really take on.
Ooh.
Maybe this one?
I love this tech from Marvel Wizard. Nashor's Mbessa is a very underrated item combination. So once she swaps her forms, it's really great at allowing her to get to what I would consider the important form, right? So she uses her ult, gets a bunch of really fast pumps, and right there, it allows you to get the disruption from that, from her fist ultimate. Unfortunately, just short. I mean, I would attribute that more to the fact that you're playing Heimer 1 instead of Heimer 2, but the Mbessa did a decent amount of work for what it could do.
I like the swap out for sure. And
Warwick doesn't fit. Yet again, this is one of those rigid comps we talked about.
Well, so this is what I was thinking before, is like, is it ever actually better to play, to drop Mbessa and instead play Warwick 1? I don't know.
Mbessa, you're adding Emissary to the board.
We'll find out.
Looks
He's
like
gonna do it.
He's in a position where he wants to test it.
And he gets him a little bit of gold, maybe.
Rumble comes in.
Wait, roll one more time. Oh, never mind. He doesn't have enough anyway.
Well, let's
Facing
find
off
out.
against the 3 stars.
Ooh. This is going to be really hard with the Violet on top of that Warwick. Maybe if he can get something to execute and get out of there, but no.
It's too much.
Oh,
Warwick's still alive.
The 400 HP heal? No, it doesn't make it to Perma Bloodlust.
I think a really hard matchup.
Anytime you're playing a melee bruiser against a melee bruiser, one of them has QSS and the other doesn't, especially when you have natural disruption on the board, it's really hard to win against the board that has the disruption in the front line.
Yeah, and I feel like the early commit straight into Heimer was a little bit suspect. We don't see that much. If you have the, especially when Shojin's a sponsored item, I think it's probably safer to keep your options open.
It is always one of those games where you commit to a relatively uncontested comp, you start scouting, and you cannot believe your eyes that
Yes.
this game, the 1 in 100, there's 2 other players also contesting that same line.
Maybe a patch ago, yeah, surely we would be able
Yep.
to see the Heimer, but not now. Take stock of the lobby, though. They're, 2-star Heimers now for all of the rest of the Heimer players that are in the lobby.
Kog'Maw 3 was found for, who was it that was playing the?
Nin.
Nin, yes. Nin did find the Kog'Maw 3. So we're still a couple of Heimer 1 still on the board, but then there's the other batch of players who have kind of reached critical mass, and this is their, oh wait, actually
No,
wasn't
didn't
found.
find it.
Oh,
No.
during the carousel it was shown there. So still not going to find this. I mean, I feel like that's
That is
almost certainly curtains.
Yeah, that was
for
just
Nin.
Moonlight, a Mumu 3. Yeah, so I think Riri board is really looking up. He does have mentorship, and he found Savika for all of the pit fighters going in. Of course, Prismatic blowing his comp well as well, too.
Looking at Mang, did find the LeBlanc 2, still sitting on the Malzahar pair. Is level 9, did use up all that gold, is still on the Mordekaiser pair and the Malzahar pair. Items on LeBlanc now. Looks like it's strong enough to win the fight here, at least stunning. The Cocoon doing so much there.
Double is very quietly finding himself in a very strong spot. Has the Silco while everybody else is contesting the AP lines among the Heimers. Casey Double says, you know what, you guys can play that. I'll just play the Silco instead. Is able to very cheaply build that board and now stay very healthy.
That's it for Nin. Very unfortunate.
Yeah. That's
He
a
was on
tough
the
loss
up
to
and
have
up.
to take.
This was a really good year for him. Wins at EWC 2 times in Tactician's Crown back-to-back, but it's not going to be able to extend that into the Open.
This has left some room, though, for Alawi 2 to be found for beta. So finally, after so many rounds, you do end up being able to 2-star that front line. Found the Jinx. So you've got the 7 Revel in, and I feel like this is in one of the more powerful forms that we can see this composition. But without something like that Spat, you're still stuck having to play this Vex.
Both boards here have the Alawi 2 in the front line and the upgraded backliners. The difference is you do have the 2-star 4 cost on the side of Admiral Zhao. You have the Jinx online, though, as well. One more Zoe ultimate might do it, but it's going to get targeted down now.
Just the fact that Alawi was still alive means that Beta just doesn't have enough to be able to punch through it. And so that is going to be another player elimination in our lobby.
12 points. So 6th place finish, 15 should be enough, but not guaranteed. We have seen players tie break out at 15 points.
As Clement was saying earlier, it's a more inflated lobby. There's players that weren't able to accumulate many points across the first 3 games, so overall other players are taking much more than that. The average goes up a tiny bit. Players like Double should be really in a good spot. They had 2 great first games. They've been very, very healthy all this game now.
Top 4 is decided.
Yeah, Lion God also got eliminated in that last combat, so we're going to be entering into the Dragon with just 4 players left.
And with replay placing top 4 and 40 HP right now, potentially fighting for this top 2, top 1 position, it does mean that the score shouldn't be as inflated as if he had gone bot 4 in the in the third game.
Wow.
Big upgrades for Mang. Played a very risky game plan, understood with 8 points. He needed to play risky. For now, at least it's paying off.
Wow.
All the upgrades coming through here.
Transfers the item immediately over towards the Malzahar, and I really have to commend his bet. He found those 5 costs on 8, and he kept rolling. He's saying, I don't have the time to actually wait for the late game specialist. I need to pop off now, and he does finally manage to stabilize on 6-1.
It's a big deal. Gets to pick up the Morello. You got a double burn now with the red buff as well, but when you see the other Scion looking a little smaller than your own.
Yeah, this is what a lot of the Dominator boards have been doing. They've been cutting out the Black Roses. They figure they don't really need that many. They just need the 6 Dom more than anything.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you still get a lot of value out of even the smaller Black Rose, particularly because of the CC, right? When that Scion charges through the front line, it buys a little bit of time, and that's the name of the game when you're playing Dominator. It's how can I stall out this fight to build up the AP and eventually throw those little Silco gremlins out to kill everybody.
And on this patch, of course, Scion doesn't revive to full. It revives based on your missing HP. So a lot less useful for people to tech in all the way to 5 because it's usually you're throwing like a Morgana or something on your board you don't really want.
Yeah. A bird's going to affect it too, so.
I think it's a good thing. I think that there's more flexibility now on level 9, whereas before you had this like hard rule, I have to play 5 Black Rose. It's almost always the correct play, whereas now you can drop on the 4 and have that extra flex slot for a Legendary.
Mang currently on a 4-game win streak, Admiral Zhao on a 6-game win streak. So the two players, one of their streaks will be broken
Look at the
here.
Scion.
In the
infiltrated onto the Heimer. Do you get a stun here? You do. Buying enough time. Gets the kill. Scion coming in so clutch.
Wow.
Malzahar LeBlanc still left alive. The Alawi, she's good. Items are good. She's strong, but she's not going to be doing enough against so much damage coming through.
And Replay wins against Double. So Double, despite being the HP leader, now has fallen all the way to just 11 HP. And if it's Mang against Double, I mean, I think it's going to be a pretty tough game for Double to win.
I really want to see what Double selected for his anomalies. If he doesn't have nothing wasted, it can actually be pretty hard to burst down some of these big targets, especially with that Randuin's Omen there with like 60 resistances across the board.
Yeah, wow. Replay's board is so strong.
Yeah, we're actually seeing him play around this 3-item Darius. You know, it's a tech that is a little bit less popular when playing this line, but because he spent so much time on level 5, is now able to reap the rewards of that.
And the Elise with double QSS not doing as much. We'll see if the Violet can break out of this corner, can gump down onto the back line. She is now. Can she come all the way onto the LeBlanc, onto the Malzahar? Kills the Malzahar. Can LeBlanc clutch up by herself? I think it's not going to be the case. The monkey comes out and Powder clutches it, wins it against Replay there.
Wow, and now Admiral Zhao and Replay top 2. The family emblem is there.
It's right in front of him. He has to take it.
And Savika. So you actually, I don't know if he had Savika pair on bench.
Perfect carousel.
Yep.
Yeah. Plus 20% attack speed. He can give it to Savika directly. If he gets a 2-star, he doesn't have the 2-star yet.
He's going to roll,
35 gold, so he's got some time. Let's see.
The only issue, of course, Replay only on 4 points. Even with a win, only makes up to 12. I don't think that'll be enough, obviously, to make it through the next round.
No, but, you know, it would feel great to go out knowing that Replay, of course, a player with the potential. Could have won the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Great accolades and some really hard games at TFT. To be able to go out with a top 2, I think it says a lot about this player.
7 core keys, but there is a rat tactic hold here from Replay, making sure there's no chance for a win condition for Admiral Zhao.
Takes the QSS off of the Darius, says, I got a lot of value out of it in the last fight. I get less value out of it here. Instead, I'd rather just have the family crest. Throws the QSS on the Draven instead. Now you have these 2 threats in the back line for Admiral Zhao. And it looks like the Powder's not going to be able to clean it up. Not going to be dead for a Replay, though. He'll get another shot. Might have to be a positioning battle.
I do want to point out that we saw Admiral Zhao actually skip a Viktor because he saw those 2 QSSs. You cannot actually stun someone throughout that, so it's like, okay, not enough burst damage. We'll pass on this one. Keeps in the Rebel and, of course, the Artillerist. And he's denying here, so Replay knows the name of the game. Even though he didn't win the last fight, he doesn't want his opponent to get any stronger.
This is going to be last life, though, for both of them. Someone's going to get knocked out here and actually claim the win.
He needs to bypass here. How can he get to that Heimer? What's the direction he can take? Oh, but this is such a safe position.
It's really hard to be able to win the swap when you have the Randuin's Omen. Would have to break through move the entire board there, and it's just way too slow, unfortunately.
Ooh.
Violet's still being targeted. She's about to fall. The Darius is about to fall. We're seeing the repeat. This is the same exact fight, but this time the Vi does actually take out the Corki. And
the
now
Powder do it again.
We'll have 2 units on. Wow.
That's enough.
He barely did. That should be lethal. And Replay had 2 incredibly hard games, but comes back with the statement. Game number 3, taking it. He may not move on, but he got to show his stuff.
Did you guys see what the Corki did? He saw the Vi and's like, I'm not going to apply the red buff anymore. Just drives off to the side, and then suddenly the Violet's just like, I'm full health.
Oh,
Takes the game
man.
for replay. Ooh.
Sometimes it comes down to those little things, though.
Yeah, their boards didn't change, but the results were drastically different.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really came down to the fact that the Vi was able to get around. What I'm not 100% certain is whether the Vi positioning changed, because I know the front line was the same. We still had the Violet on that top left corner, the Darius between them, but I don't know if Vi moved at all.
And also the big thing was at the Rumble with the AP, it rolled the Guinsus.
Yep.
Yep. It's like, nah, I'm not going to do my job. I want to attack fast.
When a fight is that close, even just the scrap item roll could be the difference maker when everything else is the same.
No.
Congratulations to Replay, you know, bittersweet win in the end.
Very close lobby at the end of the day, though, when you take a look at the point totals and how this final game ended up going. And so I'm very curious to see how the rest of our lobbies did play out. Of course, we're only showing this one game on the main stage, but we still have all of the other stations that are trying to finish out their games as well. And I can still see the competitors going at it to finish out these rounds.
Oh yeah, TFT is a long game. You cannot just play a single game well. You have to be able to play throughout the entirety of the day. There are players competing all throughout the venue right now. And I think it speaks a lot to the mental fortitude of these players to be able to go through these long days and still perform at their best.
Well, one of the players that we have that has just been doing so well is Casey61, and we have an interview with him on stage with Candice.
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访，我是于爽。我们邀请到的是 Double61 来接受我们的采访，先有请他跟大家打声招呼吧。Would you like to say hello and introduce yourself to the audience?
Hello guys, I am Double61 and I passed the second round.
好，那首先第一个问题，这是他的第2届云顶公开赛了，一直打到现在，感觉怎么样 ？So this is your second TFT Open. How do you feel right now after such a long day?
I'm feeling good. I feel a little bit exhausted, but it's fine. I will do my best to pass again the third round. But yeah, I feel good.
我感觉非常的不错，虽然说有一点累啊，但是我尽我所能，能够成功的超过这一轮的比赛当中。那同样的要问到他的是，因为现在打的比赛也比较晚了，他是怎么样能够保持一整天都非常清醒的头脑、专注力的呢 ？So how do you manage to keep a fresh mind and also to like pull out all energy here at the third round?
I just played the game I usually play, no pressure. Of course, we waited a long time, so it's difficult to be full focus. But when you're in the game, I mean, I just think about the game and it goes well.
我平时打比赛的这种方法呢，我在比赛当中现在也是这样展现出来的。虽然说中间有个比较长的暂停，但我还是按照我以往打牌的这种思路去进行云顶的比赛，所以对我来说还是可以能够保持一个清醒的头脑的。那同样的，他去年是在我们的云顶公开赛当中走入到了决赛的阶段，我依旧还记得他从决赛的那一场比赛当中走出来是第1位选手。所以说想问问他今年会有怎样的一个目标呢 ？So last year you were the final 8. And I do remember you walked out as the first player last year, right? So what's your goal this year?
The goal this year is to go first. Last year I was in 5th. And this year I hope that I can win the Macao Open and bring the belt in home in Europe.
我希望今年我能够拿下冠军，因为去年我是第5名嘛，所以我希望能够把这样的一个冠军带回欧洲。同样的也是再次感谢他接受我们的赛后采访 ，Thank you so much. OK, good luck. 我们赛后采访到此先告一段落了。
So exciting to hear from Double61, especially being able to see him make yet another round of progress in the tournament after such an amazing finish at the Vegas Open last year.
Giga Chad, Aura, and what he said there at the end, if you can win this, take it, and obviously Paris Open coming up next, that would be fantastic to have him defend the title there. So, you know, EMEA, my biases, I'll go for that. But just the aura, the confidence, just lovely to see.
You're right. There is an aura to him. When I listen to Double speak, there's this nonchalance that just exudes a champion. Like, you can
feel it. When you listen to him talk about the way he plays the game, you can see the confidence in him, and it is fantastic to see him once again succeed.
We know that TFT can be one of those games where you do have to have a lot of that confidence to be able to carry you forward. And for our players, they're definitely going to have to dig deep in order to make it through these next couple of rounds. We have had so much fun being able to hang out with all of you today. Unfortunately, we had a couple of delays that are going to push our schedule back, so we will be unfortunately saying goodbye to you from the stream here. But don't you worry, you can still check out all the rest of the action that we have through our amazing co-streamers that are going to be continuing to follow the action. So make sure that you check them out and make sure that you tune back in with us tomorrow for day 2 of the TFT Macao Open.
na